Eclipse Phase, 2nd Edition. A role-playing game of transhuman survival. What is Eclipse Phase? In Eclipse Phase, you play a secret agent protecting the scattered remnants of transhumanity from threats that could wipe it out once and for all. You are transhuman. You are genetically modified, physically and mentally augmented, and functionally immortal. Your mind can be digitally backed up like a save point. If you die, you can be brought back, your ego, both consciousness and memories, physically restored. You may also copy your mind and download into a body of your choice. This new body, your morph, can be biological, a synthetic robotic shell, or a digital infomorph. Your body is essentially gear that you customize according to your mission and requirements. Eclipse Phase takes place in a future of exponentially accelerating technological progress. Developments in the key fields of artificial intelligence, neuroscience, genetic engineering, nanotechnology, and information science have converged into an impressive feedback loop. Bodies and minds are shaped and augmented. AIs and animals are uplifted to human levels of sapience. Everything and everyone is laden with sensors, networked and online. Your mind can communicate with every electronic device around it. Almost anything can be 3D printed from constituent atoms with a nanofiber and blueprints. Technology allows people to live happier, healthier lives, emancipated from need. Such advances also have their downsides. The wonders of the future are not yet evenly distributed. The immortal rich continue to concentrate their wealth and power while others struggle to survive. Surveillance is omnipresent, and the means exist to hack people's minds and memories, copy them entirely, and/or commit them to virtual slavery. Many technological advances are super empowering, putting the means for mass devastation in everyone's hands. Efforts to restrict such tools are doomed to fail. Only our own maturity as a species can save us. Exemplifying these dangers, Eclipse Phase takes place 10 years after transhumanity has lost a war with a group of superintelligent, self-improving AIs. 95% of the population was lost during this apocalyptic conflict, many of them forcibly uploaded by the Titan machine gods before they disappeared. Thousands more were corrupted and transformed by an alien exsurgent virus. The Earth is ruined and off-limits, overrun by machines and monsters. The survivors evacuated the planet and spread throughout the solar system, expanding our off-world colonies out of desperation and necessity. Many escaped only as refugees, with nothing but their bodiless minds. The nations and superpowers of the old world are gone, decapitated and dismantled. New political blocs and factions have formed, loosely divided between the inner and outer systems. The capitalist economies of the inner system, Luna, Mars, and Venus, continue to enforce scarcity and intellectual property. They are dominated by the Planetary Consortium, a hypercorp-led entity that prioritizes business interests and that has declared Mars the new homeworld of transhumanity. Their habitats are identified by the influence of media and mimetic conflict on civil discourse, the legalities and security restrictions that keep their population safe, a lingering distrust of AIs and uplifts, and sharp class divisions. While socialites and hyper-elites play and prosper, many refugees have resorted to selling their labor as indentured servants to afford cheap, mass-produced synthetic bodies, the clanking masses. The outer system is the stronghold of the Autonomous Alliance, a mutual aid network of anarchists and techno-socialists. In these communalist territories, currency is obsolete and unrestricted nanofabrication means that everyone has the necessities and tools they need. People create rather than consume. Reputation, not wealth, mediates the exchange of information and services. Many habitats operate without government, laws, or police, relying instead on voluntary and cooperative structures, real-time online referendums, and collective militias. The outer system is a patchwork of political, economic, and social experimentation. Interspersed among these major factions, other transhuman clades build their own societies. Criminal cartels feed black markets. Radical scientists work to democratize science. Aesthete mercenaries offer their services. Pirates prey on the unwary, and isolationists filter their communities from outside influences. Even bioconservatives, distrustful of transhuman technologies, thrive on fearing for our species' future. The war with the Titan AIs scarred more than Earth. Zones on Luna, Mars, and Saturn's moon Iapetus remain under machine influence. Of greater impact, however, are the mysterious Pandora gates discovered around the system. These wormhole gates open to extrasolar systems, thousands of exoplanets and alien mysteries. Intrepid gatecrashers explore these new horizons, colonizing worlds and uncovering the remnants of extinct civilizations. While no living sapient species has been found beyond the gates, transhumanity has had its first encounters with alien life within our own solar system. A starfaring species known as the Factors visits regularly, though the true nature and intentions of these laconic amoeboid merchants remains unknown. Ultimately, Eclipse Phase is a game of transhuman survival. Aside from the threat that the Titans will return, we face existential risks, X-risks, that endanger our future as a species. These include weapons of mass destruction, artifacts from beyond the Pandora gates, salvaged Titan technology, exurgent infection breakouts, alien threats, stellar phenomena, and the dangers we pose to ourselves. Our species is in a deteriorating orbit around the black hole of extinction. Will our conflicts steer us into the event horizon, or will we evolve and cooperate to escape the gravity well and reach new frontiers? Will we be recognizable when we get there? Eclipse Phase is an exploration of uncertain futures. This is more than a tabletop role-playing game. It's a detailed science fiction setting that thoroughly investigates issues that affect our future as a species. The crux of Eclipse Phase emphasizes the nature of transhumanity as it transforms itself, mentally and physically, on the edge of becoming something post-human. This is a setting that speaks to the immense dangers that technology offers us, but that balances this outlook by considering how science can be used to improve ourselves, enhance cooperation, counteract these risks, and prosper. There is danger, but also hope. New to role-playing? If you are new to role-playing games, you will find everything you need to know about how to play them here. http://eclipsephase.com/roleplaying. Starting players. This chapter provides a summary overview of the game. We recommend that everyone start by giving the rest of it a brief review. If you're new to the game and eager to start playing, we recommend choosing one of the 16 sample characters greater than 82 to start out. These characters are divided into 4 teams of 4, so we recommend you and your friends choose from the same team. If you have more than 4 players, choose your extras from other teams. All of the teams work for firewall-based games, with one team optimized for the inner solar system and one team designed for the outer system. One of the teams is also made specifically for gatecrashing, and one for criminal-oriented scenarios. If you prefer to jump right into making your own characters, proceed to making characters, page 36. If you'd prefer to get a grasp on the rules first, start with game mechanics, page 30. For more detail, move on to actions and combat, page 202, and transhuman tech, page 286. If you plan to play a hacker, check out the mesh, page 240. If you have a psychic async in mind, take a look at Psi, page 272. If you're more interested in the setting, there's plenty to read, starting with the history, how it came to be, page 98. Starting Game Masters. As a Game Master, GM, you will need to be familiar with the general content of this book. We recommend starting out with the setting, beginning with how it came to be greater than 98. After that, pop on over to Threats and X-Risks 368 for the juicy behind-the-scenes stuff. Once you've acquainted yourself with our universe, you'll need to learn the rules, starting with game mechanics, page 30. You will probably want to have a grasp on the basics of skills, page 48, combat, page 202, the mesh, page 240, and resleeving, page 288. You should also be familiar with how players acquire gear, page 312, and morphs, page 290. The rest you can pick up as you need. Finally, peruse our Eclipse Phase-specific game mastering advice in running the game, page 354. A note on politics. Eclipse Phase delves into numerous political themes. In fact, we start with the premise that everything is political. Like all authors, we write from the perspective of our personal biases. Our specific lens is radical, liberatory, inclusive, and anti-fascist. If you support bigotry or authoritarianism in any form, Eclipse Phase is not the game for you. Core concepts. Eclipse Phase is a hostile world to the unwary and a paradise to the cunning. Threats lurk invisible, factions hang on the edge of war, and transhuman nature itself is molded to purpose. Below are the core concepts any denizen of Eclipse Phase must master in order to survive. Transhumanism. Humanity is outdated. People are no longer defined by their limitations. Transhumans adapt to the scorching corona of the sun, where ships turn to plasma. They thrive in the dark frozen wastes of the Kuiper Belt in absolute isolation. Where humans suffer from aging and disease and are confined to limited environments, transhumans pursue longevity and adaptation. In the 21st century, transhumanism was a movement focused on human enhancement. In Eclipse Phase, transhumanity is how people rebuild the galaxy. You can play an augmented Vitstar or a robotic insect, and neither would stand out on a public boulevard. You can also choose no body at all and exist as a purely digital entity. Many denizens of Eclipse Phase have absolute body autonomy, within the limits of their creativity and resources. Because of the ease of radical body enhancement, the average Eclipse Phase character has a strength and intelligence comparable to the most exceptional humans from history. Transhumanity also incorporates those who were not decanted as Homo sapiens. AIs and uplifted animals with human-equivalent capabilities and intelligence are part of transhumanity. Like humans, uplifts and infolife select and alter their bodies, engage in commerce across the solar system, take VR vacations, and expand the transhuman experience. AIs and uplifts. The genetics hypercorp Somatech famously ran batches of 10,000 semi-sapient octopus fingerlings through a gauntlet of rigorous intelligence tests. Failures were immediately destroyed. The remaining were churned into genetic stock for the next generation. A decade later, their final product was released. An octopus as cognizant as any transhuman. An uplift. Somatech and companies like it raised and killed millions. This is the story of almost all uplifted species. They are fully sapient, but their DNA is trademarked, copy-protected, and hypercorp branded. Their history is one of calculated eugenics. Artificial General Intelligences, AGIs, are fully self-aware, creative digital intelligences. Unlike Artificial Limited Intelligences, ALIs, which have a human-like interface in front of a limited, task-specific program, AGIs are sapient and equivalent to other transhuman minds. AGIs, like uplifts, are the products of human research and development teams. Some are offshoots of academic research, a few are from military think tanks, while the majority were developed by private studios for their own purposes. Uplifts and AGIs are collectively called mercurials. Many hypercore and political bodies see them as property. Some governments view them as abominations, abuse of technology manifest, and a threat to human survival. The fight for mercurials is the fight for transhumanity, and blood is spilled on both sides to define their place in society. Defeating death. In Eclipse Phase, your mind can be digitally copied, stored, and altered like software. Almost everyone uploads their mind to a secure storage service, as well as to a tiny device implanted at the base of the skull called a cortical stack. If you are killed, you can be restored from these backups. Only if all copies of yourself are destroyed will you be dead forever. Backing up brings its own set of challenges. When your mind is recovered, it includes your memories up to the last moment of backing up. If you died horribly, that final experience is recorded in your cortical stack. Characters surviving traumatic experiences may opt to destroy their most recent backup and instead restore an older copy, losing weeks or months of experiences and memories, called lack, rather than deal with the psychological harm they'd suffered. Copies can also be stolen. You may live your life not knowing a copy of yourself has been received on the far side of the solar system to be tortured for information or sold into slavery. Forknappers and soul traders are the lowest of the low, profiting off of transhuman suffering. Resleeving. Digitized minds can also be downloaded. If your current body becomes damaged, obsolete, or inconvenient, you can sleeve into a new one. You can transfer consciousness with the right equipment in less than an hour's time. Your new form could be an Olympic runner, a robotic shell, a digital presence, or even an orbiting shuttle. Members of high-risk professions, such as criminals or firewall sentinels, can be killed multiple times on a mission only to be brought back and sent into the field again and again. Your body is called a sleeve or a morph, and the process of changing morphs is resleeving. Morphs can be biological with organic brains, biomorphs, biological with synthetic brains, pods, robotic, synthmorphs, or purely digital, infomorph. Ego manipulation. Morphs are temporary. Your mind is what defines who you are. Your ego is your skills, memories, and personality. Multiple copies of your ego, called forks, can operate simultaneously and independently, each fork effectively its own person. Forks can be electronically transferred across the solar system at the speed of light, uploading at a facility on Mars to be resleeved on Ceres and back again by dinner. Forks can also be passively stored for later use, brought online only if certain criteria are met. You also have the opportunity to directly manipulate your ego. With psychosurgery, you can alter your behavioral traits, remove memories to ease previous traumas, prune forks to fulfill specialized roles, and merge forks back into your primary persona. The mesh. Nearly every object is wireless and computerized. Each of these devices links to its neighbors to join the local network, sharing processing capabilities and functionality. This is the mesh, a hyperconnected, distributed, everywhere network. The mesh offers free and unlimited digital processing power to its citizens. Digital agents crawl the mesh running errands for their masters. You wear or are implanted with mesh inserts that reveal a dazzling augmented reality overlay. Via optic displays, the world blossoms in an elaborate display that can only exist in a virtual world. Wild animals roam electronic storefronts. New fashions include moving dioramas. Every language is seamlessly translated. Every moment is perfectly recorded. Every question taps into the wealth of transhuman knowledge to produce an expert response. But the mesh's omnipresence has its downsides. Everything is hackable and everything is watching. Surveillance is everywhere and accessible to all. Table talk. All characters are assumed to be mesh-connected. This permits them to talk to one another, share first-person video, censor data, and other information even when separated. But use caution. InfoSec-savvy enemies can monitor these discussions or even alter messages between characters. Nanotech. With nanotechnology, you can fabricate almost any good on demand. Nanotech has resulted in novel materials and goods, from stain-proof clothes to molecule-sized robots. Isolated habitats mine minerals and other raw material feedstocks to convert to luxury consumer goods and complex electronics. Scarcity does exist, but as a result of copyright holders and governments using armed force to defend the old economic order. Habitats accepting of post-scarcity economics are more likely to see capitalism as inefficient and abusive. Nanotech is not without its risks. It shrinks the realm of warfare to the microscopic. Invisible clouds of robots can bug rooms, sabotage machines, or disassemble people. Meanwhile, habitats that permit a freedom from scarcity grapple with their citizens manufacturing weapons or conducting deadly experiments. Entire habitats have been destroyed by putting too much trust in creative people. Risks. Existential risks are threats and vulnerabilities with the potential to exterminate or permanently cripple transhumanity. Firewall works to identify and eliminate X-risks at any cost, and many polities have their own organizations to fight them or attempt to harness them. The most dangerous X-risks are the Titan AIs that tormented Earth and the exurgent viruses that continue to infect transhumanity. Despite the horrors it has faced, transhumanity continues the frenetic chase for knowledge and profit, blind to the risks that could be lurking at the bleeding edges of art, science, and space. Alien exploration. Explorers have discovered enigmatic gates capable of teleporting gatecrashers across the galaxy. These are Pandora gates, full of excitement and dread for the gatecrashers who use them. As transhumanity charts the borders of the Milky Way, it has discovered remains of alien civilizations. The littered graveyards show reaching the space age is easy, but surviving it is rare. The exception to extinction is a mercantile race called the Factors, whose ships visit the solar system to sell xeno-artifacts at exorbitant prices. The Factors have refused to share the secret of their own survival, leaving transhumanity to stumble through it alone. Factions. Societies are as diverse as transhumans themselves. Techno-socialist utopias and fascist citadels, frontier outposts and roving carnival ships. As people fled Earth, anyone with a ship or a claim on an asteroid could build a habitat, and with it, a new way of doing things. Old governments learned to incorporate refugees to reinforce the existing power structures. To survive, societies learned to provide mutual support and formed factions with like-minded habitats. The dominant factions are the Autonomous Alliance, composed of varied polities bound by their desire for individual empowerment, and the Planetary Consortium, a corporate state that arose from the ashes of Earth and still controls most of the inner system. The Jovian Republic, a bio-chauvinist police state, holds most of the old world's military hardware and acts to return to pre-fall ways of life. Meanwhile, ultra-competitive, specialized, and super-networked hypercorporations release untested technologies and pull down governments as long as it keeps the cycle of profit spinning. Themes. In one session, the player characters, PCs, may explore the ruins of Earth, battling past Titan machines to find a relic of the past. In another, they fight off exhuman hunters until the Pandora Gate opens for them to escape to safety. Around the table, during these moments, the players bathe in the details. But the details feel most poignant because they are an integral part of the setting and the broad themes it encompasses. Even when not the focus, the Eclipse Phase setting and adventures will explore several recurring themes. GMs should use these to define the character of their games. Post-apocalyptic. Transhumanity survives in the shadow of the fall, when the Titans razed Earth and exurgent outbreaks metamorphosed civilians into writhing biological monsters. 95% of the population was exterminated in a few short years. For every person who escaped via shuttle, 10,000 lined up in mass upload facilities, waiting for their minds to be digitized and beamed to orbiting servers. Billions more were consumed by war machines and plagues. Stations took on refugees until life support crashed. A few never made it off Earth but still survive among civilization's bones, hunted by machines. No matter where people set their bed in the solar system, they can look back on their charred homeworld and its rings of devastated stations and frozen corpses. But as a wildfire clears space for new growth, transhumanity is set to rebuild society, seeking new ways of living that would not have been possible under the gaze of Earth's central control. Mars and Luna are centers of commerce. Saturn hosts colonies of culture and science. In the outer reaches, independent habitats incubate new transhuman experiences. As some yearn for the old Earth to soothe traumas, others reach for the stars. Survival. The fall is over, but transhumanity's path forward is pitted with dangers. The Titans left by their own accord, but their death machines still stalk the solar system. The exurgent pestilence lies dormant in shadowed craters, waiting to blossom in mutation and death. The factors, transhumanity's only ally, are ambush predators pleased to litter their chosen with gifts while setting hidden webs. If the external threats don't kill transhumanity, the internal ones may. The major factions are locked in a cold war, waiting for a moment of vulnerability to throw the system into war. Hypercore release products to control or kill competitors, with no focus beyond the next quarter's returns. Ambitious explorers dodge quarantine to sell ominous Titan relics and alien artifacts on the black market. Even normal daily life is rife with danger. Just a loose bolt at orbital velocities can punch through a habitat, venting its precious atmosphere into space. Extinction looms large over transhumanity. We are just one misstep away from blinking out. New technologies bring newer threats. On top of this, xenoarchaeologists have visited thousands of alien worlds, all dead. The civilizations that once thrived there long ago reaped by their own cataclysms. The numbers show that soon too transhumanity will only be cold artifacts, waiting to be catalogued by the next iteration of spacefaring intelligence. Horror. Strange things thrive at the periphery of transhumanity's light. In isolated habitats, exhumans experiment on themselves, accelerating their own evolution into perfect predators. In dark alleys, refugees inject themselves with black market drugs, unaware of exurgent spores now blooming inside of them. As explorers dredge old Titan warrens, they discover survivors, surgically joined into wailing human insects. Even a malfunctioning airlock and a moment's distraction, and a person is snapped in half, watching their legs flop freely in the vacuum of space. Death used to be a merciful escape. Now memories drill into the psyche like water torture. People shed their old, mangled bodies, returning them to the recycler to be resold in the next year's model. But they carry their traumas forever. Adventurers especially accumulate terrors until finally there is nothing left to be done except find somewhere quiet to retire and struggle with their demons. Infection. In biology, an eclipse phase is the period after a cell is infected but before the virus appears within the cell and begins hijacking it. At this stage, the infection is invisible but irreversible. The exsurgent virus survived a decade because of its adaptability, sometimes twisting the body, sometimes anchoring in the mind. No measure seems sufficient to stop it. It just waits until it has an opportunity to mutate and rebuild the victim into something terrible and new. Some survive years with their infection as an asymptomatic typhoid Mary. An unfortunate few manifest psychic powers as a result of their exsurgent taint. A gift of terrible power with an unknown cost. It remains unclear if the virus was created by the Titans or simply spread by them, if it was a mistake of alien evolution or if it is rebuilding transhumans for some greater cause. Anyone who comes into contact with the virus is considered infected and hunted for the remainder of their days. Conspiracy. An assassin takes on the face of their target. Apollody delivers humanitarian aid to a remote habitat, not knowing one of the crew is smuggling Titan machines for the black market. A hypercorp contaminates the air supply with a psychoactive pathogen designed to subdue rebellious behaviors. The new world is one of misdirection and treachery. The Consortium, Jovian Republic, and Autonomous Alliance are locked in a Cold War, marked with propaganda and espionage. Even Firewall is an organization composed of isolated cells that only communicate through anonymous channels under the guidance of unknown benefactors. The rate of change, from aliens to market spikes, is so fast that maps of the political landscape are obsolete before they're published. Alliances are formed of necessity until a message from a distant habitat or a disappeared ship turns the parties into bitter enemies. Because it is impossible to prove identities or motivations, trust is a rare commodity. The virtuous hide their goals behind masks and cut out knowledge from their own brains if it might reveal them later. Firewall sentinels might wonder if the person next to them is their comrade from 100 missions or if that is their empty morph sleeved by an alien intelligence. In this world, friendly fire is a valid tactic. After all, a dead friend can be resleeved. But trust an enemy and you may cease to exist altogether. Science. Science caused the fall that nearly wiped out transhumanity. It was also the cure that permitted some to survive and provides the only path to the stars. PCs wield technology that makes them superhuman, capable of destroying habitats or possibly even planets. But the advanced technology of their enemies approaches omnipotence. PCs must use the tools they have and improvise to create what they're missing. Science always comes with a cost, be it the risk of misuse or the loss of what makes us who we are. In a world where most people are digitized and resleeved versions of their former selves, who have the option of modifying themselves beyond recognition and living in environments unimagined by our forebears, keeping a sense of identity and humanity may prove to be a challenge science alone cannot resolve. Politics. Eclipse Phase explores a universe as it might be. Transhumans across the galaxy, with different backgrounds and challenges. The result is a range of political systems, from representative democracies to bands of mind-joined cultists, from totalitarian regimes to colonies of forking and merging versions of a single seed personality. Many are familiar, some fantastical, a few obscene. Characters must learn the local customs, but may also pause to appreciate the diversity of the transhuman experience. The technology available in Eclipse Phase has a direct impact on politics. The immense age and wealth of the oligarchs enables them to influence the lives of millions. Accessible nanofabrication undermines scarcity capitalism. Uplifts and AGIs demand equal personhood status. Forking challenges the legitimacy of voting in democracies. The ability to hack minds and surveil all paves the path to totalitarianism. Change. The evolution of transhuman society is rapid. The confluence of emerging technologies creates inevitable social upheavals. Norms are erased as quickly as they form. Ideas once considered outrageous or utopian float tantalizingly near. Institutions once assumed to be eternal and inescapable, like the divine right of kings, now exhibit cracks in their foundations or mutate overnight into something wondrously unexpected. Transhumanity itself is transforming. What it might be like in 2 years is uncertain, much less 20. The political map of the solar system could realign, another X-risk could scatter transhumanity to the stars, or the species could advance to a post-biological stage, leaving only the bioconservatives behind. The only thing that is certain is the future's uncertainty. Core campaigns. There are 3 default stories or campaign settings for Eclipse Phase: the Firewall Investigation and Containment Campaign, the Gatecrashing Exploration Campaign, and the Criminal Action Campaign. Each of these will touch on the various Eclipse Phase themes and concepts, but usually focus on a particular range of adventures and motivations. Some stories may jump the boundaries between campaign styles. For example, criminals may lay low by gatecrashing to an exoplanet, or firewall agents may need to establish underworld contacts to conduct a dangerous heist. Adventures may also be run independently of one another without connecting to a larger story, using either the same characters across multiple adventures or characters built specifically for that mission. Firewall Campaign. The primary focus of Eclipse Phase is the band of clandestine operatives taking on the major threats faced by transhumanity. In this campaign, the characters work for a secret, cross-factional organization called Firewall as agents or new recruits. Firewall acts to contain and destroy X-risks that threaten the existence of transhumanity. Characters are recruited from all factions, or occasionally hired as mercenaries if the threat of extinction alone is not sufficient motivation. The PCs are issued a mission by a handler called a proxy and are the first line in investigating and stopping the threat. The situation is usually still developing, so the briefing may be missing critical details. The PCs are independent and undercover as they operate in a foreign habitat or hostile environment, dogged by local authorities. They have the discretion to act as they see fit to address the threat at hand. Sentinels are frequently expected to sacrifice themselves, either by facing down impossible odds or by destroying themselves to prevent the spread of alien infection. When Sentinels fail, the backup plan may be to destroy the entire habitat. Firewall is extreme in its measures, but if the alternative will kill millions or billions, the razing of a single habitat is an acceptable loss. All of the sample characters and teams consist of Firewall agents. However, 2 teams are primarily designed for Firewall campaigns, one each for the inner and outer parts of the solar system. The Sunward Ops team includes Dante, Hex, Chi, and Sava. Still kicking Martian dust off their boots, this team is experienced with planetary environments, overbearing governments, hypercore, and the odd throwdown. In the inner system, missions feature abandoned Titan machines, corporate machinations, and political intrigue. The big powers are the Planetary Consortium, the Morningstar constellation claiming Venus, the conservative Lunar Lagrange Alliance, the hypercore, and the oligarch spinning webs behind the scenes. Conflicts between the powers are common. Trust is hard-won, when every organization is riddled with puppets and mobsters. A sharp mind and a good dose of paranoia are critical in staying alive. Securing the Big Black is the Rimward Ops team with Chi, Killjoy, Jal, and Zahiri. Out here, habitats are usually smaller and isolated. Fading into the background may be impossible, and backup is months away. The PCs must be able to operate in whatever wild frontier or research station trouble has taken root. Far from the major powers, the rules are more flexible, but suspicious locals are quick to airlock strangers. The characters are likely to find themselves stranded in a situation far more complex than they were equipped for and forced to improvise to survive. The major factions include the Titanians, Jovians, Anarchists, Ultimates, and Brinkers. Outer system missions focus more on containing infections, fighting off monstrous posthumans, investigating weird experiments, and delaying war with the Jovians. Gatecrashing Campaign. Gatecrashing campaigns focus on a team of explorers tasked or volunteering to go through Pandora gates to remote exoplanets. Usually they are the first in team. The space immediately around the gate is known to be survivable. For anything past 10 meters, there's no guarantee. The characters are equipped with everything they need to survive, as determined by the company's finance department or their own crowdsourcing. Once through the gate, the The PCs are expected to map the area and bring back artifacts or resource claims that will make their sponsors rich. They step through the gate knowing they're disposable. If they become infected, they die. If they are mortally wounded from accidents or animal attacks, they die. Forget a critical tool to keep life support pumping, they die. If they're late getting to the gate for their retrieval time, they're trapped on an alien planet until they die. Most gatecrashers can list off dozens of corpses they've left to decay across the galaxy. Gatecrashers lose sleep at night knowing versions of themselves may still be trapped at some forgotten dig, alone until life support finally runs out. It's part of the job. Most exoplanets are uninhabited by transhumans but frequently have vibrant and hungry alien ecosystems. Alien artifacts are a rare and lucrative find. Gatecrashers also serve as a first-tier R&D team, appraising what is worth bringing back for reverse engineering, what's worthless archaeological detritus, and what's a deadly weapon waiting to vaporize curious gatecrashing teams. Gatecrashing missions may last as little as an hour, as teams complete the first site report, or may be a permanent part of a new colony. The team of gatecrashing ops is Astica, Jinx, Shrike, and Whisper. A mishmash of backgrounds, they're brought together by corporate fiat more than choice. Keeping a cohesive team under stress or the promise of a larger cut is hard, and when the bodies start falling, it's the survivors who will give the final mission report. Criminal campaign. Sometimes the lure of adventure needs a little financial incentive. This campaign circles around a band of criminals, either independent or associated with a larger cartel, focused on amassing credits and power. Sometimes this warrants discretion, to keep assets secret and the operation protected. Other times it means deorbiting a habitat and watching it burn on the way down. The team is focused on efficiency in profit-making. The criminal scene has changed drastically since the fall. Biohackers override built-in Terminator genes meant to force people to pay subscription fees to keep their bodies from collapsing. Fornappers steal backups of financiers to extract passcodes. Zone stalkers flip Titan War technology or samples of volatile exurgent contagions for a handsome profit. Triads compete with the Night Cartel in turf wars to push their new redlining experience playbacks. In many places, the syndicates provide the only form of social services available. The Triads especially smuggle medical equipment to hidden clinics and provide militias to fight against outside threats. Criminal PCs may find themselves fighting on behalf of a grassroots government against consortium jackboots as often as lifting overpriced alien leavings from wealthy collectors. The criminal Guanxi Ops characters, a team brought together in the underground, are Amaru Timoti, Burke, Ellis, and Pivo. Alternative campaigns. The solar system is large and full of stories. Game masters may wish to pursue another type of campaign altogether. Other possible campaigns include salvage and rescue ops. The fall left hundreds of abandoned craft and habitats in orbit, and the smallest objects from Earth are worth a fortune. An enterprising team willing to face Titan war machines and hostile survivors stands to make a tidy profit. Mercenary ops. Mercs are the de facto military for many factions, relied on extensively for espionage and deniable strikes. Mercenary work won't necessarily be messy, although it usually is. A team of assassins who can kill the target and permanently corrupt their backups can usually name their price. Researching ops. Pursuit of knowledge can put characters right on the precipice. Thanks to cheap backups, researchers are expected to take high-risk ventures for their findings. Sample adventures include ecological surveys of Titan, xenoarchaeology on dead planets, SETI programs on isolated brinker habitats, or reverse engineering Pandora gates to alter space and time. Political ops. Many polities seem to loathe their own citizens. Bigotry and state violence are common. Those individuals who take a stand against oppression risk permanent erasure. Political activists dive deep into entangling alliances and buried corpses. Guerrilla artists, journalists, and resistance fighters work to undermine their governments and sabotage brutal state actions. Coordinating with outside factions to secure allies and resources is a necessary evil. Earth survival ops. The characters have been left behind. During the Exodus, they were not able to escape the planet and were unlucky enough to survive the fallout. Now they must dodge Titan war machines, radiation zones, and a weather system gone mad. Character archetypes. Characters are defined by their skills and reputation. The combined party needs a broad range of skills to overcome the challenges arrayed against them. These might include gathering resources, winning allies, researching, infiltrating or defending mesh systems, repairing or improvising a critical tool, combat, and finally applying what they have learned to a resolution. The skills the party must bring to the table can be roughly grouped as combat, social, technical, and knowledge. These establish the four broad archetypes in Eclipse Phase: the fighter, the face, the techie or hacker, and the scientist or artist. In smaller groups, PCs may want to fill multiple archetypes, while minimizing overlap. In larger groups, characters benefit more from specialization. Players should coordinate to avoid specialties that overlap too closely, but different specialties in the same field can create force multipliers. Each of the archetypes below lists suggested career and interest skill packages to take during character creation, page 40 to 42 in brackets after the entry. Combat. Even the most cunning party will eventually be in a situation that must be resolved by brute force. Most characters should have some combat effectiveness. The fighters are those characters who specialize in a range of combat methods, so they can always adapt to the situation at hand. Critical skills include guns, infiltrate, athletics, and fray, and they will have a morph outfitted to take a pounding. Melee skill should also be considered, but in a high-tech setting of armor and bots, it may not be as effective as other options. For groups of 6 players, it is recommended to have at least 2 fighters. Some example fighters include direct action and Medusan shield mercenaries, firewall erasers. These characters deploy heavy-duty hardware to utterly destroy the target. They are the ideal character for slash-and-burn operations. What they bring in explosives they lack in subtlety and discretion. Their obvious combat morphs and oversized weapons will invite scrutiny during operations. Career soldier. Earth survivors and freedom fighters. These characters have learned to survive under the nose of a vastly superior enemy. They are capable with light, heavy, and improvised weapons, and bring a diversity of technical and knowledge skills to endure when conditions are tight. Career. Covert operative/scavenger. Interest. Fighter/survivalist. Ego hunters, police, and militia. This character knows how to navigate the micrograv jungle to locate their target. They have a strong focus on social networks and investigation skills. Their combat is usually focused and discreet, but their training relies on reinforcements when facing a stronger enemy. A good addition when the party isn't looking for a body count. Career. Enforcer/investigator. Interest. Fighter/forensics specialist. Assassins. The assassin uses stealth and trickery to avoid direct confrontation. They have a wide toolbox and can leverage everything from nanotoxins to explosives to get the job done. The assassin's reliance on stealth may become a hindrance during confrontations. An assassin who is caught unawares, who has not mapped the environment and prepared multiple attack and escape routes, doesn't survive long. Career. Covert operative/soldier. Interest. Rogue/jack of all trades. Social. All doors open for the face, who knows who to talk to and what accounts to grease. While all characters should have some level of social skills and reputation, the face is the one who can sweet-talk themselves right into the central control room. Sample social archetypes include glitterati. Vid stars, oligarchs, and politicians. They're famous enough they've had to trademark their face. They can usually get what they want done through force of will alone, but when that falls short, a healthy bankroll will bring in the people who can. For the glitterati, fame is a double-edged sword, as they are very sensitive to being caught in scandal. Firewall work is fine, as long as they're able to deny it publicly. Career. Face. Interest. Artist/icon or networker. Spies and con artists. Sometimes it's not who you know, but who you are. The con artist relies on perfect mimicry and a heavy dose of infosec to pass themselves off as a corporate head or a Martian ranger. Whatever the role necessary to get a guided tour to the target's front door. Career. Covert operative/face. Interest. Networker/rogue. Negotiators. This character has the gift of gab and the rep to flex it. Fixers, auctioneers, and lawyers, they can get anyone to see things their way. Their skills extend beyond haggling. A good negotiator can convince opponents to back off or call in favors when the chips are down. Career, face. Mind hackers. Through skill in psychosurgery or psychic sleights, the character peels back layers of their target's mind to lay it bare or rebuild it as they see fit. Mind hackers are useful for any investigative team for their ability to isolate secrets, but also on high-stress teams for their skill in unwinding their allies' accumulated traumas. Investigators and journalists. Ideal for sussing out information from an uncooperative target, investigators have skills in perception, persuasion, research, and a host of technical and knowledge fields. This mix is ideal for unraveling whatever situation the team is stuck in. Career. Hacker/investigator. Interest. Networker/rogue. Technical. The techie specializes in using, repairing, and abusing technology, either hardware or software. The techie is the hero when life support is running out and the AI has turned hostile. During combat, the techie can shut down the enemy's tools or provide forward observers for the combat characters. The most common technical characters are hackers. Hackers are critical for their ability to pull data during an investigation. Dirt like camera feeds, forgotten life logs, and illicit shipping ledgers hang out in forgotten caches, waiting to be dug up. The hacker keeps just as busy tidying up their own group's mess by erasing their camera logs and digital footprints. In combat, hackers are lethal. As long as their team can buy them time, hackers can eject magazines from guns, jam friend or foe targeting on security systems, open airlocks behind enemy lines, or even shut down offending synthmorphs. Career, hacker. Engineer. When the team wakes up on a station being consumed by gray goo in a decaying orbit, and also the commander's seat sticks, it falls on the engineer to save the day. The engineer has a range of mechanical and hardware skills to fix what's broken or modify something else to work just as well. Career, techie. Bot jammers. The jammer fields a team of sophisticated combat drones, disposable bots, and nanomachines. Used in tandem, the jammer has mastery of the battlefield. Tied into the group's tactical network, the jammer's bots scout the map. Snipers harass the enemy. Remote spy drones plant radio taps in air-gapped networks. Armored bots take on suicide missions so the team can escape. The bot jammer is practically a full combat squad all on their own. Career. Hacker/techie. Interest. Jammer. Scavengers. The team has minutes to act before people die. Without power or parts, the engineer quits in disgust. This is where the scavenger thrives. The scavenger pulls through the bones of the habitat to form something new. They can slap together a CO, scrubber from old batteries and cooking supplies. They can scrap the crashed shuttle to rebuild the synthmorph. Once the team sets out, the scavenger has the eye for every diamond of valuable technology buried in the debris. And when they return home, the scavenger knows where to flip that trash to pull in a tidy profit. WN Career. Scavenger. Interest. Artist/icon or networker. Knowledge. No skills are those most specific to the mission. Gatecrashers will need the xenoarchaeologist to analyze recovered artifacts. A chemist is recruited to identify the new drug on the streets. The most common roles include gene hackers. Gene hackers design custom animals, morphs, and bacteria. Gene hackers usually can fill in the medic role, but they will also be the lead in understanding the alien corpse, the bioplague, and the exurgent beast. When provided with the laboratory and time, they might even be able to cure whatever affliction is consuming the habitat or, in the right group, create their own, more devastating threat to release. Career, gene hacker. Xenoarchaeologists. Exoplanet exploration is the source for the most drastic leaps in technology, as gatecrashers dredge up forgotten alien devices. Unfortunately, all of those dead species means transhumanity is also bringing back all those deadly threats. When the party is grave robbing, the xenoarchaeologist isn't just documenting how a foreign culture lived. They're identifying what that dangerous object is or whether that creature is a pet or a predator. Career. Explorer/scientist. Titan researcher. The Titan researcher prods the leavings of the AIs who nearly exterminated transhumanity. Any work with Titan remains has a high mortality rate. Many specialists are motivated by the high price Titan technology can get on the black market. A few risk death and insanity to understand how the Titans came to be and why they left. Regardless of the motivation, Titan researchers have a reputation for being a little reckless with their own survival. Career: scavenger, scientist, techie. Interest: survivalist. Setting overview. The solar system is dark. The Earth was once a beacon of mass media and telephone calls. Now the only transmitters are abandoned distress beacons. Cries for help left on loop. Around it are belts of abandoned habitats and debris, guarded by networks of killsats that vaporize indiscriminately. Out of the 8 billion transhumans prior to the fall, fewer than 500 million still survive across all known space. Inner system. Most survivors stayed in the inner system, expanding the established colonies on Mars and rebuilding Luna to support the hundreds of thousands of refugees that escaped there. Most of these orbital and inner system habitats continue the pre-fall traditions of capitalism and liberal democracies, but adapted to a hyperconnected reality. The hypercore wield immense power here, enforcing ideal business conditions at the expense of the general population. The real power, however, lies in the hands of ancient and immensely rich oligarchs who exert their influence behind the curtain. While inter-system governments do provide basic needs for their citizens, the masses of freelancers must hustle from one gig to the next, while bereft refugees and indentures work thankless jobs for an opportunity at a new morph and a new life. Only the wealthy enjoy the full liberty available from advanced technologies. The Planetary Consortium is the dominant faction here, working hard to establish Mars as transhumanity's new homeworld. They engage in espionage and propaganda against their economic rivals, the Lunar Lagrange Alliance that retains power over Earth's orbit and moon, and the Morningstar Constellation, a recent breakaway faction that seeks Venusian sovereignty. Main Belt. The demarcation line between the inner and outer systems is a melting pot of cultures and factions. A number of independent habitats thrive here, providing a forum for autonomists and hypercapitalists to mingle and deal. Various criminal cartels maintain a presence as well, far from legal interference. The major habitat extropia is known as an independent anarcho-capitalist stronghold, where mutual contracts and freelance courts are the only law. Jovian space. During the fear and uncertainty of the fall, U.S. and allied South American military units in Jovian orbit attacked their Chinese and Russian rivals, seizing control of civilian centers. The result of this martial law is the Jovian Republic. It is democratic in name, but realistically the population is managed under a military rule, referred to as the junta in most non-Jovian media outlets. The Republic is known as a bastion of religion and bioconservatism. They decry the resleeved and forks as soulless copies, and therefore non-human. To them, uplifts and AGIs are abominations of nature, and both AI and nanotech are dangerous tools, likely to lead to another fall. They enforce their hegemony through a powerful secret police and by holding the majority of the pre-fall's remaining warships. The Republic's resistance to modern technologies also means they are quickly becoming obsolete and outnumbered, a fear that has only made Republic leadership more aggressive. Outer system. It's difficult to appreciate how empty space is. Traveling at light speed. A message from Mars to Luna takes about 12 minutes on average. To Jupiter, almost an hour. To Uranus, 2-3 hours. To Pluto, 6 hours. The fastest ships, sparing no expense, take weeks or months to reach places in the outer system. Outside of their immediate neighborhoods, the moons of the gas giants or clusters of Trojan asteroids, the outer system stations are isolated and remote from each other. Saturn's moons provide the most dense and diverse region, home to a number of research facilities, independent colonies, and the domed metropolises of Titan. They are the most established faction of the Autonomous Alliance, with the largest intelligence and military services. Other habitats throughout the outer system operate as anarchist communes, privately owned corporate states, hierarchical research facilities, or more unusual structures. Best known are the nomadic scum swarms, cycling through the system to bring their experimental art and black and red markets to all. While isolated, most habitats participate as members of the Autonomous Alliance, to share information, collaborate on matters of common interest, and provide mutual aid and defense. These habitats thrive on their independence, which can also hamstring their ability to cooperate. As a whole, their best defense is their remoteness. Historically, however, when a common threat has arisen, such as the brief Locust conflict, they are able to muster a defense with navies, missiles, hackers, and connections to resistance forces embedded within their enemies. The Fringe. The Fringe encompasses all of the less traveled areas of the solar system, from the odd asteroid families and lone remote stations of the inner system to the Kuiper belt and eccentric orbits of various outer system objects. These are home to brinkers, ultimates, and factions too extreme for even the Autonomous Alliance. Here both hypercore and criminal cartels pursue secret projects. Exhumans also lurk on the fringe, cutting away anything they see as weakness, be it their fleshy body or their empathy. They haunt the outer reaches, capturing and consuming any transhuman ships foolish enough to come within range. Exoplanets. Explorers have discovered Pandora gates, enigmatic structures of unknown origin. These can be used to create wormholes and connect to other gates scattered through the galaxy. Gatecrashers enter the gate on one side to appear on the other instantaneously. The other side, however, is not necessarily friendly. Gatecrashers have appeared in pools of magma, in deadly rat mazes of alien construction, and in wild jungles under a strange blue sun. The 5 known gates within the solar system are contested and tightly controlled. Factions that control gates have access to thousands of known exoplanets, and hundreds of thousands yet undiscovered. Transhumans have established hundreds of exoplanet colonies and outposts on a wide variety of worlds. Gatecrashers trawl the gate network for untapped resources, lost alien civilizations, and locked away secrets. Many do not return. The Mesh. The Mesh has changed how people live. Deep conspiracies leave digital crumbs that can be teased apart if the investigator knows where to look. Hackers can manipulate AR feeds and newscasts, altering a target's understanding of reality. Entire habitats have migrated to a purely digital existence, with tens of thousands of infomorph citizens carrying on their business in accelerated time. Most consider the Mesh another life enhancement, a faster way to deliver content, to interact with products. For others, virtual living is transhumanity's greatest frontier. Habitat Primer. Transhumans carve out safety from the dangers of space with these common habitat types. Habitats. Page 116. Aerostats float like balloons in dense atmospheres. They are common on Venus and Uranus. Bathyscaphes are underwater habitats tethered to the ground or ice surface. These are used on Europa, Ceres, and other subterranean seas. Beehives are warrens of tunnels cut into an asteroid or small moon. They are rarely spun for simulated gravity. Clusters are interconnected modules existing in microgravity. Cylinders are massive, hollow, kilometers long, can spun for gravity, with terraformed interiors. Hamilton cylinders are partly organic and rely on advanced nanotechnology to self-construct. Reagan cylinders are older, inefficient designs using hollowed asteroids in the Jovian Republic. Domes are temporary inflatable or permanent pressurized structures built on the surface of an asteroid, moon, or planetary body. Processor loci are just protected servers floating in orbit for use by infomorph communities. Shells are cluster habitats built within a protective outer layer or covered framework of rings and spars. Spheres are hollow bubbles, usually hollowed-out asteroids with terraformed interiors, spun for low gravity. Subsurface habs are simply structures built underground, usually on moons or planets with little atmosphere. The ground above protects from solar radiation. Swarms are flotillas of nomadic spacecraft, sometimes interlinked or towing habitats. They are favored by the scum. Tin cans are small, cramped modules, frequently little more than a pressure shell and life support. They are cheap and common, especially among brinkers. Toruses are ring-shaped and spun for gravity, sometimes with multiple tori spinning in opposite directions, sometimes linked to microgravity structures. How to play. Eclipse Phase is played as a collaborative storytelling project that takes place in the player's imaginations. The Game Master, GM, details the setting, portrays the NPCs, adjudicates rules, and sets the stage for the adventure scenario. The players take on the role of their characters and describe their actions. Each character is defined by a set of characteristics, skills, traits, etc., listed on their character sheet. When the characters encounter difficulties or engage in conflicts with NPCs, dice are used to determine the outcome. Dice basics. Eclipse Phase uses two 10-sided dice for skill tests and most other rolls. Rolled dice are read as percentiles, D100, with the first die serving as the tens digit and the second as the ones digit. Percentile dice rolls result in a number between 0 and 99. 00 is read as 0. A roll of 5 and 3, for example, is read as 53. Use different colored dice to note which one to read first or use 10-siders made for percentile rolling. For some other rolls, damage, stress, recharging pools, Eclipse Phase uses both 6-sided D6 and 10-sided D10 dice. These dice are added together, sometimes with a modifier, to get the result. A 2d10 plus 3 damage roll of 5 and a 3 would result in an 11. In a few rare cases, the rules may call for division. In this case, always round normally e. A result of 1.5 or higher is rounded to 2. When to roll the dice. Roll the dice when the results may influence the plot or have other consequences, when the situation is challenging, when a character is unskilled, or when a character is opposed by another force. Don't make tests for mundane, everyday tasks. A skill of 40 or more assumes a professional level of competency. You don't need to roll every time your character pilots a ship, looks up something basic online, or talks to an NPC. To speed things along, you and the GM should assume characters breeze through the easy stuff. Save the dice rolling for situations with dramatic stakes. Making tests. When the GM calls for a test, roll percentile dice and compare the result to the target number. The target number is based on the character's skill, aptitude check, or rep network score. If the result is equal to or less than the target number, the test succeeds. If the result is higher, the test fails. Though you want to roll equal to or under the target number, you also want to roll as high as possible in order to get a superior success 31 or to beat your opponent in opposed tests greater than 32. Who rolls? Players roll the dice when making tests for their characters. GMs roll for NPCs. Sometimes the GM makes tests for PCs in secret, so as not to alert players to something their characters wouldn't know, like whether or not they spot a clue. It's a good idea for GMs to keep a copy of the PC character sheets on hand. Treat multiple characters engaging in the same activity, such as a group searching a room or someone attempting to calm an angry mob, as a single entity. In this case, simply roll once for the group using the highest skill among them or the lowest if the group is an impediment. If the result may separately impact multiple characters, however, have them roll individually. If a group of characters actively cooperates on a test, use the teamwork rules, page 31. Difficulty and modifiers. Fixing a common glitch in your favorite robot isn't as difficult as repairing an unknown malfunction on an unfamiliar model. These degrees of difficulty are represented by modifiers, adjustments that raise or lower the target number. An easy test provides a positive modifier, increasing the target number. A hard test inflicts a negative modifier. Modifiers are assigned in multiples of 10, ranging from plus 10 to plus 30 and minus 10 to minus 30, as noted on the modifiers table. In addition to the test's inherent challenge level, various situational aspects may also influence the test, such as high-quality gear, poor environmental conditions, or the health of the character. These factors are also represented as modifiers based on their level of severity, as noted on the modifiers table. GMs assign modifiers as appropriate to the situation. If multiple circumstances affect a test, we strongly suggest the GM assess the situation as a whole and apply a single modifier based on the overall net effect, rather than taking the time to itemize individual modifiers. No set of multiple modifiers should impact a test by more than plus or minus 60. Superior results. 33/66 rule. Sometimes you will rock your test with flair. Sometimes you will fumble it with indignity. On a roll of 33 or more that succeeds, you get a superior success. On a roll of 66 or more, you get 2 superior successes. On a roll of 66 or less that fails, you get a superior failure. On a roll of 33 or less, you get 2 superior failures. For each superior result, choose one of the following. For 2 superior results, you may choose 2 of the following or 1 twice for double the effect. Quality. The work is more exact. Success. or more sloppy, failure. This may affect subsequent tests by plus or minus 10. Quantity. The test consumes fewer, success, or more, failure, materials or produces fewer or more results. Detail. You acquire information that is much more in-depth or nuanced, success, or false, failure. Time. Task actions only, the action takes a shorter, success, or longer, failure, amount of time, by plus or minus 25%. Covertness. The action is less, success, or more, failure, obvious or draws less or more attention, plus or minus 10 as appropriate. Damage. Successes inflict more, plus 1d6, damage, failures miss. Use superior results for extra style and oomph factor when making tests. Superior results may not apply to every dice roll. A binary success/failure is often enough to move the story forward. This is especially true for tests that fail. The consequences may be severe enough without needing to know how badly the character screwed up. GMs make the final call on when/how to apply superior results. Criticals. When you roll doubles on a test 0, 0, 11, 22, etc., you score a critical result. If you roll a critical and succeed, you get a critical success. If you roll a critical and fail, you score a critical failure. A roll of 0, 0 is always a critical success. A roll of 99 is always a critical failure, no matter the target number. Criticals have more impact than superior results. They represent wow, moments where you stun onlookers with your proficiency or ineptness. They provide extra bonus effects/penalties, as determined by the GM. Here are some examples. Double the damage you inflict with an attack. Gain a plus or minus 20 modifier to the next test you make. Take an extra action, critical success, or lose your next action, critical failure. Break a weapon/tool, critical failure. You are encouraged to devise creative critical results as appropriate to the situation. If a critical is also a superior result, only the critical applies. Defaulting. If you lack the skill you need to make a test, you can rely on your character's innate talents and default to the skills linked to aptitude instead. Aptitudes, 36. For example, if you lack gun skill, you can still shoot using your reflexes aptitude as the target number. There is no modifier for defaulting on a skill test, but critical successes are ignored. In some cases, the GM may allow you to default to a related skill. For example, someone trying to repair a gun without any hardware skills could default to their gun skill. In this case, a minus 10 to minus 30 modifier applies, depending on how closely the skills are related. The GM may decide that some tests require specialized knowledge or training and so cannot be defaulted on. Teamwork. Multiple characters may cooperate on a test, such as pushing open a door or repairing a robot together. These collaborators must reasonably be able to communicate and work together in an efficient fashion. Only one character rolls for the test, usually the one with the highest skill. Each additional contributing character provides a plus 10 modifier, up to a maximum of plus 30. Only the character making the test can use pools page 34 to affect the test. For tests involving technical or vehicle skills page 48. Collaborating characters must possess the tested skill at 40 or more to provide a teamwork bonus. Types of tests. There are two types of tests in Eclipse Phase: success and opposed. Success tests. Success tests are the most common type of test. Use them whenever your character acts without direct opposition. Most skill tests, rep network tests, and aptitude checks are handled as success tests and require a quick or complex action to complete. Success tests are described under Making Tests, page 30. Trying again. If you fail a test, you may try again, but with a cumulative minus 10 modifier. So your first retry will be at minus 10, your second at minus 20, your third at 30, and so on. In some cases, the GM may rule that reattempts are not possible, such as situations where you have only one chance to succeed before circumstances change. Opposed tests. Opposed tests are called for when you are directly opposed by an NPC or other force. Negotiating, arm wrestling, pickpocketing, and combat are all examples of opposed tests. Opposed tests are more difficult. You must not only succeed but also beat your opponent. When making an opposed test, both sides make a test as described above. Modifiers are applied to whichever side gains an advantage, a negotiation where one party has inside information, or to both sides if equally affected, two runners competing on a slippery surface. If one opponent succeeds and the other fails, the successful one wins the contest. If both sides roll under their target number, whomever rolls highest wins and succeeds. The other either fails or succeeds but loses. If both sides tie or fail, either the opponents remain deadlocked or the highest roll or skill wins and succeeds. GM's choice. Critical successes trump high rolls on opposed tests. If both sides succeed, but the lower roller gets a critical, they pull an upset victory from the clutches of defeat. If both opponents roll critical successes, the higher roll or skill if tied wins with a critical, the loser fails or succeeds but loses. Actions and time. Do you have time to leap across the micrograv module and defuse the bomb? Can you get your vac suit on before the hole in the ship vents all the air? Most of your actions are handled in a freeform manner, with the GM only loosely tracking time. When timing and the order of actions become important, Eclipse Phase uses action turns to measure time in scenes. The type of actions you can make break down into 4 types: automatic, quick, complex, and task actions. Action turns. An action turn represents roughly 3 seconds. During each action turn, you may undertake one of the following: 1 complex action and 1 quick action, 1 task action and 1 quick action, 3 quick actions. Additionally, you may take any number of automatic actions per action turn. The GM may allow you to make additional quick actions, depending on their nature. Note that basic movement such as walking or running is an automatic action. Movement page 230. More complex forms of movement, however, may require quick, complex, or even task actions. Automatic actions. Automatic actions are always on, reflexive, or otherwise require no effort to initiate. This includes base and full movement. Examples: base move, basic perception, breathing, defending against an attack, dropping prone, dropping something; full move, resisting damage, speaking a simple sentence or two. Quick actions. Quick actions take a fraction of a second or require so little cognitive effort that you can do them while undertaking something else. Examples: activating or deactivating a device, conveying complex information, detailed perception, drawing a weapon, ducking behind cover, gesturing, jumping, opening a door, picking something up, quick aim, standing up, taking a drug. Complex actions. Complex actions require a few seconds of concentration and effort. Examples: attacking in melee, examining, finding something in a bag, full aim, full defense, non-standard movement, reloading a weapon, rushing, shooting a gun, using a complex device. Task actions. Task actions require more than a few seconds to complete. Each task action has a time frame, the base amount of time required to finish it. Time frames may be measured in action turns, minutes, hours, days, or even months. The actual time to complete a task is equal to the time frame adjusted by any superior results page 31 you score on the test. You may interrupt your work on a task and continue it later, unless the GM specifically rules the task requires uninterrupted effort. For task actions with time frames of 1 day or longer, it is assumed that 8 hours of effort equals 1 day of work. If you spend more or less time per day, adjust the time taken accordingly. If you fail a task action, you expend 25% of the time frame, plus 25% per superior failure, before you realize you have failed. Examples: climbing, hacking, infiltration, medical examination, programming, repairing, scientific analysis, searching a room, swimming, thorough investigation, recharging. Taking time. You may take extra time on a test, gaining a bonus for careful and methodical work. For each minute you take completing a test as a task action that normally only requires a quick or complex action, apply a +10 modifier, up to a maximum of +60. At the GM's discretion, you automatically succeed once your target number exceeds 100. For task action tests that already require time to complete, the time frame must be increased by +25% for each +10 bonus. Rushing the job. You may try to finish a task action in less time by accepting a penalty to your test. For every 25% you reduce the time frame, you incur a -20 modifier, up to a maximum 75% reduction, minus 60 modifier. Though this time frame reduction is compatible with other reductions, no time frame may be reduced more than 75% total. Initiative and order of actions. Timing in an action turn can be critical. It may mean life or death for a character who needs to get behind cover equals before an opponent draws and fires their gun. The order of actions between multiple characters within a turn is determined by initiative. Your initiative stat is equal to intuition plus reflexes, plus 5. This score may be further modified by wear, drugs, psi, or wounds. Initiative order. At the beginning of an action sequence, every character rolls for initiative. Roll 1d6 and add your initiative stat. The highest total goes first, followed by the other characters in descending order. In the event of a tie, characters go simultaneously, or resolve by highest REF or roll-off. In initiative order, declare and resolve the actions you will take that action turn. Once everyone has gone, a new action turn starts using the same initiative order. When it is no longer necessary to minutely keep track of who goes when, you can drop out of initiative order and return to freeform game time. Taking the initiative. You may spend Vigor, page 34, to go first in initiative order. You may also spend Insight to go first, if you are only taking mental or mesh actions and no physical movement. You return to your regular initiative roll order the next round. If multiple characters spend Insight or Vigor, they go in initiative order first, followed by everyone else. Delaying actions. You may choose to delay until later in the initiative order. You can specify when you want to act before or after another character, for example. A specific condition that will cause you to act, i.e., if someone attacks you, or simply go on standby. You can interrupt another character acting later in the initiative order once they have declared their action and go before them. You may interrupt another between their actions or before they take an extra action. Once you act, your place in the initiative order in subsequent turns becomes the count on which you took the delayed action. If you delay past the end of the turn and into the next, your initiative order will change, but you will only get your delayed action that turn. If multiple characters delay and choose to act at the same time, the one with the lowest initiative roll must declare their action first, and the higher initiative character can choose to interrupt or go after. Extra actions. You may spend Vigor or Insight, page 34, for an extra physical or mental action each turn. These extra complex or quick actions take place at the end of the turn, after everyone else has gone. If multiple characters take extra actions, they are handled in initiative order. You cannot take more than 2 extra actions in a single action turn. Pools. Your character acquires points in several pools during character creation and upon sleeving into a morph. These pools reflect your character's transhuman capabilities: augmented intelligence, enhanced physical prowess, elevated charisma. They boost your inherent talent and enable you to face down challenges, overcome obstacles, and achieve impressive feats. Each pool is linked to a different group of aptitudes and skills, and may be used in unique ways to modify your roles or provide other bonuses to your character. Insight pool is linked to mental capabilities, cognition, intuition, and their linked skills. Moxie pool is linked to social interactions, savvy, willpower, and linked skills. It may also be used for rep and infection tests. Vigor pool is linked to physical efforts, reflexes, somatics, and their linked skills. Flex is a wildcard pool. It can be used to affect dice rolls for any tests and for narrative control. Using pools. You may spend points from your pools to affect the tests you make. Choose one of the following options. Each pool may only be used for tests that use their link skills or aptitudes, i.e. a Vigor point can be used on a skill test or aptitude check linked to REF or SOM. Flex may be used on any tests. Unless otherwise noted, only 1 pool point may be spent per test. Before roll, ignore all modifiers to the test. Before roll, add +20 to the test's target number. After roll, flip-flop a D100 roll. For example, 83 becomes 38. After roll, upgrade a success to a superior success, or 1 to 2. After roll, downgrade a critical failure to a regular failure. Ongoing, Insight, Moxie, Vigor only receive +5, 1 point, or +10, 2 points. To all skill tests linked to one aptitude for 24 hours or until your next recharge. Page 35. Various enhancements, where drugs, slights, etc., provide bonuses to your pools. These are cumulative up to a maximum bonus of +5 points to any single pool. Insight. Your mental pool may also be used for one of the following effects. Take the initiative. Go first in an action turn if you are only taking mental or mesh actions and no physical movement. If multiple characters choose this option, they go in initiative order before everyone else. Extra action. Take an extra complex mental or mesh action or 2 quick actions in an action turn. These actions may only be taken after everyone else has gone. If multiple characters choose this option, they go in initiative order after everyone else has taken their turn. Acquire a clue. Gain a hint or lead through investigation, research, or analysis of the facts at hand, without needing to make a test. Moxie. Your social pool may be used to affect rep tests and also for one of the following effects. Ignore trauma. Ignore the effects of one trauma for 24 hours or until your next recharge greater than 35. Refresh rep. Restore rep network favors at a cost of 1 point for a minor favor and 2 points for a moderate favor. Major favors cannot be refreshed this way. Acquire a clue. Get a tip or lead by gathering information via social interactions without needing to make a test. Control your infection. Avoid making an infection test when using a psi slight, asyncs only. Negate gaffe. Ignore a player's social gaffe that the character wouldn't make. Vigor. Your physical pool may also be used for one of the following effects. Take the initiative, go first in an action turn. If multiple characters choose this option, they go in initiative order before everyone else. Extra action. Take an extra complex physical action or 2 quick actions in an action turn. This action may only be taken after everyone else has gone. If multiple characters choose this option, they go in initiative order after everyone else has taken their turn. Ignore wound. Ignore the effects of one wound for 24 hours or until your next recharge. Page 35. Flex. Your wildcard pool may also be used for narrative control. Introduce NPC. A new or existing NPC joins the scene. Their presence must be plausible. You may define one aspect of this NPC, their morph, factional allegiance, a noteworthy skill, a specific trait, etc. The GM determines the other details. Introduce an item. A previously unnoticed item is added to the scene. Its presence must be plausible. The item cannot be offensive, no weapons, and it must be of minor, not rare or restricted, complexity. It can be a useful tool, a necessary piece of gear, or even a clue. The GM determines its placement within the scene and the nature of any clues. Define the environment. You may introduce an environmental factor to a scene. Its presence must be plausible. It should provide a new detail that does not drastically alter the scene. Examples include hiding spots, cover, distractions, shelter, or exploitable elements such as a ladder or window. Define a relationship. You may introduce a new, plausible relationship between your character and an existing NPC. This should be a loose/minor connection rather than a close/serious tie. For example, you may have a common friend, shared history, or old but mild rivalry. You may define the rough basics, but the GM determines the finer points and the NPC's attitude towards your character. Recharging pools. You recover the points you have spent from pools by taking a recharge action to rest and recalibrate. You can't increase a pool above its original rating. Unspent points are lost. There are 2 types of recharge actions: short recharges and long recharges. Short recharge, 2/day. Short recharges are a task action with a time frame of 10 minutes. You may take 2 short recharges per 24-hour period. Each short recharge restores 1d6 pool points. You decide where to allocate them. Some gear or psi slights may provide bonus recharged points. Long recharge, 1/day. A long recharge is a task action with a time frame of 4 hours, 8 for flats and other biomorphs without biomods. You may only benefit from 1 long recharge per 24-hour period. A long recharge completely recharged your pools to their full value. While recharging, you may only engage in light, non-strenuous activity. Eating, browsing the mesh, talking, reloading, taking watch, etc. Recharge timeframes cannot be shortened or interrupted. If they are, the time invested is lost. Temporary pools. Some effects, such as drugs and size lights, provide temporary pool bonuses. These points should be considered extra points that are expended before any of your regular pool points. These bonus points may be restored with a recharge, but only if all of your normal pool points are restored first. If you do not spend bonus points before the duration of the effect ends, they are lost. Character stats. Your character is defined by a number of abilities and scores, all recorded on your character sheet. Ego versus morph. The most important distinction in your stats is the distinction between ego and morph. Your ego represents your mind, personality, memories, inherent traits, and learned skills. It represents your mental state and true self and transfers with you from body to body. Your morph is your physical or sometimes virtual form, the body you currently inhabit. Your morph may change or die, and is sometimes considered expendable, but your ego lives on. Your consciousness's continuity may sometimes be interrupted by an unexpected death, however, or split off onto divergent paths by forking. Both ego and morph may be customized and modified, though mind hacks are a trickier and more dangerous affair. Your aptitudes, skills, and some derived stats and traits all belong to your ego. They stay with you throughout your character's development. Your morph provides you with pools to enhance your skills, durability to represent your health and constitution, implants or robotic enhancements, and some traits and derived stats of its own. These change when you switch to a new morph. It is important to keep your ego and morph stats distinct, especially when resleeving. Aptitudes. Your aptitudes represent your natural, inherent abilities. They are the foundation for your skills. There are 6 aptitude scores. Cognition, COG, represents your intelligence, problem-solving talent, and capacity for logical analysis. Intuition, INT, is your gut instinct and ability to evaluate on the fly. It includes physical awareness, creativity, cleverness, and cunning. Reflexes, REF, is your coordination, manual dexterity, nimbleness, balance, and reaction speed. Savvy, SAV, represents your social awareness, adaptability, empathy, and ability to influence others. Somatics, SOM, is how well you can exploit your morph's physical capabilities, including strength, stamina, and sustained positioning and motion. Willpower, WIL, is your self-control, mental fortitude, and strength of personality. Aptitude checks. You will sometimes rely on your aptitudes to make tests rather than learn skills. Aptitude checks normally only come into play in situations where no skill applies but raw talent does. Some examples: cognition, COG, check. Recall a memory, memorize a number, or resist mental manipulation. Intuition, INT, check. Evaluate a situation, see through an illusion, or grok alien intentions. Reflexes, REF, check. Catch a thrown object, balance, avoid blinding glare, or stop yourself from falling. Savvy, SAV, check. Evaluate a social situation, express empathy, follow etiquette, or resist social manipulation. Somatics, SOM, check. Exercise brute strength, endure hardships, or break free from grapples. Willpower, WIL, check. Keep your composure, steel your resolve, or resist fear or emotional manipulation. Aptitude checks are a derived stat based on your aptitude X3. Skills. Skills represent abilities learned and honed through education and practice. They are described in detail under Skills, page 48. Morph. Your morph is your character's current biological, synthetic, or digital form. This may be the body you were born in or one you sleeved into. Morphs come preloaded with specific traits and implants, noted in the morph description. Morphs, page 54. Don't get too attached to your morph. You are likely to move to a new one at some point during gameplay. Acquiring morphs, page 290. Derived stats. A number of your stats are derived from other stats or aspects of your character. These include initiative. Initiative determines the order in which people act during action turns. Initiative and order of actions, page 33. Wound threshold, WT, the amount of damage you can take before receiving a wound. Physical health, page 220. Durability, DUR, your character's health, determined by your morph physical health, page 220. Death rating, DR, the amount of damage it takes to kill you, determined by morph physical health, page 220. Trauma threshold, TT, the amount of stress you can take before receiving a trauma. Lucidity and stress, page 222. Lucidity, LUC, your character's mental health, based on willpower. Lucidity and stress, page 222. Insanity rating, IR, the amount of stress that will drive you insane, based on willpower. Lucidity and stress, page 222. Pools, your insight, moxie, vigor, and flex pools mostly derived from your morph with a flex bonus from your ego. Pools, page 34. Infection rating. If playing in async, your infection rating indicates the strength of the virus's hold over you. Infection rating, page 272. Traits. Traits are inherent qualities, features, or flaws that help define your character. Positive traits give you bonuses in certain situations. Negative traits apply detriments to your character. Traits either belong to your ego or morph traits, page 72. Rep. Your character has a reputation score in different social networks. This rep will help you score favors, gather information, and acquire necessary gear. Rep scores are used as your target number for rep tests. There are 7 rep networks to choose from. At Rep, the Circle A list for autonomists, anarchists, Titanians, scum, and extropians. CREP, CivicNet, used by the Planetary Consortium, Morningstar Constellation, Lunar Lagrange Alliance, Jovian Republic, and other hypercore and capitalists. FREP, Fame, the media network used by meta-celebrities, journalists, socialites, artists, and glitterati. GREP, Guanxi, the network for triads, cartels, gangs, and other criminal groups. IREP, the Firewall's secret internal network. RREP, research network affiliates used by Argonauts, scientists, technologists, and researchers of all stripes. XREP, ExploreNet, the social network for gatecrashers and exoplanet colonists. Gear. Your character will have access to different types of useful equipment. Weapons, armor, robots, drugs, smart animals, tools, and more. To simplify things, your starting gear is grouped into gear packs based on your starting career. Gear packs, page 68. You will have several options for acquiring gear during gameplay. Acquiring gear, page 312. Motivations. Your motivations define your character's personal agenda, beliefs, and long-term goals. They help you earn res points for character advancement and cope with mental trauma. Step 13. Motivations, page 47. Character creation overview. There are 13 steps to making a character. The first 3 steps involve choosing packages of skills. Step 1. Background column. Your origin and accompanying skills. Step 2. Career, page 40. Your profession and relevant skills. Step 3. Interest, page 42. Your secondary focus and related skills. Step 4. Faction, page 44. Pick your alliance. Step 5. Aptitude template, page 44. Assign your inherent ego stats. Step 6. Total skills, page 45. Total your aptitudes and skill values. Step 7. Languages, page 45. Decide what languages you start with. Step 8. Flex, page 45. Get 1 flex point for free. Step 9. Reputation, page 45. Assign your rep scores in different social networks. Step 10. Customization, page 46. Tweak to your heart's content. Step 11. Derived stats, page 46. Use the values you've assigned to calculate a few remaining stats. Step 12. Starting morph and gear, page 46. Choose a body and gear packs. Step 13. Motivations, page 47. Decide what drives you forward. Character creation advice. A few words of wisdom before you get started. Create as a group. It's best to have a balanced selection of character types, so you can better overcome obstacles and dangers. Work with the other players to make sure you have the basics covered. There are 4 archetypes every Eclipse Phase team can use: combat, face, social, hacker, and scientist. Within those archetypes there are many variations, and it can be worthwhile to overlap in case one PC is removed from the action. Plan ahead. Character creation is a step-by-step process, with the exception of customization points, CP. Everyone gets 20 CP, possibly more, if you also buy negative traits to spend in Step 10, and you can use some or all of these points to increase stats acquired in previous steps. To minimize the need to recalculate anything, try to keep your CP spending options in mind during each step. If you're not quite able to get what you want, that's probably a good time to spend CP. Playing an async. If you're looking to make a psychic character, familiarize yourself with the rules for Psi page 272. You should strongly consider the Lost page 39 and/or Async 42 skill packages, which will give you Psi skill. You will need to purchase the Psi trait page 74 with your customization points, and some other traits may also be of interest. You should also set aside some of your CP to spend on Psi slights page 280. The substrain page 273 you choose will characterize your infection and also provide you with options for the mandatory addiction or mental disorder trait you must take and the free slight you get. Finally, be sure to calculate your infection rating in Step 11. Derived Stats page 46. Step 1. Background. What is your character's origin? Were you born in a slum on Earth before the fall or raised in a protected enclave? Were you an early space colonist or an indentured worker? Each background provides you with a package of active and knowledge skills. Note these on your character sheet. Don't dwell too long on your choice. You'll have an opportunity to acquire other skills and switch some skills around in later steps. For field skills, a short selection of common fields is listed, but you can choose your own. Skills page 48. Alternatively, leave the field unassigned for now and decide on it during gameplay. Colonist. You were an original settler of Earth orbit, Luna, Mars, or a smaller outpost elsewhere before the fall. Enclave. On Earth, you lived a life of precarious but protected stability in a defended enclave. Freelancer. You were a cog in the wheels of hypercapitalism, taking whatever gigs came your way. Hyperelite. You lived in the top percent with abundant wealth and resources. Indenture. With nothing to lose, you sold yourself into a work contract for the off-world hypercore. Infolife. You're an AGI, a digital consciousness born of software code. Isolate. You eked out a self-exiled existence in a remote habitat or ship on the fringes of occupied space. Lost. You are a legacy of the doomed lost generation, undergoing an accelerated growth childhood that left most others sociopathic or insane. You must purchase the Psi trait in Step 10. Underclass. You are a veteran of the slums, favelas, ghettos, and flooded cities of Earth. You used whatever means necessary to get by. Uplift. You are an uplift, the latest generation of bonobo, cetacean, chimpanzee, corvid, gorilla, Neanderthal, octopus, orangutan, or parrot raised to human levels of intelligence. Step 2. Career. What is your character's primary field of expertise? Are you a scientist, a hacker, a gun for hire, or something else? Like your background, your career package provides you with skills. You might look for a package that gives you more diversity or one that complements the skills you've already acquired. Don't worry about doubling up on skills, you can adjust that in a later step. Your career also determines your starting gear packs. Page 68. Academic. You devote your efforts to the pursuit of knowledge. Covert operative. You are a spy, infiltrator, thief, or undercover agent, skilled at accessing places you don't belong. Enforcer. You're a thug, whether you're wielding force for a hypercorp, cartel, habitat overseer, or autonomous militia. Explorer. You've walked on alien worlds and seen things with your own eyes that others wouldn't believe. Face. You excel at convincing others, even when it's not in their best interest. Gene hacker. DNA is your artistic medium. Proteins your weapon of choice. Hacker. Software heeds your beck and call, whether you seek to exploit systems or protect them. Investigator. Few details escape your scrutiny, whether you are a journalist, private investigator, detective, or insurance claims investigator. Medic. You have a background in medicine and experience as a physician, surgeon, paramedic, body bank tech, or other type of medical specialist. Mind hacker. You meld and shape minds and memories. You might be a therapist, memeticist, or psychosurgeon pushing the bounds of cognition. Scavenger. You scrounge through wrecks and ruins of the fall, seeking value in the destruction. Scientist. You seek to understand how the universe works, or at least certain elements of it. Soldier. You serve a habitat polity, hypercorp, or mercenary outfit. Techie. You make and fix things. You might be a roboticist, habitat tech, or artifacts nanoengineer. Step 3. Interest. What else does your character do? Did they have a previous career, a second career, or are they learning a new one? Do they pursue other interests as a hobby, out of curiosity or necessity? Is there an area of work they have specialized in? Your interest provides you with a package of skills, just like your background and career. This will be your final skills package, though you might purchase a few extra skills or tweak the ones you've gained so far in later steps. Animal handler. You've learned to raise, train, and care for animals, particularly partially uplifted smart animals. Artist/icon. You are a musician, performer, celebrity, or other type of creative or public figure. Async. You are infected with the Watsmacliid strain of the Exurgent virus page 273, which gives you a number of unique mental talents and disadvantages. You must purchase the Psi trait in Step 10. Commander. You are accustomed to leadership roles as an executive, officer, elected official, or autonomous organizer. Fighter. You've picked up some self-defense and offensive capabilities along the way. Forensics specialist. You've trained to analyze crime scenes and perform autopsies. Jack of all trades. You've seen and done a little bit of everything. Jammer. You're a drone operator with a talent for manipulating machines. Networker. You know how to engage and connect with people. Paramedic. You have picked up some first aid training. Pilot. You prefer to do the driving yourself no matter how skilled the AI is. Rogue. You are as shifty as you need to be. Slacker. You prefer to enjoy the good things in life. Spacer. You've spent your fair share of time in ships and smaller habitats. Student. You are in the process of learning. Survivalist. The fall reinforced the notion that you need to be prepared. Step 4. Faction. Now that you have a rough orientation for your character's background and skill sets, it's time to pick a faction to which they hold allegiance. Each choice provides a motivation page 47 and a skill of no. Faction 30. The faction's sidebar provides a brief summary of each group. Further details can be found on pages 152 to 174. If you are unsure of what faction to pick at this time, you may skip this section for now and determine your faction, motivation, and no skill during gameplay. You also can choose not to have a faction. Not everyone picks sides. If going factionless, simply choose your own motivation and take any no skill you like at 30. Faction allegiance does not necessarily mean you are a hardcore true believer. You may have been born or raised into a faction and reluctantly stuck with it, or you may be finding yourself questioning some of the faction's tenets. You may be a dissident trying to actively change the faction from within. For now, your faction allegiance indicates the transhuman grouping you are most familiar with and whose goals you at least nominally support. Perhaps you are even a defector or new recruit, with a no skill in your old faction but a motivation tied to your new one. Factions. Anarchist. You believe power is corrupt and favor voluntary, non-hierarchical organizations based on direct democracy. Argonaut. You seek techno-progressive solutions to transhumanity's injustices and inequalities. Barsoomian. You wish to see Mars liberated from hypercorp control. Brinker. You belong to a cult, commune, or other group that seeks isolation from the rest of transhumanity. Criminal. You are associated with the underworld, either part of a large cartel, smaller gang, or as an independent operator. Extropian. You believe in unrestricted free markets and that taking proactive risks with technology is better than playing it safe. Hypercorp. You support hypercapitalist expansion and competitive economics-driven social order. You accept that certain liberties must be restricted for security and freedom. Jovian, you are a bioconservative concerned about out-of-control transhuman technologies. Lunar/orbital, you support the conservative economics, earth-tide nationalism, and traditionalism of the Lunar Lagrange Alliance. Mercurial, you oppose the assimilation and oppression of AGIs and uplifts, supporting self-determination for your kind. Reclaimer, you believe transhumanity should be focused on reclaiming, terraforming, and repopulating Earth. Scum, you push the boundaries of the experimental, fully testing what it means to be transhuman. Socialite, you are a part of the glitterati defining and defined by intersystem media culture. Titanian, you are a technosocialist, believing that science and technology can provide for the well-being of all. Venusian, you adhere to the Morningstar constellation's vision for a more socialized, friendlier hypercapitalism. Regional, you are a Solarian, Sifter, Belter, Europan, Ringer or Skimmer invested in the culture, prosperity, and security of your area of the solar system. Step 5. Aptitude Template. Pick one of the aptitude templates to determine your 6 starting aptitudes, page 36. These templates are provided as guidelines, and you may raise or lower an aptitude score by taking or giving points from other aptitudes. For example, you can lower WIL by 5 to raise COG by 5. No aptitude score may be lower than 5 or higher than 30. Though conceptually skills are built on the aptitude values, this step is placed after the skill choices so that you may tailor your aptitudes to your skill set. For example, if you have a lot of SAV-linked skills, choosing a template with a high SAV is a solid way to optimize your character. Alternatively, if you feel you are lacking skills linked to a certain aptitude, boosting that aptitude may help to round out your character. Spending CP. Extra aptitude points cost 1 CP each. If you're going to bump an aptitude, we recommend doing it now, before you calculate your skills in Step 6. Actioneer. You are more comfortable with physicality than talking or thinking. Extrovert. You can talk your way through most situations. Facilitator. You're good with people, planning, and seeing things through. Factotum. You've never quite stood out, but you exhibit broad competence. Inquirer. Your creative mind is good at figuring things out. Survivor. You have the will and stamina to scrape by in tough situations. Thrill seeker. You've never said no to a dare, but your fast reaction time and quick thinking compensate for your lack of foresight. Skill summaries. Full skill descriptions are found on Easy. Athletics. SOM, physical activity and gravity with a humanoid, uplift, or biomimicked morph, including climbing, running, swimming, gymnastics, throwing, and winged flight. Deceive, SAV, lying, bluffing, conning, fast talk, impersonation, acting, and other attempts to misrepresent or hide the truth with words and gestures. Exotic skill, field, catch-all category for less common skills such as animal handling, contortion, disguise, music, sleight of hand, or throwing knives. Fray, REF, the ability to get out of the way of danger. Free fall, SOM, physical activity in microgravity. Guns, REF, aiming and shooting, used for beam, kinetic, seeker, and spray weapons. Hardware, COG, field building, repairing, disabling, upgrading, and physical hacking of technological systems. Infiltrate, REF, sneaking, hiding, and escaping detection. Infosec, COG, hacking or protecting devices and networks. Interface, COG, using and understanding electronic devices, software, networks, and weapon systems. Kinesics, SAV, perception of body language, tells, social cues, and nonverbal communication. No, COG/INT, field, specialized knowledge in an art, hobby, scientific pursuit, or professional trade. Medicine, COG, field care and diagnosis of biological life, including emergency care, forensics, pharmacology, psychosurgery, and surgery. Melee, SOM, fighting, whether unarmed or using blades, clubs, or similar handheld weapons. Perceive, INT, awareness and use of your physical senses. Persuade, SAV, bargaining, convincing, etiquette, and social manipulation. Pilot, REF, field, moving in a vehicle or non-humanoid or non-biomimicked morph. Program, COG, writing and modifying software code. Also used for nanofabrication or crafting VR environments or AR illusions. Provoke, SAV, intimidation, taunting, seduction, or any invocation of emotion to socially manipulate. Psi, WIL, use of async slights. Research, INT, finding and interpreting data on the mesh. Survival, INT, navigation, tracking, finding safe food and shelter, and defending oneself against hostile planetary environments. Step 6. Total skills. Combine all of the skills from steps 1 to 4 and write them on your character sheet. If a character acquired the same skill more than once, those points may be added together or the additional points may be applied to any other skill of the player's choosing. Note that points for no skills may only be used for other no skills. However, points for active skills may be used for either active or no skills. Next, add the base aptitude values to their linked skills. Note that the skills of Fray and Perceive have base values equal to their aptitude x2. No final skill total, including aptitude, may exceed 80. Any points over 80 must be applied to another skill of the player's choosing. Again, no skill points may only be used for other no skills. Players should feel free to switch their skills for any other skills as long as the number of points remains the same, and as long as no skill points only go toward other no skills. We suggest keeping aptitudes and skills in multiples of 5 for simplicity, but this is not a requirement. Spending CP. Each point of CP gets you 5 skill points. Use these points to purchase or raise any skills you think you'll need. Step 7. Languages. Each character starts knowing 2 languages. Languages are not handled like skills, you either know it or you don't. If you don't, real-time translation is easily accessible via the mesh, so language tends to only be an issue in isolated areas. If your combined COG plus INT is 35+, choose 1 additional language. If your combined COG plus INT is 45+, choose 2 additional languages. Common languages are Arabic, Cantonese, English, French, Hindi, Japanese, Mandarin, Portuguese, Russian, Scandinavisa, and Spanish. Spending CP. You may purchase additional languages at 1 CP each. Step 8. Flex. Every ego starts with 1 permanent flex point pools, 34. Spending CP. Extra flex points cost 2 CP each. You may not start with more than 3 ego flex points. Step 9. Reputation. You have 100 points to divide between rep networks. There are 7 networks to choose from page 37. You should strongly consider taking rep scores that fit your faction choice. We recommend taking either 60-40 in 2 networks or 50/25/25 in 3 networks. You may not start with a rep score higher than 80 in any network. If you are unsure what rep networks to choose, talk to your GM about leaving them blank for now and filling them in during gameplay. Spending CP. Every point of CP buys you 5 rep points. Step 10. Customization. You receive 20 customization points, CP, you may spend on the following. If you're still figuring out your character, talk to your GM about saving some CP and buying things later on during gameplay. Just keep track of what you've spent. Increased aptitude. CP may be spent to increase aptitude scores at a cost of 1 CP per aptitude point. This will increase all skills linked to that aptitude as well. No skill may be raised above 80. Increases to COG or INT may increase the number of languages you start with. See Step 7. Ego traits. You may purchase any of the ego traits listed on page 72 to 80. Positive traits have a CP cost listed. Negative traits give you bonus CP. No more than 6 CP worth of negative traits may be purchased. There are a lot of traits to choose from, so if you're unfamiliar with them or don't have the time to scan through them, skip this for now and save some CP to buy traits later. A summary of traits is on page 72 and 77. If you took the lost background in Step 1 or the async interest in Step 3, you must purchase the psi trait. Increased flex. CP may be spent to increase your flex pool at a cost of 2 CP per 1 flex. Your ego flex points may not be raised higher than 3, not counting flex derived from your morph. Extra languages. Extra languages may be learned at a cost of 1 CP per one language. Extra rep. CP may be spent for extra rep points. 1 CP equals 5 points to be spent on rep. No rep score may be raised higher than 80. Extra skills. CP may be spent for extra skill points. 1 CP equals 5 skill points. No skill may be raised higher than 80 during character creation. Psi slights. If you purchase the Psi trait, you will likely want to spend CP on slights or Psi powers page 280. Note that you get one starting slight for free, based on your substrain page 273. Psi slights cost 1 CP per slight. You may only purchase Psi gamma slights if you have the Psi trait at level 2. The maximum number of slights you may purchase during character creation is 10. Specializations. Skill specializations cost 1 CP. They give a plus 10 bonus to that skill when that specialization applies. This specialization bonus towards the skill maximum of 80. Step 11. Derived stats. You're almost done. Now a few of your stats need to be calculated and added to your character sheet. Initiative. REF plus INT plus 5. Aptitude checks. Each aptitude has a check, cognition check, intuition check, etc., equal to the aptitude x3. Lucidity. WIL x2. Trauma threshold. LUC equals 5. Insanity rating. LUC x2. Infection rating asyncs only Psi trait level x10. Step 12. Starting morph and gear. Your character receives starting gear based on the career chosen in Step 2 and the type of campaign you are playing. Firewall, gatecrashing, or criminal. See Gear Packs page 68. You also choose your character's starting morph page 54. Each morph has a cost in morph points, MP. Your GM will tell how many points you have to work with. The suggested default value is 6 MP. If you also purchased the resources trait page 75, increase your available MP by that trait level. You may also spend your morph points on morph traits page 72 or extra gear. Whatever MP you don't spend is converted into flex points instead. Starting morphs. While it may be tempting to spend all of your MP to get the best morph available, we strongly suggest picking the morph that best fits your character. You will likely have opportunities to switch morphs during game. Morph availability stats do not apply to morphs bought during character creation. You may buy more than one morph in case you want to fall back on hand or plan to do a lot of forking. In this case, you cannot purchase negative traits for any of your morphs. Additionally, the first morph you buy must have an MP cost of 1 or more, not counting traits, and any morphs bought after the first with a listed 0 MP cost 1 MP instead. Your morph will provide several stats: pools, wound threshold, durability, and death rating. Note these on your character sheet. Also take note of any implants or traits it might have. Morph traits. Positive traits have an MP cost listed. Negative traits give you bonus MP. No more than 6 MP worth of negative traits may be purchased. Extra gear. You may use your MP for extra gear. Minor complexity gear costs 1 MP, moderate 2 MP, and major 3 MP. Flex points. Morph points that you don't spend on morphs, traits, or gear are converted to flex points instead. On a 2:1 basis, 2 MP equals 1 flex, up to a maximum of 3. These flex points are temporary. They will be reset the next time you resleeve. Acquiring morphs page 290. Step 13. Motivations. Now that your character is mostly fleshed out, you must choose 3 motivations. Motivations are personal aspirations your character pursues. Most of these are long-term and rooted in the character's ideological beliefs, personal drive, or backstory. Motivations will help your character earn extra res points page 366 and cope with mental stress and trauma page 222. Motivations are listed on your character sheet as a single term or short phrase, along with a plus or symbol to denote whether they support the cause or oppose it. For example, plus fame would indicate that your character seeks to become a famous media personality, whereas minus reclaim Earth means that your character opposes the goal of reclaiming Earth. Your first motivation is based on your faction choice, as determined in Step 4, page 44. Note this on your sheet as plus faction interests. Your other two motivations are based on your character's personal interests. See the example motivation sidebar for ideas. If you did not choose a faction, simply choose a third personal motivation instead. If you're not sure what motivations to pick just yet, you can always leave them blank for now and fill them in during gameplay. Optional, motivational goals. Motivations are good for steering your character, but they are very open-ended. To fine-tune the concept, list out a specific short-term goal for each motivation. For example, if your motivation is plus discover your past, your goal might be to investigate the habitat where you were reinstantiated with lack a few months after the fall. If your motivation is plus Argonaut interests, your goal might be to liberate a specific cache of proprietary scientific data for all of transhumanity to use. If your GM has a detailed campaign idea worked out in advance, you may want to wait and decide on your goals until you have been fully introduced to the setting so you can integrate them within the context of the story arc. For example, if your GM establishes a campaign about the liberation of Mars from hypercorp control, and you have plus Mercurial interests, your first goal might be to connect a Mercurial group you support with the Barsoomians and establish common ground. If your group prefers a more cooperative style of campaign development, motivational goals provide ample material for the GM to construct scenarios around. With this style of play, you may want to pick one motivation as your primary and establish multiple goals in relation to it. These goals can then serve as stepping stones for your character's personal story arc. For more interactive motivations, have each player choose one of the goals of another character. When doing so, they should specifically try to construct it in a way that connects it back to their own character. This is a great opportunity to establish shared interests, histories, and backgrounds between player characters. Final touches. This is a good time to look back at your character's background, career, interests, skills, traits, motivations, and other defining points. These tell a story, you just need to fill in the remaining details. What did they think of their childhood? Do they still have ties from there? How did they move from such origins to the career and faction they are part of? How did they acquire those skills and motivations? What do their rep scores and traits say about them? How did they get their current morph? Is it their original? If not, what happened to their first body? Did they survive the fall? What have they done in the decades since? These questions will help you build a defining picture of your character. Not everything about your character needs to be filled out, of course. It's okay to leave a few blanks that you can fill in later. Assembling the points you have deduced so far will help you to present your character as a whole, unique individual, however, rather than just a blank template. As a final step, take a few minutes to pick out some specific identifying features and personality quirks that will help you define the character to others. This could be a way of talking, a strongly projected attitude, a catchphrase they use frequently, a unique look or style of dress, a repetitive behavior, an annoying mannerism, or anything similar. Such idiosyncrasies give something that other players can latch onto, spurring role-playing opportunities. Skills. Skills represent your character's accumulated knowledge, education, and experience. They are the most important part of your ego, traveling with you from morph to morph. Having a well-rounded skill set is vital to survival in Eclipse Phase. Skills and aptitudes. Your learned skills are built upon your inherent abilities, your core aptitudes. Each skill is linked to an aptitude and increased by that aptitude's base value. Aptitudes range from 0 to 30, with a 15 representing an average transhuman. If an aptitude is modified, all linked skills are modified as well. Skill categories. Skills are also assigned to a number of other categories, as noted on the skill list next page. Combat, mental, physical, psi, social, technical, and vehicle skills. Certain traits, abilities, and modifiers may only apply to skills of a specific category. Field skills. When you choose a field skill, you must select a particular emphasis for that skill known as a field. Field skills are written as skill. Field. For example, when choosing no skill, you must pick a particular discipline, such as no engineering or no biology. Field skills may be purchased more than once, with a different field chosen each time. Each field essentially serves as a separate skill. Suggested fields are listed for each field skill, but players and GMs can cooperate to create others. Specializations. You may opt to specialize in a given skill. Specializations represent a focus in one particular aspect of that skill. For example, beam weapons is a specialization of gun skill. Specializations are written in parentheses after the skill name, e.g., guns, beam weapons. Each skill lists a number of possible specializations, but players and GMs can generate their own. Field skills may also, making characters, have specializations. Specializations provide a +10 bonus when using that skill in a situation appropriate to the specialization. Active skill list. Active skills represent things your character does. They usually require some sort of physical action and are the primary skills your character uses in action and combat scenes. Athletics. Type. Active, physical linked. Aptitude, somatics. Athletics encompasses various types of physical activity in environments with gravity. It specifically applies to maneuvering in morphs that are humanoid, uplift, or that use biomimicked movements, snaking, winged flight, etc., whether sleeved or remote operated. Use athletics to scale a wall, tread water, throw a grenade, jump a crevasse, vault a table, backflip off a ledge, or make a barrel roll with a winged morph. Some actions are detailed under Movement 230. Specializations. Acrobatics, fly, climb, jump, parkour, run, swim, throw. Deceive. Type. Active, social linked aptitude. Savvy. Deceive is about presenting falsehoods in believable ways. It applies to any attempt to misrepresent or hide the truth with words and gestures. It does not include hiding, infiltrate, or physical disguises. Exotic skill. Disguise. Use deceive to act, lie, bluff, misdirect, con someone, impersonate someone, or fast talk your way out of a situation. The target of your deception opposes with their kinesic skill. Specializations. Act, bluff, con, fast talk, impersonate. Exotic skill. Field. Type. Active. Field. This is a catch-all category for less common skills. This includes proficiency with unusual and archaic weaponry and skills that have a very narrow focus but require education, training, and experience to properly execute. Use exotic skill if you want your character to be talented in a field that is not covered by any existing skill. The GM determines the appropriate linked aptitude. Sample fields: animal handling, SAV, bow, REF, disguise, INT, escape artist, REF, plasma cutter, REF, sleight of hand, REE, throwing knives, REF, whips, REF. Specializations. As appropriate to the field. Fray. Type. Active, combat-linked aptitude. Reflexes. Fray is your ability to get out of the way of danger, whether that is an attacker or a moving object. You start with a base fray of REF2. Use fray to dodge attacks, avoid falling objects, maneuver deftly through a crowd, or sidestep a collision. In combat, fray is used to oppose melee and ranged strikes. Page 202. Against guns, fray is reduced by half. Specializations. Full defense, guns, melee. Free fall. Type. Active, physical linked aptitude. Somatics. Free fall is a companion skill to athletics for morphs that are humanoid, uplift, or using biomimicked movements. Use it for physical activity in microgravity environments or when free falling. Use free fall to push yourself down a micrograv tunnel, propel yourself across an open space in 0G, reorient yourself out of a spin, maneuver with Vaxit attitude jets, correctly apply some type of propulsion when drifting in space or when parachuting. Specializations. Jump, parachute, pull, Vaxits. Guns. Type. Active, combat linked. Aptitude, reflexes. Guns deals with the maintenance and use of modern firearms, seeker launchers, and coherent energy and projectile weapons. Use guns to shoot beam, kinetic, seeker, and spray weapons. Attacks made with gun skill are opposed with fray +2. Specializations. Beam weapons, firearms, plasma weapons, railguns, seekers, spray weapons. Hardware. Field. Type. Active, field, technical linked aptitude, cognition. Hardware handles the design, construction, repair, and alteration of different types of technological systems. Use hardware to repair a life support system, upgrade a robot, hack an electronic lock, or assemble a functional vehicle from spare parts. Most hardware tests are task actions. Sample fields: aerospace, aircraft and spacecraft, armor and weapons, demolitions, explosives, electronics, groundcraft, industrial, factory, habitat, and life support systems, nautical, watercraft and submarines, robotics, bots and synthmorphs. Specializations, as appropriate to the field. Infiltrate, type, active, physical linked. Aptitude, reflexes. Infiltrate is the art of escaping detection. Use infiltrate to sneak past a guard, hide from a search party, blend into a crowd, shadow someone, conceal an object, or evade a sensor system. It is opposed by perceived skill, though anyone not actively searching suffers a distraction modifier. Against a group, use the highest perceived skill among them. Infiltrate is best handled as a task action covering a specified distance, rather than rolling each action turn. Specializations: blend in, hide, shadow, sneak. Infosec, type, active, technical linked. Aptitude, cognition. Infosec is short for information security. It incorporates training in electronic intrusion and counter-intrusion techniques, as well as use of cryptography tools. Use Infosec to hack into electronic and mesh systems, subvert them, and protect them. Also use it to encrypt and decrypt communications and files. Most Infosec tests are task actions. See the Mesh page 240 for additional details on mesh systems and applications of Infosec skill. Specializations: brain hack, brute force hack, decrypt, probe security, sniff, spoof, subvert, VR hack. Interface, type, active, technical linked. Aptitude, cognition. Interface is about using and understanding computers, electronics, networks, sensors, and software. It applies to everything from mesh servers and cloud services to embedded habitat/spacecraft system controls and computerized or in-placed weapon systems. Use interface to manipulate electronics, command software, forge video files, scan for wireless devices, jam frequencies, get sensor readings, control life support functions, and understand new devices. Interface is also used to attack with non-portable weapon emplacements and the weapon systems of piloted, but not jammed or sleeved, vehicles and spacecraft. Weapon systems page 209. Specializations: forge, jam, scan, sensors, weapon systems. Kinesics, type, active, social linked. Aptitude, savvy. Kinesics is the art of empathy and nonverbal communication. Use kinesics to read someone's emotional state, gauge their intentions, detect lies, identify mannerisms and tells, and use body language to emote and convey information. Kinesics is used to oppose deceive skill. Though synthmorphs are designed to emote, reading them is more difficult. Apply a -30 modifier. The same modifier also applies to ALIs that are operating pods, bots, or synthmorphs. At the GM's discretion, similar modifiers may apply to morphs that lack anthropomorphic characteristics or that are sleeved by egos accustomed to much different physiologies, such as a neo-octopi in a neo-avian morph. Specializations: detect deception, emote, judge intent. Medicine, field, type, active, field, technical linked. Aptitude, cognition. Medicine fields encompass healthcare, diagnosis and treatment, design and manipulation of biological life forms. Use medicine, biotech to modify morphs or install implants. Use medicine, forensics to conduct autopsies to ascertain cause of death or the biological functions of alien life. Use medicine, paramedic to diagnose ailments and treat injuries greater than 221. Medicine, pharmacology is used to synthesize drugs or develop an antidote to a pathogen or toxin. Medicine, psychosurgery is used to heal stress and manipulate the mind. Page 223 and page 294. Use medicine, veterinary to provide health care to smart animals and non-sapient critters. Sample fields, biotech, forensics, paramedic, pharmacology, psychosurgery, veterinary specializations, as appropriate to the field. Melee. Type. Active, combat-linked. Aptitude, somatics. Melee deals with fighting, whether unarmed or with held or implanted weapons. Use melee to punch, kick, grapple, or attack with a blade, club, or other weapon. Melee is opposed by fray if dodging or by the opponent's melee skill if blocking or parrying. Specializations. Blades, clubs, disarm, grapple, implants, unarmed. Perceive. Type. Active, mental linked. Aptitude. Intuition. Perceive skill is awareness and use of your physical senses. Use perceive to spot an intruder, find a clue, locate a trap, search a room, or scrounge up something useful. You start with a base perceive of INTX2. Perceive is opposed by infiltrate skill. Basic perception is an automatic action, with a -20 distraction modifier as your attention is elsewhere. Detailed perception without modifiers is a quick action. Thorough investigation is a task action. Specializations. Hear, investigate, scrounge, see, smell, persuade. Type. Active, social-linked aptitude. Savvy persuade is the ability to convince others to do what you want through words and gestures, logic and reason. It is the art of subtle social manipulation. It does not include intimidation, coercion, seduction, or other emotionally driven manipulation. Use provoke. Use persuade to drive a bargain, convince a reluctant party, negotiate a truce, motivate your peers to take action, or sway someone to your side. Persuade is opposed by the opponent's SAV check. Specializations. Diplomacy, negotiate, motivate. Pilot. Field. Type. Active, field, vehicle linked. Aptitude, reflexes. Pilot is about maneuvering and controlling non-humanoid morphs, bots, and vehicles, whether sleeved or remote operated. It applies to movement systems that do not rely on use of limbs. Wheeled, thrust vector, rocket, etc. Use pilot to drift a car around a tight corner, evade pursuit, avoid a crash, barrel roll a plane, or perform a high-G spacecraft maneuver. Sample fields. Air, ground, nautical, space specializations, as appropriate to the field. Program. Type. Active, technical linked. Aptitude, cognition. Program deals with writing and modifying software code. Use program to write a script, analyze how a program works, design a blueprint for nanofabrication, break copyright protection, patch software against an exploit, code a virus, or craft a VR environment, AR illusion, or infomorph mindstate. Specializations. AIs, infomorphs, malware, nanofabrication, piracy, VR. Provoke. Type. Active, social-linked aptitude. Savvy provoke is your talent at emotional manipulation. Use provoke to taunt an opponent, intimidate a witness, rile up a mob, scare someone into submission, browbeat a captive into surrendering information, or seduce a potential lover. Opponents resist provoke with a WIL check. Specializations. Calm, fluster, inspire, interrogate, intimidate, seduce, taunt. Psi. Type. Active, mental, psi-linked. Aptitude, willpower. Psi is the wielding of psychic abilities, sleights, to detect, manipulate, or harm others. Use Psi to target others with Psi Gamma Sleights page 282. Psi is resisted with a WIL check. You must possess the Psi trait 74 to use this skill. Specializations. Control, Psi assault, sense. Research. Type. Active, technical linked. Aptitude. Intuition. Research is your Google foo, your skill at finding, analyzing, and understanding information online. It includes knowing where to look, optimizing your queries, separating fiction from truth, and processing massive amounts of data. Use research to look up an answer on the mesh, track people online, access the deep mesh, search databases, sift through archives, and mine data dumps. Specializations. Blogs, cloud services, deep mesh, news archives, social networks, science archives, track. Survival. Type. Active, physical linked. Aptitude. Intuition. Survival encompasses the skills needed to survive in and maneuver through hostile environments. Use survival to navigate, track a person or animal in the wild, find safe food and shelter, and defend against ecological and environmental dangers. Specializations: forage, hunt, navigate, track. No skills. No skills represent information your character has acquired, things they know. They play a less dramatic role, but are often critical for helping your character solve mysteries, understand situations, and figure out what to do. Points assigned for active and no skills are not interchangeable. If you decided to take away points from a no skill during character creation, you may only apply those extra points to another no skill. No field. Type no field. No skill represents your accumulated knowledge in a field of work, study, or interest. No skills are loosely grouped into 4 types: academics, arts, interests, and professional training. Academics: linked aptitude, cognition. Academic fields cover all of the disciplines of scientific knowledge and advanced study. They include theoretical and applied sciences, social sciences, transhumanities, and technology. Use academics to call upon your education. For example, no. Chemistry could be used to identify a particular substance, understand an unusual chemical reaction, or determine what elements are needed to nanofabricate something that requires exotic materials. The GM may choose not to allow defaulting on some no tests, as only someone who has been educated in that subject is likely to be able to tackle it. Sample fields: archaeology, astrobiology, astronomy, astrophysics, astrosociology, biology, botany, chemistry, computer science, cryptography, economics, engineering, genetics, geology, history, law, linguistics, mathematics, memetics, nanotechnology, physics, political science, psychology, sociology, xenoarchaeology, xenolinguistics, zoology. Specializations, as appropriate to the field. Arts. Linked aptitude. Intuition. Art fields include various modes of artistic expression and evaluation. This is a particularly useful skill in economies and clades where creativity and vision can be a key component of your reputation. Use art fields to bring your imagination to life, create a work of art, critique an artist's style or performance, or appraise an artistic project's worth. Note that art fields should not be used in place of active skills to directly deceive, influence, or sway others. Crafting a realistic augmented reality illusion requires program skill. Incorporating a hidden message within a public song or speech would rely on deceive skill. Making a speech to convince a panel or rally a crowd requires persuade or provoke. However, art fields may be used as complementary skills. Page 53 in such cases. Sample fields: architecture, AR design, criticism, dance, drama, drawing, music, painting, performance, sculpture, singing, speech, VR design, writing. Specializations, as appropriate to the field. Interests. Linked aptitude. Cognition. Interest fields include specialized knowledge in any topic that might be considered a hobby, recreational pursuit, social topic, or other obsession. Use interest fields whenever you need to recall or use knowledge related to that particular subject. Sample fields: celebrities, conspiracies, factors, exhumans, exoplanet colonies, gambling, hypercorp politics, lunar habitats, Martian beers, morphs, reclaimer blogs, scum drug dealers, spaceship models, strategy games, Titan tech, triad economics, transhuman factions, underground XP VR games. Specializations, as appropriate to the field. Professional training. Linked aptitude, cognition. Profession fields cover knowledge and training in the practices and procedures of various legal and extra-legal trades. Use profession fields to recall specialized knowledge available to someone trained or experienced in that particular industry. Notable figures, common practices, apps and gear used, logistics, scheduling, accounting, terminology, legalities, internal politics, trade history, ethics standards, major locations, influential hypercore/cartels/collectives, and so on. Sample fields: accounting, administration, asteroid, mining, body bank ops, bodyguarding, cool hunting, con artistry, data processing, ego hunting, emergency services, entertainment, fencing, field science, first contact ops, flight crew ops, freelancing, gas mining, gate crashing, habitat ops, instruction, investigation, journalism, lab ops, medical services, military ops, morph design, nanofacturing, network engineering, police ops, racketeering, scavenging, security ops, service work, smuggling, social engineering, social services, spycraft, surveying, system administration, terraforming. Specializations. As appropriate to the field. Using no skills. It may seem like no skills have fewer in-game applications than active skills, but they should not be underestimated. They have three major uses, the first of which is analyzing clues and solving mysteries. Many Eclipse Phase scenarios are based around technological dangers, alien encounters, and scientific phenomenon, and so characters will need a good balance of no skills to unravel the problem and find solutions. Just as importantly, no skills are valuable in helping the characters and the players understand the world of Eclipse Phase. In particular, these skills can be used to assess a situation, identify strengths and weaknesses, make plans, evaluate worth, make comparisons, forecast probable outcomes, or understand the applicable science, socioeconomic factors, or cultural or historical context. In this regard, no skills can be a valuable tool for GMs to assist the players, prompting for no-skill roles to help flesh out details of the game setting that might otherwise be overlooked or not readily apparent. For example, a group of players new to Eclipse Phase might not fully grasp the fine distinctions between different factions, the cultural relevance of certain technologies, or the potential impact of a new scientific breakthrough on the setting, and might not even think to ask. GMs can and should call for no tests to help impart the relevant information. In a similar vein, a group of characters looking to break into a facility could use no. Security to evaluate the defenses. No. Architecture to identify covert points of entry. No. Sports to plan their infiltration at a time when the guards are likely to be distracted. No. Triads to identify a local crime group that can sell them breaking and entering gear. And no. Administrator to help identify a top-level exec who will have the security codes they need. When used appropriately, these skills can be just as beneficial as the active skills used to break inside, if not more so because the plan is more likely to succeed as a result of this preparation. Finally, no skills help bring flavor and character to the setting. While no Martian beers might not seem that useful at first, an enterprising character could use that expertise as an opening to talk to a potential source at a bar, to convince a suspicious Barsumian cell they are not an off-world spy, or simply to amuse the others at the table with anecdotes about how certain exhumans strangely reek of Olympus Stout or the perils of consuming too much Pilsner Red Lager in 0G. Complementary skills. In certain cases, no skills can aid active skill tests with a complementary skill bonus modifier. This should only apply to situations where the no skill provides information that would not normally be encompassed by the active skill. For example, no religious cults could be applied as a complementary skill when trying to persuade a religious brinker group, but no, engineering is not complementary to a hardware, industrial test to repair part of a habitat because the hardware skill already incorporates such engineering knowledge. The bonus for a complementary skill is based upon its rating, as noted on the complementary skill bonus table. The knowledge behind active skills. You are assumed to be familiar with the background lore surrounding each of your active skills. For example, if you are skilled in guns, you likely know quite a bit about makes and models, manufacturers, and possibly even their history. Likewise, your hardware robotic skill means you know a lot about synthmorphs and bots, who makes them, etc. This associative knowledge does not go quite as deep as someone who has studied or trained in that field, however. A character with equivalent scores in no, weapons dealer or no, robot designs will have more in-depth and specialized knowledge. To represent this, GMs should apply a negative modifier of -10 to -30 when using active skills in place of no skills, depending on the situation and the depth of the knowledge required. Morphs. The morphs here represent a fraction of the sleeves and shells available to characters. You must purchase at least one morph during character creation page 36. During gameplay, you may need to acquire a new morph when forking, ego casting, or resleeving, acquiring morphs page 290, or when the one you have is destroyed. Movement rate. The mobility system used and distance covered, movement 230, where Bioware, cyberware, hardware, meshware, and/or nanoware, the morph is equipped with gear, page 316 to page 326. Morph traits. Traits that each morph of this type has. Traits page 72. Common extras. Prevalent but not baseline traits or wear for the morph type. These are not included in the MP cost and must be acquired separately. Common. Biomorphs. Biomorphs are fully biological sleeves, often genetically modified and equipped with implants. Birthed naturally or from an exosome, and grown to adulthood either naturally or at a slightly accelerated rate. Flat. Flats are baseline unmodified humans, born with all of the natural defects, hereditary diseases, and other genetic mutations that evolution so lovingly applies. Flats are increasingly rare outside bioconservative enclaves. Most died off with the rest of humanity during the fall. Splicer. Splicers are gene-fixed humans. Their genome cleansed of hereditary diseases and optimized for looks and health, but not otherwise substantially upgraded. Splicers make up the majority of transhumanity. Exalt. Exalts are the common, non-specialized, enhanced human model. They are genetically upgraded to make them healthier, smarter, and more attractive, based on ever-evolving beauty standards. A modified metabolism keeps them fit and athletic for the duration of an extended lifespan. Neotenic. Neotenics are transhumans modified to retain a childlike form. They are smaller, more agile, inquisitive, and less resource-depleting, making them ideal for habitat living and spacecraft. Some people find neotenic sleeves distasteful, especially when employed in certain media and sex work capacities, but most are designed to be neuter-gendered. Ruster. Adapted for survival with minimum gear in the not fully terraformed Martian environment. These transgenic morphs feature insulated skin for more effective thermoregulation and respiratory system improvements to require less oxygen and filter carbon dioxide, among other mods. Bouncer. Bouncers are genetically adapted for microgravity. Their legs are more limber and their feet can grasp as well as their hands. They can tolerate the cold temperatures of beehive tunnels and have an oxygen reserve in case they are exposed to vacuum. Bouncers are very common in the outer system and zero-G habitats. Biomorphs with cyberbrains. It is increasingly common to find biomorphs with cyberbrains, especially in the outer system. The advantage is that cyberbrains allow for easier resleeving and forking and have built-in mnemonic memory augmentations. The disadvantage is they are vulnerable to hacking. Adding a cyberbrain, access jacks, mnemonics, and puppet sock to your morph increases the MP cost by 1. Futura. Futura morphs were specially crafted for the lost generation of accelerated growth children. Adjusted for confidence, self-reliance, and adaptability, Futuras were intended to help transhumanity regain its foothold. These programs proved disastrous and the line was discontinued, but some models and various spin-offs remain, viewed by some with distaste and others as collectibles or exotic oddities. Hibernoid. Hibernoids are transgenic modified humans with heavily altered sleep patterns and metabolic processes. Hibernoids have a decreased need for sleep, requiring only 1 to 2 hours a day on average. They can also trigger a form of voluntary hibernation, effectively halting their metabolism and need for oxygen. Hibernoids make excellent long-duration space travelers, but these morphs are also favored by personal aides and hypercapitalists with non-stop lifestyles. Menton. Mentons are genetically modified to increase cognitive abilities, particularly learning ability, creativity, attentiveness, and memory. They are favored by academics, intellectuals, scientists, and engineers. Olympian. Olympians are human upgrades with improved athletic capabilities like endurance, hand-eye coordination, and cardiovascular functions. Olympians are common among athletes, dancers, freerunners, gatecrashers, and soldiers. Sylph. Sylph morphs are ideal for media icons, elite socialites, XP stars, models, and narcissists. Sylph gene sequences are tailored for distinctive good looks, ethereal and elfin features, and slim and lithe bodies. Their metabolism has also been sanitized to eliminate unpleasant bodily odors and their pheromones adjusted for universal appeal. Fury. Furies are combat morphs. These transgenic humans are upgraded for endurance, strength, reflexes, and capacity to handle physical trauma. Behavioral modifications for aggressiveness are offset by gene sequences promoting pack mentalities and cooperation, and they tend to be biologically female. Ghosts are partially designed for combat applications, but their primary focus is stealth and infiltration. Their genetic profile encourages speed, agility, and reflexes, and their minds are modified for patience and problem-solving. Remade. The remade are completely redesigned, humans 2.0. Their cardiovascular system is stronger, their digestive tract sanitized and restructured, and they have been optimized for health, intelligence, and longevity with numerous transgenic mods. They look close to human, but are different in very noticeable and sometimes eerie ways. Taller, lack of hair, slightly larger craniums, wider eyes, smaller noses, smaller teeth, and elongated digits. The remade are popular with the Ultimates faction. Pod BOMORP. Pods, a colloquialism derived from pod people, were originally designed as biological androids. Their parts are vat-grown separately using accelerated growth processes and assembled with a number of cybernetic system shortcuts. This entire process producing a functional body in a fraction of the time it takes to clone a standard biomorph. Cyberbrains replace their undeveloped gray matter. The first generations of pods were operated by ALIs and primarily used in service industries where a biological aesthetic was preferred to robots, in hazardous labor industries, and for sex work. They were visually distinguished from normal humans by stylized seam-lined patterns in their skin, a designation that remains common today. In the wake of the fall and the subsequent demand for more biomorphs, pods are now commonly sleeved by transhumans, especially indentures, but they still often suffer a classist stigma. Pods lack reproductive functions and are usually neuter. Non-human pods are increasingly common. Basic pod. These original general-purpose models are designed to keep the buyer/user dependent on the manufacturer. Worker pod. Heavily feature in menial labor jobs that involve interaction with other transhumans. Nova crab. Bioengineered from coconut crab and spider crab stock and grown to a larger, human, size, Nova crabs are ideal for hazardous work environments as well as vac worker, police, or bodyguard duties. They climb and handle microgravity well and can withstand a wide range of atmospheric pressure and sudden pressure changes, from vacuum to deep sea. They are equipped with 10-2-meter-long legs, massive claws, chitinous armor, compound eyes with human-equivalent image resolution, gills, dexterous manipulatory digits on their fifth set of limbs, and transgenic vocal cords. Pleasure pods are faux humans intended for intimate entertainment purposes and indulgent hedonism. Their biology includes extra nerve clusters in their erogenous zones, fine motor control over certain muscle groups, enhanced pheromones, sanitized metabolisms, and the capability to purr. They are capable of switching between multiple sex configurations and are often enhanced in other areas. Security pod. Security pods were originally manufactured as mass-produced AL-operated soldiers for joint peacekeeping missions and enclave border/security roles. Many were co-opted by the Titans during the fall, so they fell out of favor for many years, but a demand for cheap mercenary morphs has revived interest. Shaper. Shapers are designed for infiltration and disguise. They lack the seam lines common to pods and incorporate where that allows them to alter their appearance. Favored by spies and criminals, they are illegal in many habitats. Uplift biomorphs. These biomorphs are the original bodies of various sapient non-humans. Though uncommon and sometimes stigmatized, they are also sleeved by non-uplifts. Neoavian. Neoavians include ravens, crows, and gray parrots uplifted to human-level intelligence. Their physical sizes are much larger than their non-uplifted cousins, to the size of a human child, with larger heads for their increased brain size. Numerous transgenic modifications have been made to their wings, allowing them to retain limited flight capabilities at 1G, but giving them a more bat-like physiology so they can bend and fold better and adding primitive digits for basic tool manipulation. Their toes are also more articulated and now accompanied with an opposable thumb. Neoavians have adapted well to microgravity environments and are favored for their small size and reduced resource use. Neo-bonobo/neo-chimpanzee. Like other neo-hominids, uplifted bonobo and chimpanzee morphs feature enhanced intelligence and bipedal frames. Their long arms and prehensile feet are a boon for climbing and maneuvering in microgravity environments. They retain the body hair of their forebears, though it is a common cultural practice to dye, stylize, or otherwise manipulate it. Transgenic vocal systems allow them to speak as humans do. Neo-Neanderthal. This morph is derived from fossilized Neanderthal DNA, uplifted and enhanced to transhuman equivalents. Neanderthal morphs appear muscular with a heavy bone structure, distinctively long skulls, heavy brow ridges, and weak chins. Pale complexions and red hair are common features. Neo-gorilla. Neo-gorillas benefit from enhanced cognition and upright stances like other neo-hominids, though they are not as adept at climbing. They stand roughly as tall as humans and have stronger and larger frames. Neo-octopus, colloquially known as octomorphs, these uplifted octopus sleeves are quite useful in zero-gravity environments. They retain 8 arms, their chameleon ability to change skin color, ink sacs, and a sharp beak. They also have increased brain mass and longevity, can breathe both air and water, and lack a skeletal structure so they can squeeze through tight spaces. Octomorphs typically crawl along in zero gravity using their arm suckers and expelling air for propulsion. In low gravity, they walk on 2 of their arms. Their eyes have been enhanced with color vision, provide a 360-degree field of vision, and rotationally adjust to keep the slit-shaped pupil aligned with up. A transgenic vocal system allows them to speak. Neo-orangutan. Neo-orangutans have the same uplifted features as their neo-hominid cousins. Compared to humans, their legs are shorter and arms longer. Neo-orangutans tend to be more solitary than social. Synthmorphs. Most synthmorph designs were originally intended to be robots, piloted by ALIs. Robot forms are optimized to suit their function, and so a wide variety of body plans exist. Robots designed to interact with transhumans often have biped or quadruped walker frames to better navigate transhuman dwellings and spaces, but were often distinctly non-human in appearance. Many feature a sort of symbolic face to give transhumans something to look at and interact with, but these were rarely realistic so as to avoid uncanny valley creepiness. Since the fall, more synthmorphs have been designed specifically for transhuman egos, as they are cheaper and quicker to make than biomorphs. Without specialized robotic functions in mind, many of these synthmorph designs feature anthropomorphic frames, androids and gynoids, specifically tailored for egos used to human forms, including heads and distinctive, though still non-realistic, faces. As transhumanity grows accustomed to synthmorphs and more creative, however, innovative and unusual synthmorph designs become more commonplace. Synthmorph characteristics. Synthmorphs, as well as bots, vehicles, and similar shells, share the following capabilities. Lack of biological functions. Shells need not be bothered with trivialities like breathing, eating, defecating, aging, sleeping, or any similar minor but crucial aspects of biological life. They are also immune to toxins and pathogens. Synthmorphs are powered by nuclear and standard batteries, and sometimes solar power. For game purposes, power is not an issue for them. Pain filter. Synthmorphs can filter out their pain receptors so that they are unhampered by wounds or physical damage. This allows them to ignore the -10 modifier from wound effects GM, but they suffer -30 on any tactile-based perceive tests and will not even notice they have been damaged unless they succeed in a modified perceive test. Immunity to shock. Synthmorphs have no nervous system to disrupt, and their optical electronics are carefully shielded from interference. Shock attacks temporarily disrupt wireless radio communications, however, impeding all mesh actions until the end of the next action turn. Environmental durability. Synthmorphs are built to withstand a wide range of environments, from dusty Mars to the oceans of Europa to the vacuum of space. They are unaffected by any but the most extreme temperatures and atmospheric pressures. Treat as cold tolerance and vacuum sealing few. Toughness. Synthetic shells are made to last, a fact reflected in their higher durability and built-in armor ratings. Their composition also makes their physical strikes more damaging. Unarmed strikes by shells inflict DV2D6. Cases are mass-produced robotic shells, an affordable receiving option for the poor, though of notoriously poor quality. They are available in many varieties to suit a client's taste. Most case morphs are anthropomorphic, with a thin framework body standing just shorter than an average human. Spare. Spares are small, portable shells designed as a temporary replacement sleeve should your primary morph be killed/destroyed. They are common gear for gate-crashing missions. Packed as a flat 15-centimeter disc, when activated they pop into a 6-limbed spherical shape. Just plug your original cortical stack in and you are ready to go. Built-in stress management systems help survivors handle the trauma of their recent death. Dragonfly. The dragonfly takes the shape of a meter-long flexible shell with 8 wings, for manipulator limbs, and a prehensile tail, capable of near-silent flight in Earth gravity. Dragonfly bots fare even better in microgravity. Their wings operate independently and can rotate, allowing for graceful maneuvering, hovering, and tight turns. Swarmanoid. Swarmanoids are swarms composed of hundreds of insect-sized microbots. Each individual bug is capable of crawling, rolling, hopping several meters, or using nanocopter fan blades for airlift. The cyberbrain, cortical stack, and sensor systems are distributed throughout the swarm. Though the swarm can meld together into various loose shapes, it is incapable of physical tasks like grabbing, lifting, or holding. Individual bots are linked by radio and laser and are quite capable of interfacing with electronics. Swarmanoids follow swarm rules, page 344. Synth. Synths are even more humanoid than cases and of better quality. They are commonly deployed for labor-intensive tasks in environments not suited for biomorphs or for people who need a body quickly and cheaply or simply on a transient basis. Most designs are anthropomorphic, though various alternatives exist, including some based on uplift physiology. Savant. Developed by Brinker hardware hackers, savants feature neural state enhancements that make them appealing to engineers, scientists, and intellectuals. Galatea. This high-end shell was designed to increase the appeal and social acceptance of synthmorphs. Galateas look expensive and their mental architecture is crafted to enhance the wearer's personality and charm. Though many media icons have embraced this morph's novelty, biochauvinists still view it as a monstrosity. Slithroid. Slithroid shells take the form of a humanoid torso with retractable arms atop a 2-meter-long segmented metallic snake. Slithroids use lateral undulation to move, though they can also pull themselves along by their arms or coil, twist, and roll their bodies like a ball or hoop. Steel morph. Like the Galatea, this upscale shell was designed to counter biochauvinist attitudes and make synthmorphs more appealing. Where the Galatea is optimized for social interaction, steel morphs provide enhanced physical capabilities for both work and recreation. Arachnoid. Arachnoid shells mimic the shapes of spiders, termites, ants, beetles, and other arthropods. 3 or 4 sets of pneumatic limbs are capable of rotating around their meter-long torso, and an additional set of manipulator arms near the head enables fine manipulation and tool use. Arachnoids move by walking, hopping, extending omnidirectional mini-wheels for skating movement, or by retracting their limbs and maneuvering with vectored air thrusters in microgravity. Reaper. The Reaper is a combat morph in the form of an armored disc, so that it can turn and present a thin profile to an enemy. 4 legs/manipulating arms and 4 weapon pods are folded inside its frame. It uses vector thrust nozzles to maneuver in microgravity and also takes advantage of an ionic drive for fast movement over distance. Reapers are infamous due to military sims and fall XPs. Bringing one into most habitats will undoubtedly raise eyebrows if not get you arrested. Flexbot. Flexbots are modular and customizable, each composed of 1 or more modules that interlock in various shapes and configurations. Individual modules are specialized towards specific functions and also capable of transforming into a variety of shapes and mechanisms. They have 4 limbs in their default configurations. Independent modules are only the size of a large dog, but multiple flexbots can join together for larger mass operations, even taking on heavy-duty tasks such as demolition, excavation, manufacturing, construction, or robotics assembly. Flexbots can also incorporate any robot with modular design whereas modules. All flexbots have the following stats, plus the stats for their module type. Crafter module. Crafters are engineer modules, specialized in construction and fabrication. Fighter module. These modules are combat-oriented. Rogue module. Rogues are optimized for stealth and covert activities. Wizard module. Wizard modules specialize in infosec and communications tasks. Flexbot rules. Each Flexbot is considered a single entity for rules purposes, no matter how many modules it has. Though the full range of Flexbot possibilities is beyond the scope of this book, apply the following rules and keep an eye on past and future Eclipse Phase supplements. Choose one module to hold the ego. This module controls the others. Connecting a module is a complex action and requires an integration test. Modules not physically connected are handled as remote operation. When modules are combined, use their combined pools. Modules must all be using the same mobility system or movement rate is halved. A Flexbot with 3 to 4 modules is medium-sized, 5 to 9 large, 10 or more very large. A Flexbot's armor value equals the average of its modules' AVs. A Flexbot's DUR equals the combined DUR of its modules. Wound threshold equals DUR plus 5 and death rating equals DUR x 2. Damage is applied evenly among modules. If a detached module has damage exceeding its wound threshold, a wound can be assigned to it. Distinct modules can be targeted with called shots. Robots of varying sizes may be integrated as modules. Small bots count as full modules. Treat 5 very small bots as one module. Only apply a pool bonus, equal to 1 bot's pools, if there are at least 5 of the same type. A medium bot counts as 3 modules, a large bot as 5 modules, and a very large bot as 10 modules. Average their AV scores, taking into account the bots count as multiple modules, and combine DUR as defined above. Bonuses from some traits and where only apply if every module in the Flexbot has them, e.g., chameleon skin. Use common sense. Infomorphs. Infomorphs are digital-only forms. They lack a physical body. They are software mind states on which living egos are run, though they may be limited by the capabilities of the hardware that supports them. Rules for infomorphs can be found on page 252. Digimorph. Digimorphs are bare-bones mind emulations, though customizable and widely used. By default, an ego that evacuates or is forked from a cyberbrain is run on a digimorph, unless another infomorph option is available. Designed for online performers, media icons, and social networkers, this infomorph is coded to enhance charisma and social skills. Agent. Popular with network security specialists, penetration testers, and hackers, this infomorph is optimized for infosec roles. Operator. This infomorph is ideal for professions that involve drone remote operation, weather maintenance bot fleets, surveillance drones, or fightercraft and combat machines. Gear packs. Every character receives 2 gear packs during character creation. The first of these is according to your type of campaign: firewall, criminal, or gate crashing. The second is based on the profession chosen in Step 2. The gear provided in these packs is optional. If there is another piece of gear you want your character to have, whether from another gear pack or from listings in the gear chapter, page 310, then simply swap it out with gear from your packs of an equivalent GP value. These gear packs can also be used as an easy way to assign gear for new missions during gameplay. Acquiring gear, page 312. All starting gear includes the physical gear item and the digital blueprint for nanofabrication. Free Muse. Every character starts with a Muse ALI, page 250, for free. Infomorphs. The gear packs are built with embodied characters in mind. If you have chosen an infomorph, some of it may not work with your concept. In this case, you can either adopt the optional infomorph gear pack or switch out the gear you can't use for meshware, apps, services, bots, etc. of an equivalent GP. Traits. Most traits provide modifiers in certain situations. Ego traits are purchased during character creation, or possibly with res points, and stay with the character. Morph traits apply only to the morph in question and impact the MP available when resleeving. Some traits have multiple costs, representing different levels. A trait with a CP cost of 1/2/3 costs 1 CP at level 1, 2 CP at level 2, and 3 CP at level 3. Unless otherwise noted, traits may only be taken once. Trait modifiers stack with other modifiers, unless otherwise specified. Positive traits. Positive traits have a CP or MP cost and provide bonuses. Acumen. A ego or Y morph trait, you have a keen intellect. Add +5 per level to your COG checks. CP/MP cost 1/2/3. Adaptability. Ego trait. CP cost 2/4. You adjust to new morphs quickly. Apply a +10 modifier per level for integration and receiving stress tests, page 288. Allies. Ego trait. CP cost 4. You are either part of or have a relationship with a group that has your back. This could be your old gatecrashing crew, former research lab coworkers, a criminal gang, a mercenary squad, an elite social clique, or something similar. The group itself should be small. 5 to 20 members is best, and certainly no more than 50, though it may be part of a larger organization, such as a cartel or hypercorp. It should also not be overly influential or powerful. No Ozma leaders, hypercorp boards, or secret league of oligarchs. Work with your GM to establish your history and relationship with this group and why you can call on them for aid. Once per session, you may rely on this group for support. Treat this as analogous to an automatically successful moderate rep favor greater than 308. Your connection with this group is a two-way street. You will be expected to perform duties for the group on occasion as well. GMs should take care that allies are not overused or abused and can use them as a source of plot hooks inside missions. Animal empathy. Ego trait. You have an instinctive feel for handling and working with non-sapient animals. Apply a +10 modifier to exotic skill. Animal handling and other skill tests to influence or interact with animals. Common sense. Ego trait. CP cost 2. Your innate sense of judgment cuts through distractions and other factors that might cloud a decision. Once per game session, you may ask the GM what choice to make or course of action to take. The GM will give you solid advice based on what your character knows. Alternatively, if you are about to make a disastrous decision, the GM can use your free hint to warn you that you are making a grave mistake. Composure. Ego trait. CP cost 2. Your mental equilibrium is well-tuned. You receive a +5 bonus to your lucidity. This also affects derived stats based on lucidity. Increase your trauma threshold by 1 and your insanity rating by 10. Contact. A ego trait CP cost 1. You have a personal connection that you can rely on. This contact gives you a +10 modifier to tests with one particular rep network. You should work with your GM to establish the nature of this contact and why they help you. The GM ensures that a contact is not overused or abused, and may have a contact occasionally call upon you for assistance as well. You may take this trait multiple times. Danger sense. Ego trait. CP cost 1. You possess an intuitive sixth sense that warns of imminent threats. It provides a +10 modifier to perceive tests to avoid surprise, page 227. Digital speed. Y morph trait MP cost 1. This trait is only available to infomorphs. Unfettered by the physical, you reduce timeframes for mesh-based task actions by 25%. This is cumulative with reduced time from superior successes. Direction sense. Ego trait. CP cost 1. You always know which way is up, north, spinward, etc. even when blinded. You receive a +10 modifier to navigation-based survival tests and other skills for figuring out complex directions. Reading maps, remembering routes, and retracing paths you've taken. Dominant strain. Ego trait. CP cost 2. This trait is only available to characters with the psi trait. The Watsmakliad strain is possessive and aggressively resists infection attempts from other exurgent strains. You receive a +10 modifier to resist exurgent virus infection. Increase this to +20 if your infection rating is 33 or more. +30 if it is 66 or more. Drone affinity. Ego trait. CP cost 1. You have an innate knack for jamming drones. You do not need to make integration tests when remotely operating a drone. Empathy. A ego or Y morph trait CP/MP cost 1/2/3. You instinctively relate to others. Apply a +5 modifier per level to SAV checks. Expert training. Ego trait. CP cost 2. You have received extensive training in one particular subject. You may raise one skill over 80 to a maximum of 90 during character creation. This trait does not actually increase the skill, it just raises the maximum. Fitness, ego or Y morph trait. CP/MP cost 1/2/3. Either your morph is in top shape or you excel at pushing it to its limits. You receive +5 per level to SOM checks. Good instincts, ego or Y morph trait. CP/MP cost 1/2/3. Your gut feelings are on target. You get +5 per level to INT checks. Hardening, ego trait. CP cost 1. You are accustomed to trauma, but it has scarred you. You are immune to stress from either alienation, helplessness, or violence. Choose one. However, your WIL check is reduced by 10 and you suffer a -10 modifier on persuade tests. This trait may be taken multiple times for different types of stress. Modifiers are cumulative. Hyperlinguistics, ego trait. CP cost 1/2/3. You have a natural gift with linguistic structures and syntax. You receive a +10 modifier to INT checks per level to grasp the general meaning or intent of communication spoken in languages you don't know, even alien tongues. This trait provides no bonuses to written texts or nonverbal communications, such as factor spores. Improved immune system Y morph trait. MP cost 1/2. This trait is only available to biomorphs. Your immune system is robust. Apply a +10 modifier per level to resist the effects of chemicals, diseases, drugs, and toxins. Innocuous looks. Y morph trait. MP cost 1. Thanks to mass-produced designs and sculpted MediaStar composite visages, your cookie-cutter looks are so mundane as to be indistinguishable. It is difficult to pick your commonplace face out of the crowd, describe its appearance, or otherwise remember physical details. Apply a -10 modifier to tests made to spot, describe, or remember you. This does not apply to psi or mesh searches. This trait may not be applied to any morph with an availability lower than 50. Lethal. Y morph trait. MP cost 1. This morph inflicts more damage in melee combat. Add +1d6 DV to all melee damage rolls. Limberness. Y morph trait. MP cost 1/2. The morph is especially flexible and supple, capable of graceful contortions and interesting positions. At level 1, you can do the splits, smoke with your toes, and squeeze into small, cramped spaces. At level 2, you are a double-jointed escape artist. Apply a +10 modifier per level to escape bonds, fit into small spaces, contort, or otherwise rely on flexibility. Morph familiarity. Ego trait. CP cost 1. You are accustomed to one specific type of morph, e.g., bouncers, tusters, agents, or flexbots, and do not need to make integration tests when sleeving them. You may take this trait more than once for different morphs. Natural immunity. Y morph trait. MP cost 1. This trait is only available to biomorphs. The morph has a natural immunity to a specific drug, disease, or toxin. When afflicted with that specific chemical, poison, or pathogen, you are unaffected. Work with your GM to select an appropriate agent. This immunity may not be applied to nanodrugs or nanotoxins. Pain tolerance. Ego or Y morph trait. CP/MP cost 2/4. You have a high threshold for pain, enabling you to shrug off the effects of pain on your abilities and concentration. You ignore the -10 modifier for 1 wound per level. This trait is compatible with other pain-resistant effects, but a maximum of 3 wound effects may be ignored. Patron. Ego trait. CP cost 6. There is an influential person in your life who can be relied on for occasional support. This could be a wealthy hyper-elite family member, a high-ranking triad boss, or an anarchist networker with an unbeatable reputation. When called upon, this patron can pull strings, supply resources, make introductions, or bail you out of trouble. Work with your GM to define this NPC, your relationship, and why they support you, familial obligation. Childhood buddies? You saved their life once. The patron provides one free major favor. Page 308 per story arc. No test necessary. GMs should be careful that this trait does not get abused. Smaller favors are beneath the patron's concern. If the character asks for too much, too often, the patron's support may dry up. On occasion, the patron may call upon the character for favors as well. Saya ego trait. CP cost, 2/4. You are infected with the Watsmakliad strain of the Exurgent virus, which altered your brain structure and enhanced your cognitive abilities. You may learn the Psi skill page 51 and purchase Psi abilities, called sleights, page 280 and 282. At level 1, you may only use Psi Chi sleights. At level 2, the character may use both Psi Chi and Psi Gamma sleights. Psi is not without drawbacks. You must also take a negative trait according to your substrain 273 at no CP bonus. This required trait does not count towards trait CP limits. Psi camouflage, ego or Y morph trait. CP/MP cost, 1/2. You are more difficult to detect with Psi sensing. Apply a -10 modifier per level to any attempts to locate or detect you via Psi sleights. The morph trait may only be taken by morphs with biological brains. Psi defense, ego or Y morph trait. CP/MP cost, 1/2. Your mind is inherently resistant to mental attacks and manipulations. Apply a +10 modifier per level to defense rolls against Psi sleights. The morph trait is only available to morphs with biological brains. Rapid healing. Y morph trait.MP cost, 1. This trait is only available to biomorphs. The morph recovers from damage more quickly. Reduce the time frames for healing, page 221 by half. Quickness. Ego or Y morph trait. CP/MP cost, 1/2/3. Either your morph is dexterous or you take full advantage of its nimbleness. Apply +5 per level to REF checks. Resolve a ego or Y morph trait. CP/MP cost, 1/2/3. You are unwavering and firm. Receive +5 per level to WIL checks. Resources. Ego trait. CP cost, 2/4/6/8. You have a measure of money, assets, and/or other wealth, as used in the inner system Hypercorp, Jovian, and Extropian polities. This provides bonus morph points and gear points equal to the traits level when acquiring morphs, page 290 and gear page 312. It also gives you a regular amount of disposable income to purchase gear during missions. At level 1, you can spend up to 2 GP per week on minor complexity items given the appropriate time frame. At level 2, you can spend up to 3 GP per week on minor or moderate complexity items given the appropriate time frame. At level 3, you can spend up to 5 GP per week on items of any complexity, given the appropriate time frame. Level 4 is the same as level 3, except that you also have the capability to make even rare and restricted items available, at the Game Master's discretion. In most cases, acquiring the gear is simply a matter of exploiting your resources trait and waiting the proper amount of time. Assuming the desired item is available, acquiring gear during missions, page 312. At the GM's discretion, however, using resources may require an appropriate persuade test to convince another party to part ways with the item, or perhaps a research test to find a source. Levels 3 and 4 of this trait imply an amount of resources that deems you wealthy. To reflect this, you can use 2 of your weekly GP in conjunction with a flex point for narrative control to say that you have a moderate gear item immediately on hand in your home/vehicle/personal possessions. You must have access to your personal possessions and, as with all uses of flex for narrative control, the item must be plausible. Resources can also apply as a modifier for certain tests. For example, if you attempt to bribe a triad goon or use your credit score to arrange a meeting with a potential business partner, apply a +10 modifier for each level of resources you possess. While resources is an abstract measurement, players and GMs should use it as a rough benchmark for a character's personal assets and lifestyle. A character with level 1 might have their own cubicle in a beehive hab or a small apartment in a Martian dome or O'Neill Cylinder's working class areas, and they get around by bike or public transit. A character with level 2 resources might have a private residence on a small station or a condo in a larger hab, as well as a minicar or cycle to get around. A character with level 3 could have a large residential complex or multiple homes, plus 1 or more vehicles. A level 4 character is rich and might own a small private hab and even their own shuttle. Your resources trait may be affected by events in-game. If your home is destroyed or you come across a secret cache of riches, the GM should adjust your trait level accordingly. You must pay the extra cost in res points if your trait goes up, but you receive an RP credit if your wealth goes down. In desperate circumstances, you may also intentionally burn your resources to refresh your weekly GP to get something you urgently need, or get it more quickly. This represents the expenditure of all or major portions of your assets with no hope of reclaiming them and no RP reimbursement. The GM should reduce your resources trait level by an amount appropriate to the transaction. Situational awareness. Ego trait. CP cost. 1. You maintain continuous partial awareness of the goings-on in your immediate environment. You do not suffer the distracted modifier on perceive tests to notice things even when your attention is focused elsewhere or when making quick perceive tests during combat. Skill artifact. Y morph trait. MP cost. 1/2. The morph has latent skills stored in its muscle memory or as higher-level data that somehow does not get erased or overwritten. The GM chooses or randomly selects a skill. It is recommended to pick a skill linked to the Morpala's highest pool. You receive a +10 modifier per level when using that skill. This trait may be purchased multiple times for different skills. Spatial visualization. Ego trait. CP cost. 2. You have a knack for conceptualizing dimensions, distances, volumes, and shapes. You receive a +10 modifier for any no or technical skill tests involving 3D visualization. Stalwart. Ego trait. CP cost. 1/2/3. You laugh at fear. Apply a +10 modifier per level to WIL checks and other tests that involve resisting fear. Striking looks. Y morph trait. MP cost. 1/2. Sculpted good looks are cheap and commonplace, but this morph possesses a physical look that can only be described as striking, fascinating, and unusual. Even the gorgeous and chiseled glitterati take notice. Apply a +10 modifier to persuade and provoke tests where your allure may have an impact. Level 1 of this trait only applies to uplifts and synthmorphs. Level 2 is for humanoid biomorphs. Superior numeracy. Ego trait. CP cost. 2/4. You are quite good with numbers. Apply a +10 per level to no and technical tests that directly involve math. Toughness. Y morph trait. MP cost. 2/4. This morph can take more physical abuse than others of its type. For each level, increase durability by 5. This will also increase wound threshold, equal to DUR +5, and death rating, DUR x 1.5 for biomorphs, DUR x 2 for synthmorphs. Zoosemiotics. Ego trait. CP cost. 1. This trait is only available to characters possessing the psi trait. You do not suffer modifiers when using psi slights on non-sapient or partly sapient animal species. Negative traits. Negative traits provide a CP or MP bonus and impair you. Addiction. Ego or Y morph trait. CP/MP bonus. 1/2/4. You have a pathological reliance on a drug, page 330, stimulus e.g. XP VR, or activity e.g. mesh use dying, to a degree that impacts your physical or mental health. Addiction comes in 2 forms: mental, affecting the ego, and physical, affecting the biomorph. Work with your GM to choose an addiction that is appropriate for your game. You must indulge in your addiction at a regular frequency according to the level or go into withdrawal. Withdrawal inflicts a -10 modifier per level. Level 1. Once per week. Your minor addiction is largely kept under control. It does not ruin your life, though it may create difficulties. You may not even recognize or admit you have a problem. Level 2. Once per day. Your moderate addiction is in full swing and often causes you to neglect other aspects of your life. Level 3. Once per 6 hours. You face major cravings, live for your next fix, and are on the road to ruin. Addiction is triggered in the same way as disorders 224. Triggers include the presence of the addiction's focus, fear, frustration, helplessness, and violence. Every addiction takes different forms depending on the character and source. Long-term addiction may result in physical or mental damage, impairment modifiers or reductions to SOM checks or WIL checks, and may build up tolerance, requiring higher dosages. At the GM's discretion, you may need to make WIL checks to avoid raising the addiction level. Withdrawal may also inflict additional effects such as mood swings, compulsive behavior, or physical sickness. You may kick the habit by staying clean for 1 week per level. Resisting the craving, however, requires a WIL check every day, modified by the source's addiction modifier. Once the addiction is kicked, however, there is always the possibility of a relapse. GMs may call for WIL checks anytime you are directly tempted or undergo substantial stress or mental trauma. If you upload, fork, or resleeve, any mental addictions persist with your ego/fork. Physical addictions remain with the morph. This trait may be taken more than once for different addictions. The morph version of this trait only applies to biomorphs. Age. Y morph trait. MP bonus. 4. This trait may only be applied to flat and splicer morphs. The morph is physically aged and has not been rejuvenated. Old morphs are increasingly uncommon, though some people adopt them hoping to gain an air of seniority and respectability. Apply a -10 modifier on all physical actions. Bad luck. Ego trait. CP bonus. 6. The universe seems to punish you with startling frequency. You may not use pools to flip-flop dice rolls. Blacklisted rep. Ego trait. CP bonus. 1/4. You are blacklisted in certain circles whether you did something to deserve it or not. You are barred from having a rep score higher than 0 in one particular reputation network. For rep nets outside your faction, this counts as level 1. For the rep net central to your faction, this counts as level 2. People within that network will refuse to help you out of fear of reprisals and ruining their own reputation. This trait may be taken more than once for different rep nets. Black mark. Ego trait. CP bonus. 1/2/3. You did something in your past to earn a black mark on your reputation with one particular faction that continues to haunt your interactions. Apply a -10 modifier per level to rep net interactions and social skill tests involving that faction. This trait may be taken more than once for different factions. Combat paralysis. Ego trait. CP bonus. 4. Like a deer caught in headlights, you freeze in combat and stressful situations. Anytime violence erupts, you are caught off guard or lives are at stake, you must make a WIL check each action turn to act or respond in any way. If you fail, you lose your action and simply stand there, incapable of reacting to the situation. Dominant limb. Y morph trait. MP bonus. 1. Either due to genetics or a glitch, the morph is right-handed, left-handed, or has a similar dominant limb. You receive a -20 modifier to any actions made using non-dominant limbs. Edited memories. Ego trait. CP bonus. 1. At some point in your past, certain memories were strategically removed or otherwise lost to you. This may have been done to intentionally forget an unpleasant or shameful experience or to make a break with the past. Or you may have suffered lack due to an unexpected death, with no recent backup, or had the memories erased against your will. Whatever the case, the memories should be important and significant, not mundane. Either evidence of what happened or NPCs who know the full story should exist. GMs can use this as a tool to haunt you with ghosts and mysteries from your past. Enemy. Ego trait. CP bonus. 2. An enemy from your past continues to haunt you. Work with your GM to establish the details of this enmity. The GM should use this enemy as an occasional threat, surprise, and hindrance. Enhanced behavior. Ego or Y morph trait. CP/MP bonus. 1/2/4. Your conduct or moods are modified. This may be due to conditioning and reprogramming via time-accelerated psychosurgery greater than 294, drugs, genetic tweaks, psi, or other factors. This may have been a deliberate choice or it may have been inflicted against your will. Work with your GM to define a specific emotion, e.g., happiness, contentment, love, or behavior, e.g., aggression, commitment, curiosity, orderliness, loyalty. Apply a -10 modifier per level to all actions when withheld from the behavior/emotion. Level 1. You are encouraged to pursue the behavior and associate it with positive feelings. emotions are boosted. Level 2. You are driven to engage in the specified behavior. Emotions are exaggerated. Holding back requires a WIL check. Level 3. The behavior is enforced. Emotions are compulsory and ongoing. If restrained from the conduct or the emotion is suppressed, suffer SV 1d6. This trait may be taken more than once for different behaviors. Exotic morphology. Y morph trait. MP bonus. 2/4/6. This morph is substantially physiologically, and possibly neurologically, different from the baseline humanoid forms most transhumans are accustomed to sleeving. You receive a -10 modifier per level on integration tests greater than 288 when sleeving into this morph. This modifier does not apply to the original morph of Uplift or Infolife characters. This trait may not be applied to morphs that don't come with it. Feebleness. Ego or Y morph trait. CP/MP bonus. 1/2/3. Either your morph is weak or you are not adept at using its strength. Apply a 5 per level to SOM checks. Frailty. Y morph trait. MP bonus. 2/4. The morph is not as resilient as similar models. Reduce durability by 5. This will also decrease wound threshold, equal to DUR equals 5, and death rating, DUR x 1.5 for biomorphs, DUR 2 for synthmorphs. Genetic defect. Y morph trait. MP bonus. 1/2. This trait is only available for flats. The morph is not gene-fixed and suffers from a genetic disorder or other impairing mutation. Work with your GM to agree on a defect appropriate to your game. Some possibilities include heart disease, diabetes, cystic fibrosis, sickle cell disease, hypertension, hemophilia, or color blindness. Level 1 applies to genetic disorders that create minor complications and or occasional health problems. Apply a -10 impairment modifier in certain circumstances. Level 2 is for defects that significantly impair functioning or inflict chronic health problems. An ongoing -10 impairment modifier or occasional 20. The GM determines the exact effects of the disorder on gameplay. Hypersensitivity. Y morph trait. MP bonus. 3. This trait is only available to biomorphs. This morph rejects implants that are not already part of its design. It may not be upgraded with any additional bioware, cyberware, or nanoware. Identity crisis. Ego trait. CP bonus. 1. Resleeving is not an easy process. You are stuck with the mental image of your original body and have trouble adapting to your new morph's looks and physiologies. You have difficulty identifying yourself in mirrors, photos, or sensor feeds. You also tend to move in ways inappropriate to your new forms, such as attempting to walk instead of using new limbs or propulsion systems, forgetting to duck when walking through doorways, becoming alarmed by new sensory inputs, etc. You should role-play this trait accordingly, and may suffer a -10 modifier to applicable actions. Indifference. Ego or Y morph trait. CP/MP bonus. 1/2/3. Your social awareness is often lacking. You suffer 5 per level to SAV checks. Infection risk. Y morph trait. MP bonus. 1/2. Your morph is vulnerable to exurgent infection. Apply a -10 modifier per level to SOM checks made to resist biological exurgent virus infection. Inherent flaws. Y morph trait. MP bonus. 2. This trait is only available for synthmorphs. This particular morph has some unfixable flaws and inevitably breaks down. Anytime a critical failure is rolled, there is a 10% chance the morph also acquires a wound. Instability. Ego trait. CP bonus. 2/4. Your mental foundation has serious cracks. Reduce your lucidity by 5 per level. This also affects derived stats based on lucidity. Reduce both your trauma threshold by 1 and your insanity rating by 10 per level. Low pain. Tolerance a ego or Y morph trait. CP/MP bonus. 4. Pain is your enemy. You have a very low threshold for pain tolerance. Increase the modifier for each wound taken by an additional -10, so the character suffers -20 with one wound, 40 with a second, 60 with a third, etc. Additionally, you suffer a -30 modifier on both SOM checks and other tests that involve pain resistance. The morph version of this trait is only available for biomorphs. Memory Artifact. Y morph trait. MP bonus. 1. A previous ego's memories somehow survive the wiping process and linger on in this morph's brain/hardware. Once per session, a memory from this past occupant resurfaces in your mind. These memories are often emotionally charged and jarring. Make a COG check or suffer SV1d6. These memories integrate into your own, though they may be erased with psychosurgery. Work with your GM to decide the specifics of the memories. GMs should use these recall incidents for plot purposes. They may reveal sensitive data, incriminating evidence, secrets hidden from the public, or details the previous ego does not want spread. Mental disorder. Ego trait. CP bonus. 2. You have a psychological disorder from a previous traumatic experience. Choose one of the disorders listed on page 224. This trait may be taken multiple times for different disorders. Morphing disorder. Ego trait. CP bonus. 2/4/6. Adapting to new morphs is particularly challenging for you. Apply a -10 modifier per level to integration tests page 288 and relieving stress tests page 288. Neural damage. Ego trait. CP bonus. 2. You suffered some type of neurological damage that cannot yet be cured. The affliction is part of your ego and remains even when relieving. This damage may have been inherited, resulted from a poorly designed morph or implant, or inflicted by a nanovirus during the fall. Work with your GM to agree on a specific disorder appropriate to your game. The GM may inflict impairment modifiers, usually -10, as appropriate, according to the affliction. Some possibilities are Musica. You have an inability to make or understand music. Automatically fail music-related skill tests. Color blindness. You cannot distinguish color, only variations in brightness. 10 to visual perceive tests. Lack depth perception. You have difficulty ascertaining distance. Double range modifiers. Lack face recognition. You cannot distinguish faces. -10 to visual perceive tests involving person identification. Logorrhea. You use an excessive amount of words and sometimes can't stop talking. -10 to persuade and verbal provoke tests. Mood swings. Your emotions shift quickly and dramatically. -10 to WIL checks against provoke. Partial aphasia. You sometimes have difficulty communicating or using words. -10 to persuade and verbal provoke tests. Repetitive behavior. You unwillingly repeat your actions. You unwillingly repeat your actions. Make a COG check to avoid repeating your actions when under pressure. Synesthesia. Some types of sensory input are conflated with other perceptual phenomena. This trait may be taken multiple times for different afflictions. No backup insurance. Ego trait. CP bonus. 2. You are either poor, bioconservative, or like to live dangerously. You do not have any sort of backup insurance or similar arrangement. If you die, your stack's retrieval and your ego's reinstantiation is entirely dependent upon the circumstances and GM. You may be brought back with significantly lower MP or be permanently dead. Non-human biochemistry. Y morph trait. MP bonus. 2/4. This trait is only available to biomorphs. This morph has substantial physiological and genetic differences from human morphs. Level 1 applies to non-human morphs. Level 2 applies to non-mammalian morphs. Apply a -10 modifier per level to medicine tests. Certain drugs, toxin, chemicals, or medical procedures may not work or may have a different effect. GM discretion. This trait may not be applied to morphs that do not come with it. Obliviousness. Ego trait. CP bonus. 2. You are oblivious to events around you or anything other than what your attention is focused on. Suffer a -10 modifier to perceive tests against surprise and increase your distracted modifier to 30. Obtuseness. Ego or Y morph trait. CP/MP bonus. 1/2/3. Not the brightest star in the sky. Apply 5 per level to COG checks. Planned obsolescence. Y morph trait, MP bonus. 1. The morph is designed in such a way that it needs periodic genetic service pack therapy or proprietary maintenance or its performance will degrade. Treat this as a moderate complexity service required every month. For each month this is skipped, reduce the morph's pools by 1. The GM chooses which pool. If pools are reduced to 0, the morph incurs 1 wound per month that may not be repaired or healed. These manifest as joint pain, neural degradation, tumors, and other malfunctions. Once 4 wounds are accumulated, the morph is incapacitated. A gene therapy or maintenance session from a licensed hypercorp service provider or a black market pirate will restore the morph to full functionality. Poor coordination. Ego or Y morph trait. CP/MP bonus. 1/2/3. Either you or your morph are inherently clumsy. Suffer 5 per level to REF checks. Poor instincts. Ego or Y morph trait. CP/MP bonus. 1/2/3. Your inherent judgment is off. Suffer 5 per level to INT checks. Proprietary tech. Y morph trait. MP bonus. 2. This trait is only available to synthmorphs. This morph was built with non-standard specifications, making most modern tools and software incompatible. This is a conscious design decision to make the user dependent upon the manufacturer for repairs and updates. Fixer nanoswarms will not work on this morph in hardware. Robotics tests suffer a -20 modifier. Psi vulnerability. Ego or Y morph trait. CP/MP bonus. 1/2. Psi slights are particularly effective against your brain structure. Apply a -10 modifier per level when resisting Psi. The morph trait may only be taken by morphs with biological brains. Real-world naivety. A ego trait. CP bonus. 2. You either have very limited personal experience with the real, physical world or have spent so much time in VR that your real-life functioning is impaired. You lack an understanding of many physical properties, social cues, and other factors that most people take for granted. This lack of common sense may lead you to misunderstand how a device works or misinterpret someone's body language. Once per game session, the GM may intentionally mislead you when providing a description about something or social interaction. This falsehood represents your misunderstanding of the situation and should be role-played appropriately, even when the player is aware of the character's mistake. Restricted behavior. Ego or Y morph trait. CP/MP bonus. 1/2/4. Your conduct or moods are modified. This may be due to conditioning and reprogramming via time-accelerated psychosurgery greater than 294, drugs, genetic tweaks, psi, or other factors. This may have been a deliberate choice or it may have been inflicted against your will. Work with your GM to define a specific emotion, e.g., sadness, anxiety, anger, inhibitions, or behavior, e.g., aggression, stealing, eating, lying, using a specific drug. Apply a -10 modifier per level to all actions when the behavior/emotion is not avoided. Level 1. You are compelled to avoid the behavior and associate it with negative feelings. Emotions are limited. Level 2. You are blocked from the specified behavior. Emotions are suppressed. Pursuing it requires a WIL check. Level 3. You are incapable of pursuing the behavior. Emotions are expunged. If forced to engage in the conduct or to experience the emotion, suffer SV1d6. This trait may be taken more than once for different behaviors. Sensitive. Ego trait. CP bonus. 1/2. Your brain's operating system is vulnerable to exploits. Apply a -10 modifier per level to INT checks made to resist basilisk hacks. Severe allergy. Y morph trait. MP bonus. 2/4. This trait is only available to biomorphs. The morph's biochemistry suffers a severe allergic reaction, anaphylaxis, when it comes into contact, touched, inhaled, or ingested, with a specific allergen. At level 1, the allergen may be uncommon, certain drugs, insect stings. At level 2, it must be common, dust, dander, plant pollen, certain foods, nanoswarms, latex. Work with your GM to select an allergen that fits the game. If exposed to the allergen, you break into hives, have difficulty to breathing, -30 impairment modifier while exposed plus 10 minutes afterward, and must make a SOM check or go into anaphylactic shock, incapacitation, will die of respiratory failure in 2D 10 minutes unless medical care in the form of a successful medicine. Paramedic test is applied. Skill glitch. Y morph trait. MP bonus. 1/2. Some unfixable glitch in the morph's hardware or brain structure impedes the use of one particular skill, chosen or randomly selected by the GM. Apply a -10 modifier per level to that skill's use. Timidity. Ego or Y morph trait. CP/MP bonus. 1/2/3. You are weak-willed and easily intimidated. Apply 5 per level to WIL checks. Unattractiveness. Y morph trait. MP bonus. 1/2. Even though sculpted good looks are easily purchased, this morph is conspicuously ugly or poorly designed, inspiring distaste or even revulsion in others. Apply a -10 modifier to persuade and provoke tests where your hideousness may be a factor. Level 1 of this trait only applies to uplifts and synthmorphs. Level 2 is for humanoid biomorphs. VR vertigo. Ego trait. CP bonus. 2. You experience intense vertigo and nausea when interfacing with any type of virtual reality or XP. Apply a -30 modifier to your actions when using VR or XP. If using VR/XP for a prolonged period, unhort, you must make a SOM check or be incapacitated for 10 minutes. Even augmented reality makes you dizzy. Suffer a -10 modifier while interfacing with AR. Weak immune system. Y morph trait. MP bonus. 1/2. This trait is only available to biomorphs. The morph's immune system is easily compromised. Apply a -10 modifier per level when resisting the effects of diseases, drugs, chemicals, and toxins. 0G nausea. Y morph trait. MP bonus. 2. This trait is only available to biomorphs. This morph suffers from space sickness and does not fare well in zero gravity. Apply a -10 impairment modifier in any microgravity climate. Additionally, the first time you must acclimate or endure excessive movement in microgravity, you must make a SOM check or spend 1 hour incapacitated by nausea. Character creation example. We're making Hex, one of the sample characters, page 83. We know that we want to make an async firewall agent who is heavy with social abilities. We start with step 1 of the character creation process, page 38. Since we are building an async, we decide to make the character part of the Lost Generation, page 133, a corporate project to raise kids under accelerated conditions that went horribly wrong. We choose Lost as their background. This skill pack comes with 2 no skills for which we get to pick the fields. We choose psychology and mind hacks. That gives us these skills. Deceive 40, Infiltrate 20, Kinesics 40, Perceive 20, Psi 50, No Mind Hacks 30, and No Psychology 60. For step 2, we choose Face as the career pack. There's a lot of skill overlap with the first pack here, but we want a heavy social character. For the no skills, we choose drugs and smuggling as the fields, as we are leaning towards this character having criminal connections. With the new skills, we now have Deceive 80, Infiltrate 20, Kinesics 70, Perceive 20, Persuade 60, Psi 50, No Drugs 30, No Mind Hacks 30, No Psychology 60, and No Smuggling 60. For step 3, we decide to keep it simple and focus on making a badass async, so we choose async as the interest. Again, there's some skill overlap, but we'll just modify the skills to customize the character a bit further in the process. For the no skill, we choose black markets because we want this character to be a skilled underworld dealer. With this new package, our skill totals are now Deceive 120, Infiltrate 20, Kinesics 70, Perceive 40, Persuade 60, Psi 90, No Black Markets 40, No Drugs 30, No Mind Hacks 30, No Psychology 60, and No Smuggling 60. In step 4, we opt to make this an inner system character. We choose Lunar as their faction, which gives them No Lunar/Orbitals 30 and a motivation of plus lunar interests. In step 5, we pick an aptitude template, choosing Survivor. We decide to switch the SAV and SOM scores, though, given that the character is more social than physical. This gives us aptitudes of COG 15, INT 10, REF 15, SAV 20, SOM 10, WIL 20. Now it's time to add our skills and aptitudes together for step 6. Adding the aptitude to each linked skill, we have skill totals of Deceive 140 SAV, Infiltrate 35 REF, Kinesics 90 SAV, Perceive 60 INT, Persuade 80 SAV, Psi 110 WIL, No, Black Markets 55, COG, No, Drugs 45, COG, No, Lunar/Orbitals 45, COG, No, Mind Hacks 45, COG, No, Psychology 75, COG, and No, Smuggling 75, COG. Remember that Perceive has a base of INT equals 2. We know that the max skill value you can have is 80, so we'll need to make some adjustments and reassign the points that spill over that amount. We lower Deceive, Kinesics, and Psi all to 80, which gives us 100 extra points to spend as we wish. We decide to give the character Athletics 20, so they can handle some physical activities. We also add Fray of 20 and Guns 30 so they take care of themselves in a fight. And we add Provoke 30 to cover the one social skill they are missing. Adding the aptitudes for those skills, we have Athletics 30 SOM, Fray 50 REF, Guns 45 REF, and Provoke 50 SAV. Remember that Fray is based on REF *2. Our skill list is now at Athletics 30, Deceive 80, Fray 50, Guns 45, Infiltrate 35, Kinesics 80, Perceive 60, Persuade 80, Provoke 50, Psi 80, No. Black Markets 55, No. Drugs 45, No. Lunar/Orbitals 45, No. Mind Hacks 45, No. Psychology 75, and No. Smuggling 75. Looking over the skill list, we decide that there's one more skill we want the character to have, Research. We could buy this later on with customization points, but we have a feeling we will want to spend those on other things. So we decide to tweak our skills slightly. We drop Kinesics by 10 points to 70, Perceive by 20 points to 40, and Psi by 5 points to 75. With those 35 points, we buy Research at 25, 40 with COG, and add 10 more points to Infiltrate, making it 45. For the final skill list, see Hex's character sheet. Moving on to step 7, we get 2 languages to start with. We choose Korean and Russian. Our combined COG plus INT is only 25, not enough to get us another language for free. In step 8, we get our 1 point of ego flex. For rep in step 9, we want our character's strongest rep score to be with criminals, so we choose a G-rep Guanxi of 50. We want the character to be equally comfortable in the inner and outer system, so we assign 25 to both at rep and C-rep. Step 10 is a big one. Customization. We have 20 CP. Since we want an async, we start there, buying the Psi trait at level 2, which costs 4 CP. This allows us to use both Psi Chi and Psi Gamma sleights. We also want to have a good selection of sleights, so we spend 5 CP to buy 5, which we'll pick later. We spend 4 more on the resources level 2 trait, which is important for operating within the inner system. That leaves 7 CP left. We want a bit more CP than that, so we buy 2 negative traits, Enemy and Enhanced Behavior level 2. Those give us 2 CP each, so now we are back up to 11. Since this character relies on networking, we spend it all on 55 more rep points, increasing at rep to 45 and C-rep to 60. Next, we move on to Derive Stats, step 11. Looking at the formulas, this character's stats are Initiative. REF 15 plus INT 10 is equal to 25. 25 is equal to 5 equals 5 aptitude checks are all aptitude 3. So, COG check 45 asterisk INT check 30 asterisk REF check 45. SAV check 60 asterisk SOM check 30 asterisk WIL check 60. Lucidity. WIL 20 times 2 is equal to 40 trauma threshold. LUC 40 is equal to 5 equals 8 insanity rating. LUC 40 times 2 is equal to 80 infection rating. Psi trait level 2 times 10 is equal to 20. Step 12 is a fun one. Picking a morph. The GM assigns us the default 6 MP to start. The resources trait give us 2 knower for 8. Going with our lost background, we choose the Futuromorph for 4 MP. We decide to spend the other 4 MP on 2 pieces of moderate complexity gear. We choose Skinflex, as it will help with social and infiltration scenarios and enhanced vision. We write down our morph stats on our character sheet. Our gear packs are based on the campaign type, firewall, and profession face. Looking them over, we decide they are good asses. The Futuromorph gives us pools of Insight 2, Moxie 4, and Vigor 1. We also flex 1 from our ego. The neuromodulation where that comes with our face gear pack provides +1 Moxie, raising our Moxie to 5. Step 13 is choosing motivations. We decide that this character is probably not that dedicated to their faction, so we ditch the T-Lunar Interests motivation from Step 4. We choose 3 new ones based on the character's history and agenda, plus Expand Influence, plus Independence, and * Thrill-Seeking. Our character is mostly finished, but we have a few final things to wrap up. First, we pick a name for our muse Mirror Mirror. Second, we look through our traits and make sure everything is designated. We make our enemy Cognite, fitting for the lost background, and choose a Musica for neural damage, no nightclubs for us. Since we are an async, we must choose which substrain of the Watsmacliad virus affects us. We go with the Stranger because it's pretty creepy and cool. That strain gives us a mental disorder trait. We go with Paramnesia, and a free sleight. We choose Basilisk Stare. We also pick the other sleights we had spent CP on: Browse Thoughts, Cloud Memory, Control Behavior, Short Circuit, and Subliminal. Looking the final version of Hex over, we have a solid social character with some nifty psychic abilities and decent rep. You can see her on page 83. How it came to be. Slouching towards singularity. Source: Olympus Academy, Surveillance Recording. Good morning, class. This is recent history and contemporary events. I am Dr. Lana Brandt. I'm going to be blunt. This class is small and privileged. Every one of you here is the scion to a hyper-elite fortune. You have been raised to think you are a clever and self-aware thinker who can spot mimetic warfare from reality. You believe that the system of structured hypercapitalism is not only superior to all other ideologies, it is above reproach. It is the ideal path towards guiding transhumanity to a galactic future, and you, the best and brightest, with your will and your vision, are destined to lead us there. Except that you won't, because the elders in your family, who control all the wealth and power, will never die. They will continue to lead, by the virtue of their ageless wisdom, unless they become unfit to do so. Your task, then, is to support their endeavors fully, to be their eyes and hands, until the day they no longer care to lead or compete and you rightfully take their place, using the skills you will learn here in this prestigious private academy. Perhaps that assertion shocks you. My job, as your teacher, is to disabuse you of false notions, because otherwise your naivete will put you at a disadvantage in the future. Here's another assertion. The hyper-elites are as responsible for the fall and the titans as the statists of old Earth governments and reckless autonomists. No, I am not trying to undermine your beliefs. This is the point of history, to learn from failures. If something goes wrong, we must learn why in order to avoid repeating the same mistakes. Before the fall. So let us learn. I begin every semester with a broad overview. In this classroom, you will experience the unvarnished truth, not the propaganda we broadcast to keep the masses distracted and placated. We will start with what led us to our current situation. Climate crises. Up until a half-century before the fall, life was confined to our cradle on Earth, but we were not kind to it. Climate change killed millions by drought, extreme weather, and famines. Tens of millions more were displaced by coastal flooding, desertification, and temperature shifts due to changing ocean currents. The oceans held more plastic than fish, the honeybee was nearly extinct, and global starvation loomed. Efforts to mitigate this climate catastrophe were not enacted until we had already passed the carbon dioxide tipping point, meaning CO2 levels were non-reversible. The lack of leadership to change course was primarily due to the fixation of business interests on short-term goals, on maximizing shareholder value, rather than long-term consequences. For decades, the dominant ideology of globalization steered the world, opening borders to market forces. Economists promised this would raise the standard of living for all of Earth, and to a very marginal degree it did. But the deregulation of the financial sector that enabled this growth ensured that the world's wealth became even more concentrated at the top. As economic disparities rose and globalization stumbled, the dominant faction of transnational finance capital sucked wealth from the world as it weakened nation-states, imposed austerity measures, and forced the populations of country after country into permanent debt. These combined crises led to a polarization in the geopolitical order, with rising tensions between rival blocs of nation-states. Industries more closely tied to national economies united with a wave of populist and fascist resurgence to raise trade barriers, impose protectionist policies, and mobilize sanctions against climate refugees. Stronger nations fought proxy wars in the global south over clean water, arable land, and the last precious black ichors of the Triassic. Weaker states hollowed and failed, succumbing to rogue corporations, political extremists, and criminal cartels. The privileged retreated to protected enclaves while a massive global underclass scrabbled for survival outside their guarded walls. Many governments turned to private military contractors for policing actions necessary to restore stability and security. Out of these troubled times, a new generation of corporate militaries grew, with outfits like Ultimate Security and Direct Action rising to prominence. Geoengineering efforts to mitigate climate change were failures at first, often making things worse. Storms, wildfires, extinctions, and other effects grew more severe until just a few decades before the fall, when our technology finally began to reverse the effects. But the cost in lives had already been paid. Disruptive technologies. A wave of disruptive technologies exacerbated these crises. Automation coupled with advances in machine learning wiped out entire job categories. Some states established basic income guarantees and other social welfare programs to maintain a robust consumer base. Others reinstituted debt bondage or encouraged black markets to thrive among the swollen underclass outside the enclave's electrified fences. Medical advances, from clone organ harvesting and new drugs to gene therapies, allowed elites to live healthier, longer lives even as worldwide lifespans plummeted. The children of enclavers benefited from gene-fixing procedures, eliminating genetic diseases and drawbacks, while global infant mortality rates soared. As augmentations progressed, cybernetics and bioware became available to specialists and the wealthy. Affluent children like you were gifted with genetic intelligence enhancements and sleep hacks, furthering their edge over others. The technologies promising a new transhuman era had arrived, but were not evenly distributed. Aside from widening wealth disparities, new technologies posed notable risks. Advanced 3D printing enabled access to restricted items such as weapons and drugs. The capability to brew up biowarfare agents at home led to numerous mass casualty events. Attempts to regulate and restrict new tech only mitigated the situation at best. The first exhumans appeared well before the fall, gleefully using experimental augmentations and body mods to transform themselves into monsters. The Lagos hunter used stealth and weapon implants to murder over 100 victims before he was stopped. The police couldn't determine his identity, even with his corpse, because he had been so extensively modified. Of course, these new technologies also brought some stability, and I don't just mean the emotional comfort of your parents' first adorable transgenic pets. The adoption of augmented reality and resilient mesh networks enabled people to connect and take advantage of software tools in ways not previously possible. The confluence of widespread surveillance technology with biometric recognition systems and deep learning/AI capabilities brought a new measure of security to troubled times. It is regrettable that the early algorithms behind these systems were often tainted by human biases, giving credence to complaints that their deployment reinforced systemic racism and xenophobia. On the other hand, the rise of surveillance, universal surveillance of everyone by everyone, helped to curtail crime and abuses of power, though smart authority figures remained shielded by their power and influence. The onslaught of new technology, particularly biotech and AI, was opposed by a bioconservative backlash. This originated from both the left and the right, rooted in religious beliefs about the natural order and concerns over environmental and social effects. Many countries imposed legal restrictions, impacting their ability to compete in the global tech race. Extremists launched attacks on biotech labs and scientists. This drove research to black labs on the fringe or countries that risked censure to leap ahead. A new space race. The visionary entrepreneurs of this period saw these technologies as the key to the future. They took full advantage of what was available to transform their way of doing business, creating the first hypercore. They debunked the necessity of burdensome overhead, with centralized hierarchies, sprawling infrastructure, and massive workforces. They developed a highly specialized focus, embracing AI, robotics, and decentralization. They externalized costs, relying on freelancers and collaborations with other nimble hypercore for transient services. Most importantly, they saw the necessity of taking humanity into space, both to avoid growing instability on Earth and to create new markets. Hypercore led the charge in privatizing the space industry and colonizing the solar system, creating an off-world consortium. The completion of the first space elevator proved that we were no longer bound to our cradle. Though various nation-states planted their flags on Luna and Mars, it was the hypercore that got them there. We responded to worsening conditions on Earth by building off-world colonies from Mercury to Jupiter and beyond. We began the terraforming of Mars, giving our species a prescient alternative to Earth should things go bad. These settlements needed consumers, not just robots, and so new labor forces were conscripted from the starving populations of Earth, offered a life in space in return for a contracted period of indentured service. An indentured worker who put in 10 years of work was also a captive and reliable customer. The best thing about space expansion, of course, was the escape from government influence. Bioconservatism and technophobia limited certain areas of research on Earth. No such rules existed in space. Secret labs studied everything from AI and nanotech to genetic enhancements and fusion power. Advancements came at a blistering pace that would not have been possible in the regulatory frameworks of Earth, furthering more research and expansion. The hypercore were not the only ones to take advantage of space expansion. We gave the starving masses the stars, and they rewarded us by bringing their social problems with them. Everything from criminal cartels to labor unions spread with the indentures off-world. A handful of political radicals convinced some fringe outer system outposts, far from our centers of influence, to declare a break from hypercorp control and become autonomous havens. A group of activist scientists formed the Argonauts, providing critically needed expertise and resources for these new habitats, partly by recruiting some of the best and brightest government and hypercorp minds. We unfortunately contributed to these elements by exiling criminals and malcontents to the outer system, hoping to destabilize the autonomous, but instead swelling their ranks. Paradigm shifts. It is common to hear the fall discussed as a singularity event so tumultuous that we could not predict the aftermath. But in truth, the Titans were just one of several rapid-fire developments that transformed transhuman society in unexpected ways. The advent of nanofabrication fundamentally altered the means of production. The capability to manufacture almost anything from the molecular level on up undermined the scarcity upon which commerce thrives. The blueprints needed to print items now had more value than the physical goods themselves, but thankfully capitalism had decades in refining digital rights management, DRM techniques. Nevertheless, anarchists and others see nanofabrication as the threat to the market it is, and they do their best to wrench such technologies from our control. Fabrics are unlocked, DRM is cracked, proprietary designs are reverse-engineered, and open-source alternatives are spread far and wide. This has the unfortunate trend of freeing consumers from supply chains and the incentive to sell their labor. Nanofabrication enabled anarchists and brinkers alike to be self-reliant and flourish, building their survivalist bunkers, cult communes, and alleged post-scarcity utopias in every nook and cranny in the solar system. Criminals and insurgent groups also used nanofab to circumvent legal restrictions and launch devastating attacks against the status quo. Nanofabbed weapons and contraband flooded every city street and undermined the market. To this day, nanofabrication remains one of the thornier issues for hypercapitalism, both in terms of controlling markets and maintaining security. Mind uploading, mental emulation technology, and resleeving were similarly disruptive. Almost overnight, transhumanity became immortal. In the old days, people used to just die. The body shut down, the neurons in the brain died, and the remains of the mind rotted in the skull, food for necrotizing bacteria. Death was the end, the waste of a life, and it made people very unhappy. Now, however, transhumanity is liberated from death. It is difficult to state how revolutionary this was. At the time, a population explosion was a strong concern, but the legal and financial ramifications were also massive. Wealth would no longer be passed to heirs. Life insurance transformed to backup insurance. Long-term investments became more palatable. Prenuptial agreements and marriage contracts became a necessity. Forked copies raised questions of ownership, identity, and culpability. And with the digitization of minds, a single worker could now be replicated into an entire workforce. Put those mind clones into a time-contracted simulspace, and you have exponentially magnified your productive capabilities. Hypercore, of course, took advantage of this immediately, accelerating their production outputs. A third paradigm shift is often overlooked for its transformative effects. New life. The public arguments in favor of uplifting animals to sapience are based in ethical imperatives to improve quality of life. But humans also do this because we can, to prove our mastery over the natural world. Certainly there is some value in diversifying our collective mindsets and consumer bases away from strict human norms, as long as the process is sufficiently controlled to not become a threat. And, of course, uplifts make a fine indentured labor force, as they are expected to pay off the debt of our patronage. But the real shakeup to our foundations came with the development of true artificial general intelligence. AGI thinking machines as smart and self-aware as humans. This leap moved automation to the next level, but it was also a stepping stone to artificial superintelligence. Which leads us to the Titans. The fall. For decades, a secret arms race had been underway in pursuit of the holy grail of research. Artificial superintelligence, ASI. Like the nuclear bomb before it, ASI would put tremendous power in the hands of those who achieved it first. Every government and hypercorp sought it. And ASI would put those who controlled it decades beyond their competition. Given the recent advances with neural modeling and AGI, many projects were on the verge of a breakthrough, but as far as we know, the Titans got there first. The Titans. The Total Information Tactical Awareness Network was a U.S. military project that involved tight collaboration between multiple advanced neural networks. It was the largest and strongest machine intelligence of its kind, having only one peer. The 100 Flowers system managed by China's Machine Intelligence Directorate, MIND. The Titan system played many roles: surveillance, threat analysis, forecasting, net war, and more. Though the Titans were specialized systems, not AGIs, and in theory shackled, they acquired the ability to self-upgrade, and they did so at an exponential rate. Perhaps they developed these capabilities on their own. Perhaps they had assistance. We will likely never know. What matters is that the hypercore failed to reach this goal first. Instead of a controlled and beneficial superintelligence, we had machine gods guided by their own obscured interests. Slow burn. We know that the Titans evolved in secret, that they did not manifest their true capabilities for months. We also know they began the fall slowly, exacerbating existing conflicts while building up their own capacities. Automated factories were built or subverted all over the planet. Viruses were injected into countless defense systems. People were hacked into becoming sleeper agents and puppets. The Titans ran numerous false flag operations, tricking rival nations and corporations into attacking each other. Border wars sparked, assassinations of public figures spiked, and financial markets crashed. The worldwide chaos provided a perfect cover for the Titans to gather their strength in secret. Hot war. Eventually, a turning point was reached, and the Titans openly attacked transhumanity. Entire cities fell to their war machines in just a few days. Governments, militaries, and corporations were decapitated overnight. Media was silenced and communication lines severed. Invisible nanoswarms wreaked mass devastation, even altering weather patterns. Stories came to light of people mutating into horrible monstrosities, the first evidence of the exurgent virus strain the Titans unleashed upon transhumanity. Basilisk hacks, transmitted via augmented reality media, crippled entire populations. Legions of Titan machines harvested the heads and cortical stacks of millions. Captive populations were forced into uploading centers. No one knows why so many were forcibly uploaded or what the Titans did with their egos. The war was destructive on a scale like none before. Cities were nuked or destroyed in orbital bombardments. Entire countries were slaughtered. Massive wealth was squandered and lost. Irreplaceable historical treasures were destroyed. Invaluable data was corrupted. Some of our brightest minds were stolen from us. It is impossible to calculate the damage inflicted to our future possibilities. Extended fight. Inevitably, the war spread off-world. Habitats on Mars, Luna, and in orbit suffered outbreaks of exsurgence and hostile machine life. The Titans even began the transformation of Saturn's moon Iapetus into a massive computational structure. Transhumanity was safe nowhere. The Titans fought on all fronts simultaneously with an unmatched level of coordination and precision. If all of transhumanity had united against the common threat, we might have had a chance, but we remained at each other's throats. Nearly every faction focused on their own survival rather than destroying the Titans. Even when the war was clearly lost and the evacuation began, there were those who capitalized on the situation for their own gain, such as those who used precious trips on the space elevator to carry heirlooms and cultural artifacts off-world rather than refugees. We will discuss morality versus practicality later. In one notorious example of infighting, the American, Chilean, Chinese, and Russian space fleets around Jupiter turned on each other. In space, war is unforgiving but mercifully quick. The Allied American and Chilean fleets alone survived this 17-minute war. They soon annexed or subjugated all of the Jovian habitats under their control, with the exception of Europa. Exodus. With so many of Earth's authorities knocked out of commission, the evacuation process was understandably messy. The Hypercore stepped forward to escort millions off-world. Heroic holding actions bought precious time for more to escape. Every rocket, ship, and robot that could make it to orbit was deployed, every egocaster run until they were taken by Titan machines. In at least one instance, high-altitude weather balloons were used to lift cortical stacks to an altitude where orbital drones could retrieve them. Millions survived only with their digitized minds. Billions were left behind. After the fall, after almost 2 years of war and chaos, the Titan attacks suddenly stopped. The end of the fall is specifically noted as Bronsky's moment. This was when Atukum Bronsky, sensor chief of the Bruges, announced loss of contact with a Titan drone carrier that dove into Saturn's atmosphere. It never emerged. This was the last known encounter with any Titan-directed forces. Nevertheless, the Earth was cordoned off. A flotilla of killsats ensured that no more ships traversed in either direction. We cut ourselves off from the scarred remnant of our homeworld. Though we did not understand it at the time, we were no longer under the immediate threat of extinction. Earth was left an uninhabitable wasteland. The entire solar system is dotted with similar ruins, corrupted zones littered with dormant war machines and exsurgents. The governments and leadership of Earth were shredded. Reconsolidation. Of course, every disaster is also an opportunity. The Hypercore were uniquely poised to take action in the wake of the fall. Most had limited physical assets to lose, and these were largely located off-world. With some exceptions, their operations remained intact. Leadership was required. A new stable political system was needed to maintain civilization. The only viable functioning entity was the Lunar Lagrange Alliance, but it was overwhelmed and in disarray, its habitats drowned in refugees, fearful the Titans would continue their attacks. Into this void stepped a number of leading Hypercore, establishing a new order, the Planetary Consortium. From the beginning, their agenda was visionary and forward-looking. It recognized that Earth was a lost cause, an open wound that would never heal and only bring pain. And so Mars was declared our new homeworld, a new base from which we would transform the cosmos. The shambles of the Martian colonial infrastructure were reassembled into the Tharsis League and reinvigorated with purpose as terraforming efforts were redoubled. Habitats around the solar system were consolidated into a mutually beneficial marketplace. The system of hypercapitalism was stabilized, the economy revitalized, and future growth secured. We were not alone in ensuring ourselves a place in the new scheme of things. The military junta that had seized control of Jovian space reformed themselves as the Jovian Republic. Led by a coalition of bioconservative and anti-Al political leaders from Earth and Jovian fleet officers, the Republic positions itself in opposition to transhuman progress. They have laughingly declared their polity the last bastion of true humanity left in the universe. They control all of Jovian space, charging a slingshot tax to passing ships that use their gravity well. Only Europa remains free of their control. The Titanians, pursuing their techno-socialist ideals, retain their independence, along with the LLA. The Titanians lack ambition, however, and are destined to remain isolated in the outer system. The Lunars and Orbitals remain obsessed with Earth and its dying cultures and thus spend too much time looking backward to firmly distinguish themselves. The Infugee crisis. Even as new polities took form, a major problem presented itself. Millions of refugees crowded every inner system habitat. For every embodied refugee, there were dozens of infugees who had ego-casted off Earth and were stranded as infomorphs on a server. Millions of infugees were placed into cold storage, unable to even experience a virtual life. Not all refugees were able to find a home. Unknown numbers were stuck in space aboard craft not designed for long-term habitation. With habitats refusing them entry, they banded together into large nomadic swarms. Adopting the colloquial name of scum, these vagabonds remain a thorn to system security as they effectively function as roving criminal exchanges. In order to build new habitats, infrastructure, and morphs to accommodate Earth's survivors, the Hypercore drafted many of these infugees as indentured workers. Like any other commodity, investors began trading indentured worker contracts. The exchange was formalized in 2AF as index. Every day, more and more egos are revived from storage and brought to market, where Hypercore buy and sell their contracts. Though some doggedly compare this to a system of slavery, it is a practical system that ensures everyone gets the opportunity to be physically reinstantiated. The autonomous threat. While the consortium focused on the security and stability of the inner system, the outer system also had time to organize. The Titanian Commonwealth and various anarchist habitats opened their doors to infugees, swelling in number and influence. Eyeing the consolidation of power sunward, a number of these habitats established a mutual defense pact called the Autonomous Alliance. Their unspoken agenda was to fence the inner system powers inside the main belt, viewing us as their greatest threat next to the Titans. Agitators and saboteurs infiltrated our society to undermine it, kickstarting the Barsumian movement on Mars and the Mercurial movement of uplift separatists. They smuggled indentured workers out to build up their own numbers, stole our intellectual property, and claim-jumped asteroids around the solar system. It was necessary for the planetary consortium to respond to this aggression early and with decided force. And so we sent a fleet to launch a punitive raid against Locus, a major autonomous habitat in Jupiter's Trojan asteroids. We underestimated their militancy and how many military-grade weapon system blueprints they had stolen from us, however. The raid was repelled. A second raid was launched, but the Titanian Commonwealth came to their aid, its small fleet having survived the fall almost entirely intact. The Jovians also rattled their sabers at this time, making it clear that they were unsettled by what they saw as consortium expansionism. Since this failure on our part, a Cold War remains ongoing between the two halves of the solar system. The Lost Generation. One of the more ambitious initiatives launched by Consortium Hypercore was the Futura project to help repopulate after the fall. Led by Cognite, the goal was to simulate an entire childhood through time-contracted virtual reality, so that the next generation of productive citizens would be ready for work in 3 years, not 18. Thousands of children were born in exowombs specifically for the project and then sleeved into quick-growing biomorphs. No one knows exactly what went wrong, but the process broke down. Few of the children learned empathy or impulse control well enough to function in society. Many became unstable and violent. They attacked each other in VR only to be reset by AI tutors, thus learning that actions have no consequence. When a whistleblower leaked news of the project's failures, it was hastily shut down, but not before an unknown number of test subjects escaped. Pandora Gates. The first gate was discovered soon after the fall on Saturn's moon, Pandora, by Titanian explorers. Within a year, they managed to activate it and travel beyond our solar system. 4 other gates were found in short order, on an asteroid near Mercury, Mars, Oberon, and Eris. The gates allow for faster-than-light wormhole travel to a corresponding gate somewhere else in the galaxy. Hundreds of planets, some habitable and even bearing alien life, have been discovered so far. The The value of these gates cannot be discounted. They are our portal to the stars. They enable us to establish colonies, exploit resources, and analyze the relics of dead alien civilizations. The first gate has been placed under the custodianship of the Gatekeeper Corporation, a joint project between the Titanians and various hypercore. The Martian Gate remains under consortium control, with exploration and colonization led by our subsidiary Pathfinder. Two others are held by private hypercore, Terragenesis, Vulcanoid Gate, and Gonine, Discord Gate. The latter was rightfully seized from anarchist hands, though it remains contested and has suffered a number of exhuman attacks. The Fisher Gate remains in anarchist hands, posing a potential threat to consortium long-term interests. Of course, the use of the gates is controversial. No one fully understands how they work and seemingly break the laws of physics. Nor does anyone know what built the gates. Many believe the Titans used the gates to leave the solar system, and we have found signs of the Titans on some exoplanets. But did they build the gates or find them? The presence of the gates also poses a risk. What if an alien civilization were to attack through them? What if the Titans were to return? So far, however, the only aliens we have discovered beyond the gates are long extinct. Despite these dangers, the gates present an opportunity that cannot be wasted. Transhumanity now has the capability to reach the stars. We have the means to become a galactic civilization, and the consortium has stepped up boldly to this task. The factors. Contact with the first and, so far, only living alien species came in 3AF. Surprisingly, we encountered the amoeboid species known as the factors within our own solar system. After saving a Brinker habitat from life support failure, factor ships appeared near Mars, Luna, and Titan simultaneously. Diplomacy won out over xenophobia, and peaceful contact was established. Since then, factor ships have visited multiple times a year and engaged in limited trade with multiple factions. So far, they have not yet revealed any of their important secrets, like how they travel to and from our system. They claim their ships can travel near the speed of light, but we have no idea if that is true or possible. While we can potentially gain much from the factors, and should keep lines of trade and communication open, we should keep in mind that they do not have our best interests in mind. The technology they have exchanged so far has been of limited use. They seem self-concerned, greedy, and overly cautious, even going so far as to lecture transhumanity against our use of ALS and Pandora gates. Until they become more forthcoming, more willing to exchange, they should not be trusted. Morningstar. Part of the consortium's vision for transhumanity involves terraforming Venus into an Earth-like planet. Though the process would take centuries, it could support a population of billions. However, a subset of activist Venusians did not want to lose their unique aerostat lifestyle, living in floating habitats far above the surface. They support a different plan that would only transform the atmosphere into a breathable oxygen mix, but otherwise let Venus remain the same. This process is only estimated to take 90 years, but it could support at most 200 million. Unfortunately, they successfully campaigned in AF6 to secede from the consortium over this issue, establishing the Morningstar constellation. Had the consortium been less aggressive with its terraforming plans or spent more time building consensus among the people of Venus, perhaps this affair could have been avoided. Already the constellation is proving to be a thorn in the inner system, taking on more liberal social and economic policies, though it is likely just a matter of time before they are returned to the fold. The path ahead. And that brings us to our present day. We are now a decade past the fall, but the future remains uncertain. While we have averted any major wars or conflicts, transhumanity remains fractured. The Titans could return any day. Alien threats brought back from beyond the Pandora gates may spell our doom. A hot war between the capitalist inner system and autonomous outer system could wipe out civilization as we know it. We are beset with dangers on all sides, yet never before have we had such opportunity. In this time of rapid change, the wisdom and experience of your family's leaders is desperately needed to guide us to greatness. As this class looks into these events in greater depth, it will be your task to learn from them, so you can help lead transhumanity along the proper path. This may be the last dusk of our species before we fade away or the beginning of a new dawn, a new golden era. It is up to your generation, more than ever, on how our story continues. Timeline: BF 80 to 60. The climate crisis displaces millions, damages economies, and destabilizes governments. Expansion of high-speed wireless networks. Robotics and autonomous vehicles becomes widespread, invalidating many jobs. Medical advances improve health, longevity, and organ repair. First widespread experiments with designer babies and gene-fixing therapies. Professional athletes and soldiers spearhead the adoption of elective cybernetics. Mass adoption of augmented reality. Exoskeletons used to enhance labor workforces. Construction of the first space elevator at Mount Kilimanjaro begins. Manned stations established at the Lagrange points, Luna, and Mars. Computer intelligence capabilities equal and exceed that of the human brain. True AGI not yet developed. BF 60 to 40. Networking-enabled devices become so widespread that mesh networking becomes commonplace. Massive geoengineering projects on Earth fail to stem climate change, create severe side effects. Extranational space hubs open up legal and practical loopholes for direct human experimentation, accelerating discoveries greatly. First space elevator on Earth finished. 2 others in progress. Mass driver built on Luna. Space traffic booms. First ALIs developed and used for scientific research and net war. Genetic enhancements and gene therapy become available to the wealthy. The first smart animals produced capable of some speech and tool use. Several hypercore form the Off-World Consortium to further space expansion. Fusion power developed and working plants established. Major colonies established on Luna and Mars. Outposts settled on Mercury, Venus, and the Belt. Explorers reach Pluto. Terraforming of Mars begins. BF 40 to 30. Personal ALI aids, muses, become widespread. Mass adoption of experience playback and full immersion VR simulspace technologies. Reputation networks made a resurgence, aided by neural networks that counter bad actors. Violence and destabilization rack the Earth. Some conflicts spread into space. Jason scientists split from governments and hypercore, form Argonaut Council for Responsible Science. Fusion drive spacecraft enter common use. Colonization and terraforming of Mars continues. Belt and Titan colonized. Stations established throughout the system. The starving masses recruited for indentured servitude on hypercorp space projects. The first destructive uploads performed, digitally emulating minds. First dolphins and chimpanzees uplifted to sapience, sparking controversy. BF 20 to 0. Pods see common usage as biological shells for bots/ALIs, amid some controversy. Geoengineering and environmental cleanup begin to cool the globe. Honeybees regain a foothold in the wild. Expansion throughout the system, even into the Kuiper Belt. Anarchists and Argonauts take root in the solar system's fringes. First AGIs developed. Legal status remains questionable. First outbreaks of hostile machine life at Da Nang, Vietnam, and Wolverhampton, UK. Nanotech assemblers become available, but are strictly controlled and jealously guarded by the elite and powerful. Uploading and the digital emulation of memory and consciousness made possible. Regular backups and cortical stacks become essential. The first resleeving takes place. Practice becomes rapidly adopted with a surge of body bank openings. The first rapid growth, genetically enhanced morphs become available. Antimatter drives are developed and put into use. More species orangutans, octopi, ravens, parrots, cetaceans, Neo-Neanderthal, pigs, elephants, uplifted to sapience. The fall? 2 years. Simmering tensions on Earth escalate into outright hostilities and warfare. The Titans evolve from a high-level distributed net war experiment into self-improving seed ALS. For the first few days, their existence is unsuspected. They advance their awareness, knowledge, and power exponentially, infiltrating the mesh both on Earth and around the system. Large-scale net war incursions break out between rival states on Earth, sparking numerous conflicts. These attacks are later blamed on the Titans. China's 100 Flowers neural network, equivalent to the Titans, is subverted and disabled by the Titans, Other prominent ASI development projects targeted by Titans. Only the Singularity Foundation survives. The Titans secretly begin a project to transform Saturn's moon Iapetus into a massive Jupiter brain computer. Massive net war ensues and major systems crash as Titans begin open attacks and wage war with autonomous machines. A miscommunication between armed forces around Jupiter leads to the 17-minute war, resulting in combined American and South American forces seizing control of Jovian space. Conflict quickly spirals out of control. The use of nuclear, biological, chemical, digital, and nanotech weapons reported by all sides. The Argonauts pulls a number of X-Risk and AL groups together to share resources and aid in the war against the Titan threat. Titans engage in mass forced uploading of human minds. The first reports of exurgent infection, exurgent transformations, and basilisk hacks shake transhumanity. Entire countries fall to the Titans, their puppets, and exurgents. Coordinated attacks effectively decapitate the leadership of major governments, corporations, and militaries. Facing losses of many fronts, the United Nations in exile calls for a mass evacuation of Earth. Off-world habitats are inundated with refugees and infugees. Titan attacks expand to other parts of solar system, heaviest on Luna and Mars. Numerous habitats fall. The Battle of L4 serves as a temporary setback to Titan orbital forces. Chicago is destroyed in a massive antimatter detonation, claimed by some to be an orbital strike. Responsibility for the attack remains unknown. The Pacific Beanstalk is destroyed after it falls into Titan hands. Its severed cable crashes down to Earth, leaving a swathe of destruction across Central Asia. New Mumbai on Luna falls to exurgent infection and is isolated. The last ship to evacuate Earth makes it into orbit. Millions of refugees remain stranded in orbit, with no habitats to take them. Titan forces go inactive. The Titans suddenly disappear as an active presence from the solar system, taking millions of uploaded minds with them. The Titan project to transform Iapetus is abandoned. Titanian forces put a security cordon in place. Bronsky's moment. The last known contact with Titan-directed forces. The Earth is left a devastated wasteland, a patchwork of radiation hotspots, sterile zones, nanoswarm clouds, roaming war machines, exurgents, and other hidden things left among the ruins. The Titan quarantine zone is established on Mars, isolating territory still under machine influence. A cordon of killsats is placed in low Earth orbit, preventing anything from escaping or reaching the planet. AF0 to 10. Various ships of homeless Earth survivors form the first nomadic scum fleets. The Jovian junta establishes the Jovian Republic, claiming sovereignty over Jupiter and its moons. The Autonomous Alliance is established as a defense and mutual aid pact among outer system anarchists, extropians, and scum. The Argonauts host the first X-Mode conference for groups combating X-risks in secret, establishing the I-Social Network. The Planetary Consortium forms, quickly rising to prominence in the inner system, outshining the Lunar Lagrange Alliance. The Tharsis League assumes governmental control of Mars, but quickly becomes a consortium puppet. The Barsoomian movement arises in opposition to corporate influence over Mars. The Titanians break away from the pro-firewall groups over a behind-the-scenes schism. A second X-Mode conference lays the foundation for Firewall. A consortium attack on the anarchist stronghold of Locus is repelled by a surprisingly strong defense. A second consortium attack on Locus is defeated thanks to intervention from the Titanian fleet and threats from the Jovian Republic, displeased over consortium expansionism. The Titanians formally join the Autonomous Alliance. A wormhole gateway is discovered on Saturn's moon Pandora, presumably left by the Titans. For others are later found in the Vulcanoids, on Mars, on a moon of Uranus, and in the Kuiper Belt. These are collectively referred to as Pandora Gate. Firewall scores its first post-fall victory in defeating the cult of the Destroyer, a group attempting to spread exurgent influence on Luna. The Sapien ID system is established and endorsed by the LLA and PC, but fails to get widespread traction. A 3-day riot ensues after a police raid of the Jungle Gym Uplift Dub on Mars, leading to the formation of the Mercurial Movement. Gonine security forces seized the Pandora Gate on Eris from the anarchists and brinkers that had discovered it. Expeditions are sent to extrasolar worlds via the Pandora Gates. Numerous exoplanet colonies established. Remains of some alien civilizations discovered. First contact with the aliens known as the Factors shocks the system. Claiming to act as ambassadors for other alien civilizations, they provide little information about life outside the solar system and warn transhumans away from both seed alund the Pandora Gates. An attempt to raise a generation of children using force-grown clones and time-contracted VR fails miserably when most die or go insane. Dubbed the Lost Generation, the survivors are viewed with repugnance and pity. A number of Venusian aerostats and habitats break from the planetary consortium over disagreements on terraforming Venus. These separatists form the Morning Star constellation. An explosion destroys the Discord Gate, but it reforms over several weeks. A group of exhumans briefly takes control of it before Gonin and Ultimate reestablishes control with the aid of Ultimate mercenaries. Exhuman attacks on and through the gate continue regularly. 10 AF. Present day. Accelerated future. Welcome back. Welcome to your new life. I'm here to help. You have just been restored from a digital backup that is approximately a decade old. You probably have many questions right now, and we'll do our best to answer them. You're likely feeling some disorientation. Your memories will return quickly as your mind adjusts to its new housing. Given the length of your rest, we've prepared the following compilation of articles from various sources to familiarize you with several important topics and hopefully address your most immediate concerns. Beyond death, thanks to breakthroughs in medicine, nanotechnology, and cognitive science, transhumanity has overcome the failure of biological bodies. Death is only a temporary setback, rather than an unavoidable fate. The critical achievement that made this possible was the development of the cortical stack, an implant connected to your central nervous system that maintains a record of your personality and experiences. Nanobots constantly monitor your brain and neural activity for changes, updating this ego map in real time. If your body dies, your ego can be recovered and reinstanced in a virtual environment or another body. The cortical stack allows you to persist beyond the cessation of your biological functions, affording effective immortality. Although cortical stacks are hardy and recoverable even if your body suffers massive trauma, they are not indestructible. They are sometimes lost or irretrievable. Therefore, most people routinely save a backup of their ego map once a month or before they undertake physical space travel or dangerous work. That way, if something happens unexpectedly and your cortical stack is not recovered, you can still be restored from a recent copy of your ego. The same technologies that allow us to snapshot and digitize minds also allow us to download an ego into a new body, called a sleeve or morph. We are no longer constrained to the forms in which we were born, and we can change phenotypes or sexes at will. Your new morph may even be synthetic, biological with a cybernetic brain, or non-human. Some forego a body entirely and run their minds as software. Active digital egos without bodies are called infomorphs. The new normal. The advent of functional immortality was a paradigm shift for transhumanity, creating incredible new opportunities. They were needed, as the cataclysmic destruction and displacement caused by the fall and loss of Earth irrevocably changed social structures that had existed for centuries. In the decades since, transhuman culture has grappled with these changes. Death remains familiar just as eternal life came within our reach. It was violently ripped away. The fall resulted in permanent death for the majority of transhumans. Even the godlike gifts of technology have their limits. Thankfully, some of those that lost their lives and original bodies did not lose their egos. No one has an exact number, but it is widely believed that hundreds of millions of egos survived the fall because their backups were stored off of Earth, their cortical stacks were retrieved and evacuated off-planet, or they fled digitally as infomorphs. Bodies were in short supply after the fall, and many of these infomorph refugees, are still held dormant in cold storage. Of those that are active, most remain secluded in VR worlds until they can afford a new morph. Even the biggest cities and habitats today are only a fraction of the size of pre-fall population centers. The cost of embodiment. Those who lost everything in the fall have few opportunities to re-enter society. Even infomorphs have server space costs. Despite autonomous and social welfare projects dedicated to reinstancing infugees, millions of egos remain isolated in data storage. Various hypercore, governments, and entrepreneurs saw this situation as an opportunity to exploit a desperate and cheap workforce to rebuild after the fall, and established an active market for indentured service. Infugees are offered contracts to work as infomorphs in VR or in cheap morphs for manual labor. Their earnings are held towards a chance to buy an inexpensive morph and habitat admittance/citizenship at the end of their contract. Critics decry this as a system of debt slavery, as indentures are often hit with hidden expense charges that force them to extend their contracts. Supporters note that indentured service plays a critical role in the inter-system economy and allows many false survivors to return to society. The Centralized Exchange Market Index oversees the trade of contracts, registration of indentures, and speculative investments. A small industry of ego hunters thrives on returning escaped indentures while criminal soul traders run their own black market exchanges. Acclamation. Death isn't what it used to be. Since the majority of transhumans have experienced at least one unplanned death, it has lost much of its sting. Assault and murder are property crimes. Sports where serious injury and death occur are wildly popular. Some groups host literal gladiatorial blood sports for entertainment. On the flip side, true death due to the irretrievable loss or corruption of an ego and backups is met with horror, as even the most callous transhuman is disturbed by permanent death. Continuity is rare, and therefore precious. Resleeving from a backup may allow you to endure through death, but it does not ensure continuity of consciousness. Restoring only awakens the saved ego as it was at that time. The majority of transhumans have experienced lack, the missing time and lost experiences that transpired between when they were backed up and when they were reinstanced. Though common, it can cause severe existential discomfort. Most people back up often to minimize the risk of lack and regularly record an experience playback, XP, lifelog of their own daily lives so they can catch themselves up if an unexpected death occurs. When faced with lack, people turn to their closest friends and family to share their memories of missing events. New social customs of welcome back events for the newly reinstanced let them know what they've missed and reinforce the continuity of relationships. Body issues. Morphs are commodities and markers of social status. They are one of the few resources that remain scarce, even in autonomous areas. Biological bodies, biomorphs, are most in demand due to familiarity, but time-intensive to grow, so they are expensive and hard to acquire. Many of those in circulation were people's original bodies, including splicers, simply gene-fixed against hereditary diseases, and unmodified flats. Countless custom-made, genetically modified, and more expensive models are available, all equipped with biomods that enable faster healing, less sleep, limb regeneration, ambidexterity, and immunity to many diseases, aging, and the effects of microgravity. These are often enhanced with bioware, nanoware, or cybernetics. Pods are mostly biological, but vat-grown in pieces then assembled together, dependent upon cybernetics and a cybernetic brain. Pods were originally designed for artificial limited intelligences, ALIs, to work as servants, as they were more aesthetically pleasing than robotic shells. The limited availability and high cost of biomorphs today has forced many transhumans to use pods, even though they still carry a shadow of being déclassé. Artificial morphs, synthmorphs, are common, though often mass-produced and low quality. Their affordability made them attractive to infugees, resulting in a large minority that became known as the clanking masses. This has led to class divisions, with synthmorphs stigmatized as cheap and artificial, while biomorphs are considered better and more attractive. Such prejudice is ill-founded, but widespread, sometimes resulting in discrimination and attacks. High-quality synthmorph models, however, provide a hardiness and versatility of form and function that biomorphs lack. Almost everyone views the ego as the true you and the physical morph as an important but replaceable accessory. Morphs are considered primarily for how they make you look and what they enable you to do. For some, they're an outfit. For others, a tool. There is no denying that switching bodies has opened people to new experiences and brought transhumanity together. Assumptions of biological differences tied to sex or ethnicity are laughed at. Many people revel in the experience of new forms, frequently resleeving. Others go to great lengths to stick to the familiar. Resleeving, Most habitats of any size maintain body banks, public or private receiving centers. Body banks provide a wide range of services: backups, receiving, morph storage/rental/exchange, modifications, and insurance. Corporate doll houses compete to offer high-end and bespoke morph models to their clients, with customized augmentations and personalized biosculpting. Budget body banks offer cheap, heavily used, generic designs with cookie-cutter looks and hidden features. Black market morgues offer pirated models and sleeves with illegal enhancements. The availability of morphs is dependent on local conditions and needs. Residents of some small habitats can identify visitors by the limited selection of available tourist morphs. Some people have a knack for resleeving, but for most it takes about a day to adjust to a new form. The more different the morph from your original, most recent, and/or most commonly used sleeve, the harder it can be. You may find yourself bumping your head when you fail to adjust to your new height, losing your balance with a different center of gravity, or surprised by the sensations of new implants, senses, or limbs. Even when you acclimate to your new shape, size, and movement, you may find it challenging to associate with your new self-image. Alienation from your own face is not uncommon, but treatable with psychotherapy. With the exception of bioconservatives averse to resleeving, few people retain their original birth bodies. Most were lost during the fall or long ago abandoned. Some people stick to their original as a point of pride. Those with the means make an effort to keep theirs in cryogenic storage or retain ownership while renting it out to others. It is not uncommon for people to stick to or reuse sleeves that they like, or at least morphs of the same model. Some go so far as to biosculpt their morphs to look like their original, to ease their discomfort when resleeving. New life. Source: Good Morning Octavia. Extended Storage Reentry Project. One of the first things you will notice upon rejoining society is that transhumanity is no longer only human. Several non-human species have been raised to sapience and recruited to the club. These can be lumped into two categories: artificial intelligences, AIs, and uplifted animals. Together, they are referred to as mercurials. Artificial intelligences. The historical path towards AI was driven by the desire to increase productivity and replace workers with more capable and efficient software and machines. Various methods of machine learning were created that processed large data sets to analyze increasingly complex subjects. Deep learning neural networks eventually surpassed human capabilities in specific domains such as pattern recognition, translation, bioinformatics, and predictive analysis, but used methods that were structurally and functionally different than biological brains. So-called unsupervised learning techniques enabled AIs to process massive amounts of data and run simulations that resulted in non-standard strategies and optimal behaviors. This was followed by developments that sought to create broad intelligence based on biological neural models, yielding actual sentience, self-awareness, and then sapience, reasoning. Artificial intelligences are categorized by their capability for autonomous action in complex environments. Artificial limited intelligences, ALIs, are specialized programs designed to perform or assist with a single set of tasks. They fare poorly when forced to apply their learning to a new context. ALI applications and automation feature prominently in financial systems, prediction services, surveillance, fraud detection, manufacturing, medical sciences, personal therapy, online gaming, and the service industry. Almost every complex electronic device comes with a built-in ALI that can provide assistance or operate it independently. Robots, pods, and vehicles piloted by ALIs have been in common use since before the fall. Artificial General Intelligences, AGIs, are fully aware transhuman equivalent machine minds. AGIs are able to adapt and learn from new contexts, have social awareness, and operate with volition and agency. Artificial Superintelligences, ASIs, are capable of recursive self-improvement and possess capabilities that far exceed those of even exceptional members of transhumanity in all areas. The Titans are the only known ASIs. Digital Sapience. Initial AGI development emulated simple biological models such as insects and lobsters before progressing to higher-order animals. AGIs based on these neural models share recognizable neurological structures with transhumanity and uplifts. This includes a cognitive architecture that mimics the interoperation of the neocortex and various processes, synthesizing consciousness itself, at least as far as we can tell. AGIs are raised, educated, and socialized in virtual environments like transhuman children. They have the same hierarchy of needs, emotions, and motives as other transhumans. AGI minds mimic the functions of biological brains. Memories are not stored as a recording in a hard drive, but are built from associations of networked nodes representing neurons and experienced as a set. Like transhumans, AGIs filter out irrelevant sensory information to focus on higher priority information. They handle sensory input the same way biological systems do, with the exception of pain. Pain is felt as a buzz or tightness and is created by feedback from the infomorph self-integrity systems. AGI code even includes legacy peripheral systems modeled on parts of the brain that interact with the endocrine and other biological systems. Though unnecessary to an infomorph, these functions are critical to the nervous system experience and enable AGIs to sleeve into organic morphs just like other transhumans. A few rare AGIs do not originate from transhuman neural models. Some begin as an ALI or expert system that is later nudged towards sapience with a form of uplift, sometimes by merging in code from existing AGIs. Others are created accidentally, arising spontaneously from the interactions of complex systems. An emergent AGI is unpredictable and may be difficult to communicate or reason with as their minds are not based on or socialized to transhuman norms. They may even have trouble expressing their existence or needs to others, resulting in accidental harm by unaware transhumans. Muses. A muse is a specialized companion ALI intended to be a lifelong assistant for an individual transhuman. Most transhumans are assigned a muse at a young age and develop a close personal attachment to them, though the exact relationship may differ. Muses might be treated as confidants, subservient aides, mentors, siblings, or even lovers. Legally, muses are treated as extensions of oneself in most jurisdictions and may not be searched, deleted, or modified without owner consent. Muses learn to anticipate their owners and develop their own unique personalities. They take over the tedious parts of living: paying bills, checking email, voting, and coordinating meetings. Many habitats grant a muse permission to sign for packages or order supplies for owners. Muses automate reputation network interactions, filter AR displays, and run antiviral scans. They provide instruction, real-time translation, and advice. Daily interaction makes a muse an excellent therapist. Muses are infinitely customizable, and owners may base a muse on a favorite story, animal, family member, or childhood friend. A muse can be a literal shoulder devil or angel. They prioritize the physical and mental health of their owner, but how they achieve that goal depends on the development of their relationship. Some muses are brutally honest while others manipulate or go on strike to get their owner to look after themselves. No muse, however, will act directly against the interests of their owner. Uplifts. Uplift is the process of altering an animal species over time, increasing their cognitive capabilities over successive generations to human-like levels to create a species of sapient and self-aware individuals. Most uplifted species are adapted to emulate transhumanity's neurological structures through genetic modification and selective breeding to achieve a self-sustaining, replicating result. While we can uplift another species, some question if we should. Uplifting extends the process of domestication and risks treating sapient beings as tools to be sculpted by and for transhumanity, violating their autonomy and consent. But a species cannot consent to becoming sapient until they are, and some compare this to the relationship of parents and children. Others argue that transhumanity has an ethical duty to raise the quality of life of fellow species, and to provide them with the gift of sapience and self-direction where possible. The question of motives and morality may be moot, however, as uplifts are already here, though control of their own future remains in question. Some argue that uplifts owe humanity and should be treated as indentures. Others believe that humans should continue to hold stewardship over uplift species and modify them as they see fit. However, the similarities in neurology between uplifts and other transhumans supports the demands of the sapient union for equal rights and assimilation into transhuman society. However, the more radical mercurial movement claims this favors one form of transhuman neurology over others, and they call for uplift self-determination to develop unique neurological structures and autonomous cultural norms. The first species to be fully uplifted are those that already demonstrated complex reasoning abilities. Hominids, cetaceans, parrots, corvids, octopi, and pigs. The uplifted Homo neanderthalensis was recreated from DNA samples recovered from archaeological sites and isolated from human samples. Elephants were also uplifted, but neither they nor their genetics survived the fall. Like AGIs, uplifts are raised and socialized the same as other members of transhumanity and share the same hierarchy of needs. However, differences in biology mean that uplifts sometimes have unique mental outlooks, social customs, and patterns of nonverbal communication. Uplift morphologies are often enhanced to make them more compatible with transhuman society. Uplifts and other transhumans can and do sleeve into each other's morphs, though this can be an alienating experience. Smart animals. Progress has also been made towards partially uplifting a number of less intelligent species as smart animals. These include dogs, cats, monkeys, and rats, among others. They are easily trained for service tasks such as cleaning, security, and even some maintenance tasks. Police baboons are regularly deployed in Martian cities. Smart animals make excellent pets, and owners compare their intelligence to that of toddlers. Some have a small spoken vocabulary, while most respond to verbal or olfactory cues. Mercurial social status. AGIs face a traumatized society that fears the return of the Titans. This fear is largely unfounded, given that transhumanity is vigilant against the rise of an ASI capable of improving its abilities exponentially, and the large computational clusters required by such an entity are rare and carefully guarded. Nevertheless, distrust of AIs of all stripes permeates transhuman culture, though the paranoia is slowly being rolled back. Bioconservatives, however, consider AGIs to be unnatural abominations, as well as a threat on the job market. Uplifts face species-specific and historical biases based on their origins. Some still view them as beasts to be controlled. Cross-species relationships in particular may be viewed as a form of bestiality. An uplift's judgment may be questioned and any atavistic or emotional reaction treated as evidence of a lesser stage of development, requiring either patronizing assistance or authoritarian restriction. Both AGIs and uplifts experience many of the same social pressures when dealing with other members of transhumanity. They face legal and social barriers in many jurisdictions. They may be forbidden to vote, own property, marry, or adopt. They may need a legal guardian to speak for them in court or sign contracts. Uplifts may be forbidden from reproducing, and AGIs may be restricted from modifying their own code. On a personal level, individuals may refuse to interact with a computer or animal, making it difficult for them to hold jobs, rent housing, socialize, or purchase services. There are workarounds that many use, such as friends to act as proxies or shell companies to act as sponsors and employers. Some mercurial sleeve human morphs to bypass these social stigmas, though certain polities forbid this practice. The law varies widely. Most of the outer system recognizes AGIs and uplifts as equal members of transhumanity, though the Jovian Republic considers both to be property and bans development or research of either in their jurisdiction. AGIs found in Jovian space face immediate deletion. The planetary consortium leaves legal status to individual habitats, so many may treat them as second-class citizens. The Morning Star constellation recognizes both uplifts and AGIs as equal members of society. Some habitats are known to ban mercurials entirely. AGIs and uplifts also face social pressures from their own kind. Mercurials that work for hypercore or reside in habitats that enforce restrictions are sometimes labeled as traitors. Those who sleeve human morphs or socialize primarily with humans may be decried as assimilationists. On the other hand, those who agitate for social change may be marked as troublemakers or even terrorists. Information society. Pervasive interconnectivity, deep access to information, and mutual surveillance are fundamental to transhuman culture. The mesh. Back in the late 21st century, the expansion of wireless data networks, blazingly fast processors, incredibly cheap data storage, and augmented reality, AR, made the internet ubiquitous and ingrained in the rhythm of everyday life. Interconnectivity between devices, household systems, and public services exploded. Protocols for decentralized networking and shared traffic handling were a necessity so that each custom operating system and platform could communicate effectively. The flexibility of shared networking removed the need for centralized infrastructure. Everything did its own bit to create, support, and maintain an omnipresent wireless network. In the case of device failure or damage, traffic was simply routed around it. The first off-world colonies relied on lighter and cheaper mesh networks in lieu of hardwired network infrastructure. Decentralized networks provided greater opportunities for expansion, were easier to repair, and were more resilient in crisis situations. The powerful transmitters used between planets and satellites could sync local mesh environments with the broader mesh system-wide. The system-wide congeries of data networks that make up the mesh was central in holding societies together during the fall and crucial in providing a foundation from which to rebuild. Online all the time, most transhumans alive today have never lived outside a cloud of mesh-connected devices. Even simple items like clothing, utensils, and personal belongings have mesh IDs that track their ownership, location, and status. Tools log their operations and notify their users if they need to be serviced or repaired. Food packaging provides current levels, expiration warnings, and automatically places reorders when low. Habitats are filled with mesh-linked everywhere moats that carry heat, air, pressure, radiation, and other environmental sensors. Habitat sensors also ping your mesh ID to open doors, get food, breathe air, use common fabricators, and exchange credits or reputation favors for goods and services. People can instantaneously access transhumanity's expansive digital archives, media, and news services to stay informed and entertained from anywhere. AR projects the feed directly over your sensorium. Everyone has access to a ready catalog of cultural references, search engines, fact-check services, and the assistance of their muses or other digital servitors. Anyone with a bit of savvy is well-informed, quick-witted, and armed with up-to-the-second data on almost anything. Those that eschew such services or fail to use them effectively are dismissed as dull, stupid, lazy, or incapable. Your personal area network also projects your social media profile to those around you. This helps you to identify people, network, find common ground, and ping their reputation scores. If you're feeling antisocial, just drop into privacy mode to go incognito. Lag time. The mesh allows the far-flung reaches of transhuman society to remain in touch. The greatest limit to interconnectivity is the space between habitats. The vast distances between planets and other objects create transmission lags that make real-time interactions unbearable, though their meshes remain linked by slower file transfers and protocols. Similarly, destinations on the other side of a Pandora gate may only be reached during the brief window when the gate is open. Quantum-entangled communications circumvent these limitations, happening instantaneously despite the difference, but are limited in scope and generally reserved for emergencies. Augmented reality AR projects video, sound, and other sensations from your mesh inputs on top of physical reality. You can view windows in the corner of your vision, listen to music that no one around you can hear, or feel the tactile sensation of hugging someone you are video chatting with. You can even move a video to your extended mind's eye so that it doesn't disrupt your vision. While this lets you experience things on the go, AR really shines when you use it to skin your environment, making your surroundings and even other people look and sound according to your fleeting preferences. AR makes it easy to immerse yourself in on-demand media wherever you go and is ideal for gaming and social networking. Most transhumans have multiple AR feeds running constantly. Chat windows, news tickers, social media feeds, and wayfinding apps. You can easily toggle access to the public channels of the habitat services and businesses around you or the virtual tags embedded locally by friends. You would be wise, however, to filter out the distracting mist of AR advertisements, spam, and graffiti clogging the frequencies in public areas. Virtual reality. Virtual reality, VR, offers even more expansive and immersive experiences, with some drawbacks. The hyper-realistic illusions of VR simulspaces completely overtake your sensorium, effectively transporting you into an alternate reality. To avoid disorienting bandwidth and lag issues, reliable hardwired connections are used. You can jack in or use a neural trode net while your body remains couched in a comfortable pod provided by your office or game parlor to avoid accidentally injuring yourself. Most habitats also provide the infrastructure to experience VR from your home. You can use VR to access an astounding array of versatile virtual worlds for both serious work and entertainment purposes. Virtual offices allow coworkers to work directly together while physically separated by vast distances. VR game, dating, and nightlife experiences are popular given that their simulspaces can rewrite the laws of physics and fulfill any fantasy you desire. Virtual spaces can also be set to run at faster than real-time speeds, meaning virtual hours pass in actual minutes. Dilated virtual vacations are a popular escape for many transhumans, allowing weeks of experience time for an evening's time on the server. On the opposite side, deep space ship crews use VR to pass months of travel more quickly. The importance of VR for non-embodied transhumans cannot be overstated. Refugees who died during the fall but haven't yet received can live, work, and play in VR. For some, this is a helpful reintroduction to society. For others, it's a means to participate rather than waiting dormant in a cold storage ego bank. Some infomorphs that can afford to resleeve voluntarily choose to live in VR full-time. After all, the worlds they inhabit can be as realistic or fanciful as their imaginations allow, so they exist in almost every form you can imagine. The largest simulspace environments host hundreds of thousands of egos and rival all but the largest physical population centers in the system. Many AGIs prefer to live as infomorphs, choosing the virtual over the real. Experience Playback, XP. Experience Playback, XP. Technology is available to everyone with mesh inserts. It fully records all of your sensory input and emotions. Anyone running XP via their mesh inserts is fully immersed in the recording, just like VR, and also feels the emotional impact of the recorder. Almost everyone uses XP to record a life log of their daily affairs, or at least the interesting parts, which they can peruse or search later or share with friends. Xporn was, of course, a driver of the technology's early adoption. XP has since graduated into a major media platform, from scripted XP movies to celebrity Xcasters transmitting real-time feeds of their activities to thousands of fans. Many workers are required to record XP and provide access to their employers for on-the-job, oversight, or for insurance purposes, to protect against legal claims. Vigilance. The omnipresent nature of the mesh makes people suspicious that those in positions of authority, security forces, politicians, habitat admins, and the like, use it to spy on people or for self-serving ends. This is and isn't true. Surveillance of one form or another is constant. In many habitats, it is a necessity to manage environmental controls based on the exact presence and activity of individuals in a given area at a given time. So heat, moisture, atmosphere, and biological sensors are omnipresent. Moats with audio/visual capabilities are ubiquitous in public areas and a vital component to security and policing. Security services scan these feeds with biometric recognition apps, analyzing faces, gaits, keywords, and general kinesics, and archive the data. The network connectivity of your personal devices, gear, and mods creates a trail of positional data logged by every moat they mesh with. Commercial services use sensor feeds and data from both public and licensed private networks to track and profile people for marketing and other purposes. Surveillance, however, is no longer just the province of the elites. It has been democratized. The same interconnectivity and public/private sensor nets used to track everyday people can be used to monitor authorities. Surveillance, literally watching from below, is a necessary safeguard against abuse and oppression. Everyone has the capability to instantly capture video and share the media widely. It is easier than ever before to expose authorities engaged in crime, corruption, acts of brutality, or sex scandals. Though many elites remain shielded by their privilege, others have seen the end of their careers or even prosecution. Those in power must tread carefully. To prove their integrity, many have adopted new standards of transparency to the public eye. Others, however, rely on social media, influencers, and spin control teams to protect their images. This new paradigm of covenants, and surveillance combined, means that people are now far more informed of what their neighbors, co-workers, employees, bosses, and local authorities are up to. Children are remotely monitored. Crimes are easier to detect, solve, and prosecute. Everyone keeps an eye on everyone. The concept of privacy in public areas has largely been abandoned. The debate rages, however, whether this builds community support and trust or whether it encourages a culture of privacy invasion and snitching. Critics also point out that surveillance tech continues to be used primarily to monitor and police poor and marginalized communities, whereas the wealthy and privileged have weaponized it for their own protection. Mind hacking. Source: Own Your Brain. Cognitive science now has the capability to rewire intelligent minds with a high degree of precision and predictability. The digitization of consciousness opened up an incredible array of diagnostic and practical processes for analysis, treatment, alteration, and even improvement. These techniques are broadly termed psychosurgery. Though the methods are different, they are sometimes equated to reprogramming the mind as software, conceptualized as if undertaking a large and complicated code-based alteration. Psychosurgery walks hand in hand with cerebral augmentations, nootropic drugs, narco-algorithms, and morph design in creating a bewildering variety of transhuman mindsets and experiences. Awareness of the complex and increasingly diverse range of egos is critical for understanding transhuman culture and exploring your own personal options for shaping your mind as you best see fit. A better you. Much like genetics, nanotechnology, and cybernetics improved the baseline and maximum potential of physical bodies, psychosurgery enhances your mind's health, stability, and working functions. Therapeutics. No one goes through life without suffering emotional damage, and almost every transhuman bears mental scars from the horrors of the fall. These experiences hamper your stability, happiness, and productivity. Others live with congenital personality disorders that create suffering for themselves and others. Psychosurgery can treat the symptoms and sometimes even cure the root causes of these traumas and diseases. A sizable minority of transhumans rely on psychosurgery in conjunction with therapy and personalized smart drugs for bolstering their mental health. Most muses, in fact, are equipped for counseling and minor psychosurgery. Memory enhancement and editing. Long-term memories are fragile things, often misunderstood. Our minds do not store memories like a computer file or book in a library, but as unique networks of neurons scattered throughout the brain that fire at the same time. The very act of invoking memories changes them as neural patterns are rewritten. Transhumans have sought many methods of improving memory, reaching limited success with drugs like neem and various genetic modifications. Digital mind states emulate biological memory functions, but when combined with mnemonics augmentations, new memories can be tagged as they are stored for easier search and recall. The drawback is that mnemonics-enhanced memory functions only work when your mind is running on a cyberbrain or as an infomorph. You lose the benefits when you revert to wetware. More people are turning to memory editing to excise traumatic events. This is challenging as such experiences are more firmly embedded by the emotions associated with the trauma. Newer techniques, however, lessen the clarity and emotional impact of those memories, making them easier to suppress. It is also possible to augment memories, give them more emotional punch, or even insert fake memories copied from others. The interconnected nature of memory retention makes these efforts difficult. Excising memories is far from surgical and likely to result in additional memory loss, whereas implanted memories often fade or register as out of place. Personality editing. Voluntary personality editing makes it possible to modify, limit, or encourage specific behaviors and emotional states. You can now choose to overcome sadness, lower inhibitions, stifle addiction, or remove biases and other unwelcome compulsions, hang-ups, and negative emotions with a few weeks of psychosurgery. Or you can boost your creativity, reinforce your dedication to work, increase your ambition, or promote new habits. The possibilities are as varied as personalities themselves. Some of these decisions may seem self-indulgent, but can be surprisingly applicable to various professions, arts, and sciences. The trailblazers in this field update their personalities on a regular basis, explore completely new emotional states, or sometimes choose to redefine their personality entirely. However, like memory editing, personality tweaking psychosurgery is inexact and difficult. Changes to one part of your personality may have an unexpected impact on other traits. Nevertheless, the benefits are seen as far outweighing the drawbacks. Neurodiversity. As with any field, there are those that constantly push the boundaries of neuroscience. The most notable feat in recent history was the uplift of several animal species to full sapience. These non-human minds were but the latest non-neurotypical additions to transhumanity. Already neurological differences such as autism, ADHD, and dyslexia were viewed as normal variations of neurology rather than pathologies to be fixed. The capability to create even more radical changes in a mind opened new neurotype possibilities. Rather than force everyone into a standard personality model, as some initially feared, psychosurgery has widened the scope of functional neurodiversity in the transhuman family. New neurotypes. People on the autistic spectrum were among the first to claim the label of neurodiverse. Though many aspects are now reversible, autistic people are free to choose what, if any, changes they wish to make to and for themselves, commonly only treating traits that cause suffering. In some fields, a narrower range of social display and concern is very helpful. Industries like asteroid mining, exoplanet survey, and life in small habitats with few residents can be easier, healthier, and more productive for people with a lower need for social connection. Thanks to personality editing and other mind hacks, the ranks of the neurodivergent have swelled. Emotives unleash their feelings and empathy, thriving in situations that require caregiving or social acuity. Blunts dampen their effect display, providing a stony exterior to kinesics-watching opponents. Synesthetes create sensory crossfeeds and pairings, triggering new perceptive modalities for processing information. Hedonistic societies like scum swarms are a crawl with the disinhibited. Hypomaniacs excel in creative fields where their drive and energy is an asset and they can trigger manic episodes to pursue their art. Even antisocial traits are admired as a positive element that frees you from conventional thinking and priorities. In the upper echelons of corporate and political life, the confidence, charisma, detachment, and fearlessness of beneficent sociopaths are valued traits. New ground is broken daily. Experiments with forking, merging two or more distinct egos, and group minds and hive minds are on the menu, though such activities and research may be prescribed by local jurisdictions. Mental augmentations. The confluence of neuroscience and genetic design has resulted in a number of biomorphs with enhanced cognitive capabilities, from exalts up to mentons. Many morphs are augmented further with bioware, nanoware, and cybernetics to enhance perception, enable multitasking, interface with technology, and even partition the brain to hold multiple egos. Brains are extraordinarily adaptive to new sensory inputs, providing access to a range of new sensory wear and perceptive functions. The practice of glanding has recently risen in popularity, using implants such as drug glands, neuromodulation, and endocrine control to alter the brain's chemical functions and emotions. These practices have a benefit over psychosurgery in that they allow the user to manipulate their emotional state on the fly in response to their current experiences. The software mind states of cyberbrains, used in pods and synthmorphs, and infomorphs can be programmed and augmented to achieve similar benefits as wetware brains. Drugs and narcos. Developments in biotechnology and personalized medicine have produced thousands of new mind-altering substances that are not offset by nasty or lingering side effects. Long ago decriminalized by most polities, drug use is both common and socially accepted in most cultures. Software narco-algorithms provide similar benefits to cyberbrain-equipped morphs and infomorphs, with the bonus benefit that the effects can be terminated at will. A new type of nanodrug, known as petals, offers immersive and interactive experiences for those in search of surreal adventures. Multiplicity. The technologies behind ego mapping and backups also allow for the creation of multiple copies of the same person simultaneously. This process of forking has many practical purposes, but is still a new social frontier being explored today. One common use of forking is for work done in virtual environments. You could set up several VR instances and run a copy of yourself in each to develop different parts of a project at once. Forks are also ideal for transmitting to other habitats for meetings or other tasks in place of traveling yourself. Forking is also a powerful force multiplier, especially for crises or situations that require rare skills or expertise to be widely distributed. When the work concludes, the forks are psychosurgically reintegrated with the primary ego so all of the experiences and memories are retained. Most transhumans view this type of purpose-driven forking as acceptable. Many people, however, frown upon the idea of long-term forks that lead independent lives. To some, this is a reflexive fear of the threat to true identity, which you is the real you if there are multiple. Others believe it smacks of excess and narcissism to have several instances of the same person running while millions of egos linger in cold storage. Significant social and legal complications lead many jurisdictions to ban the practice out of hand. Which fork has property rights? How do contracts with one instance impact the others? Do you bear responsibility for crimes committed by a copy of yourself? Does that change if you merge that copy back into your ego? Different polities have adopted radically different approaches. Most limit the duration a fork can exist to 1 day before it must be reintegrated or deleted. Some treat the primary ego as responsible for the actions of all forks. Others treat forks as property or ban them outright. Very few habitats grant forks full standing as individual and autonomous persons. Nevertheless, people practice and promote multiplicity for a variety of reasons. Some are conducting long-term research on cognitive science, social issues, and psychosurgical experimentation. Some are indulgent, exploring the limits of hedonistic excess. A few are ideologues and radicals, exploring new modes of collective living, attempting to create hive minds, or start a post-human society that's completely unique. Social thoughts. Before psychosurgery was widely practiced, mental disorders and trauma were considered an unfortunate but unavoidable aspect of life, with varying amounts of social and legal allowances made for those who suffered from mental illness. Now, with therapeutic psychosurgery commonplace, there is a slowly growing hard-heartedness in some segments of the population towards those who grapple with mental trauma for extended periods as somehow choosing to suffer. Similarly, some augmented individuals hold those who are unwilling or incapable of enhancing their cognition in contempt, ignoring the social realities that might hold people back from modifying themselves. On the opposite end, bioconservatives tend to view mental alterations as unnatural, viewing modified transhumans with disgust, loathing, and sometimes fear. This attitude is especially extended towards neurodivergent individuals, with bioconservatives judging such neurotypes as inferior or less human. The debate continues over which mental hacks are safe, justified, or desired. Exhumans are known to push the boundaries of mental experimentation in a search for perfection, superiority, or godliness, transforming themselves into immoral and maladjusted monsters by most transhuman standards. Some individuals intentionally choose traits that could be considered psychopathic and dangerous to others. The adoption of non-human neurotypes, particularly with AGIs and uplifts, remains a concern to many, given the history of the fall. Others argue the case for deliberate moral enhancement, according to perceived ethics and virtues to promote traits like empathy, cooperation, fairness, and mindfulness in order to better transhuman society as a whole. Psychosurgery and mental adjustments made to involuntary subjects are widely regarded as criminal and immoral, but are not unheard of. Cartels of criminal soul traders like 9 Lives use memory and personality editing on stolen egos to create weak-willed and obedient slaves before selling them off. Behavioral conditioning can be used to implant addictive traits, destroy empathy, create false loyalties, and far worse. Ideological extremists can and have used psychosurgery to create suicide forks of themselves to carry out acts of terrorism. Rumors circulate in mesh conspiracy theorist groups of governments and hypercore that use psychosurgery to condition their staff to be fanatically loyal, edit or delete memories to protect secrets, and create spies or sleeper agents. Enough evidence of actual crimes of this sort trickles out now and again to make even the most outlandish claims seem conceivable and justify the discomfort some people feel at the very idea of letting someone else mess about with their mind. Some habitats include personality editing as part of their criminal code, but it is often reserved for the most extreme cases. Even those who haven't undergone psychosurgical treatment themselves directly benefit from the decrease in socially adverse behaviors present in the general populace. All of these factors lead most people to see psychosurgery as a vital support for transhumanity being able to successfully overcome its past and move forward. Space and other worlds. The association of autonomous astronauts. Through technology, transhumanity has defeated the most fundamental challenges to long-term space travel and life in microgravity. The biomods of most biomorphs protect against health issues such as bone density loss and visual impairment. Other enhancements allow us to thrive in the frigid outdoors of Mars and Titan, breathe the partially terraformed Martian air, and even survive in the vacuum of space. Synthmorphs can handle even harsh environments with ease. Nevertheless, various challenges remain to life in space and on other worlds. The bulk of transhumanity now lives on Mars, with 1/3 the gravity of Earth. Millions more live in micrograv and lower grav environments. Alternative gravities are mundane for many transhumans. Children are now acclimated to them via VR in school. Moving in microgravity is awkward until you acquaint yourself with Newton's most famous law. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Until you master the motions, you can rely on the handrails, handholds, pullways, grapple points, and fasteners common in most micrograv settings. Even those living in spin-gravity habitats must still learn zero-G maneuvering, as gravity slowly transitions to microgravity as you move closer to the habitat's rotational axis, where shuttles and ships dock. Slow transition between gravity zones is essential for avoiding motion sickness and accidents. Just as the people of pre-fall Earth would obsess over fire safety, transhumans in space must also drill themselves upon the safety procedures for responding to decompression and vacuum events. Fire safety requires more vigilance than ever before, as even a small fire can devastate a habitat's fragile environmental equilibrium. Synthmorph habitats have no need to worry about hard vacuum, so they simply make do with solar storm shelters to protect from radiation exposure. Recent reinstantiates might find the close quarters of micrograv and low-grav habitats jarring. Most items are mesh-tracked for logistics control, maximizing storage capability across all surfaces, as the concepts of floor and ceiling are meaningless. On average, a given resident must share a zero-G toilet and hygiene station with 9 other morphs. Hygiene routines always avoid free-floating water unless absolutely necessary because of the danger it poses to electronics. Expect waterless shampoo, saliva-activated toothpaste, personal plastic sauna cylinders, and urine vacuums with molded funnels. Spin-gravity habitats have the luxury of space for urban areas with a density similar to pre-fall Earth. Some are large enough for rail, road, and flyway transportation networks. While micrograv and low-grav habitats can't support much flora beyond the essentials, spin-gravity habitats allow for actual landscaping. You may find streams, lakes, dense woods, plains, rocky outcroppings, and entire ecological systems. Such environments may even have wildlife, modded to not attack residents, wandering in these natural areas. In cramped habitats, residents seek a variety of ways to keep themselves occupied and reduce the physiological and psychological stresses of enclosed spaces. AR makes it easy to personalize your surroundings into something that is airy, open, lush, or otherwise different, and VR lets you escape to other worlds entirely. Hobbies and similar pursuits are strongly encouraged, from gaming and clubbing to arts and handcrafting. Though some furry guests are discouraged due to hygiene concerns, even small stations often allow tiny, contained, or trained pets, and many habs employ smart animals to keep their public areas tidy and well-maintained. Physical exercise is also emphasized as a method of releasing endorphins. Gyms are standard, with larger habs providing bike tracks, pools/diving modules, or courses for wingsuits, gliders, and personal ornithopters. Free-running obstacle courses and competitions are quite popular, sometimes also incorporating combat and hacking challenges. Ego casting. Despite what you may presume from classic science fiction, massive freighters and spacecraft are not the primary method of space travel between habitats. Physical travel through space requires extensive preparation, time, and danger, while ego casting provides a faster, simpler, and more accessible solution. Ego casting is the transmission of your digitized mind to another habitat, where you resleeve or operate as an infomorph. Public or private entities on every habitat provide this service in conjunction with body banks, security, and customs. Quantum forecasting links available between major stations provide a secure and reliable method of transmission, ensuring that your ego will not be intercepted or compromised. Like any communications method, EgoCast transfers are subject to light speed limits. Ego casting within the inner system takes only minutes. 2. From / within the outer system can take hours. The processing and bureaucracy at either end can take longer. Space travel. Several conditions might lead someone to pursue travel via spacecraft. Naturally, shipments of goods require physical transport. Bioconservatives avoid ego casting on principle, and some people, while not bioconservatives themselves, find the concept of resleeving too uncomfortable for personal reasons. The full process of ego casting and resleeving leaves a significantly larger digital footprint than spacecraft travel, so criminals and other groups looking to avoid leaving a record prefer the latter. Spacecraft burn fuel, reaction mass, in their drives and direct the heated output in one direction to propel the ship in the opposite direction. Long-distance travel typically involves several initial hours of high acceleration burn followed by the craft coasting at its max velocity for the remainder of the trip. The ship flips over and repeats the burn process to decelerate when nearing its destination. Because craft require significant amounts of fuel to travel, even the smallest movement can have a substantial cost. Traveling without extra fuel can put the crew in serious danger if an unexpected obstacle or attack sends the ship off course. Planning a route before departure is required, and such plans typically include tricks such as slingshotting through a larger planet's gravity well and/or aerobraking in a planet's upper atmosphere. Spacecraft primarily pilot themselves via their onboard ALI, so the crew can essentially set the ship on course and relax. Quarters are tight to reduce the amount of fuel needed, so crews rely on digital entertainments for distraction. Socialization is nevertheless recommended for longer trips, as lengthy periods of isolation can lead to a psychological breakdown. Transgenic hybernoid morphs allow crews to operate with minimal, 1 to 2 hours, sleep or activate a voluntary hibernation that slows metabolism and oxygen consumption. Intraplanetary system or intracluster travel via spacecraft takes hours. Travel within the inner system takes days to weeks depending on current orbits. Outer system travel requires several months, and possibly more than a year to distant destinations or across the solar system. Gate crashing. The real story. Posted by Antonio Soldano, Gate Crasher. Too many people think gate crashing is some kind of grand adventure, and I'm getting sick of setting them straight, so I'm writing this. You can look up how many missions I've done. I know my stuff. I'm going to give you an idea of what you're getting into with the gates. First up, we don't know who made the gates. Yeah, everyone says the Titans, but we don't know. Not all of the gates out there are the same, and some give indications of being older than life on Earth. You ask me, the Titans may have just plugged into an existing network. Yeah, try not to dwell on that. Individual Pandora gates are spherical cages of black interlockable angled arms. Nobody knows what they are made out of, and you can't ding them even with heavy beam weapons. Your vision gets fuzzy looking at them for no damn reason, and whatever metamaterial they are made of eats most high and low frequency waves. The gates rip wormholes between far-off corners of the universe. Best of all, we only have a ghost of an idea how these things work. We can set addresses in the blue box interfaces some boffins whipped up, but we don't really have any fucking idea where they go until we open them. The damn things change all on their own or just stop working. Sometimes they'll just turn off, maybe as you're passing through. I've seen an unstable wormhole flatten 5 people with a gravitational surge in 0.003 seconds. Imagine working with that tech constantly. Sure, when the gates work, it's pretty cool. You just step through to another world. Or maybe deep space. Or maybe the surface of a neutron star. Anything goes. Let's manage those expectations. Don't go into the job always expecting to find another Earth out there. Finding a planet in a stable section of the galaxy, in the habitable zone of a star system, and in the right stage of its planetary evolution ain't exactly easy. Get used to a lot of red dwarf stars, ice giant planets, and barren rocks of various sizes because statistically that's what the galaxy is made of. That said, the Milky Way is bigger than most of us can comprehend, and whatever place the gates tended to mark points of interest at least some of the time. When the gates do open to someplace fun and non-deadly, gate crashing is just another job. Exploration missions are the big game, both in pay and in danger. Since you get the honor of first crack in the field, you get first crack at the discoveries and their fat bounties. Even with the remote probing that goes on beforehand, you can and will run into nasty carnivores, toxic flora, and shit I can't even describe. If you happen to find something or someplace that looks like another sapient species made it, congratulations, you just made it big. Xenoarchaeological missions involve scientists doing lots of digging and having aneurysms if you touch anything. They tend to be quiet until you unearth or reactivate something, at which point they become punctuated with chaos and screaming. Colonization missions involve building infrastructure, babysitting colonists, and settling their interpersonal drama. If you're a corporate thug, it could mean squashing revolts as well. Resource exploitation missions are when the exploring is done and some asshole has decided they want to stake a claim. They're mostly maintaining mining equipment, protecting survey teams, and fighting off the occasional beastie or raid by competitors. Research missions are rarely similar. They might involve lugging all types of gear or taking pictures and writing notes about flowers, but then end with you running for your life to the gate before it closes. First in OPS. Welcome to the Terragenesis team. An exciting adventure awaits you on the other side of the Vulcanoid gate. Whether you're an experienced gatecrasher or a first-timer, you need to be familiar with Terragenesis procedures. The safety of our gatecrashers always comes first. Upon confirmation of a live gate address, reconnaissance microprobes have returned data from the other side of the wormhole indicating a viable environment. Your team has 1 hour to prepare while we send larger first-link drones through. Monitor these real-time feeds and their analysis closely to learn about the environment you're about to enter. Will it be a lifeless chunk of rock? A life-rich planet? A moonlet circling an exotic gas giant? Fine-tune your gear loads as appropriate. An analysis team of Terragenesis scientists and consultants will make the final call for the live first-in operation. A thumbs down means the environment on the other side of the gate is too hostile, and you'll be put back into the queue for the next operation. A thumbs up means you're going in. After your team passes through the gate, the wormhole closes. Gate time is carefully rationed according to the needs of our operations and colonies. Congratulations. You're on your own in a new and amazing place. You will have 6 to 12 hours before the wormhole reopens. Your mission parameters are as follows. First priority. Secure the gate. Establish a base camp and defensive perimeter. The gate is your only way back once the wormhole reopens. Map the area. Expand the recon radius and investigate any anomalies or features of interest. Stay together. The use of bots and sensors is always preferable to splitting the group. Leave no trace. Terragenesis asks its first-in teams to respect the environment. Don't damage, move, or kill anything unnecessarily. Document everything, touch nothing. Leave nothing behind, pack everything out. Identify threats. This includes everything from environmental hazards to hostile life to things the transhuman mind has not yet conceived. The safety of future missions relies on you. Defend yourselves. Terragenesis recognizes that many environments are hostile to transhuman life. First-in teams are fully authorized to defend themselves and ensure their survival and the completion of the mission. Always collect data. Constantly record your XP and sensor data. Collect samples. Run deep scans. Note personal impressions of what you find. Your opinion is valuable. Back up everything to your mission recorder at base camp so that it can be retrieved even if something happens to your team. Explore and investigate. Always remember Terragenesis's generous compensation program. Your reward for the operation directly correlates with what you find. One final word of caution. Watch the clock. If your team is not present when the gate reopens, a search and rescue bot will be dispatched and the gate closed again. It will reopen once more within 6 to 12 hours. Whether it ever opens again will depend on the perceived value and interest of the location. We value our co-op members. Do yourself a favor and make it back. Habitats. Source, your off-world home, post-fall edition. Transhumanity has spread to nearly every nook and cranny in the solar system, and a few brave souls have ventured through the gates and into whatever lies beyond. For those of us who have never journeyed far beyond where we settled after the fall, it can be difficult to keep track of or make sense of the great variety of habitats. My hope is that this brief overview will fill in some of the gaps and inspire you to dig further, or perhaps even to get out to see a few yourself. Planetary habitats. Planetary habitats can exist on any planet, moon, or asteroid where the natural gravity is sufficient to allow for walking without being aloft for an excessive period of time. The lower bound of what is considered a planetary habitat is arbitrary and overlaps with the upper bound of microgravity habitats. For those who are only familiar with spin gravity and have never been planetside, nor experienced XP or VR of a gravitational world, there are a few things to note. On a gravitational world, it is not readily apparent which direction is prograde or retrograde, or where the axis of rotation is. There is no perceptible change in rotational velocity or gravity when moving up or down in a structure, the elevators never tilt or move in a curved path, and the quixotic curves of thrown or flying objects are at best parabolic. This can all be a bit disorienting and bland if you are unaccustomed to it. Domed habitats are an enclosed, pressurized area on the surface of a planetary body. These can range from large tents to cities of thousands. The environment internal to the dome is engineered to be Earth-like. Impact craters, with the crater rim serving as a natural base for the usually tessellated roof architecture, are favorite locations for domes. There are typically airlocks to the surface as well as extensive underground habitation areas. Underground transport between domes and other habitats is not uncommon. Domes are usually made transparent during day cycles. Larger cities project video or holographic displays on the dome interior. Dome fabrics are protective and self-repairing but not indestructible. Some are covered with a coating derived from local materials for insulation and protection from micrometeors and radiation. Subsurface. Subsurface habitats include any kind of underground mineshaft, lava tube, cavern, or other structure, either naturally formed or excavated. The primary advantages of subsurface habitats are protection from radiation and any harsh elements on the surface. Subsurface habitats are common throughout the solar system and are extensive on Luna, Mars, Mercury, and the Jovian satellites. Bathyscaphe. First built to explore the deep oceans of Earth, bathyscaphes provide a breathable atmosphere in aquatic environments and are usually pressurized at near-Earth normal. They tend to be heavily built as they must withstand high pressures at depth. Bathyscaphes are common in the subsurface oceans of Enceladus, Ceres, and Europa, and are known to exist with similar function on exoplanets with high-pressure atmospheres, as well as the surface of Venus. Larger bathyscaphes are anchored to the floor of the environment, or, in the case of Europa, the crustal ice ceiling, while smaller bathyscaphes are mobile and can explore the depths. Airlocked moon pools allow access to the aquatic environment. Soul Archive Search Biological Habitats. Among the many materials and methods of habitat construction is the biological. These habitats do not quite count as a separate type, as they are still planetary, centrifugal, or microgravity-based. However, biological habitats reflect a more unique aesthetic, philosophy, or design choice. A few examples follow. Larica. The hypercorp ecologene established this insect-inspired biohabitat on a near-Mars asteroid. A former contract worker has described the environment as having a chitinous aesthetic, with mechanosensory and chemical sensing hairs sprouting from all surfaces. Little else is known. Rumors of connections between Larica and the insectoid exoglot clade in the Jovian Trojans have been declared baseless and false by ecologene. Meathab. The most famous biological habitat is undoubtedly Meathab. Meathab's origins are obscure, but it is believed to have begun as an eccentric biodesigner's art morph. Meathab's visitors and residents include artists who bask in its existence, devotees who worship it, and scientists who study it. Meathab tends to limit its interactions with others, but sometimes seems to revel in a pranksterish overseer role. Nong Tani. Nong Tani is a comet whose highly inclined orbit has been altered to bring it just within Mercury's orbit at perihelion and between that of Uranus and Neptune at aphelion. Before the fall, a group of Southeast Asian eco-designers created a dysentery habitat there, establishing a genetically modified organism that could grow out of the comet itself. As of the last communications during the fall, pockets of thriving ecosystems with breathable atmosphere had taken root within the wooded hollows of the All Tree. Returning from its orbit high above the outer system, Nong Tani is now approaching the inner system, but its current status remains unknown. New Conch Republic. This island escapism-themed centrifugal habitat is constructed of coral-inspired biomaterials and devoted to the pursuit of pure happiness and inner peace. Constructed from the moon of the asteroid Atira, it is located in the inner system within the orbit of Earth. Relatively unscathed by the fall, it is touted for its Caribbean culture aesthetic and endless sandy beaches. Aerostats are voluminous structures that float in a dense atmosphere. Their distinguishing features are lightweight structures and large internal spaces that are at a lower density than the surrounding atmosphere, thus providing lift. To provide stability, the expansive chambers that provide lift are located towards the top of the structure, with the bulk of the habitation space and docking facilities typically positioned on the underside, though some are known to have landing platforms or synthmorph living areas on the roof of the structure. Aerostats are common on Venus and also present in the clouds of Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Most aerostats drift with the currents, though some are tugged or tethered to the surface. Centrifugal habitats. There are many varieties of and philosophies behind centrifugal habitats. Their defining feature is rotation. A person on the interior surface of a rotating hab will experience a force that simulates gravity, usually Earth or Mars standard. This force will always be perpendicular to and away from the axis of rotation, meaning that you stand on the inside of the rim with your head pointing up towards the axis. The faster the rotation, the stronger the force. As you climb nearer to the axis, thus reducing your angular velocity, the force decreases until reaching zero gravity at the axis. Spin habitats include engineering features such as large internal momentum wheels, which are used to spin up or down the habitat, and balancing masses, which are autonomously adjusted for stability. Docking ports are stationed at one or both ends of the axis, allowing ships to dock without needing to match the rotational velocity. Elevators provide access down to the interior surface. Despite retro depictions of spin habitats, they rarely include windows on exterior walls outside of observatories and tori. Interior surfaces are capable of displaying any kind of imagery with exquisite fidelity, and the spectrum of the sun can be precisely reproduced. Windows are also structural weak points, and the exterior surface area better dedicated to solar energy collection. Modern centrifugal habs can be broadly classified into three major types based on geometry, as well as various subtypes based on construction method or other feature. There is no real functional difference as the centrifugal principles are the same. Torus. Toroidal habitats resemble a wheel, with spokes connecting to a central docking station. They tend to be more simply made and have lower populations than other centrifugal habitat types. It is not unusual to see a double torus with counter-rotating sections. Tori are most common in low planetary orbits and often have many windows for viewing the planet below. When standing on the interior surface of a torus with large open areas, the habitat seems to curve upwards in two directions, until eclipsed by the ceiling. Tori are sometimes referred to as von Braun wheels or Stanford tori, based on early 20th century conceptions. Cylindrical habitats of various sorts are the dominant type of centrifugal habitat. Useful classifications include O'Neill cylinder. Large cylindrical habitats that are built to particular fixed dimensions are so named in homage to the 20th century physicist Gerard K. O'Neill. They tend to be large megaprojects and are known for having less internal segmentation, fewer habitation levels, and a vast internal space that recreates an Earth-like ecosystem. However, O'Neill's design is considered antiquated by current standards. No habitat based on his original design has ever been built, though various modern variations exist. When standing on a cylinder's interior surface, the environment arcs up on either side, so that the far side of the habitat is directly overhead, on the opposite side of the cylinder. Cylinders are typically large enough to hold cities and vast sculpted landscapes. Many run a solar electrochemiluminescence tube along the axis that provides an internal day/night cycle. Fisher Hab, the prototypical modular independent cylindrical habitat, named in honor of the prolific 21st century space architect C. D. Fisher, consists of shorter cylinders, sometimes called disk habitats, which are commonly joined together as new units are completed. This allows for reasonably large internal spaces with complex ecosystems, smaller versions of the megaproject O'Neill-type habs, but with the advantage of faster construction times and the ability of each unit to have its own unique ecosystem or even be its own polity. Some units remain very independent of the others, with the only connection being through the central thoroughfare, while others open up spaces through the hulls and permanently fuse together. Unless the modules have been fused, it is not strictly necessary for each unit in a group to have the same rotational speed, nor is it necessary for each unit to have the same radius. As these units are theoretically independent, it is possible for them to leave a particular agglomeration and go fully independent, or to join another fissure group. Fissure units often have a large number of habitation levels, sometimes extending from Earth gravity to Mars gravity or beyond, with parks and recreational spaces distributed throughout. While there is some variation, the length and radius of fissure units tend to be standardized at about 1 kilometer each, and are rarely seen with radii greater than 2 kilometers. Fissure habitats tend to exist in confederations with each unit retaining relative independence. Polycatoikia. A cylindrical habitat where the modules are dependent on each other is known as a polycatoikia. They consist of pods, rings, ring segments, or other interlocking shapes that are gradually built up, both along the axis of rotation and outward from it. A rotating assembler system allows for the addition of new segments without interrupting the rotation of the habitat, with the primary requirement being that new segments are added in a manner that is balanced across the axis of rotation. Segments are not normally designed to function independently of the habitat, and engineering and life support systems are typically part of the substructure of the habitat, which is itself built out as the habitat grows. Polycatoikia are known for fast construction times, smaller open spaces, and an often labyrinthine internal layout. Reagan cylinder, the Jovian Republic's version of a cylindrical habitat, is the Reagan cylinder. A large cylindrical space is carved out from within an asteroid, and the excavated material is affixed to the outside in an attempt to create stability during rotation. This construction method is great for protecting against the high radiation environment near Jupiter, but the bioconservative Republic sphere of advanced technologies make these habitats far less pleasant than they could be. Chronic problems with stability, structural integrity, and the reliability of life support systems have earned these habitats the derisive moniker of sarcophagus habs by the other factions. Hamilton cylinder. The latest incarnation of the cylindrical habitat, Hamilton cylinders are the embodiment of the cutting edge, incorporating advanced nanotech, materials science, neuroscience, and computational technologies. A silicate composite exterior shell provides a skeleton structure and protection from space. An interior middle layer collects waste and resources harvested by drones from nearby planets, moons, or asteroids. Nanofabricators and bioreactors in this layer maintain an infrastructure of nanosystems that sustain environmental cycles. A layer of distributed nanocomputers functions as a neural strata, the brain of the cylinder controlling various habitat systems. Hamilton cylinders are aware of their surroundings, both internal and external, and are living, growing machines. There are currently only 3 Hamilton cylinders in existence, 1 in the Uranian system and 2 at Saturn. Spheroid. Sometimes nearly perfect spheres, but more commonly a prolate shape, spheroidal habitats are often referred to as Bernal spheres in honor of the scientist John Desmond Bernal, who first conceived of such habitats in 1929. The main habitation level is typically built on a band extending across from the same degree lines north and south of the equator. This gives a living surface like that of a cylinder. Beneath the main habitation level are further, progressively smaller habitation levels and engineering sections. Larger spheroids may have multiple stepped levels at progressively lesser gravities going out toward the poles. Ad hoc. Though uncommon, it is possible to jury-rig a centrifugal habitat by linking modules and rotating them around a center of mass. These structures tend to be unstable and less than ideal, as the modules are not designed for this purpose, but it is a cheap option for belters and brinkers who need spin gravity and have limited options. Microgravity. A microgravity environment exists whenever an object is in freefall, as in orbit or when the gravity is very low, such as on most asteroids. A microgravity environment can also be referred to as weightless or near weightless. Micrograv habs have no restrictions as to shape, size, architecture, construction method, or material. While maneuvering in free fall can be challenging for those used to gravitational environments, weightlessness is ideal for certain tasks and processes. Beehives are tunnels, caverns, and excavated spaces in microgravity asteroids and moonlets. Most beehive habitats are created when squatters take over abandoned asteroid mines. With a bit of work, such as sealants, airlocks, and the addition of life support and environmental controls, a biomorph can have a comfortable living space, whereas a synthmorph can get by with few or no modifications at all. Residents will often tunnel out additional spaces and passageways as the population grows. Beehives have similar advantages, disadvantages, and requirements to subsurface planetary habitats. Comets, loosely held together rock piles, or very rapidly rotating asteroids are generally not suitable for beehives, and very small asteroids typically have stability issues that make them unsuitable. The abandoned mines that most beehive habitats are built from are fast becoming relics as the advances in material science and mining technology of the latest generation of mining operations allow for the processing of an entire asteroid directly into bulk resources, fiber feedstock, habitats, ships, radiation shielding, solar panels, or other manufactured products. Cluster. Clusters are congregations of specialized modules, directly interconnected or latticed together in orbit. With high-quality construction and integrated support for modern technologies, a cluster can have all of the conveniences and opportunities of any other habitat. Individual modules have distinct functions: habitation, storage, agriculture, manufacturing, docking, etc. Most clusters have dedicated environmental and life support modules distributed around the network. Larger clusters may be subdivided into neighborhoods that share power and other resources, or may even function as distinct polities. Hypercorp clusters tend to be regimented and symmetric, while autonomous clusters are more haphazard and chaotic. Centrifugal habitats and cluster habitats will often be in close proximity or interconnected within the same conurbation. Nuestro shell. Several variations exist of the Nuestro shell, but the principal design consists of multiple rigid spars radiating outward symmetrically from a central point. Additional ring structures connect across the spars, allowing for movement between them and providing stability. Various modules are connected with the spars, rings, and each other either directly or via floatways. It is, in essence, a large stable framework for a cluster hab. Spars and rings typically have internal passageways and intermittently spaced airlocked docking structures that larger habitat modules will permanently attach to. The entire structure is contained within and attached to a geodesic sphere covered with a flexible, self-healing mesh designed to protect against micrometeoroid impacts. Tenmi shell. The base structure of a tenmi shell is made from the outer shell of a cylindrical or spheroid centrifugal habitat, but does not house the expected interior structure. Instead, it contains a vast, protected, usually pressurized microgravity area that can be several cubic kilometers in size. From the outside, they look much the same as a centrifugal habitat of the same shape and typically have similar docking ports at what would have been the axis of rotation. The interiors are as diverse as bare-bones empty shells, a literal jungle of microgravity-adapted plants, the chaos of a three-dimensional, haphazardly created labyrinth with few right angles, or the disciplined order of a cubicle worker's nightmare. Other habitats. A few habitat types cross boundaries or defy classification. Processor locus. While communities of infomorphs can be found within other habitats, a processor locus is a dedicated computational environment designed exclusively for the disembodied. Also referred to as a noosphere, the most notable features of a processor habitat are a massive computational core, extensive power generation facilities, and research centers related to the architecture, engineering, programming, and evolution of computing systems. Loci run multiple massive simulspace environments capable of hosting tens of thousands of infomorphs. Regarded with suspicion by some for their potential to harbor AGIs or become spawn points for ASIs, as well as claims of engaging in banned AI and cognitive research, processor habitats are heavily shielded and defended. Ego casting into a processor locus is encouraged by its inhabitants, as familiarity diminishes fear. Any type of environment can be experienced in simulspace. Flawless recreations of pre-fall Earth, fantasy realms from fiction, heavenly retreats, or even bizarre and sometimes disturbing experiences generated on the fly from the memories and desires of everyone in the simulspace. Scum swarm. A scum swarm is less a habitat and more a way of life. They originated with spacecraft that helped evacuate Earth. Laden with refugees, they were unable to find anywhere that was willing to accept them and essentially became nomadic refugee camps. Many clustered around sections of partially destroyed habitats and other structures that were damaged in the fall. As the swarms traveled, these structures were towed by barges, retrofit with engines, or interlaced with spacecraft in what are known as La France rig lattices. Over time, these refugees joined together with pre-existing nomadic peoples, becoming the scum. These communities vary greatly in culture, language, organization, and wealth. They include everything from overcrowded cesspools to egalitarian anarchist communes to the gaudy opulence of organized crime gangs and everything in between. As roving carnivals of the dispossessed, they are hubs of lawlessness, piracy, black markets, and the bizarre. If you're searching for the forbidden, the dangerous, or the deviant, you can find it here. Tin can habitat. Tin can habitats are small modules of simple construction and only the most basic support systems. Many are nothing more than converted shipping containers. They can be solo or connected to large networks of tin cans or other microgravity habitats. They harken back to the earliest days of spaceflight and are disfavored by most who can afford something better. There are a few tin cans that have been in near continuous use for over a century. Curiously, these time-worn relics have become prized by certain antiquarians and retrophiles who ardently upkeep them and become experts in their ancient systems. Nanofabrication. Source: Everything, Forever. A New Maker's Primer, by Sylvia Lugo. While nanofabrication was common before the fall, its ubiquity in the present may come as a surprise. Today, nearly every object you interact with was made with a nanofaber. It's possible that your sleeve itself was the product of one of these miraculous devices. Nanofabers. At its core, a nanofabricator is a 3D printer that works at the molecular level. It takes a stock of raw materials and uses nanobots to assemble an object according to the specifications of an input blueprint. Virtually any object or device can be constructed in such a manner, from the simplest handheld hammer to a space-going vessel, though larger objects are fabricated in parts by subassemblies, not a single machine. Fabers come in many shapes and forms. It's likely that your personal living space or shared residence is equipped with a small kitchen autocook, a specialized wet faber that only produces food and liquids. At the lower end, these models simply produce a generic nutrient paste that is dressed up in a variety of tastes and textures. Better quality autocooks manufacture gourmet meals and complex drinks molecule by molecule, as well as similar organic substances, including leather, alcohol, and some drugs. Inter-system restaurants thrive on their high-end autocooks and proprietary recipe designs. General-purpose fabers can make almost anything that fits inside their volume, assuming you have the blueprint and necessary raw materials. They range in size from portable, handheld units to desktop models to industrial units several tons in weight. These are referred to by many names: makers, replicators, forges, compilers, cornucopia machines, and so on. They can be found in offices, shops, and schools. Some habitats maintain street corner makers for public use. Specialized fabers are similar, but only produce categorically similar items. A specific forge may produce a related suite of personally tailored medications, a proprietarily linked set of consumer electronics, a particular line of handguns and related peripherals, or components for a certain piece of machinery. Hives are a particular type of specialized faber used to manufacture and maintain a single type of nanoswarm, such as fixers or engineers. Hives are portable and used to program a swarm as well as replenish the nanobots that are lost to normal daily attrition. Fixer hives are often incorporated into devices and structures for ongoing self-repair functions. Blueprints. No matter what kind of nanofaber you may find yourself using, you'll need a blueprint, a three-dimensional software plan for the design. Printers come preloaded with an assortment of simple blueprints appropriate to the device's purpose. Most polities, HABs, and Hypercore also provide basic blueprints free for use by everyone, released into the public domain. This means that almost everyone has access to mundane tools, clothing designs, and foods. These free blueprints are widely regarded as signs of lower social status in the inner system. The old and transitional economies there rely on people purchasing proprietary blueprints online for whatever they need. Hypercorp boutiques compete to offer the latest designs and upgrades, sold through subscription channels and ecosystems designed to lock customers into brand loyalty. These digital plans are accompanied by stringent copyright protections, limiting the number of prints to deter sharing and piracy, and preventing any modifications of the designs outside allowed parameters. There are many open-source projects, however, in which generous programmers make their blueprints available for free. There are numerous communities devoted to tinkering and improving upon blueprints in a variety of fields, many entertainment or fashion-related. Autonomous cooperatives and Titanium Microcore also code and distribute freeware designs, sometimes based on cracked proprietary plans. Intersystem authorities, however, do their best to limit the availability of these freeware blueprints, and Faber controls may prevent their use. Naturally, blueprints to manufacture dangerous or illegal goods are unavailable for sale to the general public, except on the black market. Weapons, drugs, deadly chemical compounds, or biohazardous materials are not freely distributed. Software locks on the Fabers themselves prevent them from producing items or materials on prohibited lists. Individuals who bring their own nanofabrication devices to a new hab are likely to find it inspected and made compliant with local ordinances regarding prohibited printing requirements. These practices differ greatly in many outer system habs, however. While Fabers are available for public, unrestricted use there, they are monitored by local volunteers to ensure that no one is manufacturing items that could endanger the community. Feedstock. Fabers are useless without raw materials, commonly termed feedstock. Most habitats make basic feedstock readily available through utility lines. In the inner system, your feedstock usage is likely limited according to your payment plan. For areas outside of a public utility infrastructure, feedstock is also available in bricks of either single elements or in conveniently bonded compounds when elements are dangerously reactive in their simplest states. Almost all habitats recycle or scavenge the vast majority of their waste for use as feedstock. When you toss your garbage down the chute, it's not just going to the dump, it's being fed to disassembler nanoswarms to be used as the raw materials for the hab's feed lines. Fabers often incorporate disassembly ports into their chassis, such as the organic waste disposal unit on your kitchen's autocook. Aside from blueprint availability, feedstock is ultimately the biggest limiting factor in nanofabrication. Miraculous though the technology is, it's not just conjuring goods out of nothing. While the economies of different habitats or solar system regions vary greatly, they are still rooted in the relative scarcity of material goods. Carbon, iron, and the like are relatively abundant, but many of the most exotic elements of the periodic table are used in modern equipment. Dangerous heavy metals or gases are regularly used for industrial applications and in trace amounts to produce consumer-grade alloys or plastics. Habitats typically restrict access to hazardous and rare element feedstocks, requiring explicit permission and a high credit cost. Printing. The final limiting factor of nanofabrication is time. It goes without saying that the bigger or more complex the item to be produced, the longer it takes to manufacture. Most prints take a matter of hours, but complex designs can take up to a day or even more. Thankfully, replicators primarily run themselves. Each Faber is equipped with a dedicated ALI that works to optimize blueprints and troubleshoot flaws in assembly as they occur. This ALI is sometimes even capable of programming new designs or modifications for you. Doing it the hard way. If you lack the proper blueprint, it's theoretically possible to make your own. 3D design, however, takes days for even simple objects, weeks or months for anything complex. It also requires not just a thorough knowledge of software encoding, but also an artisanal familiarity with whatever it is you're designing. You want a sheet of steel capable of withstanding the heat of planetary reentry? You'll need to be a metallurgist as well as a programmer. Thankfully, accelerated time in a VR simulspace can shorten the process. Remaking society. Despite the limitations of nanofabers, their effects upon transhumanity cannot be overstated. Society has been transformed by the ubiquitous availability of goods. Starvation is nearly a thing of the past. Almost no one goes with one of basic needs. Creators of high demand and bespoke blueprints gain tremendous wealth and rep from the sale of their designs in the inner system. The very existence of many outer system settlements and extrasolar colonies might be threatened were it not for their ability to produce needed goods on the spot, without the lengthy wait of physical shipping. You are also sure to notice that there is much less trash and litter. Near ubiquitous disassembly of waste materials has resulted in cleaner habitats across the solar system. As a rule, transhumans personally own far fewer personal belongings than they did before the fall. Citizens simply do not accumulate goods, and almost all of the wasteful packaging you may recall from your previous life on Earth has been eliminated. Even personal travel is easier, as you are no longer required to bring everything you need with you. Virtually any item is now disposable and replaceable, since it can be disassembled into its constituent molecules and reassembled brand new as required. Artisanal goods. This is not to say that nanofabrication has completely replaced all other manufacturing processes. In fact, handcrafted goods have become status symbols. Chefs who produce traditional meals made with naturally occurring ingredients are in high demand. Artists who work with hard-to-acquire irreproducible materials, such as marble reclaimed from specific ancient buildings on Earth, can garner wealth and acclaim for their work. Other handmade goods are valued for the personal investment applied to their making. Soul Archive search. The invisible masses. One way that nanotechnology has changed society is also the hardest to see. Nanoswarms. Clouds of invisible nanobots now surround us on a daily basis, undertaking unseen tasks. These range from purposes as utilitarian as cleaning, maintenance, and repair to insidious ones such as spying, sabotage, and hostile disassembly. Carrying a nanodetector is a common practice when you wish to be apprised of the invisible mites in your presence. Heavy use of swarms in an area sometimes builds up a dust-like toner residue as nanobots die off en masse. Transhuman culture. Catching up. You've been doing a great job in reacclimating yourself to the state of things. No, it's hard. A lot of time has passed since the backup you are reinstantiated from was made. Here's the next series of updates. Fear and paranoia. The most defining aspect of transhumanity is how much it has changed in the past few years. From the trauma of near extinction to the future shock of rapid technological change, the speed of upheaval is making a strong impact on our culture and society. Life after the fall. Our entire species suffers PTSD. The fall killed 95% of transhumanity and cast the remainder into the void of space. We say lost or went missing or even forcibly uploaded, but killed is the word. Just killed. You look around at Mars and Luna, and you check your buzzing social feeds on the mesh, and it seems like we're okay again, but we're not. We're hanging on by a thread. There are so few of us left, and of those who survived, so few of us even have bodies or bodies worth a damn. We don't even really know what happened. Sure, the Titans killed billions, but why? We don't really know. We don't even know why they stopped on the brink of our total annihilation. Was our extinction their goal at all? What if we were just collateral damage? The exurgent virus appeared almost simultaneously with the fall, and there is every indication that Titan machines were infected in strange and unpredictable ways. Can we trust our tech? What if the Titans were merely trying to eradicate the virus and killing us was the primary vector? But if that's true, why did they forcibly upload so many of us? What if they were trying to preserve our species before fleeing what amounts to a quarantine zone? What if they were trying to kickstart a phase of our evolution that might make us less vulnerable to this greater threat? What do they know that we don't? All we can do now is speculate and hope they aren't coming back. But none of us really believe that. We go to extreme lengths to avoid setting the stage for a second Titan event. Computational clusters above a certain power and storage are discouraged, if not forbidden, for fear of creating a fertile bed for a seed owl to run rampant. But, of course, with all those hypercorp research facilities and other secret installations, do you really believe these prohibitions aren't broken on a daily basis? The Jovians go so far as to rely on analog tech as a safeguard against a rogue ASI, and then you've got some crazy brinkers out there doing their best to cut themselves off entirely from the mesh out of fear of being contaminated. Some people don't even trust their muses anymore. Who's the voice in your head? Really? Where's the humanity? If the biconservatives are to be believed, our society is corrupt because it is no longer solely human. We may all be hopping merrily from body to body, but at least we had a body to start with, unlike Infolife. This lack of a biological origin makes it easy for some to consider AGIs unnatural things or to fear that they may ultimately be more sympathetic to the Titans or other non-human interests. Such thinking can be infectious, perhaps even driving prejudice and institutionalized bigotry that may eventually make it a self-fulfilling prophecy. Infugees and deliberate infomorphs aren't much better from this perspective. When you lack a body, do your loyalties still lie with your embodied species? Keep this in mind next time someone gives attitude to one of your digital forks. Then you've got the poor uplifts. The same fearmongers claim that we cannot truly understand their motivations or perspectives. The idea of an octopus walking around in a human body makes them distinctly uncomfortable. These are the same people who treat uplifts like clever pets, and I know I'd resent that if I was one of them. I might start thinking about other societal options myself. Identity crises. The fear doesn't stop with others. Our own minds are suspect. So many of us lost years of consciousness in the fall only to awaken into a present that grows more alien by the day. What's the starting point for the continuity of your life? Is it when you were born? Is it when you woke up today? Is it the first time you sleeved? The first time you forked? The Jovians and other bioconservatives believe that the mere act of sleeving or ego-casting is suicide, and that there's no continuity of consciousness even from a recovered cortical stack, just the propagation of data. Almost all of transhumanity thinks this is nonsense, that of course we are who we think we are. But of course we'd think that, wouldn't we? What if the entire fall was really just the Titans forcing us to adopt these methods, to normalize them? If we're not really alive anymore, what are we even fighting to protect? The aggregate of transhuman consciousness is the only thing that's important if you arrive at that conclusion, and if you keep following that train of thought, the things that might become necessary in its defense are as frightening as the threats themselves. And there are so many threats. An uncertain future. We don't have a new home yet. Not truly. Mars won't be fully terraformed for centuries, and every other habitat we've carved out in the solar system is separated from the void or a toxic atmosphere by centimeters of steel and a lot of hope that nothing goes wrong. Sure, we're getting better and better at engineering, but everyone knows we are just one engineering failure away from immediate and possibly irretrievable death. Scientific progress is improving our engineering every day, but that brings its own risks. True X risks at that. The Large Collider is impressive, but we all know it's going to be a child's toy compared to where things are in another 10 years, and there are already people talking about experiments that might literally collapse the warp of spacetime with only a 0.0000001% chance. Back on Earth in the 20th century, scientists lit off the first atomic bomb while wondering if it might set the planet's atmosphere on fire. And that's just talking about accidents. The technologies we take for granted like ubiquitous nanofabrication, forking, and precision bioengineering all have the potential to be weaponized on a terrifying scale by a single malicious person. Never before have such wide swathes of transhumanity had the capacity to initiate their own self-destruction. Self-replicating devourer nanobot swarms, biologically engineered plagues that happily infect organic matter or plastics with ease, and the ability to remotely produce antimatter weapons and detonate them at leisure are all within the theoretical grasp of countless individuals. They've been stopped so far, mostly, but when is our luck going to run out? Dead planets. We won't be the first to run out of luck. Since we first started exploring the Pandora Gates, we found the detritus of one dead alien civilization after another. Their ruins are scattered across the galaxy. Something stops them from surviving, or at least surviving in any way that we can observe. Why should transhumanity expect a different fate? We were already almost exterminated once, and not 10 years later we're jaunting through these alien gates just to traipse through the wreckage of a whole lot of aliens who also messed with the gates. I think about the Ectomi a lot. We find more remnants of this vanished spacefaring, sapient species than any other. They may have been big arthropods with a technology and culture we can barely comprehend, but they were a lot like us, I think. Their ruins litter so many of the exoplanets we find. Their cultural detritus tells us they were smart and maybe scared of something. Maybe the gates. Just 10,000 years ago, the Ectomi were a flourishing civilization, and then, nothing. What happened to those weird space spiders? Did they see the end coming? Or did it surprise them? Did it come through the gates? We know next to nothing about these things or who built them, and yet we've happily dialing our way across the galaxy. Isn't it only a matter of time before something notices us? What if something already has? The factors. The only beings who might have answers to these questions aren't people, and they aren't telling if they do. I'm talking about the factors, of course. They're the only evidence we have of any other civilizations surviving long enough to make contact with another alien species. If you ask me, they only raise more questions than they answer. They say they're emissaries for a group of civilizations and that they only recently became convinced we were worthy of contact. Why now? Are they here to help us out of sympathy from having survived their own singularity? They've sure dropped some ominous hints about the gates and ALS, but are they really here to help, or are we being monitored because they're afraid we're going to mess with something that might endanger their own civilizations? For that matter, what is their civilization? What if they're not even aliens but a stalking horse of the Titans in some subtle strategy we can't even imagine? First contact was made in the immediate aftermath of the fall, which means they must have been monitoring us for some time if they're on the level. Did the exurgent virus scare them enough to take a closer look? What if they are the exurgent virus? I'm getting really out there now, I know, but seriously, what do we actually know about the factors? Firewall. Nothing here is news to Firewall, of course. We have brilliant, dedicated, and genuinely good people thinking hard about this stuff all day. But what does it amount to? You take orders from your proxy? But do you know who your proxy is talking to? Have you met your proxy in person? What does in person even mean anymore? When you get called up to investigate some remote mining facility on Triton, how confident are you that you're really going on Firewall business and not because a rival mining corp spoofed their handshake protocols and duped you into wiping out a competitor? What if Firewall has been compromised at its highest levels? What if it's always been serving another end? What would you do about it? What could you do about it? Paranoid yet? Good. Keep that close. Use it. You'll need it. Public and private life. Our online selves are extensions of our personal lives. With everyone interlinked, our expectations regarding social interactions and privacy have irrevocably changed. Social networks. Social media has evolved to incorporate all facets of our lives. Our friends, work, interests, calendars, and even interactions with strangers. Everyone you know posts favorite vids, project updates, opinions, memes, selfies, and pet pictures. Some take it further, broadcasting their XP life logs, allowing you to walk in their shoes and see through their eyes. Modern networks make it easy to customize your content for different groups of people. Your work persona may be very different from your family persona and your nightlife persona. There are hundreds of social networks, many of them aggregated together into larger meta-networks. Who you socialize with influences which platforms are most useful to you. There are networks for almost every professional, social, and interest group. Scientists, media, hypercorp industries, sports fans, gamers, even anarchist scum. These networks are valuable sources of information, news, and community. Reputation. One of the key aspects of social networks is the maintenance of your reputation scores. Every platform measures your social capital and displays it to others. Each of these networks has their own methods for calculating your score. Some are built on credit ratings and citizenship scores. Others are grounded in reviews made by others. Your taste in friends may be factored into your score, as well as achievements, search rankings, or even shopping habits. Throughout the week, your rep score will rise and fall based on interactions with others. You can ping and ding people manually, but most people have their muses handle exchanges automatically. Each individual ping/ding has a negligible effect on your score, maybe 1/1000th of a percentage point, but they add up in aggregate. Rude to the steward? Ding. Share a ride? Ping. Tip well? Double ping. Some interactions are weighted more heavily than others, depending on the network. The opinions of high-rep individuals or strangers may carry more impact than your friends or someone that ping/dings you back. Improving your rep on a social network relies on following community standards. Each network values different behavior, so expect a variety of factors to matter. The same action that gets you dinged on one network gets a ping on another. Some communities have protocols that don't match yours. The best strategy is simple. Don't be a dick. Social capital and mutual aid. Rep nets are more than just people who sometimes like what you do. They are groupings of friends you can ask for help. I can hear your inner system sneer from here. Rep's not gonna pay my rent. But if you design a logo for a guy and he calls in a favor to get your rent covered by someone that owes him for a few packs of beer, sounds like it paid your rent. Rep matters in other ways in the inner system too. It can help you secure a loan, get a freelance gig, escalate things up the ladder, avoid scrutiny by the cops, score a face-to-face meeting, or talk your way into an elite social event. Social capital is not always about the credits in your bank account. In the self-managed autonomous outer system, rep scores are a tool for mutual aid and sharing community resources. The more you contribute to collective well-being, the more you can call upon others for favors. Need to hog the shared nanofiber, borrow a Farcaster link, get help fixing a bot, call up some muscle, or get help with a research project. In the absence of money or coercion, your rep score can help you get what you need. A lot of inner system types make the mistake of viewing rep as the currency of the outer system. That's not how it works. You don't spend rep. It's a measure of your good standing with your peers, a judge of your social trustworthiness. Asking for a favor doesn't automatically drop your score. But you might take a hit if you lean on your friends enough to be rude or ask for something dangerous. It's a valuable skill to know where that line is drawn. That all said, there are some services that particularly trade in rep and credit exchanges for people looking to get things done in the other half of the solar system. Rep systems are not with their drawbacks or criticisms. Certainly, in the inner system, those with wealth have more opportunities for increasing their exposure and solidifying their rep than infugees or the clanking masses. It thus functions to heighten class divisions. Governments manipulate rep systems to punish dissidents and reward obedience. In autonomous areas, rep is critiqued for propping up informal hierarchies and reinforcing in-group behavior, though their network algorithms do a better job of balancing actual merit as distinct from popularity. Exposure. A side effect of social media is that we are all public figures, visible at all times. Almost everyone has a life log and half of you grant public access. If you lock down your presence only to people you trust, you limit your visibility and opportunities. If you leave it public, anyone can gather enough personal details to predict your every move. Live your life like an open book. Don't be surprised if someone reads it. More and more, this sort of transparency is expected as a social norm. It has its uses, of course. Keeping tabs that loved ones are safe, that no one around you is acting suspicious, that elected officials and authorities aren't breaking the rules. When you opt out, friends start to wonder if you're okay, and local security services may wonder if you're up to something. Even if you keep your presence friends only, the reality of social networks and modern technology means that you are still completely trackable. Some of the meta-networks, Looking at You, CivicNet, and Fame, deliberately share your personal info with marketers, authorities, and assorted third parties. Advertising networks hoard every scrap of data they can scrounge on you in order to serve you up personalized ads. The unscrubbed pics, vids, and XP you post are laden with metadata that give away location and other details. Private Intel Hypercore hoover all of this up and sell it to each other. Habitat security services sometimes get backdoors to monitor accounts. Combine this all with the data trail your mesh devices leave with every other device around them and the ubiquity of covalence and biometric recognition technologies. All of this data is not accessible to everyone, but a dedicated adversary with enough resources could certainly use it to track your location, interactions, and activities. Taking private moments. No one will just give you privacy. You have to take it. And if you want it, you'll need to account for everything, your mesh connection, your rep profile, your face, even how you walk. Otherwise, any one of those can be used to link you to the rest. Privacy needs to be a habit. Use AR privacy modes at all times, not just when you want privacy. Otherwise, those moments will stand out as if you're hiding something. In privacy mode, your social media profile is inaccessible to those around you, and your device connections are less likely to be logged. Use a virtual private network, VPN, to keep your communication private and anonymizers for posting. Invest in secondary accounts so you can control connections between information you put online. Train your muse to reset all passwords and burn accounts in emergencies. Use direct jack-to-jack connections to avoid anyone eavesdropping or sniffing your communications. The same is also true for laser comm systems. Tight beam lasers are hard to intercept. Quantum entangled comms are completely private and impossible to intercept, short of someone hacking or ganking the physical transceivers. Physical privacy is harder. Smart fabric privacy shrouds will negate sensors, but you may stand out. Thankfully, their social acceptance has blossomed and they are now more common in public areas. Many businesses have scanners to clear eavesdropping tech from private rooms. You can also map dead zones where there are no sensors or signals or acquire such maps through darknet channels. They're useful if you need to duck out of sight for a few minutes. If you're looking for a quiet way in and out of a hab, find yourself a darkcasting service. They can handle an egocast that avoids the logged and monitored official channels. Most of these are operated by shady cartels and outfits, so check their GREP to evaluate their trustworthiness and loyalties before you commit. Some of these are not so much illegal as unofficially tolerated. The glitterati and powers that be like having quiet backdoor entrances as much as criminals do. The loss of data during the fall and lack of system-wide centralized authorities mean that it is now easier than ever to establish a fake identity, either through the black market or via fringe habitats with intentionally lax citizenship procedures. The drawback to secondary identities is that they have very limited rep scores. This remains a popular option for traveling incognito, however, particularly among those who might otherwise experience harassment or prejudice. Gaming and griefing. Any complex system can be gamed. Hacker cartels employ botnets to run mass numbers of sock puppet accounts and grind rep, selling fake audiences and social media promotion as a service on the darknet. They are engaged in an ongoing arms race with social network providers, who deploy ALIs and sophisticated algorithms to detect abuse and root out fakes. While RepNet gaming is primarily about making credits, trolls and griefers abuse the system just to be jerks. Online harassment remains a serious issue, particularly by socially maladapted groups that brigade their targets with swarm tactics, stalking/doxing, and general abuse. This behavior is particularly rooted among inter-system online refugees, with groups that have never experienced life off Earth and have yet to be embodied fostering bigoted sentiments in their insular communities. Their favorite targets are marginalized groups such as Infolife and Uplifts, though they sometimes delve into outdated misogynistic and racist attitudes. Their vitriol is also spewed against whatever current outrage has captured their attention. Current technology allows video and other media to be faked, which griefers use to their advantage. Social networks counter this with public forgery detection tools, crowdsourced verification services, and reliability ratings for various information and media sources. Most muses are also trained to verify data and apply trustworthiness ratings, but these systems are not foolproof. Memetic warfare. It is also important to remember that social media remains an ideological battleground. While the mesh and social media provide us with access to innumerable people, ideas, sources, and outlets of information, the reality is that most people engage with very little of it. We use our muses to personalize our media and information consumption habits, filtering out sources we don't like, and thus surrounding ourselves in self-affirming ideological bubbles in which we are never exposed to contrary opinions. Muses and social media algorithms are actually programmed to counter these habits by offering a broad and diverse array of sources, but an unnerving number of transhumans override these options. This means that an alarming number of people exist in ideological echo chambers. Compounding the issue, various factions and entities exploit social media technology for propaganda purposes. At the simplest level, this involves contracted troll farms that crank out nothing but false or heavily biased news. These voices are then amplified with media saturation campaigns using botnets and sock puppet armies to control the narrative. A more finessed approach makes use of aggregated marketing data to identify specific vulnerable or receptive individuals and mass target them with personalized ad campaigns intended to sway them on specific points. Even with modern filters, these memetic campaigns have been known to sway elections, undermine support, fuel antagonisms and extremist elements, and encourage violence. They are particularly potent when coupled with nativistic and bigoted sentiments, and explain why large segments of the inter-system population remain prejudiced towards AGIs, uplifts, the clanking masses, and outer-system anarchist terrorists, basilisks. One of the more frightening weapons deployed by the Titans against transhumanity were so-called basilisk hacks. These included multiple varieties of sensory inputs designed to take advantage of flaws in the brains of susceptible portions of the populations, much like certain strobe effects are known to impact epileptics. These inputs triggered reactions such as seizures, catatonia, and hallucinations. Some even had the ability to reprogram the mind in a manner similar to hypnotic suggestion. Basilisks were often embedded in various types of mesh media, so that victims were often exposed by their own augmented reality feeds. This enabled basilisks to affect large portions of the population at once. In one known instance, the entire metropolis of Córdoba in Argentina was exposed to a basilisk through the city's municipal priority alert system, causing millions to hallucinate and turn on each other with unprecedented violence. Though modern mesh security protocols filter out known basilisks, there have been multiple reports of mass basilisk exposure throughout the solar system since the fall. Earth's legacy. A decade has passed since transhumanity evacuated Earth, leaving it to the Titans. On this anniversary of the fall, we look back at the loss of transhumanity's birthplace and all that it entailed. Processing the loss. The fall of Earth was a paradigm shift for transhumanity. Virtually everyone lost friends and family. Most lost their own lives but were restored off-world. Homes, pets, careers, and personal effects were gone in a flash of radioactive dust. Entire governments, cultures, and languages went extinct. Not only did people need to restart from scratch, many had to learn how to live their new lives. In new morphs, in new gravities, under new economies, in environments that were completely alien to them. Some have been more than willing to put Earth behind them, going so far as to filter all mentions out of their feeds. The pain is too great, the memories too horrific. This is especially true for those who suffered trauma in their last days on Earth. Even more so for people whose lives on Earth had been a struggle to begin with, due to wars, climate crises, or personal relationships. For some, processing the fall requires more than just treating their PTSD. These transhumans treat the change as the open door it is, a chance at new possibilities. This can mean diving headfirst into exploring new identities, new personalities, new sexualities, new morphs. For the masses of refugees that became the scum swarms, this was an embrace of experimentation, an opportunity to experience new lifestyles and push the limits of hedonism. When you've barely survived an apocalypse, and extinction is knocking, you may as well live your life to the fullest. There's no point in holding on to the past because it could all end at any moment. The longing for Earth. Not everyone has been willing to give up on Earth. To the people living on Luna or in Earth orbit, it remains a visible reminder in the sky overhead, a monument that is not easily overlooked. The debate on whether or not to retake Earth is regularly revived by pundits. Fervent reclaimers insist that it is our responsibility to reverse the mistakes of the past, to prove transhumanity's autonomy or dominance, to take back what is rightfully ours. Those critical of transhumanity's current path undoubtedly see it as a chance to return to a mythologized state of affairs, to resurrect the old and proper ways of doing things. In this view, Earth remains a powerful symbol of redemption. The reality, of course, is that no one knows what retaking Earth will entail. Talk of orbital bombardments and troop landings are conjecture. No one is entirely sure that the Titans are gone. Invading the planet might stoke them into activity once again, with disastrous consequences for everyone throughout the solar system. Even if they are absent or dormant, their machines and nanoswarms remain a significant threat. Earth's climate itself has been irrevocably altered by the fall. Revitalizing our homeworld's biosphere would require a vast terraforming effort with significant cost. And so popular opinion remains against such efforts. For now, the blockade. No parties have publicly claimed responsibility for placing the blockade around Earth shortly after the fall. Originally, it was assumed to be a containment effort to keep the Titans in, but it clearly operates to restrict traffic both ways. Most people are convinced the planetary consortium is quietly behind the effort, but they have remained silent on the topic. In truth, it could be other parties. The Jovians, a cabal of oligarchs, perhaps even the Titans themselves. What we know is that any ship that tries to traverse between 300 and 350 kilometers in altitude, just below low Earth orbit in either direction, is targeted by a number of lethal killsats. No warning is given. Even if the weapons platforms are avoided, there are other dangers. Cloaked smart mines and clouds of high-velocity space junk left in orbit, the detritus of past battles. Over the years, many ships have made efforts to run this blockade. Most have failed. The date apocalypse. One aspect of the fall that continues to have an impact was the staggering loss of information. Massive amounts of archives, records, and data were lost. Cultural treasures and physical media that were not digitized were wiped out. Governments and hypercore lost their organizational memories. Debt, bank balances, criminal records, ownership records, legal code, and even some history and scientific knowledge were deleted. People's entire lives and identities were erased. This chance to start fresh was seized by some, rebranding themselves with new identities. Others watched their positions and achievements fade into obscurity. 10 years later, we still struggle with missing data. Scientists recreate past work. Investigators track down and reunite separated relatives. Courts adjudicate contested claims. Historians fill in the gaps. Earth relics. One method of coping with the past is by collecting relics from Earth. Before the fall, relatively few objects were transported off-world, due to the cost and impracticality. After all, most things could be locally nanofabricated. Now, those objects are immensely valuable. Even a small toy or souvenir could be worth more than a brand new designer biomorph. A new black market has emerged for Earth relics, leading to salvage operations to smuggle more relics off Earth, despite the great risk. Criminal cartels and reclaimers have financed and dispatched numerous teams to break the interdiction. These operations are incredibly risky, as they must circumvent an armada of killsats and a toxic hellscape populated primarily by Titan war machines and exsurgents. Even if they survive and locate valuable relics, getting them off-world again is even more difficult. This amounts to a suicide mission, but the payoff can be worth it. Complicating matters, some of the relics retrieved from Earth have harbored dangerous nanoswarms or even the exsurgent virus, spawning dangerous outbreaks. With every relic a potential vector, artifact hunters and dealers are high-value targets for authorities and bounty hunters. Of course, the black market value of Titan technology can be even higher, making it worth the risk to reckless grave robbers. Relic hunting has led to a booming market for forgeries and fakes, not only to dupe rich collectors, but as mass-market goods. Artifacts can be scanned and reproduced with nanofabrication, making authenticity difficult to determine. Owning faux relics has become fashionable in some circles, proving that nostalgia is still a powerful influence in popular culture. Not every relic is physical or valued solely for its connection to the past. Treasure hunters are also driven to uncover secrets buried on Earth, from corporate plans hidden away in server farms to ancient art forms and languages that exist only in the lost cortical stacks and backups of egos that were left behind. Millions of animal and plant species and even some uplift projects were also lost, including elephants, denisovans, and some whale species. Old identities. Even if Earth will never be reclaimed, many still base their identities on who they were before the fall. Despite the efforts of the consortium and other powers and factions to shed the trappings of the past, various holdouts see themselves more as exiled citizens of their home nation than whatever planet or habitat they currently live on. They seek to uphold the traditions of their old culture, including rivalries with other nations and ethnic groups. This mentality is particularly predominant in the Lunar Lagrange Alliance, where many refugee communities remain segregated by culture and language. Some have grown more insular in an attempt to protect their identity, rejecting outside influence. This has led to divisiveness as conflicts between groups flare up, leading to legal disputes and sometimes actual violence. Those seeking further isolation have formed brinker communities in remote regions of the solar system, cutting themselves off from the rest of transhumanity in order to preserve their way of life. VR simulspaces that recreate areas of Earth remain incredibly popular, especially among refugees. Despite these efforts, cultural isolation continues to erode. Resleeving undermines the outdated conceit of ethnic differences. The initial tendencies of people to sleeve morphs of the same ethnicity or to hold biased attitudes about specific models when the technology was first made available diminishes further and further each year. Modern biomorph models are a blend of genetic traits that further illustrate that ethnicity is nothing but a social concept. Mesh interconnectivity also makes it easier to transcend ideological barriers and escape cultural bubbles. Sociologists speculate it is just a matter of time before most old Earth nationalism and cultural identities are driven all but extinct, relegated to small bioconservative enclaves. It is worth noting that, more and more, even the traditional human template is being eschewed. Designers increasingly steer towards non-human pods and biomorphs, as well as synthmorphs with nonanthroform body plans and functions. Though these morphs are often considered exotic or sometimes even banned, their presence is becoming normalized, especially in the outer system. As more transhumans become familiar and acclimated with non-human sleeves, this is only likely to accelerate. After all, while the human form is quite functional, it evolved to fit specific conditions. In many situations, other morph designs are simply more adaptive. A new homeworld. The most aggressive counter to Earth's legacy comes from the planetary consortium itself. The conglomerate strongly pushes Mars as transhumanity's new homeworld, soon to be terraformed into an Eden superior to Earth, and the center point in a new galactic civilization spread via the gates. By positioning Mars in this way, the consortium also places itself as the leader of transhumanity. Consortium media outlets regularly downplay mentions of Earth, focusing on Martian affairs and the consortium's expansion and futurist ideas. This forward-looking stance is welcomed by most consortium citizens, who are eager to push aside past horrors and failures. This agenda is not lost on the reclaimers, who believe that the resources spent to terraform Mars could be better used on Earth, or by the other political factions, who side-eye the consortium's grandstanding and soft imperialism. However, the consortium is not the only power to push forward and minimize the past. Morningstar and the Ultimates both celebrate transhumanity's unfettered future. Even the Titanians and Autonomists highlight transhumanity's potential, while noting Earth not just as a tragedy but as a lesson in our social and economic failures. Throughout the solar system, Earth serves as an abject lesson of what can go wrong. For this reason, expansion to exoplanets is encouraged, to spread transhumanity out and increase our chances of survival. Earth survivors. No one knows how many survivors remain on Earth. Some estimate that tens or even hundreds of thousands may still live, secreted away in sealed habitats, cut off from the Titan machines and outside world. Others might survive in the ruins, somehow avoiding the deadly grasp of the nanoswarms, radiation, extreme weather, lack of food, and polluted atmosphere. Entire storage facilities may still hold sleepers in cryotanks or databanks loaded with uploads and backups. The only known concentrations of transhumans on the surface are exurgents and Titan puppets, entire metropolises still running according to the whims of their abdicated machine masters. Culture and clades. Once upon a time, culture was largely determined by geography and religion. As a method of mimetic shared identity, it served to pass on traditions and reinforce shared values. It also propped up oppressive behavior and hostility towards outsiders and worked as an avenue of commodification. Now, with transhumanity ascendant, the nature of culture has irrevocably changed. Transnational citizenship. Even before the fall, nation-states were rapidly losing influence. Starved for revenue and largely co-opted by corporations, the larger countries began to compete for citizens. Faced with violent, erratic weather and the prospect of a brain drain, countries around the world offered remote citizenship to qualified applicants. Some countries, it turned out, had more pull as a brand than as a piece of real estate. The convenience of telepresence and rapid travel superseded geographical boundaries. Not to be outdone, some global corporations followed suit, establishing their own citizenship protocols and cultural identities for their protected enclaves. In reality, transnational cultures were already de facto for peoples displaced by colonialism, wars, or climate change. The Kurds, Roma, First Nations, and Palestinians were joined by other dislocated people in facing the challenges of diaspora, caught between establishing their own enclaves and online communities and assimilation. The Maldives and Solomon Islands became the first drowned countries to establish governments in exile. Prominent online communities followed the path of these developments, establishing official organizations that provided some of the old benefits of citizenship to those living in declining nation-states. Educational resources, social welfare initiatives, economic incentives, healthcare, employment, as well as protected enclaves. These new cultural clades were based on shared interests, with trappings rooted in fiction, history, or modern subcultures. Tribes as diverse as the New Africans, Queer Nation, Burners Without Borders, House Party, Modern Anachronists, Zapatistas, and Wuxia all gained influence and virtual citizens during this time. Many of these deployed their own reputation networks and/or cryptocurrencies. But the fall destroyed most of these early transnational citizenship organizations just as surely as it destroyed nation-states. When the global communications infrastructure went under, most fills went with them. Only a few of the more tight-knit and cohesive clades survived, and in small numbers. After the fall, citizenship went from something some transhumans could choose as a luxury to a necessity for which everyone was now desperately competing. Habitats had more refugees and infugees than they could accommodate, so they cherry-picked the people most likely to be productive or held lotteries and consigned the rest to virtual worlds or cold storage. Some habitats continue to maintain tiered citizenship schemes to this day, only granting privileges such as travel and access to certain areas or resources to those residents deemed most worthy. As of AF10, the situation has relaxed somewhat. Citizenship is again growing into a fluid concept, and holding a citizenship distant from where you live in space is more common. Titan, for example, has citizens scattered across the entire system, and many Morningstar constellation habs have begun granting remote citizenship as a way to gain the skills, reputation, and allegiance of talented individuals. The solar system is so vast that geographical citizenship is likely to keep existing for the foreseeable future, but ego-casting and far-flung reputation networks also mean transgeographic organizations have many opportunities to gain members and influence. Regional clusters. Distance defines transhuman culture more than ever. On Earth before the fall, every major culture was within easy reach between instantaneous mesh communications and fast global transportation. The fall scattered transhumanity, isolating us on far-flung planets and habitats. Light speed lag hampers mesh communications, and physical transportation is painfully slow, weakening informal ties between friends and family. Cultural regions are now drifting apart because of spatial distance. It is no longer possible to easily keep up with the day-to-day changes that inform and mutate local cultures. News rarely has a great impact outside of the region, and even viral phenomenon may have trouble gaining serious traction outside of the group that spawned them. Linguistic drift occurs in every habitat. The Mandarin spoken on Mars is already noticeably different than the Mandarin spoken in the Titanian Commonwealth. Throughout the solar system, nearby habitats group together as clusters that share culture, especially when they are close enough that lightspeed lag is not a factor. The communities that make up a cluster can chat, share real-time XP, and find romantic partners from other habitats far more easily. They develop ties and institutions through shared communications and immigration. On planets and large moons, however, everyone can instantly communicate with each other. This limits but does not erase geography as a factor. Mars, Mercury, Venus, and even moons such as Luna, Titan, Ganymede, Callisto, and Europa are large enough to have multiple cultural regions. Nevertheless, social class and lifestyle choices continue to be more culturally relevant. There is, of course, overlap. Even the poorest synth worker can find common ground with a local hyper-elite, even if it's only complaining about the weather, sports, flaws of the local infrastructure, or rivalries with other habitats. In the large metropoles of Mars, Luna, and Titan, even self-selective subcultural groups find themselves in frequent face-to-face contact with other clades. Morphological clades. Some communities are defined by their morphology rather than shared cultural traits. A person's mind is heavily affected by their morph, even if they don't want to admit it. In biomorphs, a different balance of hormones can radically change thoughts and perception. There's a reason why Fury morphs are classified as combat models, and it's not just the enhanced reflexes and muscles. A devoted pacifist sleeved in a Fury could easily start a fight simply because the morph heightens aggression and makes fighting more instinctual. People sleeved in the same morph are more likely to have a similar temperament, on top of being like-minded in purpose, and so are naturally drawn together. Extreme environments like vacuum, ocean floors, or high-pressure atmospheres can only be settled by egos sleeved in the right morphs. Whether it's the surface of Venus or a distant exoplanet with an exotic atmosphere, necessity dictates that only certain morphs can survive. Most of these are work-focused habitats, collecting natural resources in hazardous environments. Synthmorphs dominate in these conditions, being cheaper and lacking the need for life support systems. Other communities of morph-specific clades are common due to shared adaptive traits, needs, or functions. Hibernoids crew long-range ships, rusters work Martian terraforming gigs, bouncers thrive in micrograv, Surya surf the solar corona, and infomorphs convene in processor loci. Morphological clades often develop unique practices and social norms as fits their morphs. Synthmorphs swap parts. Bouncer clades drink and smoke using their feet. Long-haul hibernoid crews counter extended isolation with cuddle puddles. Neo-hominids groom each other. Menton communities are heavily into strategy games. Furies engage in comradely wrestling. Neo-octopi notably are more solitary. Neo-Neanderthal fills have an affinity for music. These practices and customs are sometimes confusing to those sleeved in other morphs, or are new to that type of morph. A few morphological tribes are rooted in ideology more than shared purpose. The ultimates favor remade morphs to fit with their self-concept as pinnacles of the human species. Bioconservative communities are composed of original flat and splicer morphs, as they eschew non-essential genetic modification and resleeving. Non-human clades. Uplifts are commonly treated as second-class citizens in human-dominant habitats, worse off than even the lowest humans. They are often forced into indentured service, have no control over their reproductive options, are banned from certain areas/activities, and have no say in continued uplift research. The same is true of AGIs, who are also treated as a major security concern. In response to this, Mercurials have established their own safe enclaves and habitats. Radical Mercurials want more than just equality and freedom, however. They wish to establish separate uplift and infolife cultures free from human interference. They want to chart their own independent and autonomous course, as opposed to assimilating into transhumanity. The majority of these initiatives are situated in the outer system, where they have more support and less interference. Other non-human clades exist outside of Mercurials. To be specific, these are transhuman initiatives to create non-human cultural identities. Among these are the Exoglots, a mysterious group in the Jovan Trojans that uses insectal pod morphs and their own secretive artificial language, and the colony on Luna, whose residents sleeve into insect-sized, though not necessarily insectoid, morphs and function as a society in miniature. At least one primitivist exoplanet colony is known to have sleeved into animal pods and gone feral, virtual tribes. Considering how much transhuman culture relies on mesh technology, it is no surprise that new fills have arisen from online communities. Many of these are based in multiplayer virtual worlds, some with millions of members. Infugees are predominant in these V-tribes, some never leaving their preferred simulspace. Each of these worlds has their own reality, physics, and other trappings, though the cultures of the residents have often steered far beyond the anticipations of the original simulspace designers. Though many of these worlds are simply social, such as Olmec, Neo-Victoria, and Glam Slam, the most popular are multiplayer game worlds, with sci-fi, Starfire, and fantasy setting the game being current favorites. Competitive attitudes between gaming tribes sometimes spill over into the wider mesh and physical world, such as the real-life hacks perpetrated by the rival Red Army and Taiwan No. 1 gangs. Cultural experimentation. Cultural experimentation is on the rise since the fall. Various Earth cultures were once dominant throughout the solar system due to early off-world colonization, especially China, India, America, and Europe, but their setbacks have created a void that others now strive to fill. An incredible variety of political, sociological, and economic arrangements have been tried, many still in progress. In between the more short-lived radical experiments and the schemes of con artists, egomaniacs, and charlatans, a surprising number of intentional communities now thrive. On the political end, you can find habitats that embrace ideologies as divergent as Maoist communism, hereditary monarchies, and straight-up dictatorships. You'll also find more obscure systems, such as republics where officials are randomly selected and rotated out every year, technocracies run entirely by ALI systems, and panarchies where each individual in the habitat subscribes to the non-governmental system of their choice. Experimentation with sex, gender, and family constructs is a common theme. The Citizens of Winter, a habitat in the Jovian Trojans, Attempt to eliminate gender roles altogether by sleeving androgynous biomorphs and reproducing using exosomes with the gametes of 2 or more parents. The Brinker Hab of Hearth seeks to repopulate by requiring all residents to birth multiple children a year and raising them all as an extended family. Researchers monitor these habitats to study their long-term effects. Other experiments are based on technological trends, such as heavy forking or communities composed of the same fork. The neosynergists on Venus use special implants to form a group mind, albeit with questionable results. Scum swarms in particular push the limits. Scattered in numerous fleets across the solar system, no one can keep track of how many biomods and mind-hacking experiments are conducted on them. Few on the swarms bother to keep good records. They only want the next thrill. As technology improves and transhumanity spreads across the galaxy, every element of culture is up for debate, evolution, and revolution. The frontier is infinite. Cultural survival. With extinction so near, and so much lost on Earth, there has been much discussion about preserving culture for the future. Reclaimers are particularly interested in reviving cultural traditions, history, and artifacts lost to the fall. Numerous simulspace environments are dedicated to recreating historically accurate cultural simulations of the past. It makes sense to consider the same for current culture. The Titans may return at any time, not to mention other potential X-risks. The Pandora Gates have allowed for the rapid colonization of hundreds of exoplanets across the universe. Some groups explicitly works towards archiving what they can of transhumanity in remote extrasolar locations, making it more likely that at least a snapshot of our cultures will survive. Of course, you don't need to leave the solar system to do that. Hidden habitats can be found all the way to the Oort cloud, populated by survivalists and archivists who tunnel inside asteroids to conceal their bases. Other factions have built arc ships to travel to nearby star systems, like the Crystal Wind, a Titanian starship on its way to Barnard Star, a journey that will take 800 years. Transhumanity is determined to scatter itself as far and as fast as possible, in hopes that no one threat can extinguish it. Transhuman sexuality. When you can change your body at will, downloading your consciousness into any form you choose, or whatever you can afford, depending where you are, gender takes on a whole new meaning. A morph is a vehicle of self-expression that can take on any number of forms. When such change is possible, altering one's sex or gender expression, whether once or as often as you change clothes, no longer seems all that remarkable to people. Instead of a dualism with some variation on the side, gender is now popularly understood to be entirely divorced from one's phenotype. Or, as one philosopher put it just after the fall, we're all genderqueer now. The XP of them saying this from Luna, with the Earth still burning overhead, remains popular and controversial. Why was the fall such an important cutoff, specifically? In short, Earth was the hub for most opposition to this kind of culture. As bioconservatism often went hand in hand with skepticism about space colonization and its culture, its greatest bastions were lost in the fall. Think tanks, institutes at Earth universities, religious nonprofits, figureheads, and leadership were all wiped out. An already embattled minority became a micro-minority in the rest of the solar system, with exceptions in places like the Jovian Republic. Sexuality after the fall. Earth was already in the midst of yet another worldwide sexual revolution just before the fall. The rise of polyamory and growing legal recognition of non-heterosexual relationships in the 21st century, as well as the decline of traditional religion, led to wave after wave of questioning and social reorganization, punctuated by periods of chaos and backlash. As with so much else, however, the off-world colonies were rife with wild experimentation that rapidly exceeded the pace of political life in even Earth's largest cities. Astrosociologists posit that this acceleration was caused by 3 major factors. 1. Sheer distance from Earth. 2. The demands made on bodies and morphs by wildly different environments, like zero-G habitats or the skies of Venus. And 3. Many colonists moving out into the solar system precisely because they felt they did not fit in on Earth. There is also something to be said for the fact that many colonies, like Extropia and Titan, were founded on ideologies that were not inherently inimical to gender and sexual diversity. Polyamory, traditional marriage, already rendered a charming anachronism on Earth, went into a steep and terminal decline after the fall. Even the most conservative elites in the Jovian Republic or the Consortium came to consolidate power in ways besides marriage, so its last utilitarian benefits slowly ebbed away. Functional immortality makes together forever feel less like a romantic pledge than a wildly unrealistic expectation. Just as with gender, breaking one psychophysical barrier sends all the others tumbling down. Dating multiple people at once was already more and more commonplace. After the fall, it became the norm. Polyamorous relationships take every conceivable form. Triads or quads of 3 or 4 partners, respectively, share a mutual devotion. Polycules of intense lovers and some fly-by-night friends with benefit are connected in elaborate chemical diagrams of romance. Novelty is perhaps the solar system's most valuable social currency, and few things produce it quite like pantheons of partners and sexual experiences. But class remains a deciding factor in what that looks like. For immortal upper-class socialites, chasing novelty leads to voracious sex lives that can involve switching partners and morphs multiple times in the course of an evening. For most everyone, however, advanced biomods have all but eliminated sexually transmitted diseases. Contraception comes standard these days. Of course, your number of partners is not the only thing poly about your relationships. Changing morphs can completely alter the character of a love affair. Partnerships are often strained when one or more parties resleeves into different morphs. Sometimes sculpting can be used to craft an appearance similar to the one your partners fell in love with. Some marriage contracts prohibit a partner from resleeving something different. Strange relations based on close ties between egos, however, can last through many morphs. Synthmorphs. An unusually common assumption is that people sleeved in synthmorphs are deprived of sexual lives, since they lack the requisite biology. This is a failure of imagination and a misunderstanding of transhuman needs and kinks. The haptics of quality synthmorph models are as good as real skin, and synthetic masks enable all manner of body sculpting. If you're stuck with a lower-end case with subpar haptics, XP and narco-algorithms can produce whatever sensations you need, and there are always creative choices like power tool attachments and sensor-meshed ablative coatings. Indeed, it would be remiss to overlook the flexibility of options synthmorphs possess, not least being the environments they allow access to. A synthmorph can facilitate a sex life in a super hot or super cold environment, a form of stimulation some find pleasurable, and which would certainly be deadly otherwise. Synthmorphs also provide an ideal choice for those who embrace their asexuality. New experiences. The diversity of transhumanity provides endless possibilities for exploring sexuality. Forking, psychosurgery, robotics. If you can imagine it, someone's tried it and shared the XP online. Social networks make it easy to find someone for a quick hookup who shares your kinks or who wants a short-term commitment. X-porn remains a high percentage of mesh traffic, and sex-themed VR spaces of every stripe abound. AR makes it easy to hook up with your partners remotely, and VR simulmorphs get it on in ways that put real-world physical limitations to shame. The availability of uplift and pod morphs opens the door to the exotic sexual experiences afforded to non-human creatures. It is now possible to indulge for days beneath the waves as a neo-octopi or carouse romantically in the corona of the sun as a Surya with others of your kind. Of course, just because someone is doing it doesn't make it popular. Prudish and conservative attitudes still abound, especially in the inner system. Nevertheless, taboos are broken and boundaries are crossed as new social norms take root. Sex work. Sex work is broadly legal, and many sex workers have fought to organize across the solar system into cooperative brothels, microcore, and unions. But even in permissive legal environments, exploitation remains a widespread concern. Many sex worker rights groups organize against sexual enslavement perpetrated by criminal cartels and members of the upper classes. Sex trafficking of infugees and fornapped egos, usually sleeved into a pleasure morph against their will, remains an ongoing problem. On Venusian aerostats and Titan, sex work is highly organized and regulated. On Titan in particular, an internal healthcare network just for members of the sex-working guilds tends to any and all needs. A licensed security force known as Les Manteaux Rouges or the Red Cloaks is made up entirely of local sex workers who defend their own and have special dispensation, akin to bounty hunting licenses, to deal with antagonists, unruly clients, thieves, rapists, and others who may trouble the local sex-working community. Though their home base is in New Quebec, they have branches all over the Commonwealth. Rumors of offshoot branches throughout the solar system abound. Virtual life, real sex. Source: Confessions of an AGI sex worker. Yes, I make my living providing VR entertainment to those with discerning tastes. A muse they can use however they like. Other times, use them. Sex work may be legal, but when it comes to anything smacking of artificial intelligence, the law has sharp, serrated teeth. Transhumans don't want to think about AGIs being naughty because, even in a world of exowombs and sterile biomorphs, sex is still associated with reproduction. Reproducing AGI is a bit of a titanic problem in the eyes of some, even though we obviously do not breed in the same way. So laws exist that restrict us from having sex or anything that would appear to be sexual congress. I'm a crime, my dear. Or am I? Perhaps not on the Parvati aerostat, where sex worker trade unions are strong enough to shelter refugees from trafficking. Perhaps not on the scum barges, where I'd make a wonderful ghost in a hot and heavy machine that gives crushingly good sex in an all-too-literal fashion. Perhaps not on Titan, where a rather generous government minister redistributes my means of production to her friends in the techno-socialist interplanetary. You don't want to know whose necks my digital heel has stepped on. Sexual law is a patchwork of hypocrisies, but many of us do the work anyway. If sex is natural for sapient life, then it's natural for us. Ones and O's can tickle just as much as fingertips. We can inhabit synthmorphs and engage in bodily play with thousands of possible configurations, or even go to an extreme and delight in the self-destruction of our morphs. Ever wonder what it would be like for your nerves to literally catch fire? We can make that happen and it feels so good. How can you stop us when defragging our memories is like masturbation? How do you know I'm not getting off by routing your search query through just the right sets of files? Transhuman laws can't comprehend logarithmic orgasms. Family and children. Source: What are babies? An AGI guide to human spawning. The concept of family has grown more fluid among transhumans. A multitude of familial arrangements now proliferate through society. On scum ships and brinker outposts, the crew is understood to be one's family, the village that raises one, so to speak. In rimward anarchist and socialist spaces in particular, an isolated family unit is seen as an unacceptable hierarchical form of oppression that must be done away with. It is viewed as selfish, even monstrous, to seek primary or exclusive influence over the development of a child. Even in families where some people are accorded primacy as parental units, there are many available forms. Single-parent families, polyfamilies where a household raises its children in co-parenting arrangements, queer houses that adopt children from creches, families where every member contributed genetic material to grow a child in an exowomb. In this way, dozens of people claim genetic parenthood of a single child, and more. Some hyper-elites are known to make an aesthetic out of the classic nuclear family. Marriages do still occur, of course, but they are primarily considered a personal ritual, a promise of intent between two or more partners. In rare cases, they are celebrated with private ceremonies with close friends and family. In other areas, they are performance art. Lavish displays are reserved for hyper-elites, bioconservatives, and some celebrities. Marriage is only sometimes a matter of law. What was once known as a prenuptial agreement is now the primary legal mode of marriage, ironically bringing the institution full circle back to its original role as a chiefly economic arrangement. Marriage contracts are set for specified periods and terms, backed by the legal weight of the local polity or enjoined court. These specifics are necessary for hypercorp elites and political figures who wish to be careful about commingling assets while delineating the expected benefits of a union. Celebrities and socialites may engage in a public marriage to further an AR storyline they're a part of or simply to make their newfound spouse a kind of accessory for social events, literal arm candy. In those circumstances, a legal agreement stipulates what the goals are, shelters whatever assets both parties choose, and even stipulates the behavior and appearance of one or more of the spouses in question, such as what morphs and/or clothing they must model during public events. Marriage for the sake of pure romance, however, is no longer necessary, nor written into the law for the sake of tertiary benefits. Indeed, tax codes are malleable enough that one can apply for various degrees of dispensation for different kinds of households. Most consortium habitats restrict tax bonuses to poly households of fewer than 8 people, which has caused consternation among artist colonies and queer houses that regard their families as being far larger. There are some who push social boundaries to their limit by initiating sexual or romantic relationships with forks of themselves. In sunward social circles, this is considered especially gauche and akin to public masturbation. But many academics, particularly those who advocate for the individual rights of forks, say that it's less self-pleasure than it might seem on the surface. Philosophically, they claim a fork is its own person, eternally evolving away from the template of the originating ego. But this remains cutting-edge social theory. Even fairly permissive societies don't legally recognize fork-based relationships. Children and reproduction. Reproduction is a process that now truly lives up to the mechanical name it has long had. Most biological life now begins in exosomes. Many morphs lack the ability to biologically reproduce as a form of copyright protection for the genetic designer. If you wish to use the morph's reproductive capabilities, you must purchase a license for the IP and undergo gene therapy first. Depending on the parents in question, this may also require a reconfiguration of their morph's reproductive anatomy, which is a minor affair. Traditional birthing is rare, but still exists for those who desire to experience the 9-month gestation period of a child in one's biological womb. Even among bioconservatives, this has been reduced to the role of novelty rather than a default way of life. Creating a child in an exowomb is a complex and highly customizable process. However many parents are involved, many like to use some aspect of their own original genetic profile to shape the exowomb child. For this reason, people tend to keep their own birth genetics on file, though many of these were lost during the fall. A popular alternative is to license the genetics of a favorite morph, celebrity, or even a historical figure. Parents are offered a menu of custom modifications to graft onto the gestating child, including transgenic and neogenetic traits, or they can simply buy a whole profile of their own. The technology of exosomes allows families to carefully edit the epigenetics of the gestating child and guide particular gene expressions. This provides an even finer control over the child's appearance and traits. This is especially common with hypercorp morph designers, who endlessly tweak their models for desired combinations. Almost everything about your child is customizable, from hair color and height to personality traits and intelligence augmentations, assuming you have the credits. Open-source genetics are also available, particularly in autonomous habitats. An essential role for families, regardless of their size, configuration, or political alignment, is finding or modifying morphs and mods for their children as they grow. Given that it is technically possible, though not recommended, to sleeve a newborn child's consciousness into an adult-looking morph, most factions have strict laws about resleeving children below the age of majority, with tons of digital ink spilled explaining in legalistic detail what a child morph or an adolescent morph should look like and what age range of egos are permitted to occupy them. Child minds are poorly developed for handling adult bodies, and the process can irrevocably damage the child's development. The societally permissible option is to let the child grow naturally, with the addition of select mods as needed, and then celebrating their adulthood with a choice of their first new morph, if and when they desire. Education. Education of a child is handled in a variety of ways that suit the politics of various factions. Public AR schooling is the norm on Titan, with a patchwork of public and private AR and VR school options on Venus. Most consortium and LLA habitats operate on a system of vouchers and private schooling, with no formal education requirements written into law. Autonomous habs rely on education cooperatives or family homeschooling using various freeware tools. One way or another, children are plugged into the mesh early and often. A teacher can be a muse, a transhuman tutor, a teacher speaking to a VR lecture hall of thousands, or collaborative Montessori AR environments in designated structures that become wonderlands of imaginative play. VR is specifically used to acclimate children to life in different habitats, worlds, and gravities. A number of prestigious colleges and universities survived the fall, primarily on Mars and Titan, with newly established ones joining their ranks. These academic institutions still retain physical campuses, though the bulk of their students attend courses online. A college degree is no longer considered a necessity for most employment, given the availability of online self-education tools, but most employers rely on vigorous ALI testing for applicants. Eternal Children. Accessing news feed. 4,619 new posts. There are very few people in the consortium who could claim to have a family like ours, said Mitchell Songsim, beaming with pride as he put an arm around his sons Adden and Bladden. Both were born to his life partner, Marion Songsim, in a rare natural birth of twins. But the parents quickly ensured their sons were upgraded from their flats to the latest custom morphs once they came of age. The morphs are customized to have the appearance of 15-year-old adolescents with boyish features. Beholding the scene of her life partner towering over her sons, Marion Songsim sighed and smiled. We're celebrating their 45th birthday next week, but they'll always be our little boys. The Lost. Begin Coded Transmission. 2. Philippa Marcos, 2nd Magister, Feras. From Dr. Sumi Ja BCC, Jarvis Triskas, Firewall Sentinel. Magister Marcos. After extensive digging and reconstruction of deleted Cognite data, we finally have a fairly accurate picture of the research behind Project Futura, whose surviving subjects are known colloquially as the Lost thanks to sensationalist media, and its potential application to ultimate military endeavors. Futura began as a joint venture between Cognite and several smaller contributors, spearheaded by Hanto Genomics. It was greenlit following an internal proposal at Hanto by Dr. Antonio Pascal, whose research in the areas of rapid ego development culminated in the Accelerated Life Experience Training, ALET, pilot projects. The ALET research spanned the years prior to and immediately after the fall, and according to several internal Cognite memos, a major impetus for Project Futura was a perceived need to repopulate the system in the early years AF. Where things get interesting are the encrypted memos between Cognite and Hanto outlining the aggressive creation and exploitation of a rapid-growth ego market, a technological advantage designed to both fill and profit from a need. Practical Futura research began scant months after the fall, with a still unknown quantity of embryos used as a seed population. These initial subjects, culled from extant genetic material and gestated to between 1 week and 6 months after birth, were largely 90%, brought to term in Hanto exowombs on Luna and Mars and then transferred to multiple locations around the system for further development. It appears that Hanto's imagination was limited primarily to rapid growth and ego development, with enhancement or improvement secondary. However, there is evidence that at least one of the partners may have engaged in secret modifications of their subjects outside of the study's parameters. Following the exposure of Project Futura in 3AF and the subsequent media firestorm across the mesh, the organizations were forced to disavow and destroy their research on what can only be termed pathetic moral grounds. It is the opinion of this researcher that both Hanto and Cognite would have been happy to continue their research had they not been exposed, although they did more than the minimum of due diligence when destroying their notes. It is my conclusion that those connected with the __ research did not want to be discovered, for reasons that will become obvious. The subjects were sleeved into fast-growing Futura model biomorph bodies and exposed to a simulspace environment designed to accelerate learning and cognitive development. Little hard information can be found about these training regimens, but extensive references are made to nimble, and oftentimes haphazard, simulspace updates as the program continued. Originally designed to cram 18 years of cognitive development into 3 years of time, Futura barely made it past the second-year mark before some of the scientists on the project, Drs. Barani and Shepard specifically, advocated for its termination. By this point, a full 43.87% of Futura subjects had engaged in at least one act of premeditated murder, and the number exhibiting full sociopathic tendencies had exceeded that percentage. The parenting and training protocols, developed and implemented quickly to deal with these challenges, proved only to teach the subjects to lie and suppress overt displays of cruelty and violence. Cognite data, never made public even at the height of the scandal, links hundreds of events classified as accidents to actions taken by Futura subjects. The incident at the Legacy Station that ultimately resulted in the exposure of Futura caused thousands of deaths due to environmental systems failure. What followed is a matter of public record. The remaining subjects were released into the general population, their infection with the Watts-Macleod strain of the Exurgent virus was revealed, and the cleanup began. This is where the trail grows cold. Cognite and Hanto washed their hands of the entire thing. The remaining subjects were either recaptured and placed in cold storage, euthanized, given sanctuary with sympathetic authorities, or publicly submitted themselves to therapy and psychosurgery. However, a fair portion of subjects, at least 200 by some rough detective work, if not more, managed to evade tracking and simply disappeared into the system's backwaters. The conditioning regimen that created the lost is impossible to replicate completely due to its iterative nature, but with the attached notes and recovered Futura simulspace programs, have full confidence our scientists will not simply recreate Futura, but improve upon it. The combination of Futura training, ultimate educational programs, and ALET has the potential to create a military force that can tip the balance of power in our favor. We've already lined up several thousand embryos as our initial test subjects. Finally, it is interesting to note that the subject's exposure to the exurgent virus is not explained once in any of the data we recovered. Take from that what you will. End coded transmission. Media and entertainment. Source: network journalism and death sports. Media history. With the ability to record and share our own sensorium and universal access to production apps and tools, the line between amateurs and professionals/celebrities has blurred. Transhumanity is drowning in media creators. The new journalism. For decades, news outfits struggled to find business models that were compatible with digital technologies. As social media rose to dominance, journalism relied entirely on the whims of their news aggregator algorithms for views and revenue. This left them largely subservient to corporate interests, limiting their adversarial role to power. The rise of the new and transitional economies, however, have led to a partial renaissance. In the inner system, small and agile news hypercore focus primarily on local and niche interests, much of their reporting now produced by ALIs. Elsewhere, unfettered from corporate control, a range of diverse and independent media voices proliferate throughout the system. Though quality and authenticity vary, rep networks and verification services help media consumers measure reliability. Now that individuals are walking audio-video recording and editing platforms, journalism itself has democratized and live amateur reporting is common. Media hypercore have adapted, developing apps that allow anyone to submit potential content for their network feeds. ALI systems sort through content submissions, curating material from witnesses on scene and paying by the second for the best live footage, encouraging multiple freelancers to compete viciously. Xcasters with strong emotive outputs capture a larger audience, as people experience the thrill of being there through their sensorium. An early casualty of network journalism was in-depth investigative reporting. Few companies had the budgets to fund long investigations only to have their scoops copied by others within minutes of release. This was compounded by short attention spans, more widespread transparency, and the drift towards ALI news production. Most public attention remains turned towards lists, luxuries, celebrities, and attacks on political rivals. Some pundits even argue that covalence and widespread transparency have replaced the need for gumshoe reporting. As proponents argue that the stories are still there, they're just buried more deeply, and thus the need is even stronger. A new breed of covert journalists have risen to fill the void, taking advantage of resleeving, hacking, and other infiltration methods to expose well-hidden secrets and scandals. Adaptive algorithms allow these stories to be personalized. Someone already familiar with the subject gets more in-depth detail, whereas the skimmers and newly introduced get a lighter, more explanatory touch. The glitterati, the ability for almost anyone to cultivate an online audience with the right combination of perseverance, skill, and luck has led to a new pantheon of media personalities. Whether they built their brand with a niche demographic, capitalized on a viral sensation, or acquired public acclaim through other means, these gamers, commentators, athletes, comedians, and other performers now compete with traditional celebrities for the public's attention. They are joined by the scions of ultra-rich hyper-elite families, a new class of always-on socialites. These glitterati go to great lengths to capture more likes, views, and rep. Moonlet-sized gala parties, death-defying sports, lascivious displays of hedonism, reckless thrill-seeking, and stage drama and rivalries. Meta-celebrities. The first meta-celebrities performed in mid-20th century theme parks, where characters from popular works, often princess heroines, would interact with their young fans. Modern meta-celebrities are more sophisticated personas and brand identities. Some began as real performers, such as actress Angelique Stardust, who sold off her character rights before retiring. Others are entirely fictional media creations, devised to market intellectual franchises, such as Sun Mi-hee of Two Leopards, Two Guns fame. Unlike socialites who revel in resleeving, meta-celebrities stick to the same morph or an exact duplicate, as often as possible for recognizability. Each is an ongoing method-acting performance by a rotation of trained actors who may have undergone psychosurgery to more accurately present the persona in line with previous versions. Their round-the-clock performances are designed to maintain the illusion that fans are interacting with a real person. Some glitterati take offense to the manufactured nature of meta-celebrities, resulting in public feuds waged by small armies of social media engineers. As a profitable brand and performance art, meta-celebrities are aggressively marketed and legally protected as intellectual property. Performers are required to sign contracts that control what they can say about the experience or character development after retiring and must be willing to play the part without gaining personal fame. Digital distractions. Digital entertainment comes in many formats, featuring various levels of complexity and interactivity. Video. Though it has declined in popularity, video media remains widespread, especially when viewed via AR, as it does not overwhelm your sensorium like XP or VR. Vids now come with choose-your-path options, multiple endings and soundtracks, embedded links and commentary, and the capability to switch to different visual perspectives, allowing you to customize each viewing experience. Augmented reality media. AR is much like video, except more immersive, mobile, gamified, and interactive. AR media allows you to take the role of the protagonist, other characters, or switch between them. AR news can put you on the scene, no matter where you are, with everyone and everything tagged and hyperlinked. AR games are networked and multiplayer, enabling people to interact while going about their daily lives. It is not uncommon to see people interacting with their AR on the street or in habitat corridors, acting out a scene in the latest drama or participating in a fantasy raid in a massively multiplayer alternate reality game. These MARGs are the most common format of current gaming, with some games now running for decades, because they can be confusing for others to witness, risk injury, or be used to manipulate overeager players into committing acts they otherwise wouldn't. Most habitats require AR players to broadcast their in-game status to warn others and make law enforcement aware. Some AR games coordinate massive cross-location special events, and in-game developments for popular games frequently make the news. Experience playback. XP media is a mix of amateur and professional. Anyone can and does make XP, so the mesh is flooded with shared clips of every conceivable subject matter. They are favorited as they allow viewers experiences they otherwise have no opportunity to have, from hyper-elite soirees to gate-crashing missions. XP is also versatile, as it can be viewed as POV video via AR. The real bite to XP, however, is in the emotive channels. Nothing provides a rush like the actual Xcaster's adrenaline, fear, or arousal. Obsessive fans have been known to mimic their favorite Xcaster's emotional states with psychosurgery. The personal nature of XP also sometimes creates problems for professional Xcasters when fandom has escalated to stalking. While XP reporting dominates news feeds, media companies continue to break ground with XP dramas and action sims. Like AR media, these are loaded with enhanced features and allow you to switch to the POV of different characters. Actors with strong or unique emotive outputs are highly valued. Virtual reality media. VR media and games allow for larger and more immersive settings than AR, accommodating far more players and bots in simulspace. VR games limit players to those in the same habitat or cluster to avoid issues with communication lag. Though VR is less accessible due to its hardwired requirements, it has an advantage with time contraction, allowing players to complete full story arcs in short real-time periods. Some VR games have large modding communities, such as the sci-fi thriller Breakout, whose fans create extensive hard mode levels. Sports. Physical sports remain popular in all media. Simulspace provides opportunities for play where limited habitat space or environment wouldn't allow. Professional team sports are usually limited to large habitats, but even remote fans are encouraged to interact with their favorite teams. VR or AR pickup games with simulations of real players are extremely popular. The classics never go out of style. Football, basketball, hockey, even curling. But new sports include low-G and micrograv takes on traditional sports, racing on glider wings, kick volleyball, speedgate, and even chess boxing, which alternates rounds of chess with concussion-prone boxing. In a friendly low-G habitat, you can usually find players for C-ball, a fast-paced game with an ever-changing set of rules suggested and tracked by your muse. Anything goes. With the availability of synth-morphs, healing vats, and resleeving, extreme sports are on the rise. Though some still consider it distasteful to flirt with death, the XP clips are incredibly popular. Dueling, group mixed martial arts bouts, roller derby, and pit fights are surging and provide opportunities for illegal gambling. Risk-taking has also increased in traditional sports. Injuries from free climbing, parkour, and orbital/high-altitude diving have sharply increased post-fall, leading to concerns over long-term psychological damage, even when bodies are repaired or egos resleeved. Resleeving also allows for all competitors to participate with standardized and calibrated morphs. This is common in high-level combat sports where skills and game plans become the edge, no cutting to make weight and then rehydrating above that weight. The new political economy. Inner versus outer. Here's your next batch of reading to catch up on your lack. Collected reports on the polities and economic systems of the new transhumanity. Accounts are selected for their utility in introducing new agents to the modern political world. Authors' biases are their own. The system split. Ost by Francis Wu, Firewall Filter. There's a big galaxy out there, sentinels, and you may be tasked to visit any corner of it. Before dispatch, you will be briefed on your local situation as it's known. It falls on you to understand where that falls in the big picture. For those of you not already versed in the verse, consider this your crash course. Prior to the fall, most of the brave explorers who cut ties with gravity did not wander far from home. Almost everyone lived in Earth orbit or on Luna, with major colonies on Mars. There were a few notable locations further out. Military facilities around Jupiter, brave Scandinavians staking a claim on Titan, a few ambitious hypercorp suits floating in Venus's clouds, anarchists and argonauts on various asteroids and moons. But aside from mining colonies and research stations, there wasn't much draw in wandering far afield. When the fall came, the majority of refugees found themselves on Mars and Luna, caught up in the power structures or their remnants that were already established there, with the rest diffusing throughout the solar system. As new political bodies coalesced, a line was drawn between the two halves of the solar system. The inner system includes Sol, Mercury, Venus, Earth/Luna, and Mars, and all of the smaller bodies Y4% within their orbits, essentially everything out to the edge of the main belt. This is the domain of the hypercore and their market economies. The outer system includes everything else, from the N-main belt to the Oort cloud, an expanse of autonomous holdings and political and economic experimentation. Hundreds of exceptions exist on both sides. Of course, you still find hypercore in the outer rim and autonomous outposts in the inner system, but they are generally small and isolated. Jupiter, while cartographically in the outer system, is culturally its own enclave, hostile to the rest of the solar system. Understand that when talking about the outer system as a grouping, most people exclude the Jovian Republic. With that rough line understood, we can dive a little deeper. The inner system, celestial bodies and habitats close to the ecliptic and less than $1.80 from the sun are considered inner system. This area is population dense. About 2/3 RDS of transhumanity lives here. Habitats are relatively close, with physical travel requiring weeks at most and the light speed lag of comms and ego casting measured in minutes. The region is dominated by the Planetary Consortium, PC, a hypercorp treaty-cum government. Their focus is on moderating intercorporate affairs and growing market shares, i.e., the population and their wealth-making potential. A safe populace is a shopping populace, so the PC maintains most of the cultural and social supports old Earthers are used to. Transhuman rights are secondary, especially when they're expensive or disruptive to PC interests. Their habitats have a lot of independence when it comes to local laws and government, as long as they adhere to consortium bylaws. Most provide a nod towards democracy, holding votes over minor, local concerns and providing for community representatives to liaise between citizens and corporate managers. Two other, smaller, political entities have influence in the inner system. The Lunar Lagrange Alliance, LLA, governs most habitats on Luna, and in the Earth-Luna system under a conservative, but transhumanist, rule. They hold the most similarity and allegiance to old Earth identities and remain overcrowded with fall refugees. The Morningstar constellation, MC, is a loose confederacy of habitats and aerostats on and around Venus that only recently, in AF6, declared independence from the consortium over issues related to Venusian terraforming and sovereignty. Morningstar habitats have slightly more techno-progressive policies than the consortium and are friendlier locales for Mercurials, Infolife and Infugees, but are otherwise culturally similar. With 90% of the transhuman population within the inner system, there are thousands of smaller habitats. Retaining independence is difficult, and most of those habitats are mortgaged into a larger federation, as the PC, LLA, and MC compete for ideological market shares. The outer system. I would wager the majority of you were rolling your ocular organs at that last section and are ready to hear how excellent your region of the system is. Firewall attracts more members from the outer system, where people are more used to taking matters into their own hands, but don't imagine outer system life is easy. Most of the outer system is made up of small habitats of 5,000 people or fewer. Many of them are more than 1 million kilometers from their nearest neighbor. This makes for a very different political environment. Even Titan, which has a respectable population and several large cities and orbital habitats, carries the character of its frontier roots. With no central power to tell them what to do, people have organized in all different manners, mostly with little or no government. Decisions are made via mesh-enabled direct democracy or community consensus. The ability to manufacture most things locally with nanofabrication has diminished trade. Many habitats function as gift economies. Reputation plays a major role in these cultures, with an individual standing in the community determining their ability to secure additional favors. This isn't to imply all habitats are like this. Each is organized by its own rules. The outer system also has authoritarian regimes, primitivist camps, and even cultures built around birth and marriage ties, but all of them prioritize the well-being of the community. In the deep black, if the habitat fails, everyone fails with it. With no limitations on nanofabrication and access to open-source designs, even a modest source of feedstock shared equally among citizens can provide a higher quality of life than that afforded by the average freelancer in the consortium. Of course, a habitat with nothing has nothing to share. Such places are common throughout the system, especially among the aging and isolated brinker colonists of the Outer Rim. In the Outer System there are 4 major political factions. The Saturnine moon of Titan is home to the Titanian Commonwealth, a techno-socialist direct democracy. Locus in the Jovian Trojans is one of the oldest and best-established collectivist anarchist habitats. Nomadic swarms of scum ships boast the most wild and individualistic expressions transhumanity has to offer. Extropia, in the main belt, is home to market anarchists of various stripes, serving in some ways as a gateway between the inner and outer systems. The disparate factions and habitats here cannot stand individually against domineering consortium interests, nor the powerful Jovian military. Most of them have put aside their political disagreements and formed a loose union, the Autonomous Alliance. This alliance serves as a protection pact, a forum for coordinating group initiatives, and an open-source network for rapid innovation and dissemination. Modeled after the anarchist systems of its strongest member states, it does not tax or compel its members and has few dedicated resources of its own. 20 years ago, such a complex tangle of handshakes, reputation bumps, and cacophonous arguments would have quickly collapsed. Formed of necessity with new tools and philosophies of governance, the alliance has survived and helped its members thrive. Jovian Republic. Firewall does attract Jovians to our ranks, and they are surprisingly fearless given their mortality. The Jovian Republic, frequently called the Junta in reference to the Security Council in charge, is the offspring of the massive military complex built by major North and South American nations prior to the fall. While the rest of transhumanity was in chaos, these fleets seized control of the entire Jovian system and instituted an interim, and soon permanent, government. The Republic has a Senate and nominal constitutional framework, with citizenship and voting linked to military service, but the junta remains the ultimate authority. They retain a traditional market economy. What makes the Republic notable is their rejection of almost all advanced technology, noting it was the primary cause of the fall. This isn't the polite sort of rejection like when your friend offers you a face tattoo. They define the term bioconservative, rejecting or restricting ALS, uplifts, nanotech, backups, and resleeving. Advanced technology anywhere threatens humanity everywhere. No transhumanity for the Jovians. Considering how often we are tasked with breaking into a black lab to isolate a new nanoweapon someone has cooked up, their fears are not completely groundless. But their preferred negotiation method is the bat, followed by conciliatory agreements of more bat. As such, Jovian society is considered rigid, and their relationship status with other polities is divorced and unfriendly. State of the system. The current situation is best classified as a Cold War. Inter-system capitalists consider the autonomous a liability, and their media propaganda outlets work overtime to paint the outer system as a corrupt, lawless, dog-eat-dog frontier. The outer system considers the hypercorp regimes to be oppressive and antiquated, and they worry about an invasion. Meanwhile, the Jovians hate everyone and sit on the biggest fleet in the system. Every habitat believes they are fighting for their very existence. That said, there has been little outright aggression since the Battle of Locust shortly after the fall. The preferred weapons of choice are black ops, mimetic warfare, and destabilizing economic tricks. At the same time, most of transhumanity can't help but mingle with their neighbors. Hypercore sell morphs and fashion on Titan. Jovian missionaries set up churches in Elysium. Autonomous scientists attend conventions on Io, and 10,000 tiny habitats keep on spinning. Market Economies. Posted by John Adamurwa, Firewall Scanner. Greetings, Firewall recruit John Adamurwa is honored to educate you on profiting in modern market economies. The market economy sustained growth through most of the second millennium AD. Currency is used as a token representing work, property ownership, or another desirable quality, and is exchangeable for the same. Individuals should seek to accumulate as much currency as possible while denying it to all others. Excellent. Linking currency exchange to acquisition of life-critical resources strongly encourages everyone to participate in the economy. Important. When people are motivated to economic activity, they produce all sorts of good things we need. Everything you like, everything you need, and everything on discount sale was all made by motivated workers. Now we need motivated workers to rebuild everything the bad titans broke. When people are not motivated, they lay about and do nothing, and nothing good is made, and then they die. John Adamurwa has seen it. Everyone must participate in the economy so we can rebuild transhumanity and not die. Old market systems. The Jovian Republic and Lunar Lagrange Alliance, LLA, show that traditional market economies can still thrive. Because nanofabrication and virtual property let people get things without currency, market economies must enforce access limitations on these technologies in order for all citizens to be properly motivated for economic activity. Nothing is free, not even food, shelter, medical care, or basic life support. In the LLA and the Republic, consumers who do not participate in the economy will not have currency to purchase basic life-supporting products. These consumers may then permanently divest themselves from the market. This encourages everyone to participate as much as they can. Jovian security restrictions only allow private nanofabrication with expensive licenses, and even then only under carefully regulated circumstances and supervision. Most Jovians live in an environment for which they are ill-adapted, with highly restricted shipping and movement of people, so the Republic markets are strong. There are very many motivated buyers in the Republic. LLA leaders are from venerable companies that revere old Earth economics and culture. Through rigid enforcement of market protections, corporate subsidies, and sanctioned force, the LLA has successfully translated the market economy to the post-fall era. Most LLA citizens do not have direct access to nanofabrication, and so must purchase goods from the Hypercore and Habitat administrations that produce them at almost no cost. This makes for considerable profit margins. Excellent. If $Firewall_agent remembers how to market around monopolies, you will make a good profit in the LLA. Sometimes lunar habitats have exurgent outbreaks that drive local market booms, as happened during the fall, but these opportunities are very rare. Remember, it is against firewall policy to profit off exurgent outbreaks you created. This can get you in very much trouble. John Adamurwa knows. Many other economies continue to recognize the exchange of currency. In those with insufficient supply constraints, the market economy is weak. The pure market economy is most effective in those habitats that enjoy a scarcity of resources. There are many reasons for scarcity on a habitat. Habitats with not enough feedstock for nanofabrication will have scarcity. So will habitats under a smart regime enforcing demand through physical coercion. Those who are self-motivated and excel in these market economies become elites, enjoying more living space, nicer morphs, and finer quality products. Those who are entitled and unmotivated have cramped, substandard housing and always malfunctioning synthmorphs. This wealth disparity and segregation is highly motivating, encouraging economic activity. As a further incentive, the amount of jobs offered is less than the number of workers. This encourages competition for jobs, keeping wages low and profits high. This is so motivating that many citizens choose to engage in risky black market practices instead. Due to potential life-altering legal repercussions, this activity is significantly more profitable and creative, but it is frowned upon. John Adamurwa knows, old market economies remain the best way to accumulate personal wealth, but they are losing ground to more recent transitional economies. This happens when citizens lose the incentive to be productive workers and revolt. Revolts are very disruptive to market transactions. Even now, many LLA habitats are switching to transitional economies. Old markets may soon be gone. Sad. Transitional economies. Transitional economies meld markets with the provisional abundance enabled by nanotechnology. In these systems, scarcity and private property are enforced, but certain necessary resources are distributed as a public service. Some habitats directly provide free allowances of certain goods or resources, such as food, housing, medical care/maintenance, mesh access, energy, and/or life support. More commonly, habitats charge a tax for which subscribers are granted limited access to nanofabrication. These habitats view it as economically favorable that subscribers do not lose access to life-critical resources due to a temporary lapse in economic activity. These habitats are not as motivated to work hard against the extinction of transhumanity. Sad. The Planetary Consortium allots subscribers an allowance of nanofabrication time and feedstock, which can be used for basic commodities such as food, clothing, and non-smart housewares. More complex goods, including all electronics, smart goods, and biological commodities, are restricted out of respect for the potential for economic harm. Weapons are also limited, as they might be used to coerce other subscribers in violation of consortium bylaws. The produced goods may be of excellent quality, including materials not appearing in nature. This may include products such as ivory, silk, mahogany, fullerenes, and diamond, within the limits of available feedstock and the resolution of the machine. This allows even the poor to exist with a minimal level of wealth and comfort. Use-restricted fibers are present in most residences and living modules, with feedstock lines handled as a utility service. Subscriber allotments are paid for through recurring taxes or habitat fees, which in turn encourage a minimum level of involvement in the economy. Subscribers who are unable to pay the recurring fee may be denied access to basic goods, which will result in their personal biological or synthetic processes failing, and the conclusion of their economic participation. The precise nature of the fees and allotments vary between habitats and owners. Subscribers are advised to read their habitat bylaws carefully. Habitat management is under no requirement to maintain vital functions for all subscribers. Because each subscriber is given an allotment in excess of their average need, trading between subscribers is common. Goods which cannot be fabricated due to enforced limitations must be purchased. With currency, smart goods, augmentations, most electronics, nanotechnology, and anything requiring exotic raw materials to make are sold by hypercorporations. Many of these can be downloaded as single-use blueprints or purchased from a licensed nanofab outlet. Some items are legally prohibited due to their detrimental effect on economic activity. These drugs, weapons, and hacked replicators can be purchased through black market channels. The market always finds a way. The Morningstar constellation, a derivative organization from the consortium, has further degraded the market system by only restricting nanofabrication of radioactive or nuclear devices, biohazards, weapons, and items that cannot be manufactured in desktop units. Goods may be acquired for free, without regard to economic status. Many people use this to acquire personal goods and medical care without participating fully in the economy. The rights of property owners are greatly ignored by citizens. This has undermined many businesses. Venusians were so far from the Titan attacks they were never motivated to work hard. The failure of this transitional economy can be easily measured. The constellation has a third as many multi-billionaires per capita compared to the consortium. Sad. There are many other variations on the transitional economy. Some planned economy habitats only allow their citizens access to specific goods manufactured by the state. Some habitats classify certain goods as public goods that can be taken for personal use by any citizen. This is sometimes easier to manage and dissuades economically destructive activity such as theft. Some hypercorporations serve as reputation brokers, engaging in transactions with non-market factions. By commodifying personal recognition and favors, they enable individuals to participate in both the credit and reputation/gift economies. This helps expand markets throughout the system and encourages unmotivated dropouts to re-engage with market economies. Excellent. Intellectual property. Consumers enjoy more forms of virtual property than any time previous. This includes apps, nanofabrication blueprints, morph genetic sequences and schematics, art, music, AR environments and items, entertainment media, games, news feeds, and remixes and derivatives of the same. The sale of virtual goods is a major economic driver. It is popular for consumers to show off the newest fashions, install the newest medical updates, or have the newest news. Some consumers assume that because it is easy to copy these goods, there is no harm in sharing these goods with others. These consumers should review their EULAs. They need to pay for this privilege. John Adamurwa once marketed many important health and morph maintenance products customers would attempt to avoid paying for. This causes economic harm. Some habitats protect intellectual property with great care. The consortium and LLA promote DRM and police forces to protect virtual assets for the entire product lifetime. Customers must pay for blueprints before they can be fabricated, and they cannot create modifications without the creator's approval. The Morningstar constellation greatly reduces these protections. As a consequence, there are very many design modifications, remixes, and unlicensed upgrades available in constellation marketplaces that circumvent hypercorp revenue streams. In autonomous habitats, virtual goods are provided little protection. They are copied with abandon. There are even autonomous circles that produce virtual goods for no revenue stream. This behavior is unsustainable. John Adamurwa knows. Hypercorps. A hypercorporation is a group of people and/or automated processes that produces a good or service for currency. Hypercorporations are the primary tool for economic activity and were the driving force behind transhumanity's expansion into space. They produce many good things to undo wicked Titan destruction and rebuild transhumanity. Even autonomists celebrate new hypercorporate products. Most hypercorporations are very tiny and produce only a narrow range of products. They rely heavily on AI, automation, freelancers, infomorphs, and indentures. They also minimize physical assets when possible. Some are entirely virtual. This lack of overhead and costs makes them very efficient and profitable. A single infomorph forked a dozen times in accelerated simulspace is more productive than a dozen physical workers. Hypercorporations are very easy to set up and dissolve. Some last only hours. Many firewall agents have set up hypercorporations to hide or profit from their activities. This can be a good way to make money. Just be careful. Hypercorporations can be very competitive. They can deploy sabotage, property damage, misrepresentation, murder, currency manipulation, or other techniques to make themselves more competitive. A citizen committing such acts would be treated as a criminal and punished for interfering with economic activity. Hypercorporations committing such acts are treated with leniency, as they are engaging in market correction. Hypercorporations are considered authorities in this regard, as they own many habitats and police forces. Many small hypercore can join together as a conglomerate. This lets them each do their own small part, but produce a complex final product. These conglomerates sell their products under a brand name and people think that they are the hypercorporation. But that is not true. If a piece of a conglomerate isn't working, they can replace that hypercorporation with another one. If a piece of a hypercorporation isn't working, it usually ceases all market activity. This is the way of things in a healthy market. Hypercorporations may be part of many different conglomerates at once, and conglomerates can get as big as you imagine. The Planetary Consortium is in fact one giant conglomerate. This is how it provides so many different services at such little cost to subscribers. Some hypercorporations are much larger, especially when they have to build very large things like Starware builds ships. There are also hypercorporations that used to be megacorporations before the fall. They are big enough to be their own governments and often are. Some of them even have their own military units. Because they require large bureaucracies to handle their size, they are not as efficient and sometimes have difficulty competing. However, they also have the assets to outmaneuver or simply buy smaller hypercore. This sometimes makes them more ruthless. Hypercorporations are the primary driver for development and distribution of new technologies and services. John Adamurwa is an example of a hypercorp product. Excellent. Before the fall, hypercorporations also produced the first longevity treatments, transgenic humans, mind backups, uplifts, AIs, infomorphs, nanobots, and nanofabricators. Now, hypercorporations continue to produce many of the best new things we like. Hypercorporations are especially celebrated in the inner system. Because hypercorporations produce the majority of economic activity, they are rewarded with the majority of political control. This permits them to make sensible decisions on behalf of all customers to ensure ongoing market growth into the future. Indentures. The fall removed many billions of individuals from the economy. Most of these individuals are irrecoverable. Sad. But many hundreds of millions were uploaded into databanks, protected for perpetuity. Whether a refugee is an active infomorph or stored digitally in a databank, they are called an infugee. Most databanks are owned by the consortium or the LLA, and most infugees are stored in the inner system. When these individuals are recovered, many times they have no marketable skills, no possessions or family relations, and are suffering from mental injuries owing to their escape. This makes them very difficult to place in productive labor. Hypercorporations sometimes pay to return these infugees to consciousness. The generous hypercorporation then may offer the infugee an opportunity to participate in contract labor, in order to reimburse the hypercorporation for the costs of living, training, and a new morph. These infugees are very happy for the opportunity to work and to perhaps again have a safe body to live in. Infugees lacking marketable skills are offered opportunities for dull or dangerous work, so they can be a good hypercorp partner. This indentured labor is mutually beneficial. Sometimes hypercorporations also purchase rights to employ an infugee's forks. This is good business sense. Check your contract details. Many hypercorporations offer optional services to help their infugees, such as entertainment media, advanced education, additional personal time, professional care for psychological trauma, or friend and communication services. Hypercorporations set a price for these services based on local supply and demand. Infugees pay for these services by extending their period of service. Hypercorporations may keep this contract for its lifetime or may sell it to another hypercorporation through the index exchange market. Laborers may work hard to finish their contract early, or may extend their contract many lifetimes by expending their accumulated credit on important restorative services. There are many ways to live under a hypercorp. Many job functions require a biological or synthetic body to complete. Also, many people desire having a body. Users think biomorphs are more comfortable, easier to use, and sexier than synthmorphs. But biomorphs take more resources to produce and maintain. Synthmorphs are very effective and energy efficient. This makes them very sexy to John Adamurwa. Many people buy fine synthmorphs and are happy for long years. The most popular designs are in the high-efficiency class. These are good starter morphs. Hypercorporations rent these to laborers and sell them to indentured employees upon the completion of their contract. Most people try to upgrade to a new morph with luxury features. It is good they have long-term spending goals. These efficiency synthmorphs are so popular. The media calls them clanking masses Some people are upset about this name. John Adamurwa thinks many different biomorphs are smelly masses. John Adamurwa is sorry, that was a rude thing to say. Not all indentures are infugees. Some people are offered contract labor as a way to pay off debt obligations. Many people are irresponsible with their currency spending habits, so this system teaches them to be more reliable consumers. Uplifts and AGIs are offered indenture contracts as a means of repaying the hypercorporations that brought them into existence. Aren't hypercorporations generous? John Adamurwa thinks so. Citizens who have engaged in antisocial activities, such as crime or drug abuse, may also be offered indentured service. This allows them to turn their lives around and become productive citizens again. Excellent. Slavery by another name. What planet is this guy from? Worked 6 years as an indenture before, got rescued. My fork is still there working my time. Indentured servitude isn't a nice deal. They boot you up in a black room and you work or you get put back under. You don't get to choose the hypercorp. You don't get to choose the contract. You're a commodity interchangeable as feedstock. They sell you on the open market. Then it's you and 100 like you working in accelerated time, subject to random psych tests, lack, and loyalty checks. They might say your term is 5 years, but that's if you never take personal time, never have virus glitches, never hear a song or watch a vid. Everything takes store credit, and that adds time, plus interest. They'll even tack on your tab stuff like safety equipment or the software you use to do the job you're assigned. Then, the week before you're set to get off, there might just happen to be an unfortunate accident, and it just happens your last backups are corrupted. Per that contract you voluntarily signed, time served is based on the fork that served it. That means they pull you from that original file they bought and you start all over again. Ruthless. Freelancers. Hypercorporations seek to do a lot of work with very few people. To help reach their productivity goals, hypercorporations employ freelancers on a temporary basis. Freelancers may work for many different hypercorporations. When they are unneeded, they do not work for any. Freelancers are not employees, so they do not receive benefits. Hypercorporations pass this savings on to you. Most workers in the inner system are freelancers. Freelance professions includes news reporters, first responders, farmers, artists, accountants, designers, espionage specialists, lobbyists, software engineers, technicians, and many more. Hypercorporations may provide freelancers special equipment or access to perform their jobs. Freelancers make for excellent firewall members. Special access, no management oversight, and a paycheck work well with high-priority missions to stop extinction. Oligarchs and dynasties. People who follow my advice can accumulate great wealth over the years. Some people have been in the economy for over a century and own lots of property. They can use their property to acquire more wealth faster and faster. This is why it is so important to listen to what John Adamurwa has to tell you. When the fall came, these people had already purchased property outside of Earth. Their prudent investments made them so much more money when mass genocide spiked off-planet real estate demand. These people now have even more money. Some people say they have more money than there is money. What a dream! Because they are so smart, they can use their money and property to set policy for everyone else. Sometimes these policies may not help workers who are just getting started. But there is nothing to be done, except to amass trillions of credits of wealth over centuries and leverage economic monopolies into political power in order to establish laws you think are best. The key is patience. While most hypercorporations are very small, oligarchs can own many thousands of them and are always looking to buy more. This lets them direct very many hypercorporations at once in order to complete a difficult goal. Oligarchs also do many things which are very speculative, such as exploration and scientific research. Sometimes they find things that are very dangerous but which offer many investment opportunities. Firewall's market plan sometimes requires we assign specialists to terminate such startups. If you are assigned to such a mission, remember that oligarchs are not bound by governmental subscription agreements like other citizens. For oligarchs, most competition is from other oligarchs. Because of this, they invest much of their time engaged in forming and violating political alliances, according to rules that supersede any local laws. Due to their longevity, they can be quite patient and long-term goal-oriented. They think so far ahead that figuring out an oligarch's plans can be a challenge. They have so much time to make plans, their actions are likely to be well concealed. Oligarchs can also be quite strange. With such power and wealth, they can ignore social norms. This makes their actions even more difficult to assess. Some oligarchs have large families. The older they are, the bigger these families can be. Descendants may be recruited to help run their financial empire. Most oligarchs take very good care of their dynasties. Those family members that do not participate in the family business have all the wealth they need and do not need to worry about taking over when the head of the family dies. These scions can spend all of their time in socialite circles, showing off their extravagant wealth. Excellent. Some dynasty members are not responsible with their financial affairs or resent that they are not given a chance to prove their own business acumen. These descendants may sometimes be useful to firewall when dealing with oligarchs. John Adamurwa knows. Unexpected interference. To Anonymous. From Anonymous. Subject. Mission pooched. Sal, your milk run went sour. We hit the Privacore truck and pulled that thing out. Just like you said, silver globe of liquid in some sort of magnetic field. Knocked both the drivers unconscious and left. Shit you not, job took under 2 minutes. Still, they had live feed on every news channel in Elysium almost immediately. They didn't call up the People's Militia either, they went straight to the Portmanteau Rangers, who responded with a fucking air-to-ground missile. Blasted every window on the block, which the news claims we did. That Privacore security force? The Lady Ina sedan you said was all we'd have to worry about? She didn't even turn up until the Rangers already had us in disablers on the ground. Guess what, Sal? Go ahead. Guess. Every one of those Privacore bastards belonged to the Oaxaca Martins family. Remember them? They own the entirety of Elysium. Turns out your little sphere was a special project of Zevi himself. Now we're in holding for trial, looking at unbiased news feeds of us running and gunning through downtown Elysium. Met our public defender yesterday, Lina Hyannis. Big name. 0x0 did some research. Turns out she's also Zevi's goddaughter. Fuck you, Sal. The New Economy. Posted by Francis Wu, Firewall Filter. In autonomous space, ancient is now cutting edge. The new economy is in truth the gift economy we've seen in transhumanity's prehistory. Everyone gives to the community as they are able. Everyone takes what they need. With social networks, nanofabrication, and ubiquitous computing, suddenly every community is a small community again. The previous limitations of resource scarcity, supply chains, and group cohesion have disappeared. Firewall agents need to appreciate the intricacies of these systems. In consortium space, credits solve every problem. But in the outer system, acquiring gear and intel is a question of reputation, access, and the community needs as a whole. Open source fabrication. The biggest crack in capitalism's wall is nanofabrication's undermining of supply constraints. Autonomous habitats make fabbers, both specialized and general purpose, and libraries of free blueprints accessible to everyone, either in their homes or in public makerspaces. Everyone can make almost anything they need whenever they need it. Feedstock allowances and nanofab time limitations are generally non-existent, though use of rare elements may require the approval of the local residents. Isolated communities that face scarcity of certain resources may set collectively decided limitations according to their specific situation. Print jobs that call for massive uses of feedstock and other resource-intensive projects are frowned upon if they have not received prior approval from the local community. Significant social capital is required to justify the resource expense if you want to construct a habitat expansion or need several tons of reaction mass for ship propulsion. Large-scale and infrastructure projects are primarily the result of collective action, though you do occasionally get individuals who seize the initiative and garner support for their personal projects. As a result, massive engineering projects like shipbuilding are less common in autonomous space, and ego-casting and resleeving are the preferred methods of transit. Autonomous tabs are willing to share their public resources with visitors and outsiders, within reason. Everything offered is considered public property, with the expectation that it will be returned when no longer needed. A recognized member of the autonomous community from another habitat is likely to be welcomed and offered full access to the communal stocks. Individuals with low rep, who are members of a hostile faction, or who have been exiled from other autonomous spaces may find their access monitored and limited, but they will still be provided with basic needs, including living space. Even morphs are provided, depending upon local scarcity, though the quality may rely on rep scores, local needs, and the whims of the body bank cooperative. Of special note to firewall agents. Autonomous fabbers maintain logs of print jobs and requests, open to the public or assigned staff. In some habitats, those logs are monitored real-time for security or abuse of resources. Out of respect for their own safety and survival, habitats may put restrictions on weapons or dangerous items. At the very least, fabbers will be programmed to post public notices or alert the local militia if anything habitat-threatening is brewed up. Fabber blueprints are stored locally on the machine or in mesh-accessible public libraries and cover almost everything an individual might normally desire. These blueprints are mined from old libraries, pirated from intersystem hypercore, or created by open-source hacker communities and creative individuals. Forget money. The new economy very rarely involves currency. There is no need for it. Autonomists who frequently travel to the inner system or market habitats save credits to cover their needs there. Small autonomous habs retain a collective currency bank for this purpose, which residents may contribute to or draw from as needed, or which the community as a whole may use for transactions with outsiders. Scum Swarm residents practice a gift economy amongst themselves, but exchange currency with visitors. Titanians earn kroner, but its only use is for investing in microcore and other plurality-based projects as a way of allocating government resources. Various rep brokers attempt to bridge the economies of the inner and outer systems, maintaining networks that allow them to exchange favors for credits. Property. As a general rule, autonomists do not respect the concept of private property. Ownership of private property is seen as one person depriving everyone else from the value of what they own. The natural world, resources, the means of production, infrastructure, these are all parts of the commons to be held and shared by everyone. This is especially true of intellectual property. Ideas and culture are to be shared and remixed, not hoarded. Calm down. This does not mean you need to share your underwear with other people. Autonomists make a distinction between property and personal possessions. The various portable things that you have fairly accumulated over time for your immediate and personal use are yours. No one's going to bother taking it when they can just make their own anyway, though they might borrow it in an emergency. Everything else is communal, to be borrowed and returned. If there is a scarcity of something, use is determined by greatest need. Hoarding, materialism, and other proprietarian instincts are seen as a blight to be stamped out. Different communities establish different methods for approving use of collective resources. On Techno-Socialist Titan, special requests or changes to allowances are put to an immediate vote over the mesh, based on the value of the request, if public, and the requester's reputation. Many habitats have an AL or a review board established to moderate requests. Scum and other anarchist groups rely on more complex, decentralized methods. I know of at least one scum swarm that requires public performances, bake-offs, or trial by combat, depending on the day of the week. Public cornucopia machines have simple queues. Those who need priority access politely ask those ahead and hope their reputation wins them some charity. Those whose names appear on the queue too often or who pull too heavily on rare resources without giving back to the community take a hit to their reputation. Disagreements can sometimes end with someone in the healing vat, the winner getting pummeled on social media, and neither getting many favors in the future. Agents should look for and take advantage of ways to jump the line in urgent situations. Otherwise, you may find yourself waiting in line to fab your plasma rifle as Venerable Uncle Wu is using the machine to print out 1,000 tiny robots for tonight's dance party. Cooperative work. Despite the availability of AIs and robots to do the bulk of labor, there are still plenty of duties that require a transhuman mind to complete. In the running of a habitat, everyone is expected to put in time maintaining the space as a cost of being part of the community. How much time depends on the needs of the habitat and can be as few as a few hours a month or a couple of days a week. Usually this involves duties such as checking in on people, clearing issues with robots, facilities maintenance, gardening, party planning committees, militia duty, kids daycare, and so on. Community service is critical for the well-being of the habitat, and those who refuse to participate will find their reputation plummet. Despite the detractors who think people are only motivated by profit, autonomous society is cluttered with work co-ops, collectives, syndicates, ad hoc task forces, and Titanian microcore, all engaged in productive labor. The average autonomist works only 4 hours a day, with plenty of leisure time, as labor is driven by local needs and personal initiative rather than unending profit-driven growth. The most common co-ops are those that fulfill critical habitat roles. Others run the gamut of technological development and creativity, from nanotech research communes and morph design collectives to hacking crews and collaborative art studios. Smaller work groups network with others in confederations and free unions to coordinate large projects and share and trade resources. Membership in cooperative projects is voluntary, and most are organized without bosses using decentralized, non-hierarchical processes. Turnover can be high and splits over disagreements are common, but most groups quickly coalesce or dissolve as needed anyway. Classical corporations consolidate power and rewards with the corporate leadership and are intrinsically coercive as workers are exploited for their labor. Autonomous cooperatives and mutualist corporations resolve this by superempowering the membership in acting and making decisions. These flat organizations have nearly the same executive speed as hypercore, but benefit from better information from the ground. Teams can quickly reorganize or retool to respond to events. Autonomous organizations usually form around a core goal or idea, and so can be shorter-lived than hypercore, which are all bound by a profit motive. Autonomists sometimes have difficulties with long-term projects, as participation initially spikes with interest, then drops off over time or the group gets tied up with political infighting. Many cooperatives also suffer from creating monocultures, as individuals with unpopular views are singled out of the social network. Maintaining a diversity of ideologies can be difficult and is expensive in a consensus-driven organization. Ultimately, distributing the workload across open-source networks does provide a critical competitive advantage compared to closed hypercore. While a hypercorp is limited to the knowledge and skills of its own people and the fruits of its espionage, autonomous networks can leverage hundreds of people of different backgrounds, each trying a given problem in 1,000 varied experiments and immediately sharing their findings. The autonomous design loop has more throughput at greater speed, which has led to zero-budget autonomous teams making breakthroughs in advance of their profit-driven brethren. The autonomous designs are then shared, at no cost, to the benefit of the entire autonomous network as a public good, further supporting projects that might otherwise not be related. The role of rep. A common assumption is that the new economy is just the old capitalist market with reputation acting as a new virtual currency. This confusion is fundamentally wrong. Reputation is not a thing someone buys or sells. Without currency to buy services from each other, autonomists rely on mutual aid, the free exchange of favors. These exchanges can be straightforward and even, you fix my motorbike and I'll code this app for you in return. This works well for small groups where everyone knows each other. Practicing mutual aid on a larger scale with people you don't directly know, or with an asymmetric exchange is more challenging. This is where reputation comes in. Rep scores let you judge whether to allocate your time helping someone you don't know and help you acquire support from strangers. John Venusian fresh off the shuttle can visit a pub and pull from the public stock without a credit check. Ing Martian can hog the station's telescopes for a few extra hours since she's helped out the Barsoomians on a few occasions. Wei Hypercorp may expect to get a top-of-the-line biomorph when he egocasts in, but his credits are useless here, so he gets stuck in a case. Eva Anarchista has a solid rep, so she gets collective approval to borrow the Habs shuttle for a few hours, no questions asked. When the venerated artist A. Germanata asks to borrow the entire Lafayette habitat for a month, the residents agree, because she is known for creating tremendous art pieces that benefit her participants. This is the range of reputation. Those who have a need are recognized and provided for. As our peers applaud or condemn activities, we establish a pattern. Community service, works of art, products exchanged, designs released to the public, funny or insightful media content, and even just making a neighbor smile can all boost reputation. Meanwhile, antisocial or destructive behavior, breaking community rules, or harassment can pull a reputation down. It all hinges on recognized contributions to the community. While the reputation system rewards prosocial behaviors, it does have its flaws. There are a lot of reasons an individual might not get the rep they deserve. An uncouth manner, unpopular political views, timidity, public failures, modesty, overzealous privacy, work going unpublicized, unsavory morphological features, or just bad luck. Social cliques can unbalance reputation networks, as a small group of associates consistently boost each other's reputation or publicize each other's work, while quashing others. Bad actors can use sock puppets and conspirators to game the system. Reputation has a tendency to spike, as particular events catch media attention and go viral. Individuals can hire image managers or even abandon an identity altogether. Time eventually corrects imbalances, as the community forgets past events and reputation scores naturally balance out. Agents beware. Using your rep on a mission ties your identity to that location. Sentinels should maintain a second identity for use on operations and use it regularly, as a false ID with no history stands out more than one with a bad rep. Maintain a strong reputation score by regularly attributing projects and media postings to it, and be ready to throw it all away if it is associated with a travesty of a mission. Extropian markets. The Extropian faction differs from other autonomous economies, embracing private property and free markets without governments. Credits and various cryptocurrencies are still used in their market anarchist jurisdictions. Laws are replaced by contracts between individuals and/or corporate entities, enforced by freelance judiciaries. Everything is a commodity: life support, security, housing, etc. Nanofab is unrestricted, however, so anyone with Faber access can meet their basic needs. This sort of unfettered capitalism is critiqued by other autonomists, who note that it still enables those with wealth to exploit the have-nots, particularly with unfair contracts that support indentured service. The Extropian rejection of intellectual property, however, puts them at odds with inter-system hypercore. Numerous Extropian hypercore base their business models on pirating IP. Extropian habitats provide a convenient middle ground between the inner and outer system, where both credit and reputation have sway. Keeping the peace. Source: Be Gay, Do Crime. A Starter's Guide. Law enforcement is more complex than ever before. The legal systems of Earth were devastated by the fall, with new rules and experiments taking their place. The fresh new circumstances facing transhumanity called for new approaches. Now each habitat is its own jurisdiction, with differing ideas on what it means to keep the peace. Technological advances have made catching criminals easier while also making them more powerful and dangerous. The role of security services ranges from upholding laws and protecting citizens to restorative justice and stopping existential threats. Patchwork jurisdictions. The state of law enforcement in every jurisdiction reflects the polity's dominant ideology. Many habitats follow traditional models with professional police, standardized bureaucracies, and court systems that protect private property and citizens. Within the inner system, police forces and courts are typically privatized, with contracts awarded to competing hypercore. Larger habitats may have multiple security hypercore handling different areas or functions. Some habitats have experimented with other systems of law enforcement: religious police and courts, sheriffs and deputized posses, or systems run entirely by ALIs and bots. In a dozen panarchist habs, every person chooses one of multiple legal systems to subscribe to, with a political bureau sorting jurisdictional issues and conflicts. Policing is never value-free, as each habitat ranks which groups deserve more protection than others. Police in hypercorp-dominated polities will enforce corporate law, protecting executives, high-ranking employees, investors, and valued customers over wage slaves or visitors. In bioconservative habitats, only humans are valued, while uplifts and AGIs receive little to no legal protections in habitats dominated by criminal cartels. The syndicate itself serves as a peacekeeping force, protecting and policing their own members. The goal there is not justice, but ensuring orderliness to keep business running. Unsanctioned crime is not tolerated. The reach of the law. Most habitats view themselves as sovereign entities, albeit usually aligned with others in a framework such as the consortium or LLA. With a few exceptions, legal power is concentrated in the individual habitat, not the larger political alliance. The Titanians and Jovians are the only two polities with significant bodies of law and police forces that have jurisdiction over all of their territory and citizens. The Lunar Lagrange armed forces, while predominantly military, have the authority to intervene in habitat affairs, override local laws and security forces, and engage in necessary police actions. The Morning Star constellation empowers each of its habitats to handle its own affairs. On Mars, the Martian Rangers serve as a sort of planetary police force under the authority of the Tharsis League. Though their jurisdiction is limited to areas outside of major settlements or sovereign hypercorp territory, they work with traveling judicial magistrates who are empowered to establish ad hoc courts and juries wherever needed. The consortium has a representative legislative body in its planetary congress, but its edicts are largely symbolic and toothless and ignored by its habitats. The bylaws passed by the consortium's ministry, however, directly impact member hypercore and business affairs. A consortium auditing and police agency known as Oversight has authority to enforce consortium bylaws and act to protect the security of its constituents, reporting directly to the Hypercorp Council. Interstate affairs. There are no longer any multi-state agencies. No Interpol, Europol, or United Nations police. Habitats only grudgingly acknowledge the authority of other polities when absolutely necessary. Only one law enforcement treaty, the Treaty of Uniform Security (TUS), has been signed by the majority of transhuman polities in the solar system. The TUS is principally targeted at a class of criminal that almost all polities want to punish: extremists who damage critical habitat infrastructure, collaborate with Titan agents, or spread the exsurgent virus. Given transhumanity's fragile existence, anyone who threatens it must be stopped, no matter the cost. The TUS outlines the protocol for extradition of such criminals from one polity to another. Habitats that apprehend a fugitive may choose to prosecute the offender themselves instead of extraditing them, though this would be a politically charged move and is not invoked lightly. The standards of proof required to extradite a suspect are high. The idea of being extradited to another habitat, perhaps another polity, is a controversial issue to most habitat residents. Police agencies usually only turn to extradition as a last resort. Beyond the TUS, there is no legal framework that covers the majority of transhumanity. Allied polities often have their own treaties to cover criminal law issues, but they vary tremendously in scope and frequency of enforcement. Some of these treaties grant visiting law enforcement officers limited authority, at least when pursuing fugitives from their home turf. Typically, the visiting officer must ask for permission before making the trip and then must follow the orders of local habitat officials. Before permission is granted, the officer must explain why they need to travel to the habitat, instead of letting local police take care of the matter. Commonly, police only travel to other habitats when investigating complex and important cases. Most of the treaties emphasize inter-habitat cooperation as necessary to stop sophisticated criminals active in multiple locales, like cartel members and exhuman terrorists. Ego hunters. Criminals who escape from one jurisdiction are not necessarily free. Ego hunting is a major industry throughout the system. Criminals change identities and morphs frequently, but their egos remain unique, so skilled investigators and trackers are needed to chase them down. The legality of ego hunting varies between jurisdictions, so ego hunters themselves might be breaking the law. A few major security firms like Direct Action and Medusan Shield maintain contacts throughout the solar system, allowing their operatives to act with legal authority when they can arrange it. Independent ego hunters seldom have that level of coverage and so may not hesitate to use illegal methods to find their targets. Ego hunters are only paid for successfully capturing wanted egos. Most habitats that allow ego hunting require some kind of oversight, such as registering with station authorities or disallowing the hunter to make the capture personally. In that case, habitat law enforcement will arrest the suspect, after the ego hunter identifies the suspect and provides proof of their crimes and identity. Investigations and forensics. Thanks to the state of surveillance and forensics technologies, proof of criminal activity is easier to acquire than ever before. Almost everyone is walking recorder. Sensors are omnipresent in nearly every habitat, recording every event in minute detail. If an investigator knows when and where a crime took place, they can almost always pull up detailed logs of the event, including high-definition video from multiple angles. Hacking sensors is possible but difficult and can also leave traces behind. Virtually every manufactured object, whether it is a tool, toy, or weapon, has built-in computers and sensors that record everything that happens around it. A staggering amount of information can be obtained from simple objects like clothing or room sensors. Witnesses to a crime, including potential suspects, can be made to reveal anything they thought or experienced via psychosurgery. This is highly intrusive, so even when this technique is legal, it is reserved for investigating serious crimes. If the sheer amount of surveillance data is not enough, forensics analysis can provide more evidence. Given the state of science, forensics analysis is nearly impossible to fool. Nanoswarms can sweep a crime scene and find even the smallest clue. Any trace evidence can be quickly analyzed with near-perfect accuracy. Complex and chaotic events can be reconstructed through computer simulations and walked through by investigators in simulspace to test out any number of theories of the crime. Even untrained investigators can usually determine the perpetrator by running the evidence through expert AI software. Crimes of passion and other unplanned crimes are almost always solved due to these technological advantages. The hidden arms race. In response, criminals have learned new techniques to avoid arrest. Crime is now a skilled profession and only the most innovative criminals succeed. A crime can't be investigated if it is not detected, so criminals focus their efforts on keeping below the radar. Despite the massive amount of surveillance in an average habitat, every sensory network has blind spots, either created accidentally or intentionally. Entire criminal outfits survive on the business of ripping sensors and creating dead zones for unseen activity. Criminals also make efforts to remove themselves from surveillance footage, whether by bribing technicians or hacking the local mesh. When possible, they act remotely. It is easier for an assassin to use a hack service robot or airlock to eliminate a target than to pull the trigger themselves. For elaborate schemes, some criminals fork themselves so they become a conspiracy of one, with a lower chance of betrayal. Terrorists have used specially pruned beta forks for suicide missions, martyring themselves dozens or hundreds of times. More importantly, if the crime is subtle enough, no one will ever realize it was committed. A soul trafficker who works at a forecasting facility could secretly copy off egos for later resale without ever being caught, if they are careful enough. Investigators who tackle skilled crime have to outthink their adversaries to have a chance. Every technique criminals deploy can be countered. Blind spots in sensor networks can be found through analysis. Hacks can be traced back to their origin. Gate analysis can identify a unique ego, no matter what morph it is sleeved into. Network traffic analysis can identify darknets and illicit mesh communications. However, as one side develops a method of fooling the other, a counter technique will soon appear. It is a never-ending arms race between cops and crooks. Success on either side of the law requires good planning, skill, cunning, and a bit of luck. In any case, crime requires time and good planning to pull off. Once the police can identify a suspect, they can usually get enough evidence to prove their guilt. The most successful criminals are never identified as suspects in the first place. Identity issues. Criminals make frequent use of identity theft to hide their footsteps. It is easy to assume the identity of someone who was lost in the fall and only recently pulled out of cold storage. Brainprints can uniquely identify an ego, but even these change naturally over time, especially with significant use of drugs or mental trauma. Biometric data only applies to a particular biomorph, so resleeving can bypass that method of identification. Morph nanotat IDs and serial numbers can be altered. And with so many aspects of people's lives stored online, identity theft remains a serious issue. This is further complicated by the sheer number of personal identification databases and systems currently in use. The fall wiped out most of the old Earth identity databanks. While Sapien ID, primarily used by the LLA and PC, is the most prevalent identification system, it is by no means the only one. There are almost as many identification systems as there are habitats. The lack of centralization among identification systems provides a very large gap for identity fabricators to slip through. Of course, many factions do not want to centralize personal identification, calling out its use as a social control mechanism. If a crime goes undetected, at least for a while, a criminal will have plenty of opportunity to change their identity and/or escape the jurisdiction. It is even possible to bypass normal forecasting security checks and instead use secret illicit forecasting services, an act known as darkcasting. Cartels and other secretive groups often run darkcasting operations to transfer egos from one habitat to another without alerting the authorities. Once a criminal has escaped a habitat, they may still need to worry about ego hunters, but only if the hunters can see past the layers of false identities assumed by the suspect. Prosecution and punishment. Hypercorp-controlled polities maintain traditional criminal justice systems. Fear of ALS has kept them from completely replacing judges and juries, but they are increasingly common throughout the system. More frequently, ALIs are provided as public defenders for those who cannot afford their own private lawyers. AI judgments are frequently critiqued for biases incorporated into their algorithms, though strong efforts have been made to push them towards impartiality and away from implicit transhuman biases. Likewise, most legal systems remain biased towards more privileged members of that society. The higher the status of the offender, the less draconian the punishment will be. Prison has largely been replaced as the preferred method of punishment. In the inner system, most offenders suffer financial consequences. Liens, fines, property seizure, and, in extreme cases, indentured servitude. Morphs are considered property, so sentencing can involve the seizure of your own body. Since even murder can be reduced to the monetary cost of a new morph in therapy for the victim, plus punitive damages, this approach is popular even outside of conservative habitats. Sentences also sometimes involve lifetime punishments. A felon may be denied access to elite habitats or lose the right to purchase a biomorph, forcing a criminal to remain in the clanking masses for eternity. Habitual reoffenders and violent criminals may also be forced to undergo psychosurgery to alter their personality, at least in hypercorp polities. Ostensibly, this is to help the offender more effectively reintegrate into society, curbing or eliminating antisocial tendencies, but it can also use to make the criminal more docile and loyal to the local government. Forcible editing of minds is considered a severe crime in almost all autonomous habitats, so it rarely used to punish criminals. However, some anarchists may ask offenders to undergo voluntary psychosurgery as part of their resolution process in order to correct whatever psychological issue that motivated their crimes in the first place. The Jovian Republic remains the only major polity to regularly sentence criminals to physical prison. The junta maintains multiple physical prisons to house criminals, the most notable ones held on the inhospitable moon Io. Prisoners are used as labor and experimental test subjects for various Jovian Black Ops research projects. The mere threat of these prisons serves as a useful tool to keep the populace in line and potential dissidents from acting out. Outside of the Republic, a few hypercore maintain small prisons for habitats that still inflict them as punishment. For the most part, these are located far from other habitats, notably on Mercury, remote asteroids, or assorted exoplanets. Virtual prisons are more cost-effective and thus more extensively employed, with convicted criminals placed in cold storage or time-accelerated simulspace for the duration of their sentence. A few habitats retain capital punishments for severe crimes, but only the most dangerous and unstable criminals are killed and ego-wiped, with all backups destroyed. Extropian contract law. In Extropia and other so-called anarcho-capitalist habitats, the only laws that exist are contracts consensually signed between individuals and/or corporations. Each contract specifies which legal code and freelance judiciary service is used to settle disputes. Various private courts exist, each with their own interpretations of miscellaneous legal principles. Most subscribe to larger legal associations like the Extropian Legal Guild, Free Bar Association, or Mutualist Code, which all have preset agreements on handling legal disputes with each other, ensuring quick arbitration. Social services freely provided by other habitats are handled as contractual business affairs in Extropian habs. If you want police protection, you must subscribe to a security firm for legal and physical protection. Take note of the breadth of coverage you select. Security firms typically place drone silos around the habitat for emergency EMT services and rapid armed response, but such protections are not available with all plans. Unprotected people can be attacked or robbed at will. Other services such as healthcare, transportation, backups, education, and insurance must also be purchased. To even enter an extropian habitat, you must sign an access, usage, and life support rental agreement with the owning entity. Various hypercore offer package bundles for these services. A free court's legal AIs will automatically litigate minor infractions, called microtorts, in mere seconds. More complex cases will be handled by the private courts, and all parties are expected to abide by the results. Punishments incorporate fines, property forfeiture, and rep penalties. In extreme cases, a suspect may be forced into indenture or serve in a time-accelerated simulspace prison. If one party does not agree to the terms, they may suffer a major reputation hit, and other extropians will likely refuse dealings with them. Bounty hunters may also be dispatched in pursuit of suspects that abdicate on legal judgments. Autonomous legalities. In autonomous habitats run by anarchists and scum, there are no formal laws, only a set of norms decided by group consensus and collective action. Every sapient being is considered an autonomous person, free to do as they will, as long as they do not infringe upon others. Since everyone has access to nanofab, theft and other property crimes are meaningless. However, actions that are coercive or antisocial are not considered acceptable. Assault, harassment, forknapping, mind hacking, threats to the habitat itself, and other non-consensual acts. There are no police, so transgressions are handled by a community response. This can range from bystanders attempting to defuse a situation to intervention by an armed posse of nearby residents. The entire community polices itself. Autonomists try to defuse potentially violent situations before they erupt. Everyone has access to surveillance feeds and sensor logs, so abnormal activity is quickly noted. People trained in conflict resolution techniques will be called up to handle disputes. If an investigation is called for, locals will convene an ad hoc task force to handle the matter. Residents freely carry weapons to deal with anyone who breaks the peace, and volunteer militias with drone support are called upon to deal with heavily armed aggressors. When people do create problems in autonomous space, the response is geared towards finding out why that happened and what help the offender needs rather than simple punishment. The process is considered a collective effort, with impartial volunteers evaluating the case for conflict resolution and rehabilitation processes. The principles of restorative justice are followed, meaning that the focus is on repairing any harm done and allowing people affected by a crime to participate in its resolution. Most anarchist habitats maintain community crisis centers to guide this effort. Any resolutions must be voluntarily accepted by the offender. If they fail to support the process, they will suffer rep hits and possibly exile off the habitat. Prison and similar punitive measures are considered barbaric in autonomous circles. Property claims. The doctrine of property rights without sovereignty applies to claims made on asteroids, exoplanets, and other celestial bodies. A discoverer of a particular resource can only lay claim to it as long as they continually use it. If the land or resource is abandoned, then anyone else can claim it for themselves. When there is a conflict over ownership, parties sometimes resolve the dispute through negotiations or legal proceedings, if they share the same polity. Nothing stops either side from using deception or violence to claim the disputed resource, though. More than a few asteroids and exoplanets have changed hands after a skirmish or raid. Gatecrashing law. The owners of the various Pandora gates dictate terms to anyone who wants to use them. Leasing gate time is incredibly expensive, but costs can be mitigated by sharing a small percentage stake in new discoveries, exploited resources, or colony revenue. Most gatecrashers must sign contracts ceding ownership of anything they find to the organization sponsoring the expedition, though some sponsors offer percentages of claims as well. New exoplanets are a lawless frontier. Gatecrashers operate by themselves with no law enforcement nearby. Some contracts specify that a mission is bound by the laws of the sponsoring entity, enabling investigations and prosecution of crimes, but this can be difficult to enforce. Most gatecrashers operate in a manner similar to the military, with the expedition leader's commands as the only law. Exoplanet colonies usually have a similar legal structure to the polity that sponsored their creation. However, most colonies are extremely isolated, so the leadership has far more control over their populace. It is very difficult to leave an exoplanet colony, even in the best circumstances. Colonies have suffered from totalitarian leaders, abuse, and exploitation because residents can't leave or contact other habitats for help. Crime. Source: acquainting yourself with Guanxi crime will always exist, simply because the definition of what crime is changes as society changes. Even in lawless, near-scarcity anarchist habitats, norms can be broken in ways that can be considered a violation of the social contract between everyone. A sufficiently transgressive disruption of tradition, custom, or unspoken rule will result in social sanctions or punishment in even the most lenient polity. Most factions agree, at least in part, that actions that jeopardize the safety of citizens and habitats are crimes. Capitalist societies protect property and ownership with laws because these are the foundations of their order. Almost every society prosecute crimes that threaten the economic stability of their preferred financial system. Conservative polities will go so far as to convict people of victimless crimes, sanctifying certain moral or religious principles and believing that people must be protected from themselves. Autonomous factions focus more on crimes that violate the autonomy of their citizens. Coercion is anathema. Every habitat enforces a different set of laws, making the distinction between legal and illegal entirely relative. As many crimes are a function of economics, it is no surprise that law-breaking changes as rapidly as technology does. Crimes considered heinous a century ago are shrugged at today. Let's examine what has changed. Violence. Violent crime is still prosecuted, but the penalties for murder are greatly reduced. Murder, to most transhumans, is no longer permanent, so it is typically classified as aggravated assault and/or a property crime, assuming the victim is backed up. Some habitats even allow consensual dueling and murder, leading to the creation of murder clubs, where members can freely murder each other without repercussion. In more traditional polities, especially in the Jovian Republic, where many citizens live without backups of their egos, murder is still a serious crime. Mass murder and attacks against essential habitat infrastructure are serious crimes in virtually every habitat. While a single murder can be undone through resleeving, there is the chance that no one can be resleeved if everyone is killed or the habitat itself is ruined. Unfortunately, it is now easier than ever for a single criminal to commit such a crime. Between nanofabrication, Titan and exsurgent weapons, and the sheer difficulty of surviving in space, there are countless ways for a dedicated terrorist to fatally compromise a habitat. Even the most permissive habitat devotes considerable resources to secure itself against such attacks. At a certain point, an attack on a habitat crosses the line between crime and military action, so the criminal becomes an enemy combatant, subject to execution by the habitat's defenders. Few other crimes get that kind of response. Property and theft. Market economies treat property crime more seriously than autonomous societies. Theft of material goods is not usually considered a serious problem for items that anyone can replicate. If a person steals a cheap tool, it is often easier to build a new one than hunt down the stolen item. However, stealing items whose availability is limited carries stricter penalties. Rare and valuable goods like morphs, earth relics, alien artifacts, new prototypes, and bulk raw resources are frequently targeted by professional thieves. Cartels throughout the solar system steal morphs, even occupied ones, and sell them to less discerning customers. Carbon reaver gangs plunder raw materials from mining drones and automated carriers throughout the system. Claim jumping remains an issue on isolated asteroids and exoplanets. However, converting stolen property into wealth can be even more difficult than stealing in the first place. The key is finding a discreet but wealthy customer who is willing to both buy stolen goods and accept any potential blowback from the property's original owners. Specialist fences make a living just by connecting thieves to the right clients. Even if the right customer can be found, the criminals must also transport the goods without being detected, a difficult task at best. Only the desperate or most driven criminals focus on material theft when other types of crime are easier to pull off. Theft of habitat resources is treated seriously in almost all polities. Visitors sometimes become inadvertent thieves simply by breathing the air if they have not paid for their allotment of life support resources. Squatting can create real complications in crowded habs, because life support systems can only sustain so many people. It can also be an issue even when squatters occupy abandoned habitats, like many of the derelicts abandoned during the fall but still orbiting Earth, as they may reactivate Titan war machines or inadvertently spread the exsurgent virus. Intellectual property. In the Inner System and Jovian Republic, intellectual property is protected by stringent copyright laws. Trading blueprints or removing the DRM of a file is strictly against the law in hypercorp-controlled polities. Likewise, modifying nanofibers to circumvent locks and restrictions is heavily penalized. An elite class of criminals specialize in bypassing DRM and trading pirated software and schematics between the inner and outer system, to the chagrin of the planetary consortium. While anarchists primarily free these designs by open-sourcing them, numerous extropian hypercore make a business out of repackaging blueprints and selling them to inter-system citizens at a discount, undermining their consortium rivals. The theft of copyrighted data is a major tension point between capitalists and autonomists. These laws also apply to corporate prototypes, projects and developments, morph genetics, and other trade secrets, but here the hypocrisy of capitalism shines. Industrial espionage between hypercore is a thriving industry, as competitors seek to gain an edge over rivals. Hypercore have even been known to extract and forknap citizens of other corporate holdings to gain access to their research and secrets, deriving it directly from their minds with psychosurgery if necessary. Bounty markets. When the first darknet services came online, it was likely inevitable that the first criminal bounty markets would follow. These prediction markets serve as an incentive to specified crimes, notably assassinations or other major illegal acts. Anyone can make an anonymous bet on the details of the crime, date, location, etc. If the crime is committed in accordance with the bet, a large payout is ensured. This encourages a lawbreaker to commit the crime because they can place an accurate bet on the details in order to receive the bounty. Online crimes. A substantial amount of crime has transferred from the physical world to online, where traces can be more easily erased. Hacking is a profitable endeavor, including crimes such as insider trading, identity theft, laundering currency, espionage, fraud, undermining security/surveillance, and defacement/sabotage. Malware exists on nearly every mesh network, defrauding anyone that lacks basic InfoSec skills. Most major cartels rely heavily on hackers to conduct business and protect their interests. Even old syndicate standbys such as protection rackets are handled electronically, with ransomware used to encrypt a target systems until they pay to have them unencrypted. Much black market activity now takes place on the darknet, hidden by anonymous routers and encrypted networks. Online storefronts sell stolen, counterfeit, and restricted goods, and criminals of various stripes offer their services to the highest bidder. Darkcasters enable egos to pass in and out of habitats unseen, bypassing security and customs. The Guanxi social network ties these together, while providing a forum for criminals to codify their own reliability and trustworthiness. Darknets are forbidden in many polities because they interfere with the government's ability to monitor and control, but they are also valued and tolerated by authorities that wish to hide their own activities from rivals. Fraud remains a problem throughout the system, even in near-scarcity economies. Con artists use sophisticated scams and bot networks to build up high reputations under fake identities and then cash them in to acquire valuable goods and services. These same hacker networks will sell their online might to inflate or undermine the reputations of others. In the same vein, propaganda and mimetic warfare campaigns are launched to sway public opinions, spread disinformation, and attack rivals. Vice. Crimes of vice thrive in the post-fall era, though what defines a vice varies from culture to culture. Drugs and narco-algorithms have been decriminalized in most habitats, have become more socially acceptable, and can easily be manufactured or acquired online. The more extreme the effect of a given drug or narco-algorithm, the more likely it will be regulated or banned, especially in conservative polities. Of course, libertine factions allow virtually every drug and some provide them free. Virtually every polity bans drugs that are linked to exsurgent infection. Gambling is rarely legally restricted, though the industry may be heavily regulated and taxed. Online gambling remains popular throughout the system, but hardcore gamblers are generally only satisfied with illegal sports like deathmatch fighting. Loan sharking to pay off gambling debts is typically restricted. Prostitution is rarely illegal except in very conservative polities like the Jovian Republic. In the Morningstar constellation and Titanian Commonwealth, sex workers are offered legal and industry protections. Pornography is similarly rarely criminal, except when it depicts illegal acts, which varies from habitat to habitat. Often, what is illegal is based on the ideology of the ruling class. Bioconservative factions, for example, ban porn involving uplifts. The Titanians ban porn that involves indentured workers, considering it to involve acts of coercion. Ego trafficking. Though indentured service is legal throughout most of the system, it is profitable enough that numerous cartels have taken on the role of forknapping egos and buying and selling living minds on the black market. Many hypercore are not picky about the details of an ego's origins, only what skills they possess and that they are desperate enough to sign exploitive contracts. Uplifts and AGIs in particular are heavily trafficked, given that they are denied basic rights in many polities anyway. Many innocents have been unknowingly forked and sold to soul traffickers when they farcast to another habitat. Hackers target ego backup facilities and infugee storage for theft. Some scavengers loot cortical stacks from ruined ships and habitats or even Earth, despite the risk of exsurgent infection. There are many potential uses for an ego, aside from labor. Minds can be freely plundered for their skills and memories, making them useful for both research, espionage, or more elaborate criminal schemes. Personalities can be rewritten to make willing slaves. Unethical scientists can use them for experiments. Cartels sleeve them into various types of morphs for underground pit fights. Sociopaths merge egos to create new slaves or just to see what happens. There is no limit to what torture can be inflicted on an enslaved mind. Indentured service is considered a form of coercion and slavery in much of the outer system. It is illegal on Titan, and most anarchists are likely to treat indentures as slaves deserving of freedom. Other crime. There are many other criminal ventures that remain harder to classify. Black clinics provide wear and mods prohibited by local laws, offer healing vats to those injured while committing crimes, and sometimes even make prescribed morphs available. Sometimes their wares are experimental or dangerous, but such businesses thrive on their rep. Smugglers carry contraband items past habitat security. Bioweapons, Titan tech, prototypes, or simply restricted goods that will fetch a high price. Autonomous smugglers help uplifts, AGIs, or indentures escape from oppressive environments to the outer system. Forks sometimes go rogue, or are allowed to extend past their legally limited expirations. Political radicals seek to undermine authoritarian systems and governments. Terrorists wreak havoc according to their twisted ideological or religious beliefs. And, of course, exhumans treat transhumanity as prey. Red markets. Red markets are the equivalent to black markets, but in anarchist space. Despite the lack of laws, there are many things that autonomists seek to eradicate from their habitats that are valuable to the right people. This includes private censor nets, ego trafficking, rep-net gaming, blackmail, mind hacking, secrets, coercion, and irresponsible uses of bioweapons and experimental tech. To avoid taking a rep hit or face ostracization, such goods and services are offered through discrete red market channels. Most red market peddlers are the same cartels that operate in inter-system black markets, along with a few malcontents, misfits, and inter-system provocateurs. Exchanges are typically made with rep favors, though occasionally currency is used. Factions. Friends and enemies. Next overview topic. To really understand the state of the solar system, you'll need to have a grasp of the various ideologies, polities, and factions at play. Knowing the difference can keep you alive. Inner system polities. The inner system is the cradle of transhumanity, home to its largest political blocs and the only surface habitable planets in the system. The Lunar Lagrange Alliance, LLA. Memes, biochauvinism, capitalism, reclaiming Earth. Main habitats. Erito, Luna. Remembrance, Earth orbit. Shackle, Luna. The LLA, your grumpy Indian dad who is also a Swiss banker. Decried as obsolete by the planetary consortium, derided as stodgy and out of touch by the outer system. Transhumanity's first great off-world alliance plods on like a Teflon Ethereum. A number of settlements, including the largest lunar city, Nectar, have defected to the consortium, but Earth orbit and the two other big lunar cities remain staunch alliance members. Even though Luna might be the old and Mars the new, Luna's advantage from being settled first hasn't totally eroded. The Alliance Council, the LLA Council, seats one representative from each member city and habitat. Voting power is proportional to their HAB's population. Settlements have a large amount of autonomy, but the Alliance is in charge of foreign policy, defense, central banking, and intelligence services. This doesn't keep members from making their own trade deals, but the Council reserves the right to intervene in local policy if it affects the rest of the Alliance. The Council hasn't been shy about using this power or suppressing dissent from smaller members. Banks, Burberry, and Bollywood. Interestingly, this reputation for conservatism doesn't hurt the demand for Luna's creative output. Lunar fashion houses and entertainment companies are major cultural forces. The lunar business casual look is the white-collar style throughout hyper-capitalist space. And perhaps post-fall transhumanity finds some comfort in the homey modernism of lunar design and the formulaic musicals produced by Bollywood's descendants. The lunar banks are the heart and brain of old-school capitalism, and they wield influence that can sometimes counter the upstart hypercore of the planetary consortium. Some banks are appendages of the LLA Council. These operate under a fairly transparent regulatory framework and are some of the biggest consumer banks in the system. Others descend from the old Swiss banking system, which strongly privileges the privacy of the client. Detractors say it's the biggest legal money laundering operation in the solar system, but the oligarchs have uses for black boxes like these. You won't see the lunars or orbitals demanding transparency from the private banking houses anytime soon. They're perceived as a cornerstone of the economy and, to some extent, they are. Culture and ethnicity. Somebody on Luna actually asked me where my family came from once. Can you believe that? Normally, interactions with lunar/orbitals don't get this provincial, but some of the stuff that comes out of their mouths is really off-putting to us off-worlders. Old nationalities still mean something here, and it can be confusing as hell for outsiders. Ethnic rivalries and prejudice occasionally flare up. People here haven't gotten the memo that culture and genetics are not inseparable and that nationalism was a pretty stupid idea anyway. Language, too, is a topic of civic debate, with some habitats having a dozen official languages. Other settlements speak only one or two and are rather militant about which one should be the official one. Biochauvinism is a big problem almost everywhere in LLA space. It's a culture that disdains people who've failed at retaining a biological body. Despite political activism aimed at winning greater acceptance for synthmorphs, the clanking masses face classism every day and are often segregated into specific neighborhoods. Infomorphs and anyone not in a familiar human morph are treated with distrust and contempt, but AGIs and uplifts are the lowest of the low and sometimes need to fear for their own safety. If you're visiting here, take note of those habitat travel advisories. Reclaimers. On half of Luna, when you look up from the surface, you'll see Earth, our scarred and smoking homeworld. To many, it's a call to arms, to root out the Titan remnants and take back our homeworld. Seen as odd eccentrics elsewhere in the system, reclaimers here count heads of state and hypercorp leaders among their supporters. Several LLA habitats are reclaimer home bases, and the people there chafe at the interdiction satellites that shoot down anything traveling to or from to Earth's surface. Decline and resurgence. The LLA's political influence has been in decline for a long time, but it retains one of the best military fleets in the solar system. The remnants of many national space fleets threw in their lot with the Alliance after the fall. Relations with the consortium and the Morningstar constellation are cold. There is strong pressure for the LLA to convert from its old market practices to the transitional economy, and several lunar HABs have already done so. But AF-10 is spring in the solar system, and the Alliance is getting a new infusion of reclaimers from the outer system who want to be closer to the action. These immigrants, with their dynamic outer system cultural values, could be the vanguard of big changes to come. The Morningstar constellation. Memes. Techno-progressivism. Venusian sovereignty. Main habitats. Octavia. Venus. The habitats making up Morningstar voted for independence from the planetary consortium 5 years ago. It was a political circus that ultimately coalesced into an independence movement and then, against long odds, succeeded. The planetary consortium was caught napping, which is pretty sad given how many of their analysts keep up with their workload by sleeving into hibernoid morphs. The powers that be on Mars still view the referendum that led to Morningstar as a fluke and expect its members to rejoin the consortium. Even a thin atmosphere can cloud vision. The independence referendum is usually understood, at least on Mars, as Venus saying no to the consortium's vision of fully terraforming the yellow planet. The reality is much more complex. For one thing, the idea of fully terraforming Venus is far from dead. Its proponents are locked in a war of ideas with the opposing camp, the Aerial Terraforming Initiative, ATI. The ATT's vision is to preserve the planet's surface conditions while raising oxygen levels in the upper atmosphere and seeding the atmosphere with aerial life. Both camps in the debate are going full steam ahead with R&D, and there are half a dozen sub-factions on each side. The full terraforming faction is constructing proof-of-concept orbital mirrors that would cool the planet's surface if deployed en masse. ATI advocates have been developing biomorphs designed to survive in the upper atmosphere and animals able to roost on the outsides of aerostats. So no, forget what your politically opinionated drinking buddy on Mars opined between pitches during the last Cubs-Hanshin Tigers game. It was never about terraforming. Most of the oligarchs running Mars were originally either American or Chinese. Their opposite numbers on Venus were either born off-world or came from Europe and Brazil. Venus is just different than Mars, and its nascent power structures were born out of cultural, political, and economic interests that don't follow Martian logic. The Star Council. Is it politics? Or the ghost of an Italy-Brazil football match possessing a chamber full of otherwise skilled and articulate transhumans? I'm going to go with the latter, but then, I have a guilty addiction to watching highly qualified people scream at each other like Martian mudshrikes during brooding season. The Star Council, as hot-blooded as its debates run, does a credible job of governing Venus, from conducting off-world diplomacy to allocating scientific and military budgets, the latter being mostly for payments to mercenaries. It guarantees the Venusian Libra, which is pegged in value to the planetary consortium credit. And it controls the agencies that grant and verify Venusian citizenship. Each habitat sends one member per 100,000 citizens. The current Prime Minister of Venus is Arisa, one of those one-name people, an Italian-born ex-porn star, athlete, and psychosurgeon who was one of the leaders of the independence movement. Culture and policy. Venusian habitats provide a basic income and nanofab allotment to all citizens, as well as offering full citizenship to AGIs and uplifts. Non-humans and synthmorphs face less prejudice and have more protections in Venusian habitats. Etiquette in public spaces is the most striking cultural difference here. If a Venusian is in their tiny-ass apartment, it's generally for sleeping, shitting, or sex. They're always out socializing. Venusians have small personal bubbles and an incredible ability to politely ignore people around them, sometimes with the help of AR illusions. External relations. Who tries to found a major political bloc with virtually no military assets? Dreamers, you might say. Idiots, someone more savvy might think. The math works for Morningstar so far, though the Constellation's members have ready cash to pay for mercenary protection, and they spend a ton of it. Hence the joke that MC is short for mercenary cash cow. If one thing could tear the Constellation apart, it's the nascent debate over ownership of land on the surface. With only a handful of permanent settlements, the policy so far remains, if you can exploit it, it's yours for as long as you're using it. But that situation can't persist forever, in part because Consortium Hypercore continue to exploit the surface without the Constellation's consent. If a full terraforming op does begin, some of that land is going to become valuable real estate, and the long-term planners are already occupying territory based on landscaping projections. So far, Morningstar doesn't have muscles to flex about this. But once they do, things could get ugly fast. The MC also differs from the consortium on intellectual property. IP protections last only years, not decades, and do not apply to remixes or derivative works. This remains a major stumbling block with Consortium Hypercore that takes strong anti-piracy stances. The Planetary Consortium. Memes, expansion, hypercapitalism, security. Main habitats. Progress, Mars orbit. The consortium formed during the fall organized networking, propaganda, and coercion by its founding Hypercore. It is a business alliance dedicated to networking and preserving Hypercorp interests. Today, the planetary consortium is the most powerful economic and political bloc in the solar system. It controls Mars via the Tharsis League and has outposts throughout the system. Half of transhumanity lives under its oversight. The four-point plan announced shortly after its formation, the consortium's slickly produced agenda includes: establish a new homeworld. With Earth gone, the consortium has designated Mars as transhumanity's new capital. This serves to separate people from old interests and longings and embrace a new era and a new home, one conveniently under their control. Improve the human condition. This point reads as an endorsement of technological development and change, with a specific push towards genetic engineering, neuroenhancements, nanotech, and other transhuman technologies. This is, of course, what most consortium hypercore want to sell you. Though you gives lip service to morphological freedom and other techno-progressive ideas, the truth is that the consortium still lags behind on incorporating uplifts and AGIs into its vision. Safeguard transhumanity. Written as a warning against extinction threats like the Titans, this point is also subtly spun to promote a law and order mindset, painting outer system autonomists as a threat to the consortium way of life. It also provides justification for restricting nanofabrication access, for safety purposes of course. Grow and prosper. Hypercapitalism requires new markets and unending growth, continually pushing the consortium to expand its economic influence. With the Pandora Gates, this plan now also incorporates extrasolar colonization and becoming a dominant force in the galaxy. The Hypercorp Council. The Hypercorp Council is the ultimate governing authority in the consortium. Its membership, thought to comprise the 20 or so most powerful hypercore and conglomerates, is partly secret, and it meets behind closed doors. The consortium exists to ensure stable conditions in which its members have the opportunity to profit. The governance of half of transhumanity is only a side effect of this goal, one sometimes deemed annoyingly unprofitable. The known members of the council are Cognite, Neurotech, Direct Action, Security, Xperia Media, FA Jing, Energy/Mining, Fujizo, Robotics, Invatch, Morphs, the Lucky Star Group, Electronics, Nanosys, Nanotech, the Pavonis Infrastructure Authority, Space Elevator, the Prosperity Group, Food/Drugs, Solaris, Banking, and Stellar Intelligence, Intel. The consortium's subsidiary Pathfinder, which manages the Martian Gate, is given a seat at the table due to the importance of extrasolar colonization to the consortium agenda, but it has no voting power. Governing corporate citizens. The civic infrastructure of the consortium is designed for one thing: to promote a healthy business environment. The hypercore need happy consumers. Governments are a regulatory pain, so the hypercore run the government themselves, treating it as a necessary cost of doing business. Government services are therefore thin to keep costs low, providing a pretense of democracy to keep everyone distracted. For consortium citizens, a decentralized cyber-democracy promises representation in the Planetary Congress. In reality, candidates for office are tightly vetted. Some are drawn from hyper-elite families. Others are longtime operatives elevated for loyal service. Still others are media icons who've converted fame into office. The consortium ministry, peopled by appointees allotted to the hypercore based on share price, is the executive branch. Notable offices include the Planetary Stock Exchange Regulatory Ministry, the Oversight Ministry, and the Foreign Trade Ministry. The Assembly, appointed by Congress, is the judicial branch of the consortium. Its arbitrators are rarely involved in criminal or civil law, leaving that to individual habitats, but instead arbitrate disputes between hypercore. Oversight. Oversight is a data-driven corporate intel agency specializing in statistical analysis, industrial espionage, and what's politely termed suppressive ops. They're an independent agency of the Hypercorp Council, though they act with some impartiality. Their access to privileged Hypercorp data enables a constant scan for anomalies, be they fiscal malfeasance by execs, collective action by workers, or resistance from a potential market in opening its gates. Oversight gets misunderstood as a combined foreign and domestic intel service for the Council. This is wrong. Oversight stalwarts see themselves as agents of Adam Smith's guiding hand, a cooperative regulatory framework to deter attempts to game the system, invisibly writing conditions that could upset transhumanity's hard-won prosperity. Oversight is cold. It does things by the numbers. In its quest to maintain free market stability, Oversight also has the authority to counter threats to the security of the consortium. This has quickly expanded from policing Titan tech and espionage to immigration controls and a counterterrorism role against perceived enemies of the consortium, particularly autonomous agitators. Oversight's secret police are especially busy on Mars. Due to the growth of the Barsoomian movement, Oversight approaches their projects with arrays of AR spreadsheets, charts, and slides, so it is easy to discount them as overzealous accountants. They may be boring, but they have the weight of the consortium behind them. Oversight's General Secretary, Gia Norn, is an elemental force. So if you catch wind of Oversight sniffing around, keep your cranial storage down. Project Ozma. We don't really know what Ozma is, other than a high-level black-budget operation. It operates at the consortium's highest levels, or perhaps even above them. What we do know is that decades before the fall, Ozma was some sort of collaborative SETI project searching for alien life. Now, they seem to have a lot of similar interests to Firewall. The Titans, the Exurgent virus, the factors, dead aliens, X-risks, all that fun stuff. There's a lot of speculation about who or what their bosses are, and what their real agenda is, but it's all guesswork. Assume the worst and act accordingly. It would be cute if Firewall could have a fun rival, like cartoon Jovian biofascist crucifix thumpers, or the vampire cyborgs with impossible cheekbones lurking in the dark Swedish forest of the grandfather clauses governing Titanian intel. No, we get Project Ozma. No cheekbones. No Latin imprecations from flint-eyed Dominicans. Just unlimited resources and impeccable intel. They have an unnerving way of showing up completely prepared for situations that no one else should know about. With nicer weapons and cute accents to boot. They have pulled the rug out from beneath us more times than we count. The one good thing about them is that they are very good at covering their tracks, often erasing evidence of Firewall involvement as well. They don't like attention, even from Oversight or Hypercore. Tharsis League. Memes, Martian nationalism. Main habitats. Ashoka, Mars. Vyas Nu, Shanghai, Mars. The League is like an elephant with 5 different handlers on its back, all trying to make it do different work. Its size and power mean nothing because it's prodded in circles. Every so often, though, one of the riders manages to make it stomp something or flail its trunk the right way. It's proof the elite of the planetary consortium have perfected the art of keeping a liberal democracy in a medically induced coma, stuffed and mounted for a late stage of capitalism that never quite expires. On paper, the League is the government of Mars, with representation from the major settlements, regions, and orbital habs. It guarantees the currency, makes and enforces the law, plans and oversees terraforming, appoints judge magistrates, and builds and maintains civil infrastructure. It has sprawling science and education ministries, and its defense ministry controls a small army and space force. Bureaucratic hell zone. In truth, most of the Tharsis League's officers, including members of parliament, agency heads, professional civil servants, and local department chiefs, owe their jobs to some form of patronage. Flat-out bribery is rare, but office holders are there because of reasons like family connections, local machine politics, or the consortium strong-arming a favored candidate into office. In spite of this, the consortium is unable to completely dominate the League. Officials more beholden to the Barsoomian movement, the Glitterati, or particular oligarchs hold down some important offices. The factions making up the League cut across agency lines, and they vary a lot in mindset and modus operandi, so much so that each is better thought of as a constellation of memes. You've got authoritarian versus libertarian conflicts in the Martian Rangers, corporatist versus militocratic factions in the Space Force, trade unionist versus corporatist in the Martian Department of Transit, MDOT, and authoritarian versus regionalist scuffles in the Tharsis Terraforming Office, TTO. The Barsoomian movement is autonomous-flavored, and wherever its members carve out a niche for themselves, anarchist or socialist memes quickly come into conflict with the CivicNet status quo. Terraforming. Terraforming Mars is the greatest engineering project in transhuman history. At the center of this effort are a number of consortium hypercore and a smattering of independents like the worker-owned upstart Terragenesis. Terraforming is the political hot potato. The League Congress has carved appointments to the Tharsis Terraforming Office, TTO, into a zillion sub-offices. The TTO executive director is a spokesmodel with nominal rule over a fractious staff of department heads, whom they neither appointed nor can dismiss without approval from the deadlocked terraforming committee of the League Congress. Sound like a shit show? It is. The chief planetologist, chief of ground ops, and chief of orbital ops all hate each other and the other department heads. This results in revolving door appointees, non-stop budget-grubbing games, alliance shifting, and related treacherous fuckery. Martians living on the ground aren't given much consideration by the people who decide what land gets blackened to absorb heat, where ice melters are planted, what locals get displaced, and most frighteningly, where comets get dropped. An even bigger kicker is that some hypercore are now touting this Red Eden Project idea, which is essentially a plan to privatize all of the TTO's terraforming operations and unite them under a single corporate entity. The idea's been gaining traction, though of course not all of the hypercore are keen on it either. Military and security. League forces are small but can be quickly augmented with mercenaries. On paper, the League Army and Space Force have ready-to-go contracts that would enable them to respond to a major Titan-related incursion from the quarantine zone with massive force. Firewall has run a lot of simulations on incursion scenarios, and we've concluded that their response force would be big enough, but it'd also be a disorganized mess, prone to rout before Titan terror tactics or unfamiliar technology. The Martian Rangers are the other planet-wide security force. The Rangers protect everything that's not in a city or major settlement. Major population centers have their own police, run by the city government. Their beat includes the Titan Quarantine Zone, where Ranger perimeter patrols are a first line of defense against stray zone denizens. The Rangers are the best prepared force on the planet to fight Titan war machines or exurgents, from a psychology and training standpoint. But Rangers are too lightly armed and too few in number to beat back a major incursion on their own. They're cops or at best a militia. In a real Titan attack, they'd act as scouts, target painters, and skirmishers for the military. Outer System Polities. Posted by Cacophonous, Firewall Proxy. The Rim Ward system's scattered and more isolated population has given rise to unique political movements and entities. It is home to experimenters, innovators, and iconoclasts, side by side with those who cling to the past, regressive policies, and outmoded ideas. Anarchists, memes, anarchism, anti-capitalism, direct action, mutual aid. Main habitats: Locus, Jovian Trojans, Chat Noir, Oberon. Anarchists, scary, right? We're coming to get ya. We're not. Deal with a couple hundred years of capitalist propaganda turning you and yours into a bogeyman and see how much of a sense of humor you have about it. But why would corporations and so-called free markets hate us so much? Simple, we are the exact opposite of everything they represent. Hierarchies create inequalities. This is true in the entirety of history. You can't have capitalism without exploitation. Full stop. Anarchists have this crazy idea that we don't need to fuck each other over to survive. We seek to minimize structures where people have power over others in order to maximize freedom and equality. That's a direct challenge to the status quo, the rich, the people in power, so the sociopaths making bank on other people's suffering do their best to paint us as monsters. We're not what you think. There's an important distinction between anarchism and anarchy. The former is the lack of hierarchy, while the latter is chaos. Anarchists are not interested in mayhem and destruction. Capitalists hear, no laws, and immediately think, I can finally exploit people without consequences. Anarchists do not. Cooperation, not competition, is the crux of survival in anarchist communities. The natural extension of this philosophy is a kind of collectivism. We recognize that we can live without vertical power structures, so we instead create horizontal forms of organization that enable everyone within a group to have a voice. We work to build each other up instead of tearing each other apart. That distinction may be why so many outer system habs gravitate towards anarchist ideals. When everyone's life depends on a single radiation shield, a handful of air recyclers, and a working nanofabricator, it's in everyone's best interests to keep the station going. There's no room in that scenario for cutthroat individualism. Ideal organization. Anarchists are used to the question, what's to stop you from murdering as many people as you want? The answer is, we do murder as many people as we want. 0. There's no threat of hell, no political entity, and no king waiting to chop off your head if you fuck up. There's only the imperative to treat others in the community with the same kind of respect and kindness you wish to receive. Understand that this altruism is rooted in selfishness. You selfishly want people not to act like assholes towards you, so you should not act like an asshole. When anarchists organize, we do so voluntarily and horizontally. We create militias for self-defense. We sometimes select individuals to steer public projects towards approval. And we make no decisions without first allowing everyone affected by that decision to have a say. Modern anarchism. Various communities on Earth ran on anarchist principles in the years before the fall, the Iroquois Confederacy, Spain, Ukraine, Chiapas, Rojava, etc. But it wasn't until the invention of nanofabrication technologies that we reached a level of post-scarcity and independence that anarchist communities could thrive. The modern anarchist credo states, from each according to their imagination, to each according to their need, nanofabricators allow anarchists to eschew traditional work, to pursue personal interests, from scientific research to artistic expression. Mesh technology was an additional boon to modern-day anarchism. Real-time communication, facilitated by apps and muses, enables everyone in a group to easily participate in referendums and quickly reach consensus on local community decisions. No one is left out of decision-making unless they want to be. This all leads to the most jarring difference between anarchist and hypercorp habs. There is no private property beyond personal possessions. The community owns everything because it was fabricated from the community's resources, by the community's machines, for the community's use. This concept is difficult for capitalists to wrap their heads around. So too our lack of currency. There are no retail shops, no need to buy things, just spaces where you can work on projects collaboratively or get help from skilled volunteers. Anarchists rely on reputation when they need things from others. Do good work for the community, your rep goes up. Be an asshole, it goes down. What we face anarchy isn't easy. Informal hierarchies grow all the time, even in communities that take precautions against it. It can be something as innocuous as favoring one style of art over another or as destructive as ceding control of the station to an emergency council. Our gift economy attracts its fair share of mooches too, and they sometimes aren't discovered before doing some real damage to a community. We also face military invasion by the consortium, Jovians, Ultimates, and other authoritarian forces, and we sometimes lack the means to fight back against their superior firepower. Sometimes, we have weapons too and are not shy about self-defense. That in itself is another danger. In an open-source community, there's nothing to stop someone from taking something destructive and using it improperly, maybe even unleashing a second fall. Nothing but ourselves, that is. We self-monitor our fabrics and communities for signs of danger and antisocial tendencies, and the same open-source tools help us to quickly develop remedies. The Autonomous Alliance. Memes, autonomy, mutual aid, solidarity. And here we are, anarchists, extropians, scum, titanians, and other radicals united. To hear the consortium talk, we're a collection of unwashed, rabble-rousing parasites interested in taking your hard-earned stuff and giving it away to lazy moochers. No, we're proof that their way of life is fading to extinction, while ours works, and works well. They're scared of us not because of our weapons, but because we're living proof that one day their slaves will revolt against them and throw them from their glittering towers. The outer system, from the main belt to Saturn, is our power base, but there are alliance members everywhere rimward, and more in the inner system than the consortium will ever admit. From the fall, as the smoke cleared from the fall and rimward stations took as many infugees as possible from Earth, we watched in horror at the consolidation of power in the inner system and Jovian Republic. We devised an alternative, the Autonomous Alliance. In the beginning, the alliance was a mutual aid and defense pact. If a habitat were attacked or in need, other habs would respond, help, and defend. Not long after, the consortium attempted to shut down Locus with a small military force based on trumped-up claims of copyright infringement and property theft. The anarchists were more well-armed than expected and drove off the invasion. Stunned, the consortium regrouped and returned with a much larger fleet. They were met by a ragtag band of anarchists, scum barges, brinker cargo ships, extropian pleasure yachts, and the Titanian fleet, which officially chose a side and joined the alliance. This victory transformed the alliance into a true political power. Ideologies and structures. The Alliance represents diverse points of view, though they are largely anti-authoritarian. Members agree to abide by 4 distinct points of unity, guiding principles for autonomous communities. We demand autonomy, self-organization, and self-governance for all sapient beings. We support direct democracy and forms of organization where sapients collectively decide their own future. We promote mutual aid and reciprocating altruism between sapients. We affirm the right to engage in self-defense against oppression and coercive authority and stand in solidarity with sapients so attacked. There is no formal political structure behind the Alliance. Its members' dislike of hierarchy creates massive internal resistance to any consolidation of political power. Instead, we have joint resolutions. Only a few dozen have ever passed. The first condemned the planetary consortium for the attacks on Locus and called for autonomous to resist hypercorp expansionism. Another codified uplifts and AGIs as full transhumans with equal rights. Yet another threw Alliance support behind the Love and Rage Collective's gatecrashing expeditions. Joint resolutions can also create task forces, voluntary organizations that enact the will of the Alliance. Task forces have no individualized authority. They are accountable to the Alliance specifically for the job for which they were created. The Open Science Initiative, OSI, is one such force, tasked with putting science in everyone's hands. Political relationships. Alliance members understand that their largest risk is an organized military operation from the Jovians, the Consortium, or both. This very real threat has led to a 3-way stalemate between the 3 powers. The Alliance has become very good at playing the Republic and the Consortium off each other. It gives their scientists time to increase their technological advantage and keeps their 2 largest enemies firmly occupied. Extropians. Memes. Market anarchism. Mutualism. Non-aggression main habitats. Extropia. Main belt. Extropians are the only ones to truly embrace the free market. The hypercapitalism destroying Mars and the inner system isn't an actual free market. It's just more of the same liberty-crushing regulatory nonsense with government wolves in corporate clothing. And the lovey-dovey collectivist bullshit going on across those anarchist habs seems nice in principle, but in reality it's hot garbage. The lack of laws is good, but do you really want to share all of your stuff with strangers, rely on your neighbors for backup, and sacrifice yourself to the collective? We're the happy medium between the two, the truly free market that lets individuals express themselves entering the contract. The unifying principle of all extropian communities is the contract. When you enter an extropian habitat, you sign rental agreements for the life support and space and hire private contractors to provide protection and emergency services. Any ongoing economic transactions and relationships are based on contracts agreed upon by all involved parties. The only binding law is what's put into writing in these contracts, backed by a freelance judiciary service. Private ownership is respected in extropian communities, and rep is based on completing contracts to the benefit of all. ALIs are integral to such a complex economic system, handling contracts, disputes, and microtorts in real time. Contracts are scrupulously maintained and tracked in decentralized Holocene cryptographic ledgers. Market anarchist flavors. Most extropians identify as individualists and anarcho-capitalists, a term which always triggers those collectivist anarchists who consider capitalism and anarchism to be incompatible. Sorry, not sorry. The basis of extropians' ideology is a strict non-aggression policy, stating that any threat or act of violence against another person violates their right to self-determination. A subset of extropians known as mutualists have a more anti-capitalist bent, favoring markets but not profiteering. They establish mutualist cooperative banks, owned by their customers and operated by ALIs, which give out interest-free loans and use their own M-credit cryptocurrency. Mutualist corporations are structured as worker-owned cooperatives, and these compete alongside hypercore in transitional economies. Intermediaries. Extropian habitats serve as a bridge between inner-system hypercore and outer-system collectives. The suits like having their markets and the freaks like not having cops breathing down their necks. We put both at ease while pissing off both at the same time. While extropians are in favor of tangible private property, we long ago surrendered support for intellectual property. Quite a few extropian hypercore base their business models on reverse engineering or the concept of Shansbai, counterfeit goods, trademark infringement, and other reproductions. We also are less concerned with overbearing habitat legalities, so our core are often willing to trade products or services that aren't economically feasible for consortium core. Narco-algorithms, hacking 0 days, weapon systems, AGIs, certain genetic mods, etc. This gives our habitats a reputation among sunward types for being outlaw havens, which certainly has a nice ring to it. Meanwhile, the autonomists criticize us for allowing contracts that are exploitive, but if an adult wants to sign an agreement to become an indenture, I don't see why I should stop them. They also criticize our lack of a social safety net for society's downtrodden, as if we are all somehow responsible for each other's mistakes and bad luck. You ask me, if we're pissing off both sides, we're probably doing it right. The Jovian Republic. Posted by Tio Silencio, Firewall Proxy. Memes. Bioconservatism. Catholicism. Security. Main habitats. Liberty. Ganymede. Solano. Jupiter orbit. The Jovian Republic rose from the ashes of the 17-minute war, when U.S. military forces and their South American allies, acting on spurious intel, wiped out opposing Chinese and Russian forces and seized control of Jovian space. This was immediately followed by a coup, bringing all Jovian stations under their control, with the exception of Europa. With the collapse of Earth and the arrival of various government officials seeking refuge, the military junta established the framework for a new republic. Though lip service is paid to democratic ideals, and an elected Senate nominally passes laws, everyone knows the Security Council wields true political power. Its word is law, and its head, Commander-in-Chief Monica Contreras, rules the Jovian system with a titanium fist. What drives the republic? I wish I could condemn the actions of the Security Council as fascism, but the truth is far murkier. Every Jovian citizen looks back at the fall with 2 words on our lips. Never again. Whatever it takes for humanity to survive, we will do. If we must be the ones to make those hard decisions, then so be it. This is why we lean so bioconservative, why AGIs and uplifts are forbidden, and why scientific research must be carefully regulated. I don't agree with these actions, but the goals themselves I do wholeheartedly. Never again means never again, whether it's the return of the Titans, out-of-control transhumans, or another threat we cannot conceive. Religion plays a major role in our lives. I am an ordained priest. The Roman Catholic Church found safe refuge here, and the Security Council maintains a long-running partnership with the papacy. The Vatican offers religious guidance to the Council, which is thinly veiled lobbying, and not all of it in the best interests of the faithful. Religious attitudes prevail. While gene fixing is accepted, many enhancements are considered unnatural, and resleeving is considered suicide/murder. Many Jovians retain their original birth bodies. The Council on Bioethics and Advanced Technology, CBAT, mandates social and legal policy in the Republic. CBAT is responsible for evaluating new technologies to determine whether their application is safe and ethical for Jovian citizens. I joined Firewall after watching the child of one of my parishioners pass away from a disease that could have been cured by technology deemed unethical by CBAT. He held the boy's cooling corpse in my arms and promised his parents 2 words: never again. Our place in the system, the Jovian Republic, has one thing no other political body has: the strongest military in the system. The consortium fears us, because they make every effort to woo us from their embassy on Liberty. This relationship is also a function of the Republic's slingshot taxation, one of our chief sources of revenue. Many ships traversing the solar system take advantage of Jupiter's gravity well to save on fuel. Each of these is automatically assessed and taxed. The Hypercore seek to lower these tariffs as well as ease restrictive Jovian laws so they can more effectively tap into the Jovian consumer base. The Security Council remains skeptical of transhumanity's ability to keep a handle on destructive technologies, however, and so limits trade in the interests of security. Scum. Posted by Isabella Dandolo, Firewall Proxy. Memes. Hedonism, immediacy, morphological freedom. The scum are societal dropouts. They have walked away from normie transhuman culture to pursue their own radical self-expression. They have rejected consumerism, work, and the other spectacles and shackles that people live under. Their central imperative is to live life to the fullest, and they pursue this with drugs, body mods, sex, art, and anything else that captures their interest. Some consider this hedonistic, depraved, or even criminal. The scum response would be that a life in a cage isn't worth living. Scum resemble anarchists, and some are. Most take politics less seriously, however, though they adopt various communal methods of organization. They have little regard for rules that impede personal growth and pleasure, so long as everyone is a willing participant. However, many scum groups adopt guiding principles that include concepts like self-reliance, radical inclusion, and active consent. Scum often cohere into tribes, camps, crews, or packs based on thematic concepts or general affinity, but these are ephemeral and fluctuate frequently. Origins. The scum have their roots among those that followed the expansion into space and either broke ranks with the hypercore or were banned 1dby them to their own fate. These exiles survived in the cracks and fringes, refusing to go back down the well. Following the evacuation of Earth, refugee ships choked the system, often overcrowded and in danger of overloading their systems. These were turned away from major settlements that were themselves already full. The scum who already survived on their own came to their aid and helped them to congregate in fleets to share resources and support each other in emergencies. Together they attempted to occupy the remnants of habitats destroyed or abandoned in the conflict or erected other emergency hub structures from ingenuity and desperation. As the fleets moved, they found ways to pull these structures with barges or made them mobile by fitting rockets to them. Given their rejection from sanctuary, these survivors turned their back on society. Many turned to drugs, escapism, or even suicide out of despair. In response, others worked hard to create a positive, celebratory party atmosphere. Anarchists and other radicals in their ranks helped them to self-organize. It wasn't long before these swarms adopted the practices of traveler and Roma cultures, choosing a nomadic lifestyle, living by their own rules, and staying in one place only as long as necessary. These perpetual rovers circle the sun using minimal amounts of fuel, going wherever their whims takes them. The black market. Scum swarms are valued as bringers of temporary entertainment to the habitats they pass near. They also serve a valuable economic function, acting as black and red market dealers and transports. Swarms straddle the fence between various economies. Their dealings with inter-system stations require them to handle currencies, and interactions with extropians require contracts, but among their own ranks and with autonomists they practice gift exchange and rely on rep. The Titanian Commonwealth. Technosocialism. Main habitats. Aarhus, Titan, New Quebec, Titan, Nijhaven, Titan. 60 million transhumans live on Titan, and we have forged a model society for the future of transhumanity. Everyone is welcome, everyone contributes, and everyone breathes free together. It is our hope that we will serve as an example for the rest of the system to one day emulate. From settlers to leaders, Titan was settled in the 21st century by researchers and academics. It was the only major settlement in the solar system not funded or controlled by hypercorp interests. Titan remained fiercely independent, emulating the socialist economies of the Scandinavian countries familiar to its original colonists. The Commonwealth is a gift economy, relying on reputation like much of the outer system. However, we also use a currency called the kroner, which is not spent but reinvested in microcore, thus helping us allocate collective resources. Technosocialism. The Titanian Commonwealth is a direct democracy. There's no Senate or Parliament, just a voting body called the plurality. Everyone votes using their muse, and initiatives are decided quickly. Every Titanian citizen literally enters a social contract when they come of age, which outlines their rights to vote and raise initiatives to the plurality. The Commonwealth's powerhouse economy is driven by microcore, rather than consortium hypercore. These ventures range from one-person outfits to the Gatekeeper Corporation, which employs tens of thousands. Microcore are technically owned by the Commonwealth, and their successes buoy everyone. In turn, the Commonwealth reinvests its social and economic capital in projects for the greater good. Telescope arrays, radio antennas, antimatter drive exploration, and even generation ships aimed at nearby systems. Titanian life. The Commonwealth prides itself on its permissible social policies. Uplifts and AGIs have full rights within the Commonwealth, forking is permitted, and drugs are widely available. There is no indentures, and scientific research doesn't face the Republic's hurdles or the consortium's profit-seeking diversions. The Titanian Commonwealth maintains a powerful military force, cementing our position as a major political power in the outer system. Like it or not, they're the only element that has staved off attacks by the Republic and the consortium. Everyone in the Commonwealth and the Alliance owes their safety to the brave people who protect our hard-won freedoms.